Thank you for watching this video. Your support means a lot and motivates me to keep creating more content. If you enjoyed the video, please leave a like, share your thoughts in the comments, and subscribe so you won't miss upcoming videos. Part 7. Dogwin raised his hand. It was finally time for him, the social butterfly, to step up. With my status as an internet celebrity, I should be able to negotiate a discount. There's no need for that much trouble. Does everyone want to eat Japanese food? If you want to, let's go. If the money isn't enough, I'll cover the rest. Jinjae was incredibly generous. Most of the students in the class had never eaten Japanese food, so they were still quite interested. Thus, they all went up to the 5th floor together. When the boss saw so many people, he also wanted to close the deal, so he gave a discount of 30 yuan, lowering the price to 148 per person. It's still expensive. Let's go eat something else. How about we each pay a bit more into the class fund? I heard Japanese food is all raw. Will it upset our stomachs? Everyone discussed it in a flurry of voices. Let's go. Let's eat something else. Ji Xinyan understood that if they suddenly asked for more class funds, some people wouldn't be happy, and some wouldn't be able to afford it. So, even if they ended up eating this meal, they would feel uncomfortable for a long time. It was better to just give up. Everyone is here to have fun together. It doesn't matter what we eat. Oh, don't bother with all this. Go in, I'll pay. Jinjae couldn't stand the hesitation. It was just a matter of a few thousand yuan. Wasn't that just a few big rockets on a live stream? He pushed everyone toward the shop. The boss immediately called the waiters to come and serve the guests. Everyone was still worried and looked at Lin Baici, waiting for him to make the decision. Don't worry about the money. Eat as much as you can, eat until Jiayu cries, Lin Baici joked. Based on his understanding of Jinjae, he knew this wealthy guy truly didn't care about that bit of money. He just wanted everyone to have a good time together. He actually wanted to pay for this meal himself. But since Jinjae had already offered, he felt embarrassed to bring it up again, as it might seem like he didn't trust Jinjae's financial capacity. The boss arranged for everyone to sit in the northwest corner and promised not to bring any other guests there until the rest of the place was full. Soon, the waiters began to serve the dishes, setting aside whether it tasted good or not. The French foie gras with red wine, grilled eel, sashimi platters, and teppanyaki beef fillet. Just hearing the names and seeing the exquisite plating made it look quite high class. Everyone was quite satisfied. After all, for these kids who had just entered university and left their hometowns, this was the time they were just starting to see the world. Bai Zhao was aloof and didn't like to talk, but Ji Xinyan was the opposite. She could chat with anyone, even someone as invisible as Hu Wu. She would take the initiative to strike up a conversation so they wouldn't feel left out. Of course, Liu Yu was an exception. Ji Xinyan didn't even glance at him once. On the boys' side, Dogwin was a social butterfly whose mouth never stopped moving. If it weren't for everyone disagreeing, this guy would have started a live stream, claiming he wanted to show the viewers the cohesion of software engineering class 01. The meal was enjoyed by both host and guests. When Jinjae went to pay the bill, Lin Baici followed him, but the owner said that a girl had already paid. Jinjae frowned. Lin Baici had already guessed it. It was 9 times out of 10 Ji Xinyan. That very pretty girl wearing boots. The owner had a deep impression of Ji Xinyan and had even asked for her WeChat when she was paying just now. Before Jinjae could decide what to do, Lin Baici pulled him. Let's go. Everyone was full and satisfied, so they headed downstairs. Jinjae walked up to Ji Xinyan. We agreed that I would pay. Can we stop arguing about this? Ji Xinyan thought to herself. This is Lin Baici's event. I can't let you steal the spotlight. It's just a few thousand yuan. I can afford it. Speaking of which, with this performance of mine, the position of Lin Baici's main consort should be mine, right? I'm having a great time today. Should we go somewhere else to hang out? Yu Zilu suggested. Where to? Zhang Shixu and the others hadn't had enough fun yet. What's the point of singing? Why not go to a nightclub? Dogwin was still the bold one. Damn, do you want to get put on academic probation? Liu Yu said subconsciously. But he regretted it as soon as he said it, because he also wanted to see what it was like. Besides, It was clear that today he could mooch off others, otherwise, if he went later, he would have to spend his own money. It's just going to a nightclub. Why would we get a demerit? Yeah, let's go take a look. At worst, we'll just stay for a little while and leave. We're all adults. What are you afraid of? The boys were all excited and clamored to go. I heard the prices in there are very expensive. Wenwu was worried and panicked. Should we all chip in? Everyone still wanted to go, mainly because they had drunk some sake and beer earlier, and it was starting to go to their heads. Don't worry about the money, I'll pay. Jinjiu waved his hand grandly. Let's go to the nightclub. No, you already paid for the meal. Baizhou refused. I didn't pay. It was Ji Xinyan. When everyone heard this, they all turned their heads to look at Ji Xinyan in unison. I'm happy today and I wanted to spend money. Who dares to stop me? But the money was actually given by the class monitor just now. I just cut into his kidney. Hee hee. Ji Xinyan made a cutting motion with her right hand, looking very cute. I'm just borrowing flowers to offer to Buddha. Baizhou cursed her as a scheming bitch under her breath. She was clearly trying to build up Lin Baici's popularity. Is Ji Xinyan trying to chase after Lin Baici? But back when school first started, compared to Jinjiu, she had already shown more interest in Lin Baici. Let's go, let's go. Jinjiu signaled everyone to get into the cars, heading straight for the hottest nightclub in Haijing. Chapter 220. The toilet where God Lin Baici night fell, and the entire city was painted in the colors of neon lights. Like a monster that had just awakened, beginning to hunt for food. In front of the Hailang nightclub, some people looked at the stylishly dressed young men and women and started to get cold feet. How about we don't go in? Wenwu grabbed Lin Baici's arm and whispered. He wanted to go back to school. Everything has a first time. Besides, there are no man-eating monsters inside. What are you afraid of? Zhu Daoguan grabbed Wenwu. Go, Daoguan. I can tell now. You must have frequented nightclubs a lot in the past, Zhang Jixu teased. But thinking about it, it made sense. Zhu Daoguan had money. He would have to be out of his mind not to enjoy life. Enter. Jinjiu urged them. The way he acted, he was clearly irregular. On the girls' side, some were nervous and some were curious. But Ji Xinyan was an exception. It was obvious she was also someone who had spent time in nightclubs. Everyone went inside, and a wave of heat mixed with noise immediately rushed toward them. It seemed as if even the air had become sultry. Once Jinjiu entered the nightclub, it was like he had arrived on his home turf. He took full control, directly ordering to large booths and leading everyone over. If you want to dance, go ahead. If you don't want to play, just drink here. Jinjiu didn't pay much attention to the boys, but he did say a few extra words to the girls. Be careful and protect yourselves. If strangers try to hit on you, ignore them. If anything happens, call me or Lin Baici. When Zhu Daoguan heard this, he quickly complained, Brother Jin, you can call me too. Ha! Jinjiu gave a perfunctory laugh. In his view, if something were to happen, Lin Baici was the only one among these people who could be relied upon. If Zhu Daoguan didn't run away, that would already be considered passing. A waiter pushed a cart of drinks over. With his experience, he could tell at a glance that Jinjiu was the one in charge. So, he asked, should I open all the beers? Open them. Jinjiu looked around. He had several girlfriends, all of whom he had met in nightclubs. Wait, the drinks here are very expensive, right? Baizhou tried to stop him. She quickly scanned the area. The drinks the waiter brought were clearly more than what the class needed. Don't be a buzzkill. Come on, let's drink, Jinjiu shouted. It was very noisy in the nightclub. Some students from Class 01 were not used to it, while others were very excited. Many boys were looking around with their heads held high, like gophers who had just arrived in the city from the countryside. Wow, it's already autumn. How can these girls wear so little? Look at that one, her headlights are huge. Their outfits are all so stylish. The boys whispered to each other. Because the girls were present, they were too embarrassed to say certain things and could only whisper in each other's ears. Ji Xinyan took 2 bottles of beer, handed one to Lin Baici, and then sat down next to him. You're actually here for the first time. The way Lin Baici was looking around was a bit silly, but also a bit cute. Yeah. Lin Baici took a sip of beer. start the hunt. Although the quality of the females here is mostly low, there are still a few worth sinking your teeth into. This is considered low. Lin Baici was stunned. He had already spotted a dozen young women whose looks and figures were easily a 7 or 8 out of 10. If Lin Baici hadn't become a god hunter, he would have been too insecure to even try pursuing them. The one in blue has a mild gynecological condition. The one with long, flowing hair is fertile. If she gets pregnant again, it will be her second child. The one in leather pants is neurotic. She likes to choke her boyfriend while they are in bed. Anything that could earn a comment from the gluttonous god had to at least have an outstanding physical condition. Lin Baici took a look. The girl with long, flowing black hair was only in her 20s, very young. Yet he hadn't expected her to already be a mother. Now that he had money, Lin Baici had wanted to indulge himself. But hearing these words from the gluttonous god scared him off. It wasn't safe. If he wanted to find a girl, he should stick to someone like Chow Mei. Then what do you usually do for fun? Ji Xinyan asked curiously. It can't be needlework, right? With Lin Baici's high level of attractiveness and no shortage of money, he would be an absolute killer in a nightclub. Reading, playing video games. Lin Baici thought to himself. Now I have to add cleansing god runes to that list. Zhu Daguan had originally wanted to call Ji Xinyan to go dancing, but when he turned his head, he saw her talking to Lin Baici, with half her body leaning against him. Damn it! Zhu Daguan was green with envy and could only look away to avoid the frustration. Jinj, let's go. Although the girls were curious, it was their first time here, and they were all a bit anxious and nervous. Plus, with so many classmates around, they acted quite reserved. After sitting for a while, the boys couldn't hold back anymore. The main reason was that in their class, Baijiu and Ji Xinyan were clearly not girls they could pursue. And they weren't interested in the others, so why bother caring? Let's go wild. Class monitor. Aren't you going to have some fun? Pei Fei was bored and asked Lin Baici across the round table. This beer had a fruity flavor and was actually quite tasty. With so many beautiful girls here, why would I look further afield? Lin Baici retorted. AWW. Pei Fei and Liu Zilu immediately hissed at Lin Baici. The other girls all laughed. Being complimented always made one happy. Class monitor. I didn't expect someone with such thick eyebrows and big eyes to have such a glib tongue. Liu Zilu teased. Seeing that the seat next to Lin Baici was empty, she simply sat down. Come on. Let's play truth or dare. That won't work. I'd definitely lose at that game. Lin Baici spread his hands. Because I never tell a lie, really. I don't believe it. Liu Zilu picked up a bottle of beer. Then tell me, between Baijiu and Ji Xinyan, which one do you like? If you can answer that, I'll chug this whole bottle. Well, that's a tricky question. Class monitor, tell us. You just said you never lie. The girls were suddenly excited, although Baijiu didn't look over and maintained an indifferent expression. Her ears were pricked up. Zilu, this is basically a death trap. Pei Fei felt embarrassed for Lin Baici just thinking about it. And in consideration of the Disneyland tickets, she prepared to help the class monitor out. Someone, drag her away. Liu Zilu waved her hand as if she were the empress of the Western Palace. Perhaps because they had all had a bit to drink, they had let their guards down. Jojo, Tao Nai, and the other girls immediately pinned Pei Fei down. They wanted to know the answer to. Your question lacks any technical skill. As long as it's a man, they are only for words. Lin Baici reached out with his left hand and made a grabbing motion. I want them all. The girls immediately burst into laughter, leaning back and forth, because Lin Baici's expression, tone, and gestures were like a scene from a comedy. Don't laugh yet. I'm not just talking about those two, but all of you, as Lin Baici spoke. He lifted his left leg, making a move to place it on Liu Zilu's lap. This emperor is weary. Come, Imperial Consort Liu, give me a massage. Get lost. Liu Zilu pushed Lin Baici's leg away, though she felt a little bit of regret in her heart. If it were just the two of us, I guarantee I'd give you a massage that would make you feel great. When we watched Lin Baici chatting with the girls in such a harmonious atmosphere and was completely dumbfounded. Was his roommate really this good at flirting? And he was so confident. Lin Baici wasn't actually good at anything. And as for the confidence, anyone who could earn over 8 million a month would have their confidence skyrocket. To put it plainly, Lin Baici had no desires or demands regarding Liu Zilu and the others. Whether they hated him or loved him, he didn't care. So, he had no reservations when he spoke to others. Baijiu and Jixinyan were goddesses who had to be pampered, and one had to watch their words and actions so as not to annoy them. But Lin Baici didn't care about any of that. Because Lin Baici could find women even better than them. Flirting. That was too low end. Jin Jiayue never did such things, the girls always chased after him. Look, Jin Jiayue is being hit on. Town, I shouted, her face full of shock. Were those two girls really that unreserved? Jin Jiayue is dressed in designer brands. Plus he has that rich second-generation aura. And he's not bad-looking himself. The moment he walked in, girls had their eyes on him. Ji Xinyan wasn't surprised at all. Here, it wasn't just the boys who wanted to pick up girls, the girls also wanted to hook a wealthy target. She had encountered people hitting on her when she went to nightclubs before, but not today. She guessed it was because Lin Baici was sitting next to her. After all, in terms of appearance, Lin Baici was truly too outstanding. Class monitor. Aren't you going to dance? I see quite a few girls checking you out. If you don't leave this spot, they won't have a chance to ask for your WeChat. Baijiu saw Ji Xinyan laughing and talking with Lin Baici, sitting so close, and she couldn't help but speak up. I also see many boys eyeing you all like tigers. So I have to stay here and guard you. Lin Baici smiled slightly. I have to let them know that the cabbage in my garden isn't so easy to go and root around in. Although they knew Lin Baici was joking, everyone still felt very comfortable hearing it. This is what it means to be good with words. Class monitor. Let me interview you. How many girls did you mess with back in high school? Liu Zilu used a beer bottle as a microphone and held it in front of Lin Baici's mouth. It was her first time talking to him this much, and she found that being around him was quite pleasant. I'm so slow-witted. If I had dated in high school, do you think I would have been able to get into Haijing University of Science and Technology? Lin Baici gave a bitter smile. In reality, it was because of poverty. Back then, Lin Baici only thought about studying hard, getting into a good university, finding a good job in the future, and easing his mother's burdens. You broke the escape room record at the Red Island Pavilion just today, and you're telling me you're slow-witted. Liu Zilu picked up a bottle of beer and placed it in front of Lin Baici. Tell me, shouldn't you be punished with a bottle? Liu Zilu winked at the others. Only by getting Lin Baici drunk could they get him to speak his true feelings. Haha, Lin Baici laughed. Do you think my wine pool and meat forest is fake? I won't get drunk no matter how much I drink. Okay. But just as Lin Baici picked up the beer bottle, his stomach suddenly let out a loud growl. Damn it! Lin Baici shuddered. No way. Right. Is there a divine relic in this nightclub? Is it held by a wild god hunter? Or is it a colleague from the safety bureau? Divine relics that can trigger a sense of hunger in him are almost all top-tier items. Once a rule-based contamination erupts, the losses will be immense. Could it also be that someone lost something? Regardless, it would be better to confirm it. Lin Baici stood up. I'm going to the restroom. As soon as he left, the girls immediately began communicating via their phones. I feel like Lin Baici is quite the playboy. I actually think he isn't interested in Jiaozi or Xinyan at all. It's a pity his family background is a bit lacking. Otherwise, with his looks and his way with words, he could definitely chase a wealthy socialite. Ji Xinyan watched the content of their chat and really wanted to know what their reaction would be if she told her roommates that Lin Baici had over 20 million in pocket money in his bank account. Lin Baici took a lap around the room but couldn't find the divine relic. So, he had to give up. Before returning to the booth, he headed toward the restroom to relieve himself. Walking through the dimly lit corridor, Lin Baici entered the restroom and frowned. Someone had vomited, and the air was filled with the smell of vomit. It was disgusting. He held his breath, chose a clean urinal, and stood in front of it. A young man with short hair walked in and stood next to Lin Baici. He had a cigarette dangling from his mouth, and every time he breathed, he exhaled a heavy stench of alcohol. The heightened sense of smell brought by his 100 cents in one breath ability made Lin Baici very sensitive to these odors. He frowned and glanced at the short-haired youth. What the hell are you looking at? The youth opened his mouth and cursed immediately. 4 of his companions, who had entered with him, heard this and looked over. Lin Baici lowered his head. The short-haired youth thought Lin Baici was a coward and laughed out loud. After taking a deep drag of his cigarette, he blew the smoke toward Lin Baici. Whoosh! A cloud of second-hand smoke dispersed. Lin Baici didn't speak. He finished relieving himself and fastened his belt. Coward, the short-haired youth muttered. Then noticed that the boy hadn't left but was standing right beside him. He was just about to ask, "What do you want?" But the other party had already made his move. Lin Baici grabbed the back of the short-haired youth's head and slammed it into the wall in front of them. Blood splattered, staining the wall like a rose blooming in spring. The short-haired youth didn't pass out. It wasn't because his pain tolerance was high, but because Lin Baici was controlling his strength to keep him conscious otherwise. How would he be able to feel the pain? Lin Baici grabbed his head again and slammed it once more. "Fuck, what are you doing?" Among the short-haired youths for companions, 3 roared, hurriedly fastened their belts, and rushed over. Lin Baici lifted his foot and kicked the stomach of the youth who rushed the fastest, sending him flying through the air. He fell backward and crashed into the urinals. Afterward, he kicked out with his right leg, striking the lower legs of the other 2. They immediately let out miserable screams and, with 2 loud thuds, collapsed to the ground. The yellow-haired youth who hadn't joined in was stunned. "This guy is so good at fighting. Is he a free-fighting champion?" "Do you have a cigarette?" Lin Baici asked. The short-haired youth in his hand actually tried to launch a sneak attack. So Lin Baici slammed his head against the wall again. The short-haired youth slid to the ground. Now it was completely quiet. "Yes, yes." The yellow-haired youth nodded hurriedly. He didn't even care about fastening his pants and scrambled to take out a cigarette, because he was nervous. Some urine splashed onto his hands. Seeing this, Lin Baici frowned deeply. Forget it. He reached out, rummaged through the short-haired youth's pockets, pulled out a pack of cigarettes and a lighter, and then took all the cigarettes out. The lighter ignited, and Lin Baici lit 7 cigarettes at once. "Come on, take a puff." Lin Baici squatted beside the short-haired youth and put all the cigarettes to his mouth. "I was wrong." The short-haired youth begged for mercy. Lin Baici smashed the lighter against the short-haired youth's face. "Didn't you understand what I said?" The short-haired youth opened his mouth, and Lin Baici shoved a cigarette into it, pressing it against his tongue. Sizzle! A chilling sound immediately rang out. Chapter 221. If I don't take the first bite at mealtime, which insect dares to make a move? 5,000 words. The yellow-haired youth standing to the side shuddered violently. The 2 youths who had been kicked in the legs by Lin Baici and were lying on the ground screaming also wisely went silent. They didn't want to attract Lin Baici's attention. The lit tobacco glowed with a dark red fire, pressed into the mouth, scorching both the saliva and the tongue. The short-haired youth instinctively clamped his mouth shut, but the searing pain remained. He spat twice, coughing the cigarette out. "If you spit out another cigarette, I will use your mouth as an ashtray and stuff it full of them." Lin Baici picked up another cigarette. His voice was cold, like a demon from hell. "Big brother, I was wrong. Please spare me." The short-haired youth begged, crying, "Open your mouth." Lin Baici commanded, "Big brother, I." Before the short-haired youth could finish, Lin Baici pressed the lit cigarette against his forehead. Sizzle! The cigarette butt seared the skin, emitting a hair-raising sound. The short-haired youth threw his head back. "Last warning. If you dodge or spit again, the next time I will press the cigarette butt into your eyes." After saying this, Lin Baici turned his head to look at the 2 people on the floor. "Are you dead? If not, come over here and hold him down." The 2 did not move, playing dead. "It seems you want to be ashtrays too," Lin Baici sneered. "Big brother, we were wrong. Please spare us." The youth in the hoodie begged for mercy. "Damn it. We really kicked an iron plate today. Big brother. We work for Brother Feng." The other youth, wearing an ear stud, knew that begging was useless and quickly brought up his backing. "Call your Brother Feng then." Lin Baici had originally just considered these people street thugs. He beat them only because this guy in front of him had intentionally blown secondhand smoke at him. Now that he realized he could take down an entire gang, why wait? "I wonder if the Public Security Bureau will give me a model citizen certificate." When the ear-stud youth heard this and saw Lin Baici's expression completely devoid of hesitation or fear, and calm as could be, he knew that Brother Feng's name no longer carried any weight. "Open your mouth." Lin Baici commanded. The short-haired youth hesitated. So Lin Baici pressed the cigarette against his face. If you are not afraid of being disfigured, then so be it. The ear-stud youth and the hoodie youth exchanged a glance. Seeing Lin Baici acting like a cold-blooded executioner while doing this, they were truly terrified. What if this guy finishes with his companion and then comes for them? They stood up in unspoken agreement and walked over, preparing to obey Lin Baici and hold their companion down. Though they were no longer needed, the short-haired youth was aggressive but also knew how to read the wind. He understood that this beating was inevitable today, and after weighing his options, he decided to let his tongue suffer instead. After all, if his face was scarred, he would be unable to show his face in public. So, he obediently opened his mouth. Big brother, I will never dare to do it again. Please be gentle. Before the short-haired youth could finish, Lin Baici pressed the cigarette onto his tongue, causing him to scream in agony. Sizzle. Lin Baici used the short-haired youth's mouth as an ashtray, grinding the cigarette butt out before replacing it with another. Creak. The door opened, and a young man wearing wireless headphones walked in, humming a tune. He had just placed his hand on his belt when he froze. What is going on? He had seen men and women in nightclubs get too drunk and engage in close contact sparring in the restrooms for thrills. But this was the first time he had seen one man stuffing cigarettes into another man's mouth. How perverted! The young man adjusted his headphones, rolled his eyes toward the ceiling, and quickly turned around to leave. He was not an idiot. He would rather wet his pants than relieve himself in such a place of trouble. Lin Baici stuffed the remaining cigarettes into the short-haired youth's mouth. Did you remember? I will never blow second-hand smoke at anyone again. Because his mouth was filled with several cigarettes and his tongue was burned. The short-haired youth's speech was slurred. A child worth teaching. Lin Baici stood up and walked to the sink to wash his hands. If you are not convinced, hurry up and call that brother Feng of yours. I will be leaving before 9 o'clock. The four of them shook their heads frantically. Lin Baici ignored them, dried his hands under the hand dryer, and left the restroom. Damn, who is this guy? Should we notify Brother Feng? Are you not afraid that Brother Feng will get beaten up too if he comes? The four of them had miserable expressions, feeling like they were going to vomit blood from frustration. Ordinary people would be nervous, shaking, and have a racing heart when encountering a fight. But that guy just now had used someone else's mouth as an ashtray without changing his expression or missing a beat. He was definitely a habitual offender who constantly bullied others. Should we call the police? Ask for some compensation? The yellow-haired one suggested. This was actually a viable solution. I am afraid I will have the life to ask for money but not the life to spend it. As the short-haired youth spoke, he wanted to slap himself. Why did I have such a loose mouth? Why did I blow smoke at him? Let's observe first and find out his background. The ear-stud youth was relatively clever. If they could afford to mess with him, they would call the police and extort some money. If they couldn't, they would just swallow the bitter pill. Lin Baici walked out of the restroom and returned to the dance hall. That sense of hunger had diminished significantly. It seemed there would be no harvest today. Someone must have lost something, right? Lin Baici pondered. As he brushed past a wealthy woman, she suddenly retched and vomited onto the floor. Vomit splattered everywhere. Lin Baici instinctively wanted to activate lightning speed to dodge the filth. But there were many people in the hallway, and there were surveillance cameras. So he gave up and just quickly dodged to the side. Some vomit splattered onto his shoes. I am sorry. The wealthy woman rubbed her temples and apologized quickly. She was clearly very drunk and swaying on her feet. Thanks to nature's gift, the takeout has delivered itself. Start eating. Lin Baici reached out to steady the woman's arm, his eyebrows arching at the gluttonous god's commentary. Because any woman who could make the gluttonous god say such things is worth tasting. I will pay you for the damages. The wealthy woman opened the Chanel handbag hanging from her left shoulder, pulled out her wallet, and without even counting, pulled out a large stack and handed it to Lin Baici. There was at least 7,000 or 8,000 yuan there. No need to pay. The wealthy woman had a decent attitude, and Lin Baici had no intention of asking for compensation in the first place. Be careful. Lin Baici let go of the arm he was holding to steady her. I have to say, the gluttonous god really has an eye for quality. This wealthy woman was probably 37 or 38 years old, but she was very well maintained. Her skin was delicate. She wore wide-legged casual trousers on the bottom and a loose-fitting knit sweater on top. Her fluffy permed hair paired with a round face made her look like a freshly peeled pomelo. The wealthy woman was quite attractive, but the first thing people noticed about her wasn't her face, because she was dressed in such a gaudy, jewelry-laden way. She wore a string of pearls around her neck, diamond earrings, and besides a jade bangle on her left wrist. There was also a gold ring on her index finger. Was she that afraid that others wouldn't know she was rich? Lin Baici had no intention of being a kept man, so he couldn't be bothered to make small talk. He left directly, and after walking more than 10 meters, he squatted down, took out a tissue, and wiped the vomit off his shoe. It was a pity there were too many people around, otherwise, he could have easily taken a new pair of shoes out of the black alms bowl to change into. That is a woman who can bear children, the gluttonous god reminded him. Lin Baici looked back, indeed. Although the wealthy woman was wearing loose casual trousers, her hips were still tightly wrapped. Let someone else gnaw on the old clam. Images of Jin Yangzhen's figure flashed through Lin Baici's mind, and he quickly shook his head. Must not let his thoughts run wild. She was his friend, after all. Come to think of it, if he were to sleep with T's sister, he probably wouldn't have to take responsibility, right? Lin Baici felt like he was quite the scumbag. Mating and reproduction are the instincts of living beings. There is no need to feel ashamed. A top-tier predator must eat the most succulent prey, enjoy the most beautiful females, and occupy the most fertile territory. If I do not take the first bite at the table, which insect would dare to make a move? Lin Baici did not possess that kind of overbearing attitude where others could only watch while he ate, and only after he was finished could they come over to eat the leftovers. The DJ began to spin the discs, and the energetic music and dancing heated up the atmosphere in the nightclub. Alcohol lingered on the taste buds, and the sight of handsome men and beautiful women stimulated one's nerves. When Lin Baici returned to the booth, he saw that there were few people left, as they had all gone to the dance floor to have fun. Is it boring? Lin Baici sat down next to Hu Wenwu. It is alright. Hu Wenwu took a small sip of beer. Just now, some people came to hit on Ji Xinyan and the others, so they used dancing as an excuse to get away. Lin Baici took out his phone and went on the origin forum. After only a few minutes, Huo Yu sent him a message. Little fish, the night is long, so boring. Lin under the moon, not streaming. Little fish, streaming. But my teammates are too trashy. I am vomiting blood from losing. Lin Baici opened the Shark platform app and found Huo Yu's live stream room. Little fish was in the middle of a stream, wearing a sailor suit with white silk stockings and a hair clip on her head. She was playing League of Legends and occasionally spouting foul language. Lin under the moon. Why be so humble? Your skills are pretty good, aren't they, little fish? In the god ruins. You are the big thigh, but in the game, I am the big thigh. Are you free? Come play together. I will carry you. Lin under the moon having dinner with classmates. Little fish. I am so envious of your classmates. Ciao bye. Let's grab a meal another day. Lin Baici. Tyrannosaurus has no teeth. Sister fish. What are you doing? Focus. How could you die like this? Wu gang chops China. Didn't you hear the WeChat notification sound? Sister fish is chatting with someone. Sister fish's ribs. Woo. I have never seen sister fish smile so happily before. Could it be a message from brother-in-law fish, four-legged young master? What is the point of a streamer having a husband and still streaming? Are you scamming money? Quickly take a screenshot and explain, otherwise I am unsubscribing. Friends, come on, let's unsubscribe. This ID was a sock puppet account of three-legged young master. Last time, because he said Lin Baici had a good body and was suitable to be a gigolo, he was banned directly and still hadn't been banned. Since then, he had turned from a fan into a hater, stirring up trouble every day. He wanted to continue sending bros comments, but found that he had been muted. What is going on? Four-legged young master was stunned. Huo Yu's tolerance was actually very high, as long as one didn't continuously spout profanities or make overly inappropriate jokes. She wouldn't ban people, but why was she so strict today? Could I have guessed right? Homelander didn't laugh. Sister Fish is smiling so sweetly. This is definitely a sign of being in love. Many viewers also noticed that in this match, they could have clearly won, but Hu Yu had already started slacking off. Her attention entirely on the chat. Sister Fish's ribs. Sister Fish, I beg you. White silk stockings are my last line of defense. Please. When you are having deep interactions with brother-in-law Fish, can you not wear white silk stockings? The screen was immediately flooded with messages below. Don't wear black silk stockings. Don't wear a maid outfit. Please wear long johns. The live stream room was in an uproar. Lin under the moon, stop chatting. Hurry up and stream. This was little Fish's career, and Lin Baici didn't want to delay her, because once a female streamer's news of having a boyfriend broke, her popularity would drop significantly. Little Fish, then let's keep chatting after I finish the stream. Hu Yu looked at the words on the barrage and thought to herself, Xiaobai didn't see that, did he? Would he be jealous? What these viewers said, I will wear them for Xiaobai to see during our video call tonight. You were in the bathroom for so long. Do you want to see a urologist? Ji Xinyan had returned and sat directly next to Lin Baici. She had left earlier to avoid those two people who were hitting on them. Now that Lin Baici was back, she naturally came over immediately. It was still more interesting to hang out with the class monitor. Lin Baici was speechless. If the T-sister kept flirting with him like this, he was truly afraid he wouldn't be able to hold out and would just give in. Why didn't you drive your car here? Let everyone know that you are not only handsome but also wealthy. Ji Xinyan looked at Lin Baici and asked in a low voice. You aren't using this method to find true love, are you? Lin Baici frowned. How did the T-sister know? He had never even driven that car, right? On the second day of registration, Ji Xinyan and her fellow townsmen were drinking coffee at the table next to his. They must have seen that Mercedes. It was a gift from someone. After saying this, Lin Baici smiled. His salary was so high now that he could buy 4 of them a month. You want a girl to like you for who you are, not your money. But have you forgotten how high your level of attractiveness is? Ji Xinyan used her right index finger to stroke the top of a beer bottle up and down. I am certain that if a female demon had to choose between you and Tang Seng, she would definitely choose you. After all, once Golden Cicada is eaten, he is gone. But your face is something one can look at for a lifetime. Do you like me? Do you want to be friends? Or are you just planning to play around? Lin Baici got straight to the point. Ji Xinyan did not answer because Bai Zhou and the others had returned. The T-sister immediately sat up straight. Furthermore, Lin Baici's question made her hesitate. Should she have a romance? She wasn't ready yet. Besides, even if she wanted to, she was afraid she wouldn't be able to tame a dragon like Lin Baici, right? Everyone sat for a while longer. Bai Zhou checked her phone. It is about time. Call Jin Jiaoyu and the others and tell them to stop dancing. It is time to head back to school. Pei Fei had already sent a message in the class group. But with so much noise, surely some people wouldn't hear it. Lin Baici called them one by one. A few minutes later, Zhu Dogwen, Zhang Jixu, and the others returned. Old Bai, why are you acting like an ascetic monk? Zhu Dogwen felt that Lin Baici was being too pretentious. It was obvious he hadn't gone out to party just to win the favor of Ji Xinyan and Bai Zhou. This wouldn't do. Everyone had to degenerate together. However, after seeing Lin Baici deal with Li Yu, he didn't dare to say anything too excessive, otherwise, he would be the next one to be ostracized by the whole class. You didn't see me when I was feasting on fine food and wine. Lin Baici chuckled. Damn, monitor, you are too honest. Do you know that acting like this will cost you your mating rights for the next 4 years? Zhang Jixu teased. Monitor, is this fine food and wine of yours even appropriate? Several girls started laughing. They hadn't spent much time with Lin Baici before, thinking he was generous, shy, and cold. But after interacting with him up close today, they realized he was also quite humorous. The boys thought that by answering this way, Lin Baici would likely lower his favorability in the girls' hearts, but in reality, even the most reserved Bai Zhou didn't care. It is a good thing that the heavens are fair. They gave the monitor good looks but didn't give him money or talent. Jojo muttered in a low voice. Did you forget how he chanted scriptures at the welcome party? Ji Xinyan was amused. If he went to participate in something like The Voice, he would definitely become an overnight sensation. That is right. I checked the monitor's Bilibili account, Lin Baici, a few days ago, and it already has 1 million followers. If he managed it seriously, he would be an influencer. He could make at least tens of thousands a month, right? Liu Zilu felt that Lin Baici was wasting a great opportunity. If this were her, she would drop out of school to become a content creator. Just as everyone was chattering away, waiting for the group to be complete, a large team of waiters caught everyone's attention. Each of them was holding an electronic sparkler, a confetti cannon, a balloon, or something similar. As if they were celebrating someone's birthday, they created quite a commotion, moving through the venue as if patrolling, circling the dance floor. What is this for? Jojo was curious. Is someone having a birthday? Someone ordered a dragon set. Su Dogwin understood this. Several of the waiters were holding exquisite-looking wine boxes, which undoubtedly contained famous liquor that ordinary people couldn't afford. What is that? Zhang Jixu was curious. It is 6 bottles of champagne called Ace of Spades. They come in different colors, and the black gold one is a limited edition that is hard to buy. Anyway, from what I have seen, a set costs 78,000 or 88,000, Su Dogwin explained. In short, just think of it as a prop for rich people to show off. Holy crap. 78,000 for a few bottles of wine. Zhang Jixu was shocked. It is a small matter. My monthly income could afford 3 sets, Su Dogwin boasted, though in reality, it wasn't that much. However, if ordering a dragon set could help him win over Ji Xinyan or Bai Jiao, he would definitely grit his teeth and buy one. Everyone watched the spectacle, wanting to know who had ordered it, but they soon discovered that the eye-catching team of waiters, after circling the floor, stopped in front of their booth. What is going on? The leader, who looked like a male model, led the waiters and shouted loudly, Ms. Zhang wishes all you students academic success, a bountiful love life, and a bright future. After the waiters finished shouting, they pulled the small party poppers in their hands. Pop, pop, confetti flew everywhere. Is there a mistake? Hu Wenwu was very nervous because the commotion here was huge, and many people were looking in their direction, which made him very uneasy. We didn't order this, and we don't know this. Ms. Chong Zhang Jixu quickly explained. Damn it. A dragon set is 78,888. We can't afford to pay for that. On the girl's side, apart from the little rich girl Ji Xinyan, everyone, including Bai Jiao, was panicking because this was truly a massive sum of money. Monitor, say something. Pay faraged. They made a mistake. They won't make us pay for it, right? Liu Zilu worried. Chapter 222 Lin Baici would rather starve to death than live off a woman. For students, tens of thousands of yuan was a huge sum. Even if they only ended up paying a few thousand in damages, it was still a significant amount. Furthermore, in everyone's natural perception, a place like a nightclub is a melting pot where all sorts of people mingle, and they felt that if they weren't careful, they might have been targeted and were about to be ripped off. The young man working as a male model was actually a sales representative for the bar. Seeing the nervous expressions of these college students, he also felt a bit panicked. Could he have really made a mistake? However, the champagne hadn't been opened yet. Even if he had identified the wrong person, at most, it would just annoy the original guests. But when he saw Lin Baici's face, he calmed down again. That's right, it was this guy. If he weren't this handsome, that wealthy woman wouldn't have been crazy enough to show her support and gift him a divine dragon set. No problem at all. This is a small token of Sister Zhang's appreciation. Young Master Lin, would you like me to open it? The male model beamed, his face crinkling like a flower, because he would earn a commission of several thousand yuan from this single order. Young Master Lin. Ji Xinyan burst into a giggle and poked Lin Baici's arm with her hand. That's a nice title. Lin Baici looked awkward. Don't call me that, and besides, I don't even know this Sister Zhang. Then how should I address you, Mr. Lin? Lin Baici might not like it, but the male model had to call him something, because there were some people who just loved having boss, young master, or president added after their surnames. Seeing the male sales rep's attitude toward Lin Baici, Zhu Dogwin was incredibly envious. He also wanted someone to call him young Master Zhu. Jin Jiayui noticed that something seemed to be happening over here and hurried back. What's going on? Who ordered the divine dragon set? The second-generation rich kid glanced at the bottles and looked at Zhu Daguan. Did old Zhu order it? No, that kid might have some money, but he was very stingy. He shouldn't be ordering a divine dragon set for no reason. Could it be Lin Baici? Has this kid finally stopped pretending? Could it be Ji Xinyan? Jin Jiaoyu didn't usually talk much with Ji Xinyan, but from her clothes, accessories, and spending habits, he could tell that this girl was also a little wealthy woman, the kind whose family had at least tens of millions in assets. It was a gift from a sister Zhou and G. Do you know her? Hu Wenwu interjected, wanting to end this farce quickly. In his view, only Jin Jiaoyu would know a wealthy tycoon friend who could casually spend tens of thousands of yuan. Ji Xinyan only shook her head inwardly. The guy had already called him young Master Lin, and it was gifted while Lin Baici was present. It was obvious that this Sister Zhong's target was Lin Baici. Is my class monitor being targeted by some wealthy woman? I don't know her. Jin Jiaoyu reassured everyone. Don't be nervous. It's just a divine dragon set. If there's a mistake, I'll just pay for it. When the male model heard Jin Jiaoyu's words and looked at his attire and confident tone, his eyes immediately lit up. A second-generation rich kid, and a top-tier one at that. So, he quickly explained the situation. After listening, Jin Jiaoyu laughed out loud. Old Bai, she's aiming for you. Are you going to go over and toast her? When everyone heard this, they were dumbfounded. So Old Bai was targeted by that Sister Zhong. Zhang Jixu was shocked. I've heard of wealthy men throwing money at girls, but I never expected to see a wealthy woman throwing money at a man today. Zhu Daguan's tone was sour, as if he had been soaking in lemon water for half a month. He was completely bitter. Liu Yu wanted to curse. Is that Sister Zhong blind? What's so good about this 3-second man, Lin Baici? I have a much brighter future than him. Don't talk nonsense, Jin Jiaoyu warned, worried that his classmates might get into trouble. Where is that Sister Zhong? Lin Baici guessed it must be the wealthy woman he had bumped into outside the restroom earlier. Lead the way. He casually picked up a bottle of Ace of Spades. Never mind that this bottle cost several thousand yuan, even if it were 100,000. He could afford it. Zhang Jixu and the others didn't think so. Seeing Lin Baici pick up a bottle so casually, they all jumped in surprise. Oh, my class monitor. Don't drop it. It's super expensive. Zhang Jixu was so scared that his local dialect slipped out. I'll go with you. Jin Jiaoyu was worried that Lin Baici might get the short end of the stick. I'm going to. If he gets beaten up, we'll take it together. Zhu Daguan rolled his eyes and immediately followed. He looked like he was being loyal, but in reality, he just wanted to see that wealthy woman. If there was a chance, he wanted to eat this soft rice too. Fang Mingyuan didn't say anything and followed behind. He was genuinely afraid that Lin Baici would suffer. Ji Xinyan also took a few quick steps and walked to Lin Baiqi's side. What are you standing there for? Follow them, Pei Fei urged. If a fight broke out, having more people would be more intimidating. The stunned group woke up as if from a dream. Don't go and cause trouble for Lin Baici. It'll be fine. Liu Zilu took out her phone, excitedly filming the champagne on the table. She finally had a chance to show off on Xiaohongshu, and she was happy. Lin Baici is going to eat soft rice. If so many people go over and ruin her meal, what will happen? Liu Yu was hoping Lin Baici would get beaten up. The group fell silent, feeling a mix of envy and jealousy. Being handsome really allows you to do whatever you want. Jojo also wanted to take a picture of the bottles to post on her moments, but she felt embarrassed. However, seeing Zhang Jixu and the others starting to film, she stopped being reserved. Be careful. Don't drop it. Pei Fei was terrified. They really couldn't afford to pay for that thing. Sister Zhong was chatting with two friends. She had probably vomited in the restroom, and she was much more sober than before. Seeing Lin Baici and the others approaching, she smiled. Can we add each other as friends? Sister Zhong beamed, her white teeth shining under the nightclub's laser lights. And her lipstick-coated lips were translucent and alluring, making one unable to resist wanting to take a bite. Holy crap! Zhu Daguan shouted in his heart, his eyes widening. This was a top-tier mature woman, plump and smooth, just like a perfectly ripe peach. I want to eat. Sorry to have made you spend so much, Sister Zhong. Lin Baici took out his phone and added the other party as a contact. As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face, especially when the person is this beautiful. It is just a pity that she is not his type. Oh my, Jin Yingjin, stop running through my mind in that yoga outfit. I accidentally spilled a drink on student Lin's foot when I went to the restroom earlier, so those drinks were an apology. After chatting with Lin Baici for a few moments, Zhang Xuman explained to Jin Jiayi and his group, I believe you, my foot. Ji Xinyan thought to herself with a scoff. This older woman definitely has her eyes on Lin Baici. Care to have a few drinks together? Zhang Xuman invited. It is too late. I still have to head back to school. Lin Baici politely declined. Zhu Daoguan wanted to roll his eyes. Lin Baici, if you do not want this opportunity, give it to me. I have a car. Shall I call a designated driver to take you all back? After saying this, Zhang Xuman opened an app, intending to find a driver. No need. Lin Baici felt a headache coming on. This woman was far too enthusiastic. All right then, if you have time another day, let's go shopping together. I will buy you a pair of shoes, otherwise, I will feel terrible about this. Zhang Xuman took out a business card and handed it to Lin Baici. Auntie Zhang is staying nearby lately. The scenery around here is quite nice. If you are bored, you can come find me, and I will take you round. Zhu Daoguan watched Zhang Xuman invite Lin Baici and was so envious, he felt like he would explode. Jin Jiayi and Fang Mengyuan exchanged a glance and chuckled secretly. They would have plenty of material to tease Lin Baici about in the future. Because it was truly getting late, Lin Baici said his goodbyes after chatting with Zhang Xuman for a few more moments. Old bye. Can you really hold back? Zhu Daoguan leaned in close to Lin Baici and muttered, that woman is not bad at all. Lin Baici did not answer. He reached out with his right hand, hooked it around Zhu Daoguan's neck, and applied pressure. Ouch! I was wrong. Zhu Daoguan quickly begged for mercy. Ji Xingyang could not help but laugh. Lin Baici was tall and long-legged, 2 sizes larger than Zhu Daoguan, with him tucked under his arm. He looked like a giant carrying a weasel, which was quite hilarious. When Lin Baici and his group returned, everyone immediately crowded around them. How did it go? Everyone was afraid that something might have happened. After all, they still had their status as university students. Everyone had worked so hard to get into Haijing University of Technology. If they were to get a disciplinary record or be expelled, it would be a huge loss. Although they knew it was unlikely, they still could not help but worry. Relax. It was not a honey trap. It is just that an older woman has taken a fancy to Lin Baici and is setting the bait. As a streamer, Zhu Daoguan had seen this kind of thing far too often. If you want to date a proper female streamer, being the top donor is definitely a sure way to do it. Pack your things. We are heading back to school, Lin Baici urged. What about these drinks? Liu Zilu swallowed hard. She wanted to have a taste. Student Lin, you can store these drinks here and continue drinking them next time you come. The male model followed them over. He wanted to hold onto such a big client. Why don't you add me on WeChat? I am very familiar with the nightclubs and bars in Haijing, because there were so many students around. The male model did not dare to be too blunt. He had the numbers of many high-quality girls. And if Lin Baici needed them, he could call a few over at any time. No need to store them, Lin Baici instructed. 1 bottle per dormitory. Split them up. How? The male model was dumbfounded. You are going to take them back to drink. What else? Lin Baici retorted. The male model felt like 10,000 alpacas were stampeding through his heart. This is Ace of Spades. This wine only has value when drunk in a nightclub. It is for showing off and attracting girls. You are going back to drink it. Who are you showing off to? The male students in the dorm building. The male model thought Lin Baici must be seriously ill. Lin Baici, this is not bottled water, Baijiu chimed in. Even though the wine was a gift from someone else, it should not be wasted like this. It is fine, just drink it. Lin Baici had no intention of coming back to this nightclub, so why bother storing the wine? If he had the time, he would rather spend it chatting with Jin Yingxian or Huo Yuyu. Liu Zilu had already set her eyes on the pink gold edition. It was so beautiful it struck a chord with her girlish heart. So, after confirming that Lin Baici was not joking, she immediately took action and hugged the bottle to her chest. Class monitor, can we girls have this bottle? Liu Zilu did not dare to hold it with one hand for fear of dropping it. Whatever you want. Lin Baici did not care. His daily salary, when calculated, was 280. Enough to buy 4 sets. The male model's mouth twitched. He really wanted to call him an idiot. A pure one. Giving these classmates such good wine is a waste. I've left here. He could have a different girl every day. Let's go. Let's go, Lin Baici urged. The guests at the nearby tables had all witnessed this scene and were also stunned. What a rich kid. What a spendthrift. Honestly, I wish I could spend like that too. The crowd whispered among themselves. What is his background? He looks like a university student, a girl asked curiously. I know him. The young man wearing wireless headphones, who had accidentally entered the restroom and seen Lin Baici using someone else's mouth as an ashtray, spoke up. Swish. His companions immediately looked over. No, I mean I just saw him earlier. The headphone-wearing youth recounted what he had just seen. The group was stunned. The 2 girls who had urgently wanted to get to know Lin Baici immediately abandoned the idea. Are you kidding? I cannot handle a guy who burns people's tongues with cigarette butts. The male model followed Lin Baici and his group all the way to the entrance of the nightclub. Did you drive here? There are designated drivers over there. Late at night, outside some popular restaurants, nightclubs, and even bathhouses, there were always designated drivers waiting. Dogwin, Yui. You to follow along and take the girls back first, Lin Baici arranged. They had also been drinking and could not drive. I feel a bit dizzy and nauseous. I want to get some fresh air. You guys go back first. Ji Xinyan rubbed her brow. Pei Fei, will you keep me company? Are you okay? Liu Yu asked with concern, but Ji Xinyan ignored him, which made him feel a bit awkward. Bai Zhou curled her lips. She knew that Ji Xinyan clearly wanted to go back with Lin Baici, and dragging Pei Fei along was just a shield. Once you are done with the fresh air, hurry back. Liu Zilu hugged that bottle of Ace of Spades and urged loudly. She was still waiting for everyone to arrive so they could drink this bottle. Zhu Dogwin had urgently wanted to go with Ji Xinyan, but seeing this situation, he knew there was no chance. So, he began to set his sights on Bai Zhou. Then we will head off first. Jin Jiayu waved his hand and went to the parking lot with the girls. All right, let us take a taxi and go to. Fang Mingyuan put his arm around Hu Wenwu's shoulder, urging everyone to leave. Baici, let us go. Before Hu Wenwu could finish, he was interrupted by Fang Mingyuan. What is wrong? Hu Wenwu was confused. Do not be a third wheel, Fang Mingyuan chuckled. Is Ji Xinyan about to make a move on Old Bai? Zhang Shixu analyzed. Old Bai is pretty good, aside from being a bit poor. You guys did not see that rich woman. She invited Old Bai directly to her place. I am so envious. I feel like Ji Xinyan's family is quite wealthy, so she probably does not care about her boyfriend's family background. Bai Zhou is actually more reserved. Everyone was discussing it heatedly. Bai Zhou's family background is average, so she definitely needs to find a golden turtle son-in-law. Struggling on her own is too hard. Fang Mingyuan saw through these things quite clearly. Hu Wenwu listened to everyone's discussion, feeling a bit lost in his heart. He actually liked Ji Xinyan a bit because she was the city girl he had always envisioned. She was the white moonlight he had once longed for. Hu Wenwu looked back and saw Lin Baici and Ji Xinyan standing in front of the nightclub. They were a talented man and a beautiful woman, truly a perfect match. I wish you both well, Petter. Patter. Rain began to fall from the sky. At first, it was a fine drizzle, but in the blink of an eye, it turned into large droplets, hitting their faces with the loneliness and chill of autumn leaves. The sudden night rain left those who had not yet returned home in a panic. The taxi business became booming immediately. Lin Baici was speechless. There were many people in front of the nightclub waiting for taxis, and he would not be able to get back tonight. Ji Xinyan suddenly felt a bit depressed. Why did I keep Pei Fei here? Wouldn't it be wonderful to take a midnight stroll with Lin Baici, enjoying the autumn wind and the night rain? Chapter 223. I am not pretending anymore. I am a billionaire. Let us leave here and go somewhere else to catch a taxi, Pei Fei suggested. In front of this nightclub, many people were taking shelter from the rain. Taxis were already scarce. And on top of that, many men were taking the initiative to go out into the rain to hail cabs for their companions to show their concern. which resulted in even fewer cars coming by. If this continued, they would definitely miss the dormitory curfew. Ji Xinyan glanced at Lin Baici. She wanted to say that she actually did not have to go back tonight. Let us wait a little longer. Lin Baici did not mind getting a little wet, but he worried that even if they braved the rain to hail a cab, they would not be able to get one. I will make a call. Lin Baici took out his phone and called the manager of the Hilton Hotel. What are your instructions, Mr. Lin? The manager's voice was respectful on the other end. I need a car. I am in front of the Hiling nightclub. Can you arrange for a driver to bring the car over for me? If the manager said he did not have time, Lin Baici planned to throw money at the problem, but the other party was very accommodating and did not refuse at all. I will arrange for a hotel driver to go pick you up right now. The manager chatted with Lin Baici for a few more sentences, showing concern for his and Jin Yingzhen's recent situation, before hanging up at the right time, making one feel that he was both cordial and not sycophantic. It could be said that he grasped the degree perfectly. He was truly worthy of being a manager. Lin Baici's voice on the phone was not loud, but the three of them were standing together, and he did not deliberately avoid them. So Pei Fei heard it. A trace of shock appeared on her face, and she poked Ji Xinyan's arm. What did he just say? Pei Fei muttered in a low voice. Why does it sound to me like he is one of those young masters from a Republican-era drama? I do not know. Ji Xinyan shook her head. She was not playing with her phone but instead stood with her arms crossed, gazing at the city night view shrouded in the fine rain. Lin Baici also did not speak, standing there as steady as a mountain, his expression calm, like a stone statue. Oh my, why do I feel like I have become a third wheel? Pei Fei realized it belatedly and finally discovered the problem. A breeze blew by, carrying some raindrops onto their faces. Ji Xinyan had wanted to lean back, but Lin Baici did not move, so she gave up on the idea. In front of the nightclub, the honking of car horns rose and fell. At this moment, the men who had driven to the club were filled with a sense of superiority. If those girls had boyfriends or friends who pulled up a car on the street in front of the club, they would walk over very happily, opening the door, getting in, and then slamming the door shut as if afraid others would not notice. All just to enjoy the envious gazes of others. Those without cars stood under the eaves, looking irritable and depressed, heads down playing with their phones. Even when their boyfriends asked if they were cold or showed concern, they were too lazy to respond. These women are so realistic. Pei Fei felt disdain. If she had a boyfriend in the future, as long as they loved each other, she would feel happy even if they had no car and were caught in the rain together. Old Pei, if you want to see the people and love flying together, you can go to the front of a high school gate, Ji Xinyan teased. Lin Baici turned and walked into the nightclub. Where did he go? Pei Fei stood on her tiptoes, looking at Lin Baici's back. I do not know. Ji Xinyan guessed that Lin Baici might have gone to borrow a car. It could have been that Sister Zhang, or perhaps that male model guy. But she immediately dismissed this speculation. Given Lin Baici's proud personality, how could he possibly beg someone to borrow a car? Pei Fei had just come out of high school and was still a well-behaved student, worried about missing her curfew. Her face was full of anxiety, staying out all night. Pei Fei didn't even dare to think about it, let alone do it. Ji Xinyan didn't care at all, if it weren't for the fact that she didn't know Lin Baici very well yet, and that this was her first time wanting a beautiful memory worth cherishing. She would have already hinted for Lin Baici to go to a hotel. No matter the time, beautiful women are always favored. A man wearing dress trousers and a white shirt walked over. Are you two ladies waiting for a ride? I happen to be heading home, if you don't mind. May I give you a lift? The man was in his 20s, sporting a side-parted hairstyle, and wearing a Rolex on his left wrist. Although there was a scent of smoke and alcohol on him, it only added a touch of maturity. This was a successful urban white-collar worker. Pei Fei felt a bit nervous and subconsciously grabbed Ji Xinyan's arm. No thank you. Ji Xinyan refused. Places like nightclubs are meant for hunting. So since they had come, such encounters were unavoidable. The man was not discouraged and persuaded. It is so late, and it is still raining. It will take a long time to wait for a taxi. Here is my business card. The man took out a business card and handed it to Ji Xinyan. This action made it clear that his target was the T-girl. My name is Lin Yuan, and I am a lawyer. On the business card were his company name and job title. Judging by the title alone, it was quite prestigious, which was the source of the man's confidence. Many times, Lin Yuan could use the act of handing out a business card to start a conversation. But today, this girl had no intention of taking it at all. Oh, dressed like a green tea girl, but acting all cold and aloof. Lin Yuan was even more excited. He loved conquering girls like this. He loved seeing the contrast between their daily persona and their behavior in bed. Ji Xinyan knew that people like this couldn't be chased away, so she simply ignored him and started playing with her phone. Lin Yuan kept talking to himself, but suddenly, he shut his mouth and looked to the side. A boy who was 2 heads taller than him was standing beside him, holding 2 cartons of milk and 2 cans of coffee. Damn! Lin Yuan was startled. This guy was so tall. Lin Baici's tall and sturdy physique brought a great sense of oppression to Lin Yuan. If this guy was a hot-headed youth and beat him up, where would he go to reason? Hello, are you all together? Lin Yuan smiled and reached out his hand toward Lin Baici. Hello. Lin Baici nodded politely and looked at Pei Fei and Ji Xinyan. Have some hot drinks, milk or coffee. I like to drink your milk. Ji Xinyan gave a sweet smile and took the milk. Lin Yuan was dumbfounded. Was this girl flirting back with this guy? He watched as the girl in ankle boots inserted the straw into the milk carton and took a sip with her red lips. And his heart began to beat rapidly and uncontrollably. She is so seductive. I thought she was cold and aloof. But it turns out she is only like that toward men she doesn't like. I'll have coffee. Pei Fei took the coffee can and held it with both hands. Lin Baici had bought plenty, so he handed a can of coffee to Lin Yuan as well. Are you students? Lin Yuan changed his strategy, preparing to get to know these 3 people first before slowly making his move. Shall I drive you back? As Lin Yuan spoke, he took out his car keys and pressed a button. Beep beep. By the street not far away, a blue BMW 3 Series sedan honked. No need, Ji Xinyan refused again. There were other people waiting for rides nearby, and among them, a few young girls saw this scene and giggled. If it were me, I would choose that handsome guy too. Exactly. A BMW can only be ridden once, but that handsome guy can be used many times. How do you know? If he can only last 10 seconds, then I'd rather do it myself. In all fairness, that guy in the white shirt isn't ugly either. Okay. The girls whispered among themselves. They worked at this nightclub and, having had a bit too much to drink, were preparing to head home. Usually, if a pickup attempt failed, Lin Yuan would have left. But the girl he met today was very beautiful, and her style of dress was exactly to his taste. He didn't want to miss out. However, although he didn't leave, he didn't pester them either. If they wait for an hour and can't get a ride, they will realize how good I am. Lin Yuan waited for reality to teach this girl a lesson. There were many people in front of the shop, so it was naturally lively. The rain hit the street lights, the flowers and leaves in the green belt, and the giant concrete and steel buildings. These sounds mixed together, combined with the midnight lights, creating a bizarre and surreal atmosphere. Suddenly, 2 fog lights pierced through the curtain of rain and shone over. Following that, a coupe, like a shark, silently crushed over the concrete road, drove over, and stopped not far in front of the nightclub. A manhole cover was pressed down by the tires. Holy crap, a Mercedes-AMG. A man who liked cars whistled pitt or patter. The rain hit the black car paint and splashed away, making this coupe look like a submarine in the deep sea during World War II. After destroying a warship, it was surfacing to admire the enemy ship sinking to the bottom of the sea. The 20-inch lightweight rims, the quad exhaust at the rear, paired with the ducktail spoiler on the trunk. Many people didn't know much about cars, but just by looking at the design of this vehicle, they knew it definitely wasn't cheap. It was a luxury car that, if an ordinary person wasn't born with, they would never be able to afford in their lifetime. Noise erupted as people discussed the price of the car, and the figure of 2 million could be heard vaguely. After taking a few glances, everyone shifted their gaze to the back of the sports sedan, because a car that looked incredibly opulent was following behind it. The hood ornament was upright, shaped like a flying goddess. Holy crap, a Rolls-Royce. Lin Yuan felt depressed. His BMW 3 Series could usually help him show off a bit, but in front of these two cars, it was nothing, totally crushed. Lin Yuan snuck a glance at Ji Xinyun and saw that she was also sizing up the two cars, which made him curl his lip. Sure enough, everyone loves nice things. Then, he looked at Lin Baici. Lin Yuan suddenly smiled with a bit of mischief, because he wanted to know if this girl would still refuse if the man driving that Rolls-Royce or the Mercedes and were to pursue her. The door of the Rolls-Royce opened, and a young man stepped out. He was holding an umbrella and carrying another one. After glancing toward the entrance of the nightclub, he trotted over. The people sheltering from the rain and waiting for rides here had their eyes fixed on this young man as he moved. "What's going on?" Lin Yuan was stunned, because the young man was running straight toward them. No way. Could this girl beside me actually be a wealthy heiress? Because the young man who stepped out didn't look like the owner of the car at all. He looked like a chauffeur. Lin Yuan suddenly felt a bit uneasy. Had he done anything rash just now? Immediately after, he felt a bit dejected, because he hadn't even managed to get the girl's name, which meant she wasn't interested in him at all. Should I keep pestering her? Or just give up now? Lin Yuan felt miserable. He knew that after today, the chance to meet a high-class beauty like this might be gone forever. Meeting this girl today might have used up all the luck for the rest of his life, so he should seize it. But pursuing her shamelessly would likely end in failure 9 times out of 10. Just as Lin Yuan was struggling with his thoughts, the young man holding the umbrella ran over, not toward the girl, but toward the handsome young man beside her, bowing slightly. "Mr. Lin, sorry to have kept you waiting." Chapter 224. Lin Baici, keeping a low profile. The night rain pattered against the two luxury cars worth millions, and even the sound of it hitting them seemed expensive and luxurious. The driver, wearing a blue uniform that wasn't brand new but was definitely clean and neatly pressed, stood beside Lin Baici. He held an umbrella with his white-gloved hand, already opened, ensuring that when the handsome young man stepped out from under the eaves, he wouldn't get a single drop of rain on him. In front of the nightclub, it was very quiet, with hundreds of eyes sizing up Lin Baici. He was truly handsome, the kind of handsome that makes women's knees go weak. He's so handsome. Is he some kind of celebrity? Have you ever seen a celebrity referred to as Lin? He must be the son of some big shot on the rich list, right? People speculated about Lin Baici's background. The girls who worked at the nightclub were all regretting it to death now. Why hadn't they gone over to strike up a conversation earlier? They had missed out on $1 billion. Mr. Lin. Lin Yuan was dumbfounded. That guy, who clearly looked like a professional chauffeur, called this young man Mur. What does he do? Is he a second-generation rich kid? I totally misjudged him. Lin Yuan was used to judging people by their appearance. Lin Baici's clothes were too ordinary, which was why he hadn't taken this guy seriously. "Mr. Lin, the manager heard you were here for some entertainment and guessed you might have friends with you. He thought the Mercedes might not be comfortable enough, so he had us bring an extra car," the driver explained. Jin Yingxin was a top-tier lifetime diamond member of the Hilton Group. Every year during her vacations and travels, she spent a lot of money at hotels under this group. She was a god of wealth, so naturally, they had to suck up to her. If Jin Yingxin were to get angry and stop staying at Hilton hotels in the future, the hotel manager involved would definitely be fired. The manager of the Haijing Hilton Hotel, a man in his 40s, had seen how Jin Yingxin treated Lin Baici very humbly and respectfully. Although he didn't know why Jin Yingxin did that, he knew he couldn't go wrong by making Lin Baici feel that their service was like being at home. Because this young man clearly had the power to influence Jin Yingxin's decisions and preferences. This Rolls-Royce was the hotel's courtesy car, used to shuttle VIPs to the airport, tourist spots, and various entertainment venues. As for why they used the luxury car, it was, of course, to project the hotel's luxury and status. The experience of a guest stepping out of a Rolls-Royce versus stepping out of a Wuling Hongguang was definitely completely different. People, after all, who doesn't want a bit of face while they're alive? Of course. To use this car, one's spending had to reach a certain amount. Lin Yuan felt as if he had been force-fed a bellyful of lemon juice. He was sour to the point of agony. Damn it! And he has the same surname as me. Lin Yuan saw so many people staring at this young man. and he was filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. For a moment, he even fantasized that the Mr. Lin the driver was addressing was actually him. Lin Baici didn't want to be flashy. A Mercedes-AMG 63, while a bit eye-catching, was still within the range of what the public could accept. Switching to a Rolls-Royce was a bit exaggerated. Not to mention having two million-dollar luxury cars appear together. It would be a miracle if it didn't attract attention. But this was the manager's good intention, and in all honesty, the manager's arrangement helped Lin Baici show off plenty of prestige. Looking at the envious expressions of the people around him, and then at the white-collar elite next to him who had been chattering away trying to hit on Ji Xinyan, he was now too afraid to even open his mouth. Let's go. Lin Baici didn't have the habit of being waited on. He took the umbrella from the driver, opened it, and looked at Ji Xinyan and Pei Fei. Go where? Pei Fei asked subconsciously. She was a bit dazed. Even a novice who didn't know cars could tell that the shape of a Rolls-Royce meant it was definitely expensive. A casual scratch would probably cost over 100,000 to repair. Back to school. Of course, Lin Baici thought to himself. With you as a third wheel, even if I had any ideas, I wouldn't dare to act on them. Oh, Pei Fei nodded, finally reacting, and then looked at the two cars. We are taking these. She was somewhat shocked. What is Lin Baici's status? A rich second generation. Those who can drive cars like this must be top-tier rich second generations, right? Then Pei Fei felt a bit panicked. She looked at the puddles on the ground. If she walked over and then sat in the car, she would definitely dirty it for them, right? Lin Baici did not know how to explain it. So, he looked at Ji Xinyan. Hurry up. The dormitory is about to close. Ji Xinyan was poised and generous, reaching out to pull Pei Fei's arm. But this time, Pei Fei had a flash of insight and suddenly caught on. You guys go together. I will go with this handsome guy. Pei Fei ducked under the driver's umbrella. I definitely cannot be a third wheel. Otherwise, if I ruin such a romantic opportunity, the class monitor will definitely hate me to death. Lin Baici did not want to stay here and be stared at like a monkey. And besides, he had never ridden in a luxury car like a Rolls-Royce before. So, he walked over toward it. Should I be sitting in the other car? To leave Lin Baici and Xinyan a chance to be alone. But there is a driver inside. They probably wouldn't dare to kiss or anything, right? Pei Fei's mind was a mess. Ji Xinyan walked a few meters, then suddenly turned around and walked quickly toward Lin Yuan. What is going on? Seeing this scene, everyone immediately became excited. Could it be that the Cinderella has suddenly repented, decided to give up on marrying into a wealthy family, and chose that Phoenix man instead? Lin Yuan saw that girl walking back and also gave a start, instantly becoming nervous. Could it be? Thump thump. Lin Yuan's heart was beating so fast. Ji Xinyan stood in front of Lin Yuan, smiled sweetly, and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, My boyfriend is 18 centimeters, 12 times a night. Can you do that? If you can, don't come hitting on me. Lin Yuan was dumbfounded. What did I just hear? This fashionable girl who smiles so sweetly that she could melt a heart of steel. What did she say about her boyfriend? Ji Xinyan walked back to Lin Baici's side and hugged one of his arms. Ordinary people could not hear Ji Xinyan's words. But Lin Baici was a god hunter with a strengthened body, and with the added benefit of his eidetic memory, his hearing was excellent. So he heard every word of that tea-like girl, and so he was shocked. Is it really okay for you to be this manipulative? But to be honest, among the girls Lin Baici knew, only Ji Xinyan was like this, which gave him a very special feeling. It was a bit intoxicating. Lin Baici sat into the Rolls-Royce and saw Pei Fei still dawdling. So he shouted, Hurry up and come over. Pei Fei thought to herself, This is you forcing me to come over. It is not that I insist on being a third wheel. The Rolls-Royce started, its tires rolling over the wet road surface like a king's carriage on a royal tour. Driving into the curtain of rain, the Mercedes sports car followed behind, like a loyal knight guarding its master, until both cars disappeared from view. Some people finally withdrew their gazes, envying the lives of that man and woman. The men envied Lin Baici for having luxury cars to get around in, being free from worries about food and clothing, and having a beauty in his arms. While the women were jealous of Ji Xinyan for hooking up with a wealthy suitor and turning from a crow into a phoenix. In front of the nightclub, the short-haired youth, whose tongue had been burned by Lin Baici using it as an ashtray, looked gloomy. Sigh. This loss today is inevitable. The youth with the ear stud sighed and patted his friend's shoulder. Just accept it. You can't afford to provoke people like that. Asking for medical expenses from someone who acts so ruthlessly. Think about a dump truck. Besides, if Brother Feng finds out, he will definitely beat me up again. When all is said and done. It was the short-haired youth's mouth that was foul. Why did you have to blow second-hand smoke at someone inside the luxury car? The space was large. Do you want to know what I said to that person? Ji Xinyan poked Lin Baici's arm. I am all ears. Lin Baici thought to himself. I don't believe you would dare to say that kind of thing in front of Pei Fei. Pai Pei. Close your eyes and cover your ears, Ji Xinyan instructed. Pei Fei immediately complied. As soon as she closed her eyes, Ji Xinyan leaned over to Lin Baici and kissed him. Lin Baici was truly startled, and he almost blurted out a curse. He instinctively looked at Pei Fei, and then glanced at the driver. The driver had high professional standards and kept his eyes straight ahead. However, he was thinking, should I tell the manager about this, and then have it relayed to Miss Jin? Damn it, Jin Yingjin is so beautiful. And you are still cheating outside. Despicable. Why isn't it me? So annoying, Pai Pei. It is done. Ji Xinyan made a V-sign gesture toward Lin Baici. They arrived at Haijing University of Technology. The Mercedes stopped on the side of the road. And after the driver said a few words to the guard, the electronic gate opened, and the Rolls-Royce drove in. I will get off behind canteen number 1. Please take my classmate to the girls' dormitory building, Lin Baici arranged. His brows were slightly furrowed because he did not want to be flashy by driving a luxury car inside. But there were only a few minutes left before the dormitory closed, and if he ran back, he would most likely be late. Don't worry, we won't leak your secret, Ji Xinyan promised. She had guessed Lin Baici's concern. Pei Fei nodded. They arrived at canteen number 1. Lin Baici got out of the car, waved at the two of them, and ran toward the dormitory building. At the end of this road, on the left was the playground, and on the right were 3 girls' dormitory buildings. Some people were on the balconies making phone calls, memorizing vocabulary, or enjoying the rainy scenery. When the Rolls-Royce appeared, some girls noticed it. Look, a Rolls-Royce. I bet it is here to drop off Mikin. That car looks so luxurious. Some girls who loved gossip came to the balcony and peered down, where they saw a young man holding an umbrella as he stepped out of the car. At school, it was common for boys to drive luxury cars to pick up or drop off girls, such as BMWs or Mercedes-Benzes. But something as opulent as a Rolls-Royce was still a rare sight. At that age, he does not look like he is from our school. Right, don't be stupid. Look at his uniform. That is a chauffeur. Holy crap. There is even a private driver. What kind of status is that? Whispers flew about. Ji Xinyan did not have a princess complex. She did not wait for the driver to come and open the door for her. She got out of the car, said thank you, and then ran toward building 12 with Pei Fei under an umbrella. The dormitory building they lived in was at the back and did not face the street. Building 12, dormitory 7015. The doors are about to be locked. Why haven't Xinyan and the others returned yet? Am I worried? Could it be that they went to get a hotel room? Liu Zilu had drunk too much, so she did not have a filter and let that slip out. Chapter 225 Night Talk in the girls' dormitory. Inside the dormitory, the girls had just finished washing up. Besides the scent of cosmetics and body wash, there was also the faint smell of champagne. Liu Zilu sat cross-legged on her bed, clutching a large bottle of Ace of Spades in her arms, her eyes hazy with intoxication and her cheeks flushed. No one made fun of her, because when they had just returned, everyone had gathered around this bottle of champagne to take photos for a long time, even if they did not post it on social media to show off. Keeping it on their phones was a form of happiness. Because several of the girls had self-awareness, they knew that the chance to drink this kind of 10,000 yuan luxury liquor again in their lifetime would likely never come. And even if it did, tonight was worth remembering. It was a beautiful time they could look back on when they were old. What? Are you jealous? Zhu Jiaqi sat on Pei Fei's bed and teased her. They lived in the next dormitory over and had come over to chat after washing up. After all, there were simply too many topics to discuss today. If Lin Baici confessed to me today, I would immediately go buy 2 boxes of Okamoto, then drag him to a hotel. If I didn't use them all, I absolutely wouldn't let him out of bed. Liu Zilu gulped down a large mouthful of alcohol. Liu Zilu, you have had too much to drink. Town, I was worried. Was that even something that could be said out loud? Foofed, I don't believe you guys haven't thought about it. Liu Zilu curled her lip. Aside from not having money, Lin Baici's other conditions are all excellent. Not to mention his looks and physique. Just look at his intelligence. He broke the escape room clearance record, you know. What kind of brain is that? But he is too undisciplined. He has just started college and is already skipping classes so aggressively. What will he do in the future? Jojo countered. He can't really just go and live off a woman, right? People are different. So for a boy like Lin Baici, we should just watch from afar. Zhu Jiaqi held a glass in front of her, watching the bubbles produced by the champagne inside slowly rise and then burst. Bai Zhao could try to compete for him, Liu Zilu joked. Though there was a hint of bitterness in her words, Xingyang could too. If it had just been her today, maybe she really would have gone to a hotel with Lin Baici. For some reason, everyone suddenly felt that having Pei Fei stay behind as a third wheel was truly fantastic. Even if I cannot have him, I also do not want Ji Xinyan to have him so soon. Do you guys take Xinyan for a fool? Bai Zhao was speechless. Ji Xinyan only looked a bit flirtatious, and her words and actions were slightly frivolous. But she was definitely very smart and self-respecting, giving herself to a man she had known for less than 2 months, just 2 months into the semester. Are you kidding me? Even if Lin Baici were incredibly outstanding, Ji Xinyan would never do such a thing. The dormitory door opened. Safe at home. Ji Xinyan laughed, walking in with the lingering dampness of the wind and rain on her. After putting down her bag, she went to remove her makeup and wash her face. Let me wash my hands first. Pei Fei did not wear makeup, so she was not as troubled. Why did it take so long? Liu Zilu asked casually. Pei Fei had originally wanted to say that they couldn't catch a taxi, but remembering that she had returned in Lin Baici's luxury car, she fell silent. It seemed the excuse of not being able to catch a taxi was completely invalid. The rain was heavy, and we couldn't catch a taxi. Ji Xinyan added, then took the opportunity to change the subject. Is the champagne good? It's good. Liu Zilu nodded vigorously. It's so expensive. How could it not be good? Jojo sighed. 1 set of divine dragon gifts cost more than her father's annual salary. You are just blinded by money. Expensive things aren't necessarily good. They might just be a tax on stupidity. Ji Xinyan did not mean to lecture her. Jojo had seen too little of the world, so it was normal for her to have that thought. Who says? Zhu Daoguan's BMW is just more comfortable to sit in than a taxi. It doesn't bump around. Jojo argued. Why are you comparing a new car worth over 300,000 to a taxi worth a little over 100,000? Besides, who knows how many years those taxis have been running? They are barely functional. Ji Xinyan shook her head. The comparison was inappropriate. Zhu Daoguan is only in college and can actually afford such an expensive car. He is really impressive. Jojo had just secretly looked up the price of a BMW 3 Series. It was really expensive, so she had some admiration for Zhu Daoguan, at least compared to Jin Jiayui, who spent his family's money. Zhu Daoguan earned his own. He is indeed impressive. He is a bit ugly, but he has a little talent. Does he count as a big streamer? The girls chattered away. It had to be said that Zhu Daoguan's display of superiority today was quite successful. After all, compared to his peers, he could be called outstanding. Liu Zilu opened her mouth, but seeing that no one picked up on that topic, she didn't say anything more. She had watched Zhu Daoguan's live streams before. There was no real focus to them. He relied entirely on his gift of gab, much like a stand-up comedian, and it was a bit on the vulgar side. Furthermore, the way he begged for tips seemed rather pathetic, which was why Liu Zilu didn't hold him in high regard. To put it bluntly, he had simply caught the wave of the live streaming trend early on and made a small profit. Once the industry became oversaturated, he would likely be finished. Jojo didn't understand why everyone wasn't discussing Zhu Daoguan's streaming career. In reality, many girls love to compare and had their own little schemes. If I watch Zhu Daoguan's stream, wouldn't that imply I'm interested in him? That I'm secretly paying attention to him? Even if I were, I wouldn't let you all know, because in everyone's eyes, aside from having a little bit of money, Zhu Daoguan really didn't have any qualifications worth bragging about. It would be too easy for people to assume that one was only with him for his money. Of course, being Jin Jiayui's girlfriend would also invite such gossip. But the problem was that Jin Jiayui's family was incredibly wealthy. Even if one were slandered for liking money, it would be worth it. Jin Jiayui's dad is also impressive. Tao Nai suddenly chimed in. Haha, everyone burst into laughter. You could go be his stepmother. Liu Zilu took another sip of her drink. Xinyan, Pei Fei, do you want a glass? Pei Fei wanted to tell everyone that Lin Baici's dad was also impressive. I'll go get the cups. In Pei Fei's eyes, Lin Baici had transformed today from a handsome, fit, and generous boy into a low-key second-generation rich kid. The idea that Lin Baici could earn $1 million a month through his own personal ability was something she hadn't even considered. No thanks. After finishing her wash and changing into her pajamas, Ji Xinyan lay on her bed and sent a message to Lin Baici. Back at the dorm, all washed up, click. Ji Xinyan covered her chest with her hand, took a selfie, and sent it to Lin Baici. Do you have any regrets? Regrets about what? Naturally, it was about not going straight to a hotel. When it came to the art of seduction, this green tea girl was quite skilled. Sigh. There's a huge risk in liking Lin Baici. You also if there was actually a wealthy woman who was so shameless she actively hit on him. Zhu Jiaqi actually had a crush on Lin Baici. He was handsome, after all, right? Once Lin Baici graduates and gets beaten down by society, he might not want to work hard anymore and will choose to just lie flat on some wealthy woman's bed. Jojo thought this was a very high possibility. Do you think a wealthy woman's money is easy to earn? Liu Zilu rolled her eyes. And then everyone's interest peaked as they began discussing how Lin Baici would be ravaged by a wealthy woman. They speculated about that wealthy woman, or perhaps several of them, and how ugly they might be, like having belly fat that looked like the tires of a forklift. Oh my, just imagining the scene of them hugging Lin Baici and devouring him made everyone feel a bit nauseated. Pei Fei listened to this late-night dorm talk, feeling both amused and helpless. How unlucky would Lin Baici have to be to end up in that position? Besides, the money others earned in over 10 years of work probably didn't even amount to what he got from selling that sports car. If you all have the chance, you should still advise Lin Baici not to waste his intelligence. Bai Zhao couldn't listen anymore. What was all this nonsense? Oh Jiaozi, did you start liking him after seeing Lin Baici clear that escape room? One of the girls joked. Lin Baici's performance in the escape room today had indeed been quite brilliant. I'll only consider him once he has 20 million. Bai Zhao lay on her bed, wearing headphones and listening to English reading materials. Everyone knew that Bai Zhao had high standards, and from this statement, they understood her expectations for a boyfriend, assets of 20 million. It could also be said that this was how Bai Zhao valued herself. It could fluctuate slightly, but it definitely couldn't be too far off. BFFT. Ji Xinyan couldn't help but chuckle. Should I tell Bai Zhao that the balance in Lin Baici's bank card today was 2 million more than the 20 million she mentioned? I really want to see her expression after she finds out this news. What should I do, Xinyan? What about you? What's your expected net worth for a boyfriend? How much money? Zhu Jiaqi asked curiously. I'm a sucker for looks. How much money my boyfriend has isn't important. What's important is that he's handsome, the kind that makes other women jealous when they see him with me. Ji Xinyan giggled. But Jin Jiayui is quite handsome too, Liu Zilu countered. Jin Jiayui's health is too poor. He's slept with more girls than you've used facial masks. I don't want his leftovers. Ji Xinyan's explosive remark immediately caused the girls in the dorm to burst into giggles. Even the usually cold and aloof Bai Zhao was amused by the comparison. Let me tell you, Lin Baici definitely has an 8-pack, Ji Xinyan said with regret. It's a pity it's winter now, otherwise, we could organize a class gathering and go to the ocean park. When we wear swimsuits, you'd all be able to see Lin Baici's male model physique. Then I need to start losing weight in advance. Zhu Jiaqi touched her small belly. The other girls didn't speak. But they made up their minds to eat less and go running this winter. They absolutely could not gain any weight. I'm just afraid that old woman will see Lin Baici's abs before we do. Town, I said unhappily. Exactly. Lin Baici accepted such expensive wine from that wealthy woman. He'll definitely stay in touch. Right, otherwise, that would be too. Jojo wanted to say shameless. She felt that if she were in that situation, she would definitely exchange contact information. Especially after accepting such an expensive gift. No need to guess. As long as Lin Baici isn't stupid, he'll definitely maintain such a wealthy connection. As for how it ends, it just depends on whether Lin Baici can withstand that wealthy woman's advances. Baijiu didn't think much of it. The more outstanding a man was, the more inevitable it was for women to pursue him. Pei Fei felt her roommates were overthinking it. With Lin Baici's outstanding qualifications, the kind that could dominate the university scene, would he really go and no on some old, wilted cabbage? Are the girls at university no longer appealing? Or has Lin Baici been cursed by someone? Chapter 226, A Sudden Hunger. Hong Kong. Mongkok, a tea restaurant. A middle-aged man with short hair sat at a window seat on the second floor, watching the bustling night view of the city while eating hot pot. Even though he was alone, he had ordered a table full of dishes. His hair was slightly graying, and there were wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. But this did not make him look old. Instead, paired with his phoenix eyes, he possessed a certain uninhibited, mature charm. Inside the restaurant, the heating was turned up high, and because he was eating spicy food, the middle-aged man was drenched in sweat. Walking with you, though the road is long and I am not weary, accompanying you step by step. His cell phone suddenly rang. The middle-aged man answered the call while picking up a plate and dumping fish balls into the boiling pot. Plop, plop. Some of the soup splashed onto the table. Although it was past 10 o'clock, there were still many people eating late-night snacks. The second floor of the tea restaurant was noisy, but the moment the middle-aged man picked up his phone, the entire floor instantly went silent. It wasn't that they had chosen to be quiet. They were suppressed by an invisible force. Uncle Ju, I've met that Lin Baici. He's not easy to deal with. A mellow, languid female voice came through the receiver. Then I'll switch to someone else. The middle-aged man, known as Uncle Ju, picked up a piece of lamb with his chopsticks, swirled it in the sesame oil dip, and popped it into his mouth. Don't, I was just joking. The female voice hurriedly begged for mercy. I really like this mission. What? Taken a fancy to that Lin Baici? Uncle Ju teased. He knew the nature of this woman. She couldn't help herself whenever she saw a handsome young man. Absolutely, the female voice exclaimed. You didn't see him with your own eyes. He is truly so handsome. I almost couldn't hold back from stripping off his clothes right then and there and turning him into a wax figure. Remember, try to win him over first. If that doesn't work, then you can do whatever you want with him, Uncle Ju warned. Don't you dare play him to death. I won't. How could I bear to do that to such a handsome little puppy? The female voice chuckled. Just wait for me to tame him and bring him back to the Kowloon Pavilion. Be careful. As far as I know, half of the Lost Coast team members fell at his hands. The divine favors he possesses, while not many, include several top-tier ones. Uncle Ju's chopsticks moved with lightning speed, plucking fish balls from the pot and tossing them into his mouth. He chewed them casually before swallowing. I know. The female voice sounded very confident. Uncle Ju, don't worry. Our Kowloon Pavilion will soon have another little puppy to guard the house. Uncle Ju ended the call. The moment he placed his phone back on the table, the large second floor returned to its noisy state. No one knew that this middle-aged man had just finished a phone call. The current Divine Ruins Circle is truly full of talent. It makes me feel like an old man who should just go home and wait to die. Uncle Ju laughed heartily. Although he sighed this way, there wasn't a hint of self-deprecation in his tone. Rather, he felt spirited and ambitious. Just thinking about being able to play games with so many geniuses made him unwilling to lie in a coffin just yet. Speaking of which, that kid seems to be going to the Bizon Divine Ruins during winter break. Should I increase the intensity for him? Uncle Ju picked up a fishball and tossed it into his mouth. As his teeth bit down, it felt as if he were chewing on Lin Baici's corpse. Rain fell in the night as Lin Baici rushed into the dormitory building just before curfew. The earlier next time, the dormitory warden shouted, "Got it," Lin Baici replied perfunctorily, went upstairs, and returned to his room to find everyone chatting. "I thought you would be able to win over Ji Xinyan," Jin Jiayu said with surprise. He spoke without thinking, but Liu Yu and Zhu Daoguan took it to heart and were instantly annoyed. After all, they both liked Ji Xinyan. But given Jin Jiayu's status, they didn't dare to talk back or even be sarcastic. So they could only endure it. "Haha, she doesn't like me." When Liu Yu heard this, his heart filled with joy. "Serves you right. Hit a wall, didn't you? Think you can do whatever you want just because you're handsome? Sorry, my Xinyan isn't that kind of shallow girl. Brother Jin is your target by Zhao." Zhu Daoguan was a bit worried. Did Jin Jiayu give up because he knew Lin Baici was pursuing Ji Xinyan? "Don't have a dragon and tiger battle." Jin Jiayu shook his head. "I never actively pursue girls." Jin Jiayu's domineering attitude made everyone want to give him the middle finger. Fang Mingyuan watched everyone discussing girls and found it dull. If it were before, he would have been very interested. But ever since his cousin let something slip during the National Day holiday, letting him know about things like divine taboo items, he couldn't even muster much interest in basketball, let alone women. "I really want to be a god hunter. I really want to go and clear a divine ruin." Fang Mingyuan thought Lin Baici was quite excellent and Jin Jiayu was very rich. But compared to his cousin, they were nothing. After Lin Baici finished washing up, he saw over 30 messages. He clicked on them and found they were from Ji Xinyan and Jin Yingxin. Both had sent selfies. "Ji Xinyan, you're not doing this right. You're wearing too much. And what are you covering with your hand? Jin Yingxin is better. She treats me like a brother. And if she has something to show, she really shows it." Lin Baici grumbled to himself and replied to each one. The Korean girl seemed to have been waiting for Lin Baici. Seeing his reply, she immediately initiated a video call. Lin Baici clicked on it and saw Jin Yingxin working out in a navel-bearing tight sports top and yoga pants. "Appa, annyeonghaseyo, hold by. You're not lacking girls chasing you. And you're still watching this." Jin Jiayu heard a Korean woman speaking and, assuming Lin Baici was watching videos of Korean girls dancing, asked a question. He really did not understand. The woman in the video could not be touched. So what was the point? She is a friend. Lin Baici considered Jin Jiayu a friend. So, he did not hide it. "What? You even know a Korean girl?" Zhu Daoguan was surprised. He immediately stood up and leaned toward Lin Baici. "Let me take a look." Lin Baici turned his phone away. Jin Yingxin was dressed like that. He could not let others see her. So stingy. Zhu Daoguan looked at him with disdain. "She is afraid of strangers." Lin Baici gave a perfunctory excuse and jumped onto his bed. A few minutes later, the dormitory lights went out. Zhu Daoguan still wanted to say something, but he was interrupted by Liu Yu. "Can you guys go to sleep? We have class tomorrow." Zhu Daoguan was truly afraid of this nitpicker, so he dove straight under his quilt. Sleeping. The night passed without incident, and dawn arrived. Finally free from trivial matters, Lin Baici began to enjoy his university life. After waking up in the morning and finishing his personal hygiene, he went to the cafeteria for breakfast with Hu Wenwu and Fang Mingyuan, then headed to the classroom for lectures. In the evening after class, Lin Baici went straight to Gu Qingxiang's rented apartment. After dinner, he began his Korean language tutoring. During this time, there was a constant supply of fruits and small snacks, with new varieties every day. Gu Qingxiang had clearly put in a lot of effort. Even the fruits were not just cut into chunks but carved into various shapes. At 9:30, Lin Baici would return to school. In truth, he had tried to find an excuse to stay over several times, but his skin was too thin, and he felt too embarrassed to ask. Ending his life as a virgin was a long and arduous journey. A week passed by in such a plain and simple manner. On Sunday, Huo Yuru came by once, but her mental state was not very good. She even had dark circles under her eyes. Lin Baici asked her what was wrong. The little mermaid did not say, but he learned from Jin Jiayu, who loved watching live streams, that a female streamer named Xiao Shanya had recently emerged out of nowhere on Shark platform. She was beating the top 3 sirens and kicking the 4 starlets. showing a strong momentum to take the throne as the new top streamer. Ever since the previous top streamer was banned half a year ago for tax evasion, the first-tier female streamers on Shark platform had been fighting for half a year, pouring in a lot of real money. Huoyuru actually had a good chance. But in these past 2 weeks, the spotlight had been completely stolen by this Xiao Shanya. Jin Jiahui said that Huoyuru's streaming state was very poor. First, she got sick, and then, seemingly due to relationship problems in real life, she got into an argument with her third-ranked hardcore fan, eventually losing a large group of followers. Lin Baici watched Xiao Shanya's stream. Her looks were a 7 out of 10. Her figure was average and slightly short, but her voice was truly pleasant. The key was that Xiao Shanya's ability to mimic was too strong. Movie lines, classic golden oldies, she mimicked them exactly like the originals. Jin Jiahui said that at first, everyone thought Xiao Shanya was playing the original audio and kept bashing her. But Xiao Shanya did not explain herself and even mimicked them even more intensely. By the time most of the Shark platform knew there was such a shameless streamer, Xiao Shanya suddenly turned off the background music and movies and began to sing a cappella and recite lines. It was still exactly the same as the original version. This immediately stunned the haters and also made many passersby feel she was heaven sent, instantly turning them into fans. Lin Baici guessed that this Xiao Shanya might have used a divine grace. Otherwise, being able to sing in every style, from a lowly voice to a mature woman's voice, and then to a decadent smoky voice, was too exaggerated a talent. The Little Mermaid also had a divine grace, but it was the drunken immortal fist. She couldn't exactly drink and box during a livestream, or the channel would definitely be banned. Lin Baici planned to ask Huoyuru to come out and hang out next weekend to take her mind off things. Life remained calm and ripple-free. Lin Baici continued his 4-point routine: dormitory, cafeteria, classroom, and Gu Qingxiang's rented apartment. On Monday, Lin Baici finally could not bear the stench of Zhu Daoguan's feet. As soon as he returned to the dormitory, he turned right back around to Gu Qingxiang's apartment. "One of my roommate's feet are too smelly. Sister Qingxiang, let me stay for one night. I'll go rent a place tomorrow." Lin Baici knew that Gu Qingxiang must have had a good impression of him, otherwise, she wouldn't have been making him dinner with such variety or carefully arranging fruit platters. Gu Qingxiang frowned, looked at Lin Baici, and after struggling for a few minutes, she agreed. "Don't rent a place, it's too much of a waste of money. You should talk to your roommate and tell him to pay attention to his personal hygiene. Zhu Daoguan's feet are naturally smelly. There's nothing he can do about it," Lin Baici said helplessly. Gu Qingxiang wanted to say something, but eventually gave up. "Forget it, just stay here. But you cannot fail any subjects in the final exams. And you must coordinate well with your roommates so they don't keep reporting you." "Long live Sister Qingxiang," Lin Baici cheered, picked Gu Qingxiang up, and started spinning around in the living room. After going to bed that night, Lin Baici had a bit of insomnia, so he simply opened Xiao Shanya's livestream room, preparing to observe her. After all, one must know oneself and the enemy to be victorious in every battle. However, as soon as the sound from the livestream came out, Lin Baici's stomach growled first. Gurgle. A wave of hunger assaulted his internal organs. Chapter 227. Xiao Shanya. Lin Baici had already turned off the lights. The light emitted from his phone screen shone on his face, creating a horror movie atmosphere in the dark room. "Is there a divine taboo object?" Lin Baici was shocked and uncertain. Experiencing hunger under these circumstances definitely did not mean there was lost property nearby, but rather that a top-tier divine taboo object had appeared, triggering the hunger. Lin Baici got out of bed, walked to the window, and looked out into the residential complex. Apart from 2 young people jogging at night, a My2 delivery rider passing by on an electric scooter, and the occasional dog barking, the complex was very quiet. Lin Baici lowered his head to watch the stream. Xiao Shanya was wearing a black and white maid outfit today. She was holding a guitar and singing a Hong Kong golden oldie. Her right leg was resting on her gaming chair, her foot tapping the seat to keep the beat. The black silk stockings paired with the absolute territory were very eye-catching. Xiao Shanya did not like wearing accessories. Aside from changing her outfit, she looked no different from how she had appeared when Lin Baici watched her a few days ago. That is it for today's stream. I will see you all tomorrow afternoon at 3. Don't be late. Xiao Shanya said goodnight to her viewers and ended the stream at lightning speed. Lin Baici had not seen anything clearly, and after a moment of hesitation, he decided against calling Zhu Hongyao. Relying solely on his sense of hunger was not enough to confirm whether there was a divine item near Xiao Shanya. If he were mistaken, it would not only be a waste of effort for his colleagues at the Safety Bureau, but it would also bring trouble to Xiao Shanya. I will observe a bit longer. On Tuesday morning, during the break after the first advanced mathematics class, Zhu Qiunan arrived. As soon as she entered the classroom, the eyes of almost every male student fell upon her. Her slim-fit blue jeans tightly hugged her legs and hips, accentuating her long, shapely curves. She wore a pair of white sneakers on her feet, and on her upper body, she wore a thin, fluffy white down jacket that covered half of her hips. Her hair was tied into a ponytail, giving her a very youthful and beautiful appearance. Most people would feel somewhat uncomfortable being the center of so much attention, but Zhu Qiunan walked as if she were in an empty classroom, or rather, in her eyes, these students were no different from the holly bushes in the roadside greenery. Are you here to find the class monitor? Jojo was very envious of this girl's figure, and she was also the top student of this freshman year, a bona fide academic genius. Baijiu and Ji Xinyan were also pretty and had some fame within the college, but they were not on the same level as Zhu Qiunan. I suppose so, Liu Zilu muttered in a low voice. Didn't she already come to find the class monitor before? She even gave him the first cup of milk tea of autumn. Hearing this, Ji Xinyan pursed her red, lip balm-coated lips, wanting to say, "No, the first cup of milk tea of autumn was bought by me for him." Sure enough, Zhu Qiunan walked to the back row of the classroom, sat down beside Lin Baici, and placed the takeout bag she was carrying on the desk in front of him. The weather is getting cold. Take care to stay warm. I have been a bit busy lately, but once I am free, I will treat you to a meal. Zhu Qiunan chattered on, like a thoughtful girlfriend caring for her boyfriend. The delicious takeout has been delivered to your door. Start eating, start eating. You don't have to do this, classmate Zhu. You don't owe me anything. Lin Baici had never thought about using the fact that he saved Zhu Qiunan to make any excessive demands. Can you call me Xiaonan? If you don't want to, Qiunan is fine too, Zhu Qiunan requested in a low voice. The boys sitting nearby saw the top-ranked beauty and academic genius acting so humble and were so envious they felt like vomiting blood. If they had known that beating that mad dog to death could win the heart of a beautiful academic genius, they would have definitely gone all out that day. Even if it meant being bitten all over, it would have been worth it. Qa Yunnan. Lin Baici did not know how to respond. If it were someone like Ji Xinyan, who actively flirted with him, he would be happy to flirt back or even let something happen. But Zhu Qiunan was a good girl, and psychologically, Lin Baici did not dare to have the thought of taking advantage of her and then not taking responsibility. To put it bluntly, Lin Baici was not enough of a scumbag. I heard you have been skipping classes a bit too much lately. It is fine. You have just started university and want to let loose. That is understandable. When the final exams come at the end of the year, I can help you with tutoring. After saying this, Zhu Qiunan stood up. Class is about to start. I am leaving now. This female academic genius acted cleanly and efficiently, without any hesitation. She came like a cloud and left like a wind. Did she bring you anything? Zhang Jixu, who was sitting in the front row, reached out and rummaged through the takeout bag. A cup of milk tea, 3 pieces of chocolate, an egg tart, and a piece of strawberry mousse cake. These items added up to 100 yuan, which was not cheap for a university student. More importantly, this gesture was rare, and it was delivered personally by the top-ranked beauty and academic genius of the grade. Old Bai, what are you thinking? Jin Jiayu was curious about what kind of girl Lin Baici actually liked. The situation is already very clear. It is a girl chasing a boy. As long as you agree, this marriage is as good as settled. Liu Yu, sitting not far away, was so jealous he felt like vomiting blood. What is so great about Lin Baici? Why is Zhu Qiunan throwing herself at him like this? Does she have no shame? Class monitor, are you playing hard to get? Or do you already have someone you like? Zhang Jixu was dying of curiosity. Jukyunan was both beautiful and talented, and she was even lowering herself to please him like this. Even that couldn't move Lin Baici. The girl's side was also full of interest. Is the class monitor fishing? If he plays too hard, he will lose out big time. Jujiachi felt that Lin Baici must be pretending to be reserved and would probably agree soon. After all, Jukyunan was truly excellent, even she was moved. Heifei guessed. Does Jukyunan know about Lin Baici's family background? Even if the class monitor really doesn't like her, if she keeps up this offensive, who can hold out? Taonai felt that it was only a matter of time before Lin Baici was conquered. Ji Xinyan was absent-mindedly twirling her pen. Time is getting tighter and tighter. Whoever wants to drink Lin Baici's first cup of milk tea, hurry up and make your move. Is this milk tea of yours? Is it decent? Liu Zilu teased. Everyone still had self-awareness. Competing with Jukyunan for a man, wouldn't that just be asking for trouble? By the way, do you know, on that rainy day, I heard a girl was dropped off by a Rolls Royce. Could it be this Jukyunan? I actually think Senior Mikin is more likely. Was the boy driving handsome? There were no boys, only a driver. The kind wearing a uniform. The girls chattered away, discussing whether Mikin was about to marry into a wealthy family. Heifei listened to this with a look of astonishment. She really wanted to say, that wasn't Mikin. It was Mian Gxi and Yn. In the evening, Lin Baici returned to Gu Qingxiang's rented apartment. After finishing dinner, tutoring, and washing up, he returned to the guest room and opened Xiao Shanya's livestream channel. This time, there was no sense of hunger. A week passed by in a mundane blur. Lin Baici had gained nothing, while the popularity of the streamer Little Fairy Tooth continued to skyrocket, firmly establishing her among the ranks of top-tier streamers. On Saturday, Lin Baici went to practice driving with Jia Hongyao. When he returned in the afternoon, he had intended to ask Gu Qingxiang out for dinner, but the counselor had bought a large amount of groceries and was busy preparing a feast. Lin Baici had no choice but to drop the idea. After the meal, Lin Baici tried to clear the dishes, but Gu Qingxiang refused. Go play on your phone. The counselor was truly a virtuous and domestic woman. She had never let Lin Baici do any housework. With nothing to do, Lin Baici lay on the sofa and watched Little Fairy Tooth's livestream. This newly emerged female streamer mostly broadcasted from home, either in the living room or the bedroom. Today, it was the bedroom. Through the livestream, one could see half of a bed piled with over a dozen plush toys, almost all of which were anime or cartoon characters. On the desk sat the streaming equipment, a microphone and a camera, along with a large enamel tea mug filled with wood ear mushrooms steeped in Nongfu spring water. Every time she finished singing, picking up the mug and taking a few deep gulps of the mushroom water had become Little Fairy Tooth's signature move. Want to see my feet? Get lost in the live stream. Little Fairy Tooth was retorting to someone. I don't sell my legs, I make a living based on my talent. If you guys are enjoying the show, buy a fan badge or tip a few bits of silver. Little Fairy Tooth thanks you all. What was displayed on the screen was just an ordinary girl's bedroom, with no signs of any god-forbidden object. But gurgle. Lin Baici felt a wave of hunger, just like when one sees someone posting pictures of delicious late-night snacks, making him crave a hearty meal. Lin Baici's spirits lifted. He sat up and stared at the phone screen. Little Fairy Tooth's streaming style was very mainstream and somewhat reserved, but her ability to mimic others was truly incredible. To attend a concert by a big star, one had to spend real money on tickets. But here with Little Fairy Tooth, one could hear covers that were no less impressive than the original versions. If you didn't look at the person and only listen to the voice, no one could tell the difference between the real thing and the cover. Next up is the song request segment everyone has been looking forward to. One by one. Okay, I'll sing for the fans first. Little Fairy Tooth's smile was very sweet. Lin Baici watched the screen as if playing a game of Spot the Difference. Soon, his gaze landed on the pile of plush toys. Between the gap where a Pikachu and a Totoro were squeezed together, a small claw and half a wing were visible. It looked like some kind of bird. Could it be this thing? Lin Baici frowned. The plush toys on the bed were all anime or cartoon characters, but this small claw belonged to an animal, which was quite unusual. Furthermore, it looked like it had been deliberately buried inside. as if someone didn't want it to be seen. A parrot plush toy touched by a god. The gluttonous god suddenly spoke up to comment. Lin Baici felt a sense of relief in his heart. It was confirmed, this was the thing. Lin Baici reckoned that the reason he hadn't felt hungry when watching Little Fairy Tooth's stream last time was likely because this object hadn't been in the frame. Speaking of which, it involved a god again. Was it the same one he encountered at the provincial museum, or a new god? Lin Baici pondered this and dialed Jia Hongyao's number. What's up? Bored tonight and looking for someone to play games with. Jia Hongyao was surprised. Usually, she was the one who took the initiative to chat with Lin Baici. Go on Shark platform and search for the streamer Little Fairy Tooth. She has a god-forbidden object. Lin Baici asked. Is she a member of the Kyushu Security Bureau? Let me check. After waiting a few minutes, Jia Hongyao replied. How do you usually handle situations like this? Lin Baici wasn't targeting Little Fairy Tooth. But once a god-forbidden object triggered rule-based contamination, the danger was immense. He hadn't forgotten how that stray dog last time had affected an entire residential complex and caused many deaths. Contain the god-forbidden object and have the holder sign a confidentiality agreement. However, most holders end up dying when the rule-based contamination erupts, Jia Hongyao explained. She opened Little Fairy Tooth's stream and watched for a few minutes. Where is the god-forbidden object? Buried under those plush toys. Lin Baici thought to himself that it was fortunate Jia Hongyao had a D-rank intelligence and didn't like to get to the bottom of things. If it had been Jia Hongmian, he wouldn't have been able to brush it off at all. Where? Oh, I see it. No way. You were able to find that. Jia Hongyao was shocked. Mais is truly the best in the world. He is a natural-born god hunter. Wait, how did you determine that through the screen? Although the high ponytail girl trusted Lin Baici, she still needed a reason to file an action report. A feeling, Lin Baici explained. This streamer rose to fame too quickly, and her mimicry ability is abnormally strong. I've been paying attention for a few days, and today I suddenly realized there was something wrong with that plush toy. She is currently in the middle of a stream. If you appear at her house now, it will cause unnecessary trouble. Wait until tomorrow. The two of you can go over. Suddenly, Jia Hongmian's voice came through the receiver. Oh damn. Lin Baici was startled. Your sister is there. Why didn't you say so? Are you looking to get a taste of a belt whipping? Fortunately, Jia Hongmian didn't dwell on the detail of how Lin Baici discovered the god-forbidden object. Lin Baici didn't want to talk to Jia Hongyao while Jia Hongmian was present, so after agreeing on a time, he quickly hung up the phone. After all, the secret that he could consume divine remains raw was simply too big. Eat some fruit. Gu Qingxiang placed a fruit platter on the coffee table in front of Lin Baici. Lin Baici watched Little Fairy Tooth's stream and suddenly smiled. Could it be that gods also like to flock to first-tier cities to live? But they probably don't have to worry about being drifters in the city, right? After all, they are gods. They can definitely afford to buy a house. Qingxiang, what is your monthly salary? Lin Baici asked out of curiosity. Why? Gu Qingxiang, who was wiping the dining table, looked up and glanced at Lin Baici. Short on money. Trying to woo a girl or buying something. Is 5,000 enough? Gu Qingxiang said this while reaching for her phone, preparing to transfer money to Lin Baici. No, I don't need money. Lin Baici looked embarrassed, but he also felt a bit warmed. His question had actually been a whim. He wanted to buy his counselor an apartment. Otherwise, with her salary, she would probably never be able to afford a house in Haijing in her entire life. Lin Baici had previously considered buying a house, but living here with Gu Qingxiang was so comfortable that he had forgotten to return home. Although the place wasn't big, the hostess was beautiful, virtuous, and capable. Ding dong, his WeChat chimed. Lin Baici opened his phone and saw a transfer notification from his counselor. 5,000 yuan. Qingxiang, I really don't need money. Lin Baici was stunned. He hadn't expected Gu Qingxiang to give him money so readily. I don't have anywhere to spend money. You take it to buy some clothes, or eat something better at the cafeteria at noon, Gu Qingxiang instructed. Lin Baici was very moved. He rolled off the sofa, jumped up, rushed over, and hugged Gu Qingxiang. Why won't you agree to be my girlfriend? Gu Qingxiang was silent for a few seconds, stood on her tiptoes, kissed Lin Baici. then pushed him away and continued wiping the table. Lin Baici hugged Gu Qingxiang from behind, kissed her hair, and then tentatively slid his right hand upward. He couldn't understand it. Gu Qingxiang didn't refuse these intimate actions, but she simply wouldn't agree to be his girlfriend. The next morning, Lin Baici was waiting for Zhao Hongyao at the school gate. They were going to find Xiao Shanya later, but Huo Yu arrived first. Xiao Bai. Huo Yu had intended to stage a surprise attack, but she didn't expect to see Lin Baici as soon as she stepped out of the taxi. "Did you guess I was coming?" Lin Baici was speechless. The little mermaid pouted, her voice filled with grievance. "You aren't waiting for another girl, are you? Let me see. Is she cuter than me? I'm waiting for Hongyao. We have serious business today," Lin Baici explained. "Sister Hongyao, then it's fine." Huo Yu immediately smiled. Given Lin Baici's integrity, he shouldn't be making a move on the intelligence de Zhao Hongyao, otherwise he would have succeeded long ago. It wouldn't be going to purify a god ruin, would it? Huo Yu was both fond of and afraid of such operations. What she loved was the ability to obtain divine grace, or even meteor stones, which could strengthen the body and make one healthier and more beautiful. What she feared was the ease of dying. Although she would be protected by Lin Baici, the streamer felt embarrassed to always be a burden, containing a divine taboo item. Lin Baici gave a brief explanation. Is Xiao Shanya a god hunter? Did she become famous because of a divine taboo item? Huo Yu was shocked, then relieved. No wonder. But why is her divine grace so powerful? Mine is just drinking and boxing. Beep, beep. A military jeep drove over and honked a few times. "Sister Hongyao." Huo Yu quickly greeted her. "Aren't you cold?" Zhao Hongyao asked in surprise. The streamer was wearing black leggings and a down jacket that only reached her thighs. If she walked with larger strides or bent over, her bottom could be exposed. "I'm cold." Huo Yu took the opportunity to hug Lin Baici's arm. "If it weren't to capture Xiao Bai's heart, I wouldn't wear something like this out." The passenger door of the jeep opened, and Gu Qingshu stepped out. "Baici, Yu, cough, cough. Good morning, you're coming too." Huo Yu felt that Gu Qingshu, looking so pale and coughing, should be resting at home. "I'm bored, so I'm coming to take a look." Gu Qingshu just wanted to observe Lin Baici containing a divine taboo item up close. For this, she had specifically brought 2 phones with the best camera performance and 1 digital video camera. "Get in the car. We'll talk on the way," Zhao Hongyao urged. Overnight, the Security Bureau had already found detailed information on Xiao Shanya, including her real name, current address, family situation, and so on. Xiao Shanya hadn't finished high school and had come to Haijing to work. Because her education was too poor, she couldn't find a job, so she simply started streaming. She had only been famous for a little over a month, so she hadn't earned much money yet and was still living in an old, dilapidated residential complex called Manhwa-style at 9:30. The 4 of them arrived at the complex and found Xiao Shanya's rented room. Knock, knock, knock. Zhao Hongyao knocked on the door, but no one answered. "It seems she's not home." Gu Qingshu was holding her phone, filming. "Should we break in? Let's wait for Xiao Shanya to come back. Since a divine taboo item is such an important thing, she must carry it with her." Lin Baici hadn't expected the start to be so unsuccessful. He currently felt no hunger, which also indicated that there was no divine taboo item in the room. "We can only wait." Zhao Hongyao prepared to go to the car, but Huo Yu suddenly spoke up. "I asked about Xiao Shanya in my fan group. Someone said she's having a gathering with fans today and won't be streaming tonight." Chapter 228, Outbreak of Rule Pollution. If that's the case, her return time is uncertain. If they have a wild time, they might even stay out all night. Gu Qingshu felt like it was a wasted trip. Lin Baici and Zhao Hongyao looked at each other. If rule pollution breaks out at a fan gathering, that would be quite a show, Lin Baici joked. But it shouldn't be that coincidental, right, Xiaoyu? Ask your fans if they know where their gathering is. Zhao Hongyao intended to go and take a look. Okay. Among Huo Yu's wealthy fans, there were quite a few who had recently taken a liking to Xiao Shanya and had tipped a lot of money. So they were qualified to attend that fan gathering at Haihong Building on the 6th floor. A few minutes later, Huo Yu got the address. "Let's go." We'll pretend to be fans and go take a look and observe Xiao Shanya as a person. Jiu Hongyao was the first to head downstairs. Haihong Building was located on Jiangbo Road. It was an older structure, and because it was not in the city center, the daily rental price was quite reasonable. Since there were many people and sitting at tables to eat would hinder communication, Xiao Shanya had arranged for a buffet so that everyone could chat while they ate. At 10:30, Lin Baici and the other three arrived at the building. There was a large sign standing at the entrance that read Xiao Shanya Fan Meetup, along with 2 flower baskets. As Lin Baici and his group walked into the lobby, a female receptionist wearing a cheongsam walked over. "Are you here to attend the Xiao Shanya Fan Meetup?" Jiu Hongyao nodded. "Please follow me this way, to the 6th floor." The receptionist led the way and ushered them into the elevator. When the elevator doors opened again, a wave of noise rushed toward them. Gurgle, Lin Baici's stomach growled, and he felt a slight sense of hunger. It is quite lively. Jiu Hongyao walked about 10 meters along the corridor and saw a banquet hall. At the entrance of the hall, there were 2 tables with over a dozen permanent markers on them. On the wall to one side of the corridor, a large piece of red paper was posted, and it already had quite a few signatures on it. As the 4 of them approached, a staff member sitting behind the table picked up a few pens and handed them over. "You can sign your Shark platform ID on the red paper. Please do not sign your real names." The staff member was a young man in his 20s named Li Junsheng, who looked quite sharp. He didn't pay much attention to Lin Baici. He was a man, and he had no interest in him. However, Jiu Hongyao and Gu Qingqiu left him stunned. Are they really this beautiful? Especially the girl with the ponytail wearing a tracksuit. Her chest was so large it felt like she was hiding to giant papayas. When Li Junsheng handed a marker to Huo Yuyu, he froze completely. Sister Yu. He was a local fan of Xiao Shanya and had volunteered to help out today. He also loved watching live streams, so he was very familiar with Huo Yuyu's face. "Thank you." Huo Yuyu gave a sweet smile, took the marker, and signed the characters Huo Yuyu on the red paper on the wall. Lin Baici signed as Lin the Hungry Man. Jiu Hongyao and Gu Qingqiu did not watch live streams, but they followed the local custom and wrote down their names. After the 4 of them finished signing and were about to enter the hall, Li Junsheng stood up abruptly, looking a bit flustered. Sister Yu, could I take a photo with you?" Huo Yuyu put on her professional smile. Li Junsheng took a few photos with Huo Yuyu, then suddenly remembered to ask, "Should I go and notify Xiao Shanya for you?" He wondered why Sister Yu had come. She couldn't be here to crash the party, could she? Could this be a hidden Easter egg? A benefit for the fans? But he had never seen Xiao Shanya and Sister Yu do a joint stream before. And what about the identities of the other 2 girls? Li Junsheng was certain they were not streamers. Otherwise, with their looks, even if they didn't have any special talents, they could easily become somewhat popular just by humming a few tunes or dancing in front of the camera. "No need. We will go in ourselves," Huo Yu replied with a smile. Inside the banquet hall, there were quite a few fans. Lin Baici made a rough estimate of about 300 people. This was still in the morning, and many hadn't arrived yet. Otherwise there would be even more. Are they all men? Jiu Hongyao scanned the room and saw that almost all the fans were male. Then, her gaze landed on the northwest corner, where a group of people was gathered. Although she couldn't see Xiao Shanya, she must be among the crowd. Hearing this, Huo Yuyu quickly stole a glance at Lin Baici to avoid any misunderstandings. She decided that she would not hold fan meetups in the future. Women either watch Taobao live streams or go on Xiaohongshu. Gu Qingqiu couldn't help but chuckle. This was a matter of the platform's target audience. Act in secret. Observe silently. Jiu Hongyao prepared to sneak into the village without making a sound. But she clearly forgot what kind of appearance and figure she had. Even wearing a loose tracksuit, she couldn't hide her large chest. Soon, someone noticed Jiu Hongyao and the other 2. What is going on? Are they also Xiao Shanya's fans? Are they guests invited by Xiao Shanya? Would you invite someone prettier than yourself as a guest? The fans were whispering among themselves. When they saw Huo Yuyu, their attention shifted to her. After all, the men who came here were all fans of live streams. And as a top-tier female streamer on the Shark platform, Huo Yu's popularity and fame were quite high. Not to mention that Huo Yu was dressed quite eye-catchingly today. Is that Sister Yu? Oh my, black leggings with a down jacket. I love it. I actually got to see the real Sister Yu. Some socially outgoing fans immediately ran toward Huo Yu. Seeing two female streamers in one day, what a bargain. Huo Yu felt a bit awkward, firstly, because she had disrupted Xiao Shanya's fan meetup, and secondly, because so many people were looking at her legs, which made her feel very unnatural. Her fingers gripped the hem of her down jacket, constantly trying to pull it down. She had dressed like this today for Lin Baici to see, not for the benefit of other men. Lin Baici hid in a corner of the banquet hall, standing in a position where he could see Xiao Shanya, and observed the girl. She was 17 or 18 years old, her face still carrying the innocence of someone who hadn't seen much of the world. She had a bit more of a down-to-earth, human touch than the Xiao Shanya in the live streams, looking like a girl next door, a normal girl who yearns for the big city. I have seen too much, yet I possess too little. Xiao Shanya noticed the change in the banquet hall, and soon someone told her that it seemed like Sister Yu had arrived. Sister Yu. Xiao Shanya had come to Haijing and started this line of work precisely because she watched Huo Yu's live streams. She felt that their styles were similar. Both were petite and cute girls who could become popular even without a curvy figure. Xiao Shanya swallowed hard. She felt a bit nervous because Huo Yu was practically her idol. Just as Xiao Shanya was struggling with how to greet Huo Yu took the initiative and walked over. I am sorry. It seems I have interrupted your fan meetup. Huo Yu apologized. Isn't this a surprise egg that Xiao Shanya prepared for everyone? Someone exclaimed in surprise. Given Huo Yu's current status, there were countless fans who wanted to see her. You, Sister Yu. Why are you here? Xiao Shanya was a bit shy. I came here with a friend. He is a fan of yours. Huo Yu could not exactly say that she just happened to be there. So she had to tell a little white lie and pull Lin Baici out to take the blame. There, it is that one. Huo Yu raised her hand and pointed. Xiao Shanya followed Huo Yu's finger and saw a tall, handsome young man. When he was not speaking, he possessed a very calm and steady temperament. I actually have such a handsome male fan. Xiao Shanya was stunned, and then her chest was filled with a sense of pride and happiness. She tried to hold it in, but could not help herself. Sister Yu. What is your friend's name? Huo Yu felt like crying. No way. Are you interested in him? Don't. I already have enough competitors. His name is Lin Baici. He studies at Haijing University of Science and Technology. Huo Yu introduced him. When Xiao Shanya heard the words Haijing University of Science and Technology, her heart skipped a beat. University student. Xiao Shanya felt a bit inferior because she had not even finished high school. But she quickly adjusted her mindset. It is fine. I will soon become a top-tier streamer. I can earn a lot of money, and I am worthy of a man like this. Xiao Shanya reached out and touched her crossbody bag, feeling the shape of the doll inside, and she let out a sigh of relief. Have you signed with a company yet? I can provide you with some advice. Huo Yu's words were sincere. Some streamers signed with the wrong companies and ended up being cheated quite badly. Did you find anything? Gu Qingqiu walked up to Lin Baici and joined him in observing Xiao Shanya, who was talking to Huo Yu. Just a very ordinary little girl. Lin Baici felt a slight hunger. He wanted to eat. That divine taboo object should be in Xiao Shanya's bag. More and more fans arrived. Some of them discovered Huo Yu and felt as if they had just picked up 100 million. Huo Yu found a gap, shook off those fans, and found Lin Baici. Let's go. We can wait at her place. If we keep going like this, I'm going to steal the spotlight. And I feel quite bad about it. Besides, dealing with fans was very tiring, mainly because so many people wanted photos. Headshots were one thing, but people wanted full-body shots. Huo Yu really did not want others to see her in this outfit. Alright, let's go say goodbye and then leave. This was Xiao Shanya's fan meetup, so logically and emotionally, they should let her know. When Lin Baici, Gu Qingqiu, Zhu Hongniao, and Huo Yu walked up to Xiao Shanya, they immediately attracted the attention of the entire room. There was no helping it, and a hall filled almost entirely with males. It would be strange if such beautiful girls did not attract attention. Xiao Shanya, I am sorry, we interrupted your meetup. So we are going to head out now, okay? Huo Yu gave an apologetic smile. Why not stay for lunch before you go? Xiao Shanya tried to persuade them to stay. No. Huo Yu waved her hand. Then let's exchange WeChat. Let's keep in touch. After Xiao Shanya and Huo Yu added each other as friends, she walked them out. No need, you should go back. As soon as Huo Yu finished speaking, the elevator door opened, and a young man wearing jeans and a leather jacket rushed out. When he saw Xiao Shanya, he immediately roared in anger. I called you so many times. Why didn't you call me back? The young man roared as he charged over like an angry bull. Xiao Shanya's expression stiffened. She had not expected her ex-boyfriend to find her here. If this caused a scene, her streaming career would likely be over, and she panicked. Lin Baici took a step forward and blocked Xiao Shanya. Because of his tall stature, he completely shielded the petite Xiao Shanya. Who are you? Get lost. The young man was very aggressive and reached out to push Lin Baici. Lin Baici grabbed the young man's wrist with his right hand, twisted it behind his back, and used his left hand to grab him by the collar. With Lin Baici's current physique, dealing with a young man like this was no different from grabbing a chick. What are you doing? I am her boyfriend. Let me go, Jenkin. *****. You got famous and now you are turning your back on me, right? The young man cursed loudly. Urgently. There were some people in the hall who had followed them out just to see the beautiful girls like Huo Yu. Now, hearing the commotion, even more people came out. Xiao Shanya was anxious and quickly clarified. I have already broken up with you. Don't talk nonsense. Huo Yu quickly stopped her. This kind of thing could not be admitted, otherwise, this guy would claim that Xiao Shanya became famous and looked down on him for being poor and useless, leading to the breakup. Xiao Shanya would be unable to defend herself. The correct way to handle this was to act like they did not know him and treat the young man like a fanatical fan. You heard her. She admitted I am her boyfriend, the young man shouted. Are you still not going to let me go? Lin Baici had not expected to run into something like this. It was a bit tricky. Find a room and let the two of them talk, Jia Hongya suggested. Talk about what? Gu Qingqiu was speechless. As soon as they talked, it would invite suspicion if you have no relationship. Why are you talking? So the best approach was to act like they did not know each other. Call the police. Gu Qingqiu was inclined to favor Xiao Shanya, based on her observations. She felt that this was just an ordinary girl who yearned for life in a big city, came to work alone, and by some stroke of luck, picked up a god-forbidden item, absorbed divine grace, and suddenly became popular on Shark platform. Don't call the police. Xiao Shanya spoke out subconsciously to stop them. In her view, being taken away by the police was a very serious matter. If you trust me, let me handle it for you, Huo Yu interjected. Xiao Shanya was currently in the limelight and was Huo Yu's competitor. Seeing this fan gathering turn into a farce and become a dark stain on Xiao Shanya's history was the most beneficial outcome for Huo Yu. If she were a scheming woman, she would have even fanned the flames to make the situation blow up completely. But Huo Yu could not bring herself to do such a thing. If she wanted to win and become the top streamer on Shark platform, she had to win fair and square. Xiao Shanya had never experienced anything like this before. Although she had broken up with Zheng Guoxu, she still held onto old feelings and was worried that Huo Yu would deal with him too harshly. Jenkin, you are ungrateful. You are a female version of Chen Shimei. You are shameless. Zheng Guoxu cursed loudly. Your elders gave you the name Guoxu, yet your level of cursing is just this? Even a dog would shake its head at it. Gu Qingqiu teased, wanting to attract Zheng Guoxu's attention to reduce the pressure on Xiao Shanya. A man who pesters others relentlessly. A man who knows nothing but smoking. I will take him down first, Lin Baici sighed. It is difficult for even an honest official to settle family disputes. He decided to let Xiao Shanya calm down and handle it herself, however. He had only taken a few steps when a violent gust of wind suddenly surged, whipping up flying sand and rocks, blowing so hard that he could not open his eyes. Rule contamination. Lin Baici did not expect that the god-forbidden item would be activated at this moment. Beginning to radiate contamination. Chapter 229 Sky Mirror. The beginning of death. What is going on? How could there be a sandstorm? Damn it! Who stepped on my foot? Yellow sand surged, sweeping through the high-hung building. The fans in the banquet hall were initially able to shout a few times, but they were soon forced to shut their mouths and eyes by the blowing sand. However, this process did not last long, only about 10 seconds. When everyone felt that there was no more sand hitting their faces and the strong wind stopped, they opened their eyes and were stunned. The banquet hall was gone, replaced by a clear blue sky, as pristine and limpid as a mirror. Surrounding them were towering skyscrapers, standing like steel spikes thrusting straight into the clouds, as if they could poke a hole in the sky itself. Is this a 3D projection? Xiao Shanya, is this a program you arranged? Say something. Many people were completely bewildered. Some did not dare to act rashly, while others walked hurriedly to check the situation around them. But there was nothing to see. At this moment, everyone was on the roof of a skyscraper, with an area about the size of 2 football fields. It was unobstructed, and they could not find any stairwell to leave. However, in the middle of the roof, there was a giant parrot statue, about 10 meters high. It is here. It is here. It is rule contamination. Guqinkyu muttered to herself. Her hands and feet were trembling slightly, not out of fear, but out of excitement. She could play this kind of thrilling God-forbidden game again. You have got to be kidding me. Huoyu closed her eyes helplessly and pinched the bridge of her nose. Again. There's good news and bad news. The bad news is that rule contamination has broken out again. The good news is that with Lin Shen here, there is hope. Lin Baici scanned his surroundings immediately, and then looked at Xiao Shanya. This girl also had a dumbfounded expression with her jaw dropped, clearly unaware that this rule contamination had broken out because of her. Xiao Shanya, give me your bag, Xiao Hongya ordered. The situation was very clear. It was the sudden arrival of Xiao Shanya's ex-boyfriend that caused her emotions to fluctuate violently, thereby activating the God-forbidden item she was carrying. Although the various institutions researching divine remains had already collected many God-forbidden items, they still only had a superficial understanding of how they were activated. It is currently known that radiation from divine remains, the injection of divine power by God hunters, and intense emotional fluctuations in the holder of a God-forbidden item can all activate them. What for? Xiao Shanya stammered. Give it to me, quickly, Xu Hongya urged. Destroying the God-forbidden item was also one of the ways to lift rule contamination, but the prerequisite was that one had to find it first. Xiao Shanya shook her head violently and hugged her shoulder bag. This was her treasure. This abnormal situation was all caused by the things in your bag. Lin Baici tried to keep his tone as gentle as possible, not wanting to provoke the girl further. However, he estimated that the doll was no longer inside, because his hunger had disappeared. It is not me. It is not me. Xiao Shanya looked panicked. I did not do anything. The fans found Xiao Shanya in the crowd and immediately crowded toward her, wanting an explanation, as she was the organizer. Everyone, be quiet and listen to me, Xiao Hongya shouted. We are currently in the middle of rule contamination. If you do not want to die, do not act rashly. Rule contamination. What is that? Holy crap. So the news about God-forbidden items circulating on the internet is true. Will we die? The fans clamored, and many timid people turned pale upon hearing Jia Hongyao say there was a life-threatening danger. Who are you? Li Junsheng asked. I am a god hunter from the Juzhou Security Bureau. I came here today to contain the God-forbidden item. Jia Hongyao took a palm-sized booklet with a red cover from her pocket and showed it to everyone. It was her identification. Then, she looked at Xiao Shanya. Can you give me the bag now? Xiao Hongyao had a cold and arrogant expression, standing with a rigid, upright posture that gave her a heroic and spirited air. However, one really shouldn't look at her chest, or it would completely ruin the overall image. God hunter. Is that really a profession? Do you all have supernatural powers? How can we leave this place? The crowd was chattering, all pushing toward her, wanting to get closer to Jia Hongyao to understand more about the situation. Xiao Shanya was just an ordinary girl. Seeing Jia Hongyao take out her identification, and hearing the name Safety Bureau, which sounded mysterious and prestigious, she became frightened. She took off her shoulder bag and handed it to the girl with the high ponytail. However, there was still a deep sense of reluctance in her eyes. Jia Hongyao opened the bag. But apart from a cell phone, a wallet, keys, tissues, and other miscellaneous odds and ends, there was nothing inside. Where is my little parrot? Xiao Shanya was stunned and grew anxious. She wanted to snatch the bag back to search through it carefully, but she didn't dare to make a move, so she became frantic, scratching her head and ears in distress. We have no choice but to play the God's Taboo game. Jia Hongyao clapped her hands to attract everyone's attention. Just as she intended to explain a few things to help everyone prepare themselves mentally, something happened on the roof of this rectangular skyscraper. Several black cubes, each a meter square, appeared out of thin air, distributed in a scattered yet orderly fashion around the rooftop. Gu Qingqiu tugged at Lin Baici's arm and pointed them out to him. On some of the cubes, there was a feather about a foot long resting on top. Are we supposed to retrieve those feathers? Gu Qingqiu deduced. Isn't this too dangerous? Huo Yuyu was very nervous because to get the feathers, one would need to jump and move using the cubes as footholds. The distances between them varied, and they were distributed at different heights, much like those obstacle course variety shows on television. If you failed, at most you wouldn't get the prize money. Now, if you failed, you would die, because there was nothing beneath those cubes. Once a person missed their footing, they would fall straight down. I will go up and try first. Jia Hongyao rolled up one of her sleeves. Wait, do you know which cubes can be stepped on and which cannot? Do you know if there is a time limit when you step on a cube? If there is a time limit, then you must plan at least 3 routes before you start. Also, when you jump, will the cubes in front suddenly move or fall away? Finally, when you pick up the feather, will a monster appear to attack you? Gu Qingqiu rattled off a whole list of questions in one breath, leaving Jia Hongyao completely bewildered. She hadn't thought about any of these things at all, and yet, what she said sounded so reasonable. Little Lin, what should we do? Whenever Jia Hongyao encountered real corruption in the past, she always acted first and thought later. You and Qingqiu are not the same type of god hunter. If you overthink, you will become indecisive and lose your advantage. Lin Baici took out the giant locust leg and handed it to Jia Hongyao. Remember, do not step on the same cube repeatedly. Do not stay on one cube for more than 10 seconds. And when you come back, hearing Lin Baici say this, Jia Hongyao immediately revealed a happy smile and ran toward the edge of the roof with swift movements. Qingqiu, you explain things so complicatedly. Who can understand that? Little Lin's plan is much clearer and more straightforward. Make way. Lin Baici hurried to follow as he started running. Huo Yuyu and Gu Qingqiu immediately followed behind him. Aren't you afraid of getting her killed? Gu Qingqiu glanced at Lin Baici. She liked playing these God's Taboo games where life was the wager, but that didn't mean she was a mad woman who didn't fear death. Someone has to go. Lin Baici's answer made Gu Qingqiu fall silent. Given the personalities of Lin Baici and Jia Hongyao, they certainly wouldn't force others to act as cannon fodder to scout the path. If they waited for others to volunteer, they might have already missed the most precious golden window of the game. Don't worry, I've observed it. With the physical fitness that both Red Medicine and I possess, this small scene is no problem at all. Lin Baici reassured Gu Qingqiu, then jogged to the edge of the roof. Without pausing, he exerted a slight force with his legs and jumped onto a cube a meter away. You should focus on helping Red Medicine find a few more safe routes. Gu Qingqiu was astonished. Although she knew Lin Baici wouldn't let Jia Hongyao take risks alone, she hadn't expected him to be so confident. He didn't stop to observe, which clearly meant that while he was running toward the edge of the roof, he had already scouted out the black cubes he intended to use as footholds. Be careful. Huo Yuyu knew Lin Baici's character, so she wasn't startled by his sudden action. However, Jia Hongyao, who had just jumped onto the third cube, was taken aback. Why did you come up too? I can't just watch our team leader take risks alone, Lin Baici teased. He stomped hard. Although these cubes were suspended in midair, they were very stable and solid, not wobbling in the slightest. The only problem was that the footholds were too small, and there were no railings or similar barriers around them. So standing on them was quite terrifying, even if one didn't look down. Anyone with a fear of heights would be finished in this round. Then, why did you give me the giant locust leg? Xia Hongyao was speechless. This god's taboo item could increase the holder's jumping ability. Stop talking nonsense and focus on getting the feather. After Lin Baici finished speaking, he continued to jump. He activated the Divine Grace Cat's agile step, which made his movements elegant, steady, and nimble, just like a wild cat. Xia Hongyao didn't speak again, but her heart was filled with emotion. Little Lin, if I don't give birth to a pair of twins for you, I would be failing our friendship. Damn, what are they doing? Are they going to get the feathers? This is so dangerous. The viewers were stunned. Someone stood at the edge of the rooftop, leaning half their body over to peer down, and was immediately overcome with dizziness and heart palpitations. It was too high, even the ground was only vaguely visible. These feathers must be the key to survival. Hurry up and pick them up, Lin Baici shouted. The crowd looked hesitant and dared not move. The distance and height differences between those cubes were often around a meter. On flat ground, an adult could complete such a jump with ease. But this was high up in the air. What if they made a mistake? Moreover, they doubted Lin Baici's judgment. What if taking the feathers was the wrong choice? It was better to wait and see. Lin Baici jumped onto the cube holding the feathers, remaining fully alert and guarding his surroundings as he picked up the others. Very good. No monsters appeared. Lin Baici followed the route he had already chosen, jumping all the way back and succeeding. The moment Lin Baici landed on the rooftop, Huoyu immediately ran over. I am the son of the wine god. I am the king of the sky, and wherever my wings sweep, it is my territory. Obtaining the feathers can resist the hurricane's blast and prevent you from being blown off the rooftop. As time passes, the cubes will fall randomly. Each person needs two feathers. You cannot have others do it for you. Every 2 minutes, a hurricane will blow, the food god commented. This thing looks completely ordinary. Xia Hongyao carefully examined the white feather in her hand. Seeing no mystery to it, she handed it to Guqinkyu. You study it. I'm going to get another one. Beauty, help me pick one up, will you? Handsome, I'll give you money. Get me one. Can you let me see that feather? Everyone started clamoring. Some asked Lin Baici and Xia Hongyao to help them pick up feathers, while others, believing themselves to be highly intelligent, wanted the feathers to study them and figure out the key to escaping this rule-based pollution. Just as Xia Hongyao was preparing to set off, Lin Baici grabbed her. Run, everyone, run to the middle of the rooftop. Lin Baici pulled Xia Hongyao and Huoyu forward as he sprinted. He didn't know when the hurricane would start, but 2 minutes was too short. It could happen at any moment. So, it was better to take cover first. He also didn't know from which direction the hurricane would blow. So standing in the dead center of the rooftop was the safest choice. In any case, they had to stay away from the edge. Guqinkyu didn't know the reason for Lin Baici's actions, but after experiencing the divine ruins at the provincial museum together, she trusted his intelligence. So she ran immediately. What's wrong now? Can you guys stop being so cryptic and explain it clearly to everyone? What the hell are you doing? Some people followed and ran, while others stayed put, complaining with foul language. Before Lin Baici could offer another warning, the hurricane suddenly erupted. Whoosh! The sound of the wind was piercing, instantly filling everyone's ears and pressing their clothes tightly against their bodies with a loud flapping sound. Those who were physically weak or light in weight were blown about, stumbling in the direction of the gale. Get down, Lin Baici shouted, simultaneously letting go of Xia Hongyao to quickly grab Guqinkyu. But the wind was too strong. His voice couldn't even escape his mouth. Guqinkyu had a delicate constitution and was clearly a weak woman. The moment the hurricane struck, she was blown off balance. Fortunately, Lin Baici reacted quickly, grabbing her wrist and pulling her and Huoyu down beneath him. The rooftop instantly descended into chaos. Lin Baici looked back and saw that the group of people who hadn't listened to him and had stayed at the edge of the roof were in trouble. The moment the hurricane swept through like a tidal wave, they fell like wheat cut by a sickle. More than 20 people who were too close to the edge fell off, like dumplings being dropped into a pot. Help, save me! Their shrill, terrified cries for help were carried away by the hurricane. 1 second, 2 seconds. Lin Baici counted the time silently while trying his best to keep his eyes open. observing whether the cubes and feathers had changed. After half a minute passed, the hurricane stopped. At the edge of the rooftop, those viewers who had luckily escaped death immediately scrambled up and ran toward the center of the roof with expressions of terror. It was too scary. This time, even if they were beaten to death, they would never go to the edge of the roof again. Chapter 230. True Fan Loss. As soon as the hurricane stopped, Lin Baici stood up immediately and rushed toward the edge of the roof, shouting a warning. Go pick up the feathers. Are you crazy? Be careful of being blown off by the wind. The staff member named Li Junsheng had been following Lin Baici and didn't understand why he was running back to the edge of the roof. Yeah, that's right. You and she both have feathers in your hands. But when the hurricane came, I didn't see you standing as still as a mountain, a fat man questioned. My phone won't turn on. Whose is working? Call the police quickly. Mine is off too. Why are they all broken? Someone threw their phone in anger. Kinkin, don't be afraid. I will protect you. Zhang Guoxu grabbed Xiao Shanya's arm, still pestering her. Leave me alone, I beg you. We've already broken up. Xiao Shanya tried to shake off Zhang Guoxu's hand, but her ex-boyfriend had fallen into a paranoid and pathological state and wouldn't listen to anything. Listen to him, he's right, Xia Hongyao shouted, following Lin Baici as he ran. We are already doing it. Why would we lie to you? The feathers didn't work just now because there weren't enough of them, Lin Baici explained. While running, he had already chosen which feather to take and his route. So, he rushed to the edge of the roof and, without stopping, jumped directly onto a cube. Yu Chinkyu, you must remember. Within 1 minute and 30 seconds, you must come back. Lin Baici looked down at his watch and emphasized. Even if you cannot get the feather, you must return currently. 30 seconds have passed. So in 1.5 minutes, the hurricane will rise again. His thought was that as long as Huoyu and Gu Chinkyu returned to the rooftop, even if they were just standing on the edge, with his strength, he should be able to pull them to safety. Of course, if they returned early, they would definitely need to run toward the center of the rooftop. Understood. Huoyu nodded. Just as she was about to choose an easily accessible feather, Jia Hongyao's shout suddenly rang in her ears. Watch out! Following Jia Hongyao's voice, a corpse suddenly fell from the sky, streaking past Huoyu's eyes and crashing onto the rooftop. The body hit the ground from the skyscraper like a water-filled balloon, bursting instantly. Shredded flesh, blood, and shattered skull fragments splattered everywhere under the immense impact force. Huoyu stopped abruptly, frozen in place, her entire body screaming in terror. Although she had seen many dead people in the god ruins, she had never experienced a death so close, nor had she ever been splattered with blood and bits of flesh, especially when that corpse hit the ground. Its skin burst open because it could not withstand the impact, and its internal organs erupted like a fountain. The scene was simply too hellish and disgusting. An intestine fountain. Have you ever seen one? The kind that scatters flowers like a celestial maiden. Bang! Bang! Over 20 corpses fell from the sky, smashing into pieces. If one were to look down from a high altitude, they could see that the landing point of each corpse looked like a blooming flower of flesh and blood. Among these followers of Little Fairy Tooth, some had been persuaded by Lin Baici because this man and woman were also taking risks to get feathers instead of waiting in place and letting others take the risks. But just as they had taken a few steps, the rain of corpses began. This immediately shattered their courage. Lin Baici and Jia Hongyao were also stunned. They had not expected this rule-based pollution to be so bloody, as these people who fell were the ones who had just been blown off the rooftop by the hurricane. Gu Chinkyu reached out, wiped the blood that had splattered onto her face, and after glancing at her palm, she extended the tip of her tongue and licked it casually. Then, she teased Huoyu, little fish. Have you ever seen this kind of follower loss? Hearing this, Huoyu looked stunned. Only then did she realize what it meant, and she drew a sharp breath. This kind of visible loss of followers is not just heartbreaking, it is also terrifying. After making the joke, Gu Chinkyu continued her actions, completely unfazed by the scene. Huoyu, on the other hand, felt her legs go weak. Seeing that Huoyu was not in the right state, Lin Baici quickly stopped her. Yu, don't come over. Go to the middle of the rooftop and wait. Get it next time. Jiu Hongyao stopped at the edge of the rooftop, waiting for Gu Qingqiu to reach her, and prepared to hand her the giant locust leg. Little Lin, can't we get feathers for others? It probably won't work. Although the gluttonous god said it wouldn't work in this situation, Lin Baici certainly could not use a tone of absolute certainty. Jiu Hongyao had a D-rank intelligence and would not doubt him. But Gu Qingqiu was a different story. No need to give it to me, you go. Gu Qingqiu licked her lips. Don't waste time. Are you going to be okay? Jiu Hongyao was worried because Gu Qingqiu's athletic ability was not very good. Gu Qingqiu did not answer. She ran to the edge of the rooftop and, without stopping to look, jumped directly onto a cube. 1, 2, 3. Gu Qingqiu jumped continuously. Be careful. Jiu Hongyao was startled because Gu Qingqiu was jumping in succession, which was too reckless. What if she slipped? Be steady, it's fine. Gu Qingqiu's body swayed a little, but she was actually very steady. It took her only 16 seconds to successfully jump across 12 cubes and obtain the feather. She did not even return immediately. Instead, while playing with the feather, she leaned forward and looked down. It's so high, terrifying. Huo Yuyu was speechless. Do you even have the right to say the word terrifying? You are even more reckless than Xiaobai and Sister Yao, a lunatic, and neurotic, and perhaps a tiny bit of a pervert. She is enjoying the pleasure of death hanging over her. Hongyao, don't worry about her. Pay attention to your own safety, Lin Baici reminded her. Judging by the current layout of the cubes, it was not difficult at all, as long as one's psychological resilience was strong enough, and they were not afraid of heights. Then basic athletic and physical balancing skills were enough to pass. Gu Qingqiu clearly had a big heart. Lin Baici waited for this madwoman to jump back to the rooftop, grabbed her, and immediately ran back. 2 minutes were up, and the hurricane surged in instantly. This time, without Lin Baici needing to remind them, everyone immediately crawled onto the ground, grabbing the floor with both hands. The hurricane was very strong. Those with less body weight were even blown away, sliding along the ground, screaming in terror. Little Lin, it's fine. Jiu Hongyao looked delighted. She discovered that after obtaining 2 feathers, when the hurricane blew over, it felt like a spring breeze, completely lacking the violent sensation of wanting to tear people away. Hurry up and get the feathers. With 2, you won't be blown away, Jiu Hongyao urged. More than half of the people moved. Kinkin, don't be afraid. I'll get it for you. Zheng Guoxu was still following Little Fairy Tooth. Yuyu, hurry. Lin Baici helped arrange the route. Take that one. Although there were many feathers, the difficulty levels were different. Some were closer to the rooftop and on the same horizontal plane, which avoided jumping up and down. After all, the more movements made, the greater the danger. Huo Yuyu was a bit afraid of heights, and her heart was pounding. Don't look down, Jiu Hongyao instructed, stuffing the giant locust leg into her hand. Try to jump to one platform at a time. Don't be impatient. Good luck, Lin Baici urged. You must return within 1.5 minutes. Gu Qingqiu had already begun. Beautiful. If she doesn't dare to jump, could you lend me that weapon of yours for a moment? Li Junsheng leaned in, staring at the giant locust leg, wanting to borrow it. He felt that this thing could increase his success rate. Sorry, my friend needs to use it. Jiu Hongyao apologized. It's fine, I can wait, Li Junsheng said with a fawning smile. Seeing this, over a dozen clever people also hurried over, wanting to borrow this rule of God item. You had better not wait. These cubes will fall off. After every hurricane, they drop a few, Lin Baici reminded them. Fall off. Hearing this, the crowd's expressions tightened. They hurriedly looked at those cubes, and it seemed as if there were indeed fewer of them. However, taking the feather required risking one's life, so everyone was very cautious and did not jump rashly. According to my estimation, after every hurricane, more cubes will fall than the previous time. So there isn't much time left for you. Gu Qingqiu returned, let out a long breath, and looked back at those cubes. You don't still want to go again, do you? Jiu Hongyao looked at Gu Qingqiu, who had an expression of wanting more, and suddenly realized that she seemed even crazier than she had anticipated. Lin Baici glanced at his watch. No time left. Run back. Those people on the cubes, hurry up. If you can't get it, come back first. Once Huo Yuyu jumped onto the rooftop, Lin Baici immediately grabbed her arm, then took advantage of the momentum to pull her into his embrace, lifting her up and rushing toward the center of the roof. It wouldn't hurt to save the little fish some energy. Everyone was not stupid. Seeing this, they all started to run. Those who were still on the cubes panicked. Those who hadn't jumped to many platforms immediately gave up and jumped back. But those who had jumped across several felt it was too much of a loss to turn back and intended to persist a little longer. Yet their movements could not speed up. The hurricane was like the executioner's blade at high noon. It would not wait for anyone and began to blow right on time. Whoosh! Those 7 people still standing on the cubes had no suspense. They were all blown off. When the hurricane stopped, Lin Baici immediately stood up. Quick, quick! Lin Baici urged while looking up to observe, worried about being hit by falling bodies. Having learned from the previous experience, many people were looking up. And then they saw black dots suddenly appear in the sky dozens of meters high, which then rapidly grew larger, and with a bang, slammed into the ground. Because the bodies fell from such a great height, the step of being deformed by the fall was skipped, and they were instead directly smashed to pieces. It's raining powder again. Guchinku checked her phone and camera, found that neither could be used, and shook her head in disappointment. I really wanted to film this. Hurry up, you guys. The cubes are falling. You don't have many chances left. Jiu Hongyao shouted. You are a god hunter, which should be a profession similar to a soldier, right? Doesn't that mean you have an obligation to ensure our personal safety? The fat man who had questioned them before demanded of Jiu Hongyao with a tough tone. Shouldn't you and him help me get the feather? Everyone, am I right or not? In the crowd, some chimed in, while others remained silent. Zheng Guoxu successfully retrieved a feather and hurriedly shoved it into little Shanya's hand. Here, take it quickly. Little Shanya did not want to owe her ex-boyfriend a favor, but she was too afraid to risk her life and was agonizing over it. However, the next second, when Zheng Guoxu completely pushed the feather into little Shanya's hand and his fingers left the feather, it immediately ignited. Flames surged, singeing little Shanya's hair. Little Shanya screamed in terror, hurriedly backing away, her hands frantically patting at the flames on her head and hands. Her sleeves were also catching fire. Kinkin, Zheng Guoxu panicked. Lin Baici took a fire extinguisher from the black altar bowl, rushed over, and sprayed it all over little Shanya, extinguishing the flames on little Shanya. Woo-woo, it hurts so much, little Shanya cried out, in pain and distress. Am I disfigured? It's fine, just minor burns. Lin Baici comforted her. Fatty, did you see that? We help you get it. But do you dare to take it? Guchinku retorted. The fat man looked panicked. What should he do now? Even if you are disfigured, it's fine. There are rule of God items that can heal it. Jiu Hongyao offered a word of comfort. You should be more worried about getting the feather as soon as possible. Otherwise you're dead for sure. Isn't this telling those of us with a fear of heights to go die? The fat man wept. If I had known, wouldn't it have been better to stay home and watch movies? Why did I have to come to take photos of little Shanya's live stream? Now I'm screwed. Attention everyone, it's time to run. The hurricane is coming again, Lin Baici shouted. Huoyu successfully retrieved her feather. The 4 of them were temporarily safe. But among these nearly 400 followers, only about a dozen had completed the task. The hurricane came and stopped again. This time, no one died. But the situation was very dire. Quite a few cubes had fallen. The situation was already very clear. If you want to survive, you have to risk your life. The young man in a denim jacket was building up his courage. But a kid in Nike shoes next to him jumped up first. What are you doing? I chose this route first. The young man in the denim jacket was anxious because he had already scouted this route. He only needed to jump across 13 cubes to get the feather. And the risk factor was very low. Is your name written on this platform? The Nike kid mocked him. In this round, many people started to try and get the feathers. After all, there were quite a few people with guts and initiative. It was just that there were differences in their speed. Of course, some people overestimated themselves. Just like some tourists playing on a glass walkway in a scenic area. They feel they can do it when they get on, but after walking a short distance, their whole body goes numb. There is also the issue of acrophobia. Unless you experience high altitudes in person, You never truly know if you have it. After all, looking down from the roof of a 20-meter building is absolutely not the same feeling as looking down from a 100-meter roof. The young man had jumped across 5 cubes when his hands and feet began to tremble and his heart started racing. He crouched down, his hands gripping the cube beneath him for dear life. He was not the only one. There were 3 others in the same state. Jump quickly. We are running out of time, Jiu Hongyao shouted. If you can't, it's fine to come back first. But those few people did not move. The young man intended to give up and return to the rooftop to rest for a moment. He took a few deep breaths and had just stood up halfway, his legs not yet fully straightened, when he began to feel dizzy and quickly crouched back down. The young man saw everyone else starting to run toward the center of the rooftop and grew anxious. He had no choice but to speed up, risking his life to jump across 3 cubes in a row. Thump, thump, thump. He made it. The young man was overjoyed. Just as he was about to accelerate into a sprint, the hurricane arrived. Whoosh! The young man was blown off. Along with those few people on the cubes, none of them were spared. Chapter 231. I am so envious of Sister Yu, having such a boyfriend. The hurricane stopped, and more cubes around the rooftop fell away. Adding up these few instances, the total number of fallen cubes was quite significant, so even the most unobservant person could see that there were far fewer cubes left. Immense pressure instantly crushed down on everyone's shoulders, making them immediately tense. Because everyone knew that time was running out, there was no need to wait for all the cubes to fall, as long as the cubes with feathers that made it impossible to approach were all gone. It meant elimination. Under the pressure of life and death, there was no need for Lin Baici and Jia Hongyao to urge them anymore. Most people began to fight for their lives, rushing toward the edge of the rooftop and starting to jump across the cubes. Get lost. I don't want to see you again, Xiao Shanya shouted. Kinkin, I didn't mean it. I didn't want it to be like this either. You have to believe me. Zhang Guoxu was still pestering Xiao Shanya, acting as if he had done everything for her own good and that she should forgive him. Bang, bang. The powder started falling again. The sound of bodies hitting the ground and exploding, along with the splashing of blood and flesh, made Xiao Shanya's nerves tighten. Xiao Shanya, hurry up, Huo Yu urged. She had already obtained 2 feathers and had safely passed the challenge. Sister Yu, woo-woo. Is there any other way? Xiao Shanya was crying uncontrollably. She already had a fear of heights, and now she had been burned, although it wasn't serious. Her scalp and right hand were stinging with pain, especially her eyes, where some of the foam sprayed from the fire extinguisher had gotten inside, causing them to ache intensely. Huo Yu looked at Lin Baici. I have an idea. I don't know if it will work. Lin Baici observed the feathers. You can't let others help you take the feathers. But can you pick up feathers that others have discarded, you mean? Jiu Hongyao hadn't reacted yet. That's a good idea. But what if it doesn't allow taking extra feathers? Huo Yu was worried that Lin Baici would be punished. Let's try it. Lin Baici crouched down, took a box of canned herbal tea and a roll of tape from his black alms bowl, and then stuffed them into a backpack. Xiao Shanya, I will throw the feathers over, and you go pick them up. If you don't dare, then forget it. Lin Baici did not force her. I dare. She had already been burned anyway, so getting burned again didn't matter. Thank you, big brother. What does this have to do with you? Zhang Guoxu rushed to Lin Baichi's side. Give the herbal tea to me, I'll go get them. It wasn't clear if Zhang Guoxu had been spoiled rotten by his parents, but he was too self-centered and reached out to grab Lin Baichi's backpack. Lin Baici did not indulge his bad habits. With his right hand, he delivered a heavy slap across his face. Zhang Guoxu's head snapped to the side, his entire face burning with pain. If **** your mother, Zhang Guoxu cursed, lunging at Lin Baici like a mad dog, swinging his fist toward his nose. Lin Baici couldn't even be bothered to dodge. He simply flew into a kick, slamming his foot into Zhang Guoxu's stomach. Zhang Guoxu was kicked 7 or 8 meters away, falling to the ground and rolling several times. The hurricane arrived. This time, no one fell off. When the wind stopped, Lin Baici immediately ran toward the edge of the rooftop. Hongyao, don't come up, Lin Baici instructed. Although he had the ability to jump onto cubes several meters away, he did not take risks. instead choosing the closest ones to keep the danger to a minimum. In 25 seconds, Lin Baici jumped across 16 platforms. After obtaining a feather, he immediately used the tape to bind it to a tea can, then swung his arm and threw it toward the rooftop. Thump! The can traced a beautiful arc through the air and landed on the rooftop. Many people's eyes fell upon it. Some who suffered from acrophobia and dared not jump across the platforms were tempted, but they were afraid of being burned and didn't dare to go take it. Xiao Shanya gritted her teeth, hardened her heart, ran toward the can, and pulled the feather off. Nothing happened. Seeing that no flames erupted, Xiao Shanya was overjoyed. Seeing this, the others immediately began shouting at Lin Baici, "Handsome, help me get to feathers, I beg you, otherwise I will die. Don't you know about first come, first served? Go to the back of the line. I'll line up your mother." People began to argue, and those with short tempers even started shoving each other. After throwing the can, Lin Baici did not return. Instead, he jumped down toward another feather, successfully obtained it, and threw it onto the rooftop. Thump! Everyone's gaze shifted over, and then, like wild dogs fighting for food, they swarmed toward it. "Move aside. That was taken from me by Big Brother," Xiao Shanya shouted, but it was useless. In the face of life and death, there was no longer any sense of propriety or shame. "Xiao Bai, come back quickly. The hurricane is coming." Huo Yuyu was worried, constantly watching her watch and calculating the time. Lin Baici tossed him more cans and began jumping back. When he was about 10 meters away from the rooftop, he gripped the giant locust leg tightly, exerted force through both feet, and leaped. Swish! With the enhancement of cat-like agility, Lin Baici landed on the roof with elegant grace. A hurricane rose, but because Lin Baici had a feather, he remained as steady as a mountain. While the fans scrambling for feathers were blown about in disarray, once the hurricane subsided, two fans who had managed to grab feathers hurried over to express their gratitude. "Thank you, handsome. I'm Link's great sword." A big spending fan of Huo Yuyu. "I've gifted her several planes before." The man speaking didn't have a large head, but his emotional intelligence was high. In reality, he wasn't a big spending fan of Huo Yuyu at all and had never gifted her a plane. He was just a free rider. But who would know? Seeing Lin Baici with Huo Yuyu, this plain brother knew they had a close relationship. In a situation like this, the only way to get this handsome man to lend a hand was through Huo Yuyu. Since his phone was broken and he couldn't open the Shark platform app, there was no way to verify whether he was actually one of Huo Yuyu's big spending fans. The other man, hearing this, cursed him silently for being cunning and quickly added, "I've gifted Sister Yu a big rocket." Lin Baici looked at the plain brother and slapped him across the face. The sound of the slap was crisp. The plain brother clutched his face, dumbfounded. Why did he only hit me? Could it be that I look ugly? Seeing the plain brother get hit, the rocket brother instinctively took a step back. However, he realized that dodging might lead to an even harder hit. So, he quickly stepped back forward, looking at Lin Baici with a face full of smiles. "Hit me then. If taking a slap can trade for a life, I'll endure it. Do you take me for a fool?" Yuyu's fans all call her Sister Yu. Lin Baici was speechless. You could say this guy wasn't very bright for trying to pose as a big spending fan and even reporting a nickname. But you could also say he was clever for calling Huo Yuyu by her first name. Hearing Lin Baici's words, the plain brother suddenly felt that this slap wasn't undeserved. He even wanted to slap himself. Amazing. Jia Hongyao was filled with envy. Little Lin's deductive reasoning was truly formidable. Lin Baici glanced at the third person who had picked up a feather but hadn't come over and shouted, "I'm warning you all. Those who have already picked up one feather, don't pick up another. Go jump to the cubes and get them yourselves. People need to save themselves. I can give you money." A young man dressed in light luxury clothing spoke up. "Is 100,000 enough?" Lin Baici ignored him and hurried to jump onto the platforms to retrieve more feathers. "Is it enough? Say something." The light luxury youth had over a dozen properties for rent back home, and his daily leisure consisted of playing video games. So his physical fitness was very poor. "If it's not enough, I can add more. Do you think God Lin cares about that little bit of money of yours?" Huo Yuyu looked at him with disdain. When outsiders were present, she would call him God Lin. Lin Baici moved with speed and elegance, leaping across the cubes. After picking up a feather, he would tape it to herbal tikan and toss it toward the rooftop. Everyone followed his movements, like a flock of poultry waiting to be fed. As soon as the tikans fell, they swarmed forward, scrambling frantically. Lin Baici only jumped back to the rooftop after picking up 5 this time. The hurricane arrived, but because he had a feather, he was safe and sound. However, the others weren't so lucky, as the wind speed of the hurricane had directly doubled. Many people were blown away, tumbling across the rooftop. Little Shanya was blown away. Lin Baici lunged forward and grabbed her wrist. But the moment he caught her, Lin Baici's own body suddenly felt the immense force of the wind, causing him to stagger. Fortunately, his reaction was fast enough and his strength was sufficient. He pulled little Shanya back with force and pressed her to the ground. The hurricane stopped. Jiu Hongniao quickly surveyed the area and discovered that dozens of people were missing. Even more terrifyingly, more of the cubes surrounding the rooftop had fallen away. Why are there so few platforms left? Some were still complaining, while others had already rushed out, seizing the final opportunity to gamble with their lives. Watch out for things falling from above, Gu Qinkyu reminded everyone. But after waiting for half a minute, there was no movement. Just as she was feeling puzzled, those people fell down, but they didn't land on the rooftop. They plummeted onto the surrounding cubes. Little Lin, watch out! Jiu Hongniao was terrified. Just as she shouted the warning, Lin Baici was already dodging. He could even see the expression of terror on the face of the guy falling past him. Everyone had been focused on jumping to the platforms, never expecting such a situation, and as a result, over a dozen unlucky souls were crushed. Bang, bang! Their screams of agony faded rapidly until they vanished without a trace. Lin Baici tossed the cans. Let little Shanya take them first. The crowd, who had been preparing to scramble frantically, didn't dare to move. Thank you, big brother. After little Shanya picked up the can, she immediately hugged it to her chest and burst into tears. At this moment, her heart was filled with gratitude, because she knew that without this handsome man, she would definitely have died today. I'm so envious of Sister Yu for having a boyfriend like this. Why am I not so lucky? Lin Baici returned after tossing 3 more cans with feathers. His brows were tightly furrowed because the remaining ones were not easy for ordinary people to retrieve. The hurricane came and went. Although everyone was prepared, they were still blown about, rolling in chaos. Give me a few cans, I'll help too, Jiu Hongniao suggested. No need. Just protect Yu and Qinkyu. After Lin Baici finished speaking, he set off again. Jiu Hongniao was full of question marks. Why protect them? Could it be that monsters would appear? There were no monsters, but the human heart is unpredictable. The fat man from just a moment ago saw the cubes becoming increasingly scarce. Given his lack of agility, he knew he couldn't reach the feathers on his own. Even if he managed to grab a canister of feathers thrown by Lin Baici, he would still need to retrieve another one, meaning his death was inevitable. This realization caused him to suffer a mental breakdown. He suddenly let out a loud scream and threw himself with all his might toward the people waiting at the edge of the rooftop who were hoping to snatch the canisters. Many were caught off guard. As people crowded together, they were shoved off the edge of the roof. Chapter 232. A leap of life and death. Stop it. What are you doing? Jiu Hongniao roared and immediately rushed over. Trash, Gu Qinkyu sneered. This kind of person truly had zero stress tolerance. At the very least, one should hold out until the end to see how the situation develops, rather than being in such a hurry to take revenge on society. The fat man had simply lost his composure and wanted to drag a group of people down with him. However, after he pushed forward with force for a few meters, the crowd became too dense. Some people fell to the ground while others pushed back, causing him to lose momentum and slow down. As a result, the fat man didn't fall off after all. He was still alive. Screw your mother. Hit him. Kill him. Everyone was already on edge from the torture of this God-forbidden game with nowhere to vent their frustrations. After what the fat man did, they exploded, surrounding him and beating him, kicking him fiercely. The fat man curled into a ball. Stop hitting me. I was wrong. The hurricane is coming. Yu shouted. These words were more effective than any persuasion. Everyone immediately ran toward the center of the rooftop, because even if they were blown away, This would increase the distance they would have to slide, providing more friction. The fat man had only acted on a whim. Deep down, he still didn't want to die. So, he scrambled toward the center using both his hands and feet. The great hurricane came and went, blowing away a few more cubes. God, Lin, please, hurry up. Everyone looked at Lin Baici with longing eyes, seeing him as their only straw to clutch at. I'll pay 1 million for 2 feathers. The man in luxury casual wear offered, preparing to bleed money. I will retrieve feathers for at most 3 more rounds. Furthermore, the feathers I throw will only be given to those who have already personally retrieved 1 feather themselves. Lin Baici warned. You're forcing us to die, someone complained. You're from the Safety Bureau. You have an obligation to save us. That's right. I'm going to report you. Yes, we'll make sure you lose your job. Those who suffered from acrophobia and truly couldn't reach the feathers began to throw tantrums and threaten Lin Baici. Fine, you win. Lin Baici shrugged his shoulders. Everyone was overjoyed, thinking Lin Baici had compromised. But then they watched him turn around and walk away. Hey, what are you doing? Go get the feathers, the crowd urged. No, Lin Baici said with a toothy grin. Because I want to watch you die. Not only did you not say a single word of thanks, but you also threatened me. Is that how you ask for help, God Lin? Don't lower yourself to their level. Those who had already obtained 1 feather were waiting to snatch the ones Lin Baici threw, as this would greatly reduce the risk of death. But now it had all been ruined by these people. A few were burning with rage and, having lost their heads, began to brawl with them. However, most were rational and continued to jump onto the platforms to retrieve feathers. These people are so ungrateful. Well, you said indignantly. Baici, look. Guqinkyu gestured with her chin toward the 3 o'clock direction, where a dozen men had gathered together. It's that man in the jacket who organized them. What are they trying to do? Are they planning to snatch other people's feathers? Well, you worried. These people clearly had ill intentions. These feathers cannot be retrieved by someone else on your behalf. But the rules didn't say you couldn't steal them from others. Guqinkyu chuckled. After 3 more rounds of hurricanes, the risk of retrieving feathers increased significantly as the number of falling cubes grew. Sometimes, one had to jump over a meter away, or jump upward or downward to reach a feather. It was like a game level. The difficulty was getting higher and higher. The group led by the man in the jacket hadn't started snatching feathers yet, clearly intending to wait until the end when more people had feathers before making their move. Otherwise, if they started snatching now, those who were still trying hard to get feathers would just give up. Moreover, at this moment, they were also selecting their targets. Those who were physically weak and looked like easy prey were all their targets. Everyone was calculating the time, estimating that the hurricane was about to arrive, and they all quickly gathered toward the center of the rooftop. But this time, nothing happened. What's going on? Is the game over? Does that mean it's fine even if we don't get the feathers? Doesn't that mean those people before died for nothing? Everyone discussed it in hushed tones, even though they knew the possibility of it ending so peacefully was slim. They were all hoping for it. Lin Baici checked his watch. 2 minutes had passed. Be careful. I suspect a new change is coming. Just as Lin Baici finished speaking, the rooftop beneath their feet suddenly began to shake violently. Clatter, clatter. The rooftop appeared to be divided into a grid like a Go board, with each square having sides 10 meters long. Then, using these grid lines as boundaries, they began to split apart by 10 centimeters from one another. What's happening? Everyone panicked. Those who had already obtained 2 feathers were rushing toward Lin Baici's side. Some anticipated that this rooftop would also separate into smaller blocks, so everyone wanted to stay close to Lin Baici. You don't have any feathers. Why are you crowding over here? Someone shouted, complaining. A square with 10-meter sides didn't have much space. It couldn't possibly hold 100 people. What's it to you? Do it. If I can't live, none of you will either. The group led by the man in the jacket suddenly made their move, lunging at those who had feathers, trying to snatch them. But Lin Baici was faster. Swish! Lin Baici darted out, pushed aside the people blocking his path, and headed straight for the man in the jacket. The man in the jacket was stunned. The thing he feared most had happened. He hurriedly begged for mercy. Handsome, we didn't try to snatch yours. Give us a way to survive. Hu Yu was still worried that they might be robbed by this group of people. But in reality, they didn't dare to at all. Setting aside the athletic ability Lin Baici displayed when jumping onto the platform, and the domineering, ferocious way he kicked people, just looking at his muscular physique, they knew they couldn't beat him. Besides, who knew if there would be more danger ahead? Wouldn't it be better to keep Lin Baici around as a pillar of support? I gave you a way to survive. Is it fair to those who risked their lives to get the feathers? As Lin Baici spoke, he slammed a fist into the face of the man in the jacket. The man in the jacket was stunned. Lin Baici was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. He swung his long arms, taking them out one by one. Within seconds, he had scattered the group of over a dozen people. He could have knocked them unconscious or even killed them with a single punch. But he didn't, because he still wanted to give these people a chance. Go get the feathers. And stop thinking about crooked ways. Lin Baici scolded. Thank you, God Lin. God Lin is number one. What do we do next? Those who had obtained the feathers were already starting to worry about the next crisis. Rumble, rumble, the rooftop was shaking. This time, the gaps widened even further, reaching 20 centimeters. At this rate, it would be 2 meters in 10 more intervals. And many people wouldn't be able to jump that distance. Is it not enough just to get the feathers? Do we need to find a way to leave this rooftop? Hu Yu guessed. But there's no path here, is there? Jiao Hongyao looked down, peering into the cracks. Could it be that we're supposed to jump down while the gaps are still small? Don't even think about it. That's definitely not it. Gu Qingqiu examined the feather in her hand. The key point is in this. Rumble, rumble. The building cracked by 1 centimeter every minute. Everyone was anxious, especially those who were still trying to get the feathers. The difficulty had increased significantly, but they had no choice but to try. So people kept falling off. Then, 10 seconds later, these people would fall from the sky, crashing onto the rooftop and bursting into a spray of blood. Soon, 5 minutes passed, and the building was divided into several square blocks separated by 1-meter gaps. Some people were forced to be separated from Lin Baici. Rumble, rumble, the building shook. At the 6th minute, a new change occurred. This time, the gaps widened by 20 centimeters, doubling in size. Even more terrifyingly, the original 100 square meter areas were neatly divided into 10 parts, each separated by 10 centimeters. Xiao Bai, Hu Yu stood next to Lin Baici, feeling panicked. By the 10th minute, the rooftop was even more fragmented. If a hurricane starts now, we're in for a real treat. Gu Qingqiu was like a jinx. No sooner had she finished speaking than the hurricane, which had stopped for a while, returned. Whoosh! The footing was too small. Some people were blown off, and one person who had a feather was knocked off because they were too close to the others. I thought that people who got the feathers could fly after falling. Gu Qingqiu glanced downward and shook her head. She had actually intended to lure someone with a feather to try flying. Or, of course, wait for someone with a feather to fall accidentally. 10 seconds later, the falling powder began again. Because the rooftop had cracked, there were fewer places for everyone to dodge, so the chance of being hit increased significantly. No need to dodge. Lin Baici saw someone falling from above, heading straight for their heads. He seized the moment and threw a wide hook, slamming it into the person's waist. The person was sent flying. Insert the feathers into your arms. The gluttonous god suddenly spoke. Do you think these feathers need to be stained with blood to take effect? Gu Qingqiu guessed. She noticed that the quill at the base of the feather was quite sharp, so she stabbed it directly into her left forearm. Ruthless, Lin Baici praised, then inserted his 2 feathers into his left and right arms respectively. It hurts. And why does it feel like these feathers are alive? Like they are sucking blood just like leeches. You should have waited for me to finish testing before doing it. Gu Qingqiu thought Lin Baici was quite crazy too. Everyone listen to me. Insert the 2 feathers into your left and right arms, Lin Baici shouted. Hongyao, Yu. Hurry up. The 2 girls naturally trusted Lin Baici unconditionally, so they gritted their teeth and did it. The others were a bit hesitant. Some followed suit, while others waited, wanting to see if this method used by Lin Baici and his group would work. What do we do next? Jiao Hongyao looked at the 2 feathers. Is it okay to stab them in this position? Jump. Hearing this, Lin Baici raised an eyebrow and shouted, "Jump!" Gu Qingqiu leaped into the air. Lin Baici was stunned. "Do you trust my judgment that much?" But then, he looked at Jia Hongyao and Huo Yuyu, gave them an okay sign, and reminded Xiao Shanya, "If you want to live, listen to me." After saying that, Lin Baici jumped down. "Wait for me." Huo Yuyu followed closely. If she was going to die, so be it. At least she wouldn't be alone since she was with Xiao Bai. Listen to Lin Baici. He's right. After saying this to everyone, Jia Hongyao also jumped. "What should we do?" "Wait. That's right. If they don't fall from the sky in a moment, it means this method works." There were some smart people, and their calculations were quite sound. Chapter 233. Go dig for bird eggs. Lin Baici fell from the high altitude. The powerful airflow rushed toward him, filling his ears and making it hard to open his eyes. His clothes were flapping loudly. Below, Gu Qingqiu was falling at a high speed, quickly becoming a small dot. Is this feather working? There's absolutely no sign of slowing down. Lin Baici frowned slightly. His mindset was still relatively calm because he had jumped based on the gluttonous god's advice, giving him 90% confidence. But Gu Qingqiu was not. Will she scream in terror? Lin Baici was curious, and immediately looked up. Jia Hongyao and Huo Yuyu had also jumped down. Soon, a gray, hazy land appeared in their field of vision, rapidly drawing closer as the scenery gradually became clear. This was a vast, immense woodland. It was the season transitioning between late autumn and early winter. Most of the leaves on the trees had already withered and turned yellow. A gust of wind blew, causing many to fall. The ground was carpeted with leaves, resembling the corpses of soldiers fallen in battle, layered upon one another and emitting a foul, putrid stench of decay. 200 meters, 100 meters, 50 meters. Lin Baici could even clearly see the insects crawling on the ground. Yet he still showed no signs of slowing down. Like a comet, he slammed fiercely toward the ground. Swish! Just as Lin Baici was 1 meter above the ground, his body suddenly came to a halt. The inertial force endured in that instant made his internal organs churn, as if they were about to be flung out. Lin Baici landed in the thick layer of fallen leaves. The damp, dewy sensation of the leaves clinging to his skin felt like octopus tentacles crawling over him, which was extremely uncomfortable. Gu Qingqiu. Lin Baici scrambled up and ran toward the spot where the crazy woman had fallen. "I am fine." Gu Qingqiu was curled into a ball, her hands hugging her knees, her entire body trembling. She had thought she was going to die just a moment ago, but in the end, she had survived. This feeling was truly magnificent, especially the tearing pain and stimulation brought by that final, sudden stop, intertwined with the joy of surviving a disaster, creating an indescribable experience. If only she could do it again, high above. Huo Yuyu saw that Lin Baici had not fallen to his death and felt relieved, knowing that survival was possible. However, the subsequent pulling sensation from the sudden stop, the feeling that her brains were about to be flung out, made her scream aloud, and she nearly fainted. Jia Hongyao landed, rolled over, and sprang to her feet, while keeping a lookout on her surroundings. She quickly ran toward Huo Yuyu. It had to be said that Jia Hongyao's physical fitness was truly formidable. She was as fine as if nothing had happened. Soon, the four of them converged. The others didn't jump. Lin Baici looked up at the sky, but he didn't see anyone. Forget about them. What do we do now? Huo Yuyu hugged her chest, rubbing her arms up and down. It was so cold in this forest that the breath they exhaled was white. What was even more unsettling was that the surrounding trees looked very strange, because they had lost so many leaves. The remaining branches were twisted and gnarled, making them look like gaunt, skeletal monsters. Go raid the bird nests. Lin Baici looked around. On some of the branches, he could see bird nests made of mud and twigs. The large ones were comparable to the tires of a small car, while the small ones were the size of a soccer ball. Everyone, be careful. Lin Baici drew his bronze sword. It was terrifyingly quiet here. There were no insect chirps or bird calls, as if it were a forest graveyard on the verge of death. Xiao Shanya fell to the ground, so uncomfortable that she curled into a ball. Jia Hongyao and Huo Yuyu ran over and helped her up. "I'm going to climb the tree to take a look." Lin Baici found a large tree with a bird nest and ran over. "Look at what?" Gu Qingqiu did not understand. If he wanted to climb high to observe the terrain, she had already seen it while in the air just moments ago. This forest was too vast. To walk out on foot would take at least half a month. So there must be other key locations. Does Bai think that by climbing a tree after landing, the scene he sees will be different from what he saw earlier? Wu Yu analyzed. That is possible. Gu Qingqiu stared at Lin Baici. Lin Baici's physical fitness was excellent. He climbed up the tree in a flash. He first stood on the treetop and looked around. Although these large trees had lost their leaves, there were many branches that still obstructed his view. Lin Baici climbed down to the bird nest that was the size of a tire. It was lined with bird feathers and some dried grass. These things were very clean, indicating that this was a bird nest that had not yet been used. Otherwise, there would certainly be droppings or signs of compression from birds having lived there. Lin Baici jumped off the large tree, ran more than 10 meters away, and climbed another one. In the bird nest, there was a small, fist-sized bird with no feathers, sleeping soundly. It was clearly just hatched. Lin Baici did not disturb it and jumped down. The gourmet god said to raid the bird eggs, not the baby birds. Zheng Guoxu fell to the ground. After recovering for a dozen seconds, he immediately scrambled up and ran toward Xiao Shanya. Kinkin, are you all right? I beg you, stop worrying about me, Xiao Shanya pleaded. Bang, bang. People began to fall, crashing into the fallen leaves. Some survived, while others were smashed into meat paste. The latter were all people without feathers. Gu Qingqiu shielded her eyes with her hand and looked up. It has started. Many smart people had intended to wait, but those without feathers did not want to wait. Once Lin Baici left, and there was no one to suppress the bad guys, these people immediately began to fight for feathers, especially the group in jackets, who attacked in a pack. Everyone else had no choice but to jump and take a gamble. Consequently, the scene above turned into a chaotic mess, with people falling down like dumplings into a pot. Woo! Xiao Shanya began to cry. She saw people being smashed into a puddle of meat paste. She felt both disgusted and terrified, as well as sad and heartbroken, because these were all her fans. If they hadn't come to attend her fan meetup, they wouldn't have encountered this danger. The fans who fell first mostly had feathers. Aside from the discomfort of the sudden stop upon landing, it was neither fatal nor crippling. But a few minutes later, those who fell began to perform human fireworks. Even with the thick layer of fallen leaves to cushion them, they still burst upon impact, like tomatoes run over by the tires of a dump truck, shattering into a puddle of meat paste. However, those who had survived were already accustomed to such things. They did not care at all about the life or death of those people, but instead crowded around Lin Baici. God Lin, what should we do next? Everyone looked at Lin Baici with eager eyes, because his judgment had been correct. Jumping down could save their lives. First, go and gather bird eggs. Prepare some food. Lin Baici found an excuse. Otherwise, there was no way to explain that the bird eggs were the key to clearing the stage. Many people scattered, preparing to get some bird eggs. They had seen it while they were in the sky just now. This forest was huge, and it would definitely take many days to walk out of it. They would absolutely not be able to hold out without food. What about at night? It will probably get cold. Exactly. How do we keep warm? This weather could freeze a person to death. Does anyone have a spare lighter? Can you lend me one? Everyone's mood was very pessimistic. At this moment, they could no longer afford to be shocked or afraid because of those who had fallen to their deaths. If they didn't find a way to save themselves, they would soon die as well. Lin Baici roughly counted, out of nearly 400 viewers, more than 150 had survived. In fact, those who loved watching the Shark platform live streams were mostly young people. As long as they didn't have a fear of heights and their luck wasn't too terrible, they could definitely survive if they went to get the feathers as soon as the rule pollution began. Many of these people were survivors who had obtained feathers in the first 5 rounds. The storage capacity of Lin Baici's black alms bowl was huge, and the supplies loaded inside were enough for these people to eat and wear for a month. Though there were only 10 tents. I'll go gather bird eggs. Hu Yu knew that Lin Baici had a lot of food, but one could never have too much food, especially in such a predicament. Go ahead. Lin Baici did not stop her, because he did not know the specific meaning of what the food god had said about gathering bird eggs. Nor did he know what the bird eggs were for. But it was definitely not for eating. Lin Baici took off his coat, took out the Bodhi messenger kasaya and put it on, tucked the ham into his pants, and then put his coat back on. Huoyu was small and agile. She quickly climbed up a tree and arrived next to a bird's nest. There were eggs, 2 of them. They were larger than quail eggs but smaller than chicken eggs. It would be a bit of a stretch to fit one in one's mouth. The eggshells were gray, like cement powder, and had some red spots on them. Huoyu reached out, took the bird eggs, and put them into her small backpack. Just as she was preparing to slide down from the tree, she suddenly felt a large shadow cover her head. The little fish girl was also a survivor who had experienced several divine ruins and walked out of many instances of rule pollution. At this moment, she did not foolishly look up to see what it was, nor did she think it was the shadow of a cloud, but instead slid down the tree at an extremely fast speed. She had originally intended to protect her backpack well to avoid breaking the bird eggs, but now she couldn't care about that. Saving her life was the priority. Sure enough, the next second, the loud shouts of Lin Baici and Jia Hongyo rang out. Yu, be careful, run. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A large group of giant birds, the size of yaks, appeared in the sky. Seeing that there were other animals near their nests, they immediately dove down from the sky like cannonballs to save their respective eggs. Screech, screech, these giant birds shrieked, attempting to scare these people away. Huoyu fell to the ground, just as she watched a giant bird swoop over and its sharp beak was about to pierce her head. A stone flew over at high speed and slammed into the giant bird's eye. The giant bird's head was knocked to the side. The next second, a bronze sword flew over and pierced through its chest. Fresh blood dripped and splattered everywhere. The hilt of the sword dragged some intestines out, trailing them on the ground. Screech, the giant bird shrieked out. It didn't die immediately, but struggled and continued to pursue Huoyu. The young man who had previously said he had gifted a plane to Huoyu fell from a tree. Just as he climbed up, a somewhat bald giant bird landed. Its sharp claws stepped on his body, knocking him to the ground again, and then its beak pecked at his head. The plane gift guy's hard skull couldn't stop the giant bird's beak at all. A hole was pecked directly into it, and brains and blood splattered out. He died on the spot. Chapter 234 God Lin. From now on you are my father, my real father. Screech. The giant bird shrieked as if venting, lowered its head, and began to peck at the plane gift guy's body like a chick eating rice. Snap, snap. After a few pecks, the plane gift guy's chest was torn open. The giant bird ate a few mouthfuls itself to taste it, then picked up some internal organs and flew up to the nest perched on the tree branch to feed its chicks. There were more than 30 people whose mobility was off the charts who had climbed up the big trees. But as a result, they became the first targets of the giant birds. At this moment, they were all hurriedly jumping down. Those who hadn't prepared to climb trees were running desperately toward Lin Baici's side. Damn, damn, damn. The man in the jacket was being chased by a giant bird, fleeing in a sorry state, a string of profanities spilling from his mouth. He was now depressed to the point of death. When he was on the roof, he didn't want to take the risk of jumping for the cube to get a feather, so he could only resort to robbery. Now, he thought gathering bird eggs was quite simple. After all, he had often done this when he was a child, and he was good at climbing trees. But who would have thought that as soon as he climbed up, he would be targeted by a giant bird? Sure enough, robbing others was still the most satisfying. Help me out, the man in the jacket shouted, running desperately toward Lin Baici. But how could his 2 legs outrun a bird with wings? The giant bird chasing him was like a bomber. It flapped its wings twice and caught up to him. It swung its giant bird claws, which looked like they were forged from steel, with force, knocking him to the ground. Help! After the man in the jacket finished shouting, he saw the giant bird swooping over and hurriedly rolled to the side. But the giant bird's speed was also very fast. It chased him for 3 steps, stepped on him, and then quickly lowered its head to peck at his stomach. Squelch! The man in the jacket's stomach was torn open. He screamed in agony, but the worst was yet to come. The giant bird began to peck at his internal organs, picking and choosing. Because the man in the jacket's vital organs had not been damaged, He did not die immediately, and thus, he felt every bit of the pain as the giant bird rummaged through his abdomen. The crowd watched this horrific scene, their faces turning pale with terror. The giant bird clamped its beak onto the man's stomach and flew toward a nearby tree. Then, the organs connected to the stomach, especially the small and large intestines, were dragged out from the man's abdominal cavity. They stretched out like the string of a kite, trailing for a long distance. As these intestines pulled taut, the man in the jacket began to be dragged along, plowing through a thick pile of rotting fallen leaves. This was too terrifying. Everyone felt completely numb. These giant birds only hunt those who have climbed the trees. Guchinki reminded them in a low voice. Yes, Lin Baici had also noticed. Anyone who had not climbed a tree, or rather, anyone the giant birds had not seen climbing a tree, would not be attacked by them. The giant bird that had been chasing Huoyuyu was already dead. Lin Baici gripped his bronze sword tightly, on high alert, fearing that other birds might come to avenge it. But none did. They had all returned to their nests, guarding their respective homes. The dozen or so birds remaining outside were hunting those who had tried to steal their eggs. Lin Baici held his sword in his right hand and rushed forward quickly. Because using the flying sword consumed divine power, and Lin Baici did not know how long this rule-based pollution would last, he needed to conserve his strength. Furthermore, the muscle Buddha was already sufficient. Save me. The man in the light luxury clothing had survived. He had just paid the man in the jacket to help him, and he had been the first to obtain a feather. I will give you a 200 square meter luxury apartment, the man pleaded, seeing Lin Baici running and hoping he would save him first. But as soon as he finished speaking, he collapsed to the ground in terror, because a muscular giant had suddenly appeared in front of him. Its head was covered in dense, knotted flesh bumps that could cause a person with obsessive-compulsive disorder to drop dead. Its large ears hung low, and a string of prayer beads hung around its neck. It looked like a Buddha statue, but aside from these features, it lacked any other Buddhist elements. Instead, it possessed a body of bulging muscles and wore nothing but a pair of tight-fitting briefs. Thump, thump, thump. The muscle Buddha strode forward, leaving a half-finger-deep footprint with every step it took on the ground. It's over. The man in the luxury clothing was so scared he wet his pants, his legs too weak to crawl away. Just as he was despairing and waiting for death, the muscle Buddha rushed up to him, leaped into the air, and stepped right over his head. In that instant, the man felt as if a heavy truck had driven over him. If he had been even a fraction taller, he would have been crushed to death. Thump! The muscle Buddha landed and threw a right hook, smashing it into the giant bird's head. The giant bird was stunned. It instinctively flapped its wings and stood upright, trying to claw out the muscle Buddha's eyes. But the muscle Buddha slapped the bird across the head. The giant bird was knocked to the ground. The man in the luxury clothing saw that the bird's head had split open, and its eyeballs had been knocked out. The muscle Buddha took 2 more steps forward, then stomped its massive, bare foot heavily onto the bird's head. Squelch! The bird's head exploded. When the muscle Buddha lifted its large foot, a puddle of meat paste remained on the ground. All the survivors were left dumbfounded. What kind of monster is that? It seems to be on our side. Is this a servant summoned by God Lin? Everyone chattered, their faces showing fear, but even more excitement, because they saw that Lin Baici seemed to be able to command this muscular Buddha. As for Huoyuyu and Jia Hongyao, they were completely calm, which meant they were already familiar with this monster. The appearance of the muscle Buddha intimidated the giant birds. They no longer dared to hunt those who had raided their nests, but they were unwilling to give up. So they circled above the forest, screeching shrilly, Amitabha. The muscle Buddha pressed his palms together, chanted a Buddhist phrase, and vanished from the spot. God Lin, is that your servant? So cool, too brutal, but I like it. Everyone had seen how terrifying those giant birds were, yet in the face of that muscular Buddha, they were nothing but fodder for slaughter. Let's go. Let's change locations first. Lin Baici urged everyone to get moving quickly. God Lin, thank you. I have a luxury apartment in the suburbs worth 15 million. As long as I make it back alive, I will transfer the deed to you immediately. The man in the luxury clothing was somewhat reluctant, but to save his life, he had to part with his treasure. Not necessary. Lin Baici would not take advantage of someone in distress. Besides, Based on his annual salary, half a year's pay was enough to buy a quite decent luxury home. The man in the luxury clothing was stunned when he heard this. Is my attitude too arrogant? That's right. It's a seller's market now, even if I offer a luxury apartment. I'm not the boss, God Lin. I was wrong. The man immediately corrected his attitude. Most of the birds did not follow, but the dozen or so that were circling followed them, seemingly holding a grudge. You. Do you still have the bird eggs you took? Let me see them. Lin Baici frowned, because if these birds didn't land, they were actually quite difficult to kill. Yu took two bird eggs out of her small backpack and handed them to Lin Baici. Just as Lin Baici took them, the gourmet god's commentary sounded. Hold them in your mouth. What the hell? Lin Baici had heard it clearly, but this action was a bit disgusting. The bird droppings and dust on the eggs could be wiped off, but these things were actually quite large. For instance, the two in Lin Baici's hand given Yu's small mouth. She definitely couldn't hold them, even for Lin Baici. Holding them would cause his cheeks to bulge, which would look quite ugly. Furthermore, there was another problem. The eggs looked very fragile. If he moved too vigorously, he might accidentally crack them with his teeth. The gourmet god had no intention of continuing the commentary. Everyone followed Lin Baici, walking with heavy and even steps through the early winter forest. It had been a long time since breakfast, and after all this turmoil, everyone had broken into a sweat. Between the extreme fright and the significant physical exertion, they were now both exhausted and starving. God Lin, it looks like those birds aren't going to attack us anymore. Can we stop and rest for a while? The young man who had previously gifted Yu a rocket spoke up, pleading. I really can't hold on any longer. Damn it, if I had known, I wouldn't have come to this fan meetup. God Lin, can you find a way to get us some food? This ghost of a forest is deathly still, and in this season, it doesn't look like there's any prey to hunt, everyone muttered, their faces filled with gloom and irritation. How about we go back and retrieve the carcasses of those giant birds from earlier? Guchinkyu suddenly spoke up. Swish! Everyone turned their heads in unison, staring at the girl in astonishment. Quite a few people actually swallowed hard. They were just that hungry. Those are monsters, right? Will something happen if we eat them? Li Junsheng was worried. Surely, birds of that size didn't exist in reality. Lin Baici looked back. Only 3 of the giant birds remained, the ones with the strongest desire for revenge. Of course, it was also possible that their nests contained eggs. Unlike the other giant birds that had hatchlings and needed to hunt for food constantly, form groups of 5 and go collect some firewood. We'll make some torches to keep warm and see if we can scare these giant birds away. As Lin Baici spoke, he pulled the black clay pot from his backpack, held it to his lips, and whispered, eat porridge, eat porridge. A vortex-like halo appeared at the mouth of the pot. Lin Baici reached in and pulled out a box of bread. The survivors were stunned. What is that? The luxury-loving man blurted out. Is that equipment similar to a space ring? Took out some bread, ham, and bottled water, and distributed them to everyone. God Lin, from now on, you're my dad. My real dad. The rocket brother bit into the bread hungrily, but after saying that, he choked and hurriedly pounded his chest with his hand. Does every god hunter have one of these? The luxury-loving man looked at the black clay pot in Lin Baici's hand, feeling incredibly envious. His father had left him tens of millions in assets, and he had always felt a sense of superiority. But now, that had all been shattered by a black clay pot, something like this. You couldn't buy it for 10 or 20 million, could you? Li Junsheng chimed in. Even if you offered 10 times that, you couldn't buy it. Jiu Hongyao tore open a ham with her teeth and handed it to Lin Baici. This god-forbidden item is a rare treasure even in the hunter circle. Stop talking nonsense. Now that we have food, hurry up and collect firewood to make torches, Lin Baici urged. Everyone split into groups of 5 and scattered to find wood suitable for torches. God Lin, can I be in your group? Xiao Shanya pleaded. Her looks were already inferior to Yu's, and now, having been burned once, she looked even worse. Woo-woo, it's all Zheng Guoxu's fault. Look at how God Lin helped me pass the trial. Fine. Just as Lin Baici finished speaking, a large object suddenly emerged from the ground about 7 or 8 meters away, sending the fallen leaves flying everywhere. Chapter 235 Birdman. Lin Baici's sharp gaze pierced through the swirling fallen leaves, outlining the complete silhouette of the creature. It was a 3-meter-tall monster. Its entire body was covered in yellowish skin, resembling the skin of a chicken that had been scalded in boiling water and plucked. It was likely some kind of birdman, but it had no feathers. The monster was extremely obese. Its belly and limbs were covered in rolls of fat that were stacked and pressed together. It had a triangular bird head with 2 narrow, bean-like eyes and a sharp, pointed beak. Woo-woo-woo. The monster made a strange sound and lunged at the people closest to it. "Oh, there's a monster! Run, Godlin, help!" Everyone panicked immediately and scattered in all directions. But the monster was incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, it had rushed up to a man and swiped at him with its large claws. Mud and leaves splattered everywhere. With that single strike, the monster, much like a human swatting a cockroach, easily slammed the unlucky guy to the ground. It then grabbed him, picked him up, and slammed him against the ground again. The man let out a shrill scream that could probably be heard throughout half the forest. "A woo-woo!" The monster yelled at the humans surrounding it, then picked up the man, widened its eyes to observe him, and chattered away in a string of gibberish. Lin Baici had already gripped his bronze sword and summoned the muscle Buddha, ready to blast the monster to pieces. But seeing this, he quickly stopped. Guqinkyu had intended to advise Lin Baici not to rush into a fight, because unlike the giant birds, this monster hadn't killed anyone directly. Furthermore, after catching a human, it hadn't been in a hurry to eat him, and the gibberish it was speaking suggested it might be trying to communicate. However, there was no need for Guqinkyu to remind him. Lin Baici had clearly noticed this detail as well. "Godlin, save me!" The unlucky guy cried out for help. "What do you think?" Guqinkyu didn't look at Lin Baici, but the question was clearly directed at him. "It seems interested in the bird eggs," Lin Baici guessed. The reason? Jia Hanyao widened her eyes, but she couldn't see anything. At first glance, this monster looked like a giant, scalded, featherless bird that could walk upright, with an emphasis on being fat. If you use this to make soup, it would definitely be a pot full of oil. Lin Baici took 2 steps forward, extended his left hand, and opened his palm, displaying the bird egg Huoyu had obtained to the fat bird monster. "Ooh!" The monster made a strange sound, staring fixedly at Lin Baici. The people who had scattered in all directions also quieted down, watching the interaction between Lin Baici and the monster. Lin Baici originally intended to throw the bird egg away, but considering that the thing might break, he placed it on the ground and signaled for everyone to retreat. The fat bird monster did not wait for Lin Baici and his group to move far away before running over impatiently, because it was so obese. Its entire body of fat wobbled as it ran, looking quite disgusting. The man it had captured was being dragged along the ground by one hand, his body covered in mud and rotting leaves. The fat bird monster scooped up the bird egg and tossed it into its mouth without a moment's hesitation. Crunch! The fat bird monster bit into the egg, closed its eyes, and slowly shook its head, seemingly savoring the sensation and aroma of the egg liquid spreading across its tongue. A minute later, the fat bird monster stuck out its thick, fleshy tongue and licked its lips, even licking the hand that had held the egg. Then, it looked at Lin Baici and began to wail at him. "Woo-woo. What is it saying?" Xiao Shanya asked curiously. "It wants more bird eggs." Lin Baici felt a headache coming on. This monster was so huge, and those bird eggs were so small. How many would it take to satisfy its appetite? Lin Baici estimated that once it was fed, he should be able to obtain some useful information. "Brother, could it be that you can understand what it's saying?" Li Junsheng was shocked. "Are god hunters really this powerful? I don't understand it." Lin Baici looked up at the large birds circling in the sky. After this fat bird monster appeared, their flight speed had increased significantly, which was likely a sign of agitation. It wasn't just Li Junsheng and Xiao Shanya. Even Jia Hongyao was completely confused. If you don't understand bird language, how do you know the monster is interested in bird eggs? This monster didn't kill anyone, which means we aren't on its menu. Its attacks are more like a deterrent and expulsion tactic against other animals intruding on its territory, Guqinkyu explained. As for why Baici knows it's interested in bird eggs, it's because the first thing it looked at was Baici's left hand. Jia Hongyao puffed out her chest with pride, as if to say, my team member. Isn't he amazing? Lin Baici glanced at Gu Qingqiu. This woman had high logical reasoning skills. But she was a bit crazy, and her physical constitution was too poor. If only that brain could have been given to the girl with the high ponytail. How much better would that be? God probably mistook constitution for wisdom when molding Jia Hongyao, adding it to her stats instead, resulting in a +1 to constitution. Cough cough, everyone, go and scavenge for bird eggs. If we feed this monster, we might be able to get some clues from it, Gu Qingqiu suggested. Aren't you just sending everyone to their deaths? Someone complained. Those giant birds were too fierce and protected their young aggressively. Looking at the ones in the sky, they hadn't left even now. And that was just because the eggs hadn't been stolen yet. Their vengefulness was already so extreme. If the eggs were actually taken, they would likely fight to the death. Gu Qingqiu ignored them and turned her head to look at Lin Baici. Lin Baici spread his hands. What kind of riddle are you two playing at? Jia Hongyao looked completely bewildered. Sister Hongyao. Huo Yu leaned into Jia Hongyao's ear and whispered. Qingqiu means that these people were fed too well. What? Jia Hongyao didn't understand at first. But she was slow-witted, not stupid. So she quickly realized what was meant. Gu Qingqiu was saying that Lin Baici had given these people food and water too early. Otherwise, once they were hungry, he could have used food as an incentive, and everyone would have had to go scavenge for bird eggs whether they wanted to or not. Awoo, awoo. The fat bird monster yelled at Lin Baici, pointing at the large trees to demand more eggs. Afterward, it lifted the man it was holding, making a gesture as if it were about to smash him against the ground. This was clearly a threat to Lin Baici. If he didn't go scavenge for eggs, it would kill this person. Lin Baici reached out and pointed at the birds in the sky, then made a motion of stuffing something into his mouth and tearing at it. And fortunately, it was like talking to a brick wall. The fat bird monster seemed to have lost its patience. It grabbed a handful of dirt from the ground and threw it at Lin Baici and the others. Lin Baici took out a can of luncheon meat, cut the container open with his bronze sword, and tossed it to the fat bird monster. The fat bird monster stared at the piece of luncheon meat vigilantly. After waiting for dozens of seconds to ensure there was no danger, it walked over, lowered its head to sniff it, and then tossed it aside with an expression of disgust. Oh. The fat bird monster only wanted to eat bird eggs. Let's go. Find another place to scavenge for eggs, Lin Baici ordered. At the very least, they had to shake off those giant birds overhead. Otherwise, as long as they were there, they would surely notify others of their kind. The others had no other plans. And since Lin Baici was so strong, following him was the safest option. When the fat bird monster saw Lin Baici and the others leaving, it hurriedly followed. It might have been a lazy creature, feeling that holding a person was too heavy and a waste of energy. So after walking for over 300 meters, it dropped the man. Can't you call out that muscular Buddha of yours and make it beat this monster into submission? Li Junsheng leaned over to Lin Baici and offered a small suggestion. What if it gets killed? Or if it gets provoked and refuses to tell us the answer? Lin Baici countered. In his view, why use violence when the matter could be resolved by feeding it? As far as he and Jia Hongyao were concerned, those giant birds were basically not a threat. In the air, they were helpless. But once they landed, they were as good as dead. After walking for another 20 minutes, perhaps because they had left the giant bird's territory, or perhaps because the birds saw no opportunity for revenge, the few giant birds circling overhead finally left. They're finally gone. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, although the fat bird monster was still following behind. Because it didn't eat people and didn't initiate attacks, it didn't exert as much pressure. Lin Baici intended to walk a bit further and observe the surrounding environment, hoping to discover some key clues or other fat bird monsters. However, the creature behind them seemed to have lost its patience, grabbing a stone and hurling it at them. Oh, the fat bird monster shrieked. Everyone's hearts skipped a beat, and they all gathered toward Lin Baici. Get out of the way. Are you not afraid of being wiped out in one go? Lin Baici looked back, stared at the fat bird monster, walked over to a large tree nearby, and grabbed the trunk with force. Crack, crack. Lin Baici tore off a piece of wood with his bare hands and crushed it into wood shavings. Holy crap! Everyone was shocked. What kind of terrifying, monstrous strength was this? The luxury-clad man's mouth opened and closed. He almost blurted out, "You are the real monster, aren't you?" But he realized that if he said that, he would likely be beaten to death by Lin Baici. The reason Lin Baici could achieve this was mainly because he had equipped the colossal statue strength gloves. The fat bird monster let out a cry, paused its feet, and subconsciously turned its head to look behind it. What does that mean? You are not planning to run away, are you? Lin Baici was speechless. He just wanted to let that fat bird monster know not to be too arrogant or go too far, thinking he was a pushover. But it seemed this little display of strength had scared the creature. Don't do that. I am still waiting for you to give me information. Lin Baici felt fortunate that he had not summoned the muscular Buddha. Otherwise, it definitely would have scared this thing away. Are there fewer giant birds over there? Lin Baici shouted. Caw, caw. The fat bird monster changed its cry, but it was like playing the lute to a cow. No one could understand it. I suggest you all go and steal some bird eggs. Even if you don't feed this fat bird monster, it is best to keep 1 or 2 for yourselves. Of course, I am not forcing you. Lin Baici did not want to be too explicit. What if he accidentally leaked the trump card that was the food god? Gu Qingqiu was too smart, and he had to be on guard against her. Yu Qingqiu, what are you to go in to do? Are you coming with me or waiting here? Lin Baici looked at Xiao Shanya. You are injured. Stay here and get some rest. I want to follow you. Xiao Shanya felt that being by Lin Baici's side was the safest place. Kinkin, I will protect you, Zheng Guoxu promised. This time, there will absolutely be no more mistakes. Get lost, Xiao Shanya cursed. If it weren't for you, would I be in such a miserable state? We are coming along. Gu Qingqiu looked up and observed the sky. Everyone will definitely have to clear the god ruins together in the future. We might as well take this opportunity to train while the god taboo game is still not too difficult. That works too. Lin Baici did not mind. Seeing that Lin Baici had left a tang saber for Xiao Shanya before setting off with the 4 of them, the luxury-clad man, Li Junsheng, Rocket Brother, and about a dozen others all followed. What are you doing? Lin Baici frowned. Everyone remained silent. In truth, they were worried that Lin Baici would abandon them and leave on his own. There are too many people. It will attract the attention of the giant birds. Go back and wait. Lin Baici reprimanded them. The group did not dare to defy Lin Baici and had no choice but to give up. Lin Baici continued forward. After walking for more than 10 minutes, he chose a spot where he could see over 20 bird nests and stopped. Split up and act. If you encounter danger, shout. You to hide. After Lin Baici finished speaking, he ran 10 meters away, nimbly climbed up a large tree, and reached the bird nest at the top. There were 2 bird eggs inside. Lin Baici collected them. To save time, he utilized the ability of the giant locust legs to jump down directly and then ran toward the next tree. Jia Hongyao's movements were also very swift. She scrambled up the tree in a flash, grabbed the bird eggs, leaped down in one motion, and rushed toward another tree. Soon, the 2 of them had ransacked the 20 or so bird nests in the vicinity. Just as they were about to move to another area, a sharp bird cry rang out in the sky, seemingly piercing enough to rupture eardrums. Lin Baici looked up and counted 12 of them. Don't kill them. Change locations. Lin Baici shouted, preparing to shake off these birds. A few of them had originally intended to stop chasing, but upon returning to their nests and seeing the eggs were gone, they immediately shrieked, flapped their wings, and gave chase once again. Come on then, you bastards, Lin Baici roared, wanting to attract all the giant birds to him. As Jia Hongyao lacked long-range attack capabilities, you keep going to steal the eggs. I will deal with them. Lin Baici quickly took out his pinewood torch. As he ran past a large tree, he used force in his arm to brush the torch against it. The orange-red flames ignited instantly. The few giant birds that had lost their eggs charged over at high speed. Because of their powerful wing beats, the rotting leaves and mud on the ground were blown into the air. They caught up to Lin Baici, and their sharp talons immediately clawed at his head. Lin Baici rolled on the ground, dodging the claw strike, then pushed off with his legs. His whole body sprang up like a coil, and he swung the torch, slamming it into the head of a giant bird. The giant bird was not only knocked to the ground, but the pine wood torch also ignited its feathers. With a boom, it instantly turned into a large ball of fire. Screech, it shrieked. And the leaves on the ground caught fire as well. A pungent, charred smell of burning fat immediately filled the air. The muscular Buddha appeared in front of Lin Baici, throwing punch after punch. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The surroundings were filled with the sound of air being torn apart by heavy blows. If Lin Baici summoned the red clay golem, he could end the battle quickly, but using that divine grace would waste divine power. So he chose to conserve it, however, by using the muscular Buddha to attract the giant bird's attacks. Combined with the lethality of the pine wood torch, the speed at which he cleared the giant birds was also very fast. Guqinkyu whistled. Was Lin Baici's combat power strong? In Guqinkyu's view, it was likely inferior to Jia Hongyao's because he had been a god hunter for too short a time. But if they were to actually fight, Jia Hongyao would lose to Lin Baici 9 times out of 10, because Lin Baici's brain was truly too formidable. He could always come up with the right tactics, using the minimum effort to achieve the maximum result. Chapter 236 Survival Instinct. Kneeling and begging for mercy. In the forest, the cries of the giant birds became increasingly shrill. They were desperate. The talons of these giant birds were large and sharp. Resembling iron hooks, any animal caught by them would end up with its skin torn and flesh mangled. If a human were to be struck even once, they would either die or be severely injured, effectively losing all combat capability. However, for the muscular Buddha, those claw strikes were no more than a light tickle. It didn't bother to defend at all, which gave it even more leeway to launch attacks. When a giant bird swooped down, the muscular Buddha swung its fists, sending a sky full of bird feathers scattering with a boom. The muscular Buddha's fists were not to be trifled with. As long as they connected, these giant birds would fall straight down like planes hit by gunfire. Lin Baici followed up quickly, using his torch like a baseball bat. Not only did he strike these giant birds, but he also ignited them instantly. Boom, boom. Balls of fire rose up, and within a dozen seconds, they were reduced to piles of ash. These giant birds were not low in intelligence, or perhaps their hunting instincts were simply very sharp. They quickly changed their tactics, bypassing the muscular Buddha to attack Lin Baici. However, the muscular Buddha was tall with long arms, directly shielding Lin Baici's head, back, and both sides of his body. Lin Baici only needed to guard the front, but he decided to play along and had the muscular Buddha guard only his back. The giant birds indeed swooped in from the front and above. Lin Baici gripped the torch tightly in his right hand, and with every swing, he drew long dragons of fire through the gloomy forest. This divine taboo item was truly a sharp weapon for killing and arson, especially against these living creatures. Its lethality was immense. The only trouble was that he had to be careful not to let the ignited giant birds touch him as they flew about in chaos. Lin Baici went on a killing spree, and since fire was inherently intimidating to birds, after their frantic attacks proved fruitless, the remaining few birds flew off into the sky, unwilling to give up. In fact, he could have had the red clay golem lie in ambush to launch a surprise attack and wipe them all out in one go, but he chose not to. If you know what's good for you. Lin Baici hummed a little tune and continued to scavenge for bird eggs. As long as a god hunter's combat power reached a certain level, the difficulty of this stage was not the threat of the monsters, but the search for clues. What exactly was the use of these bird eggs? Lin Baici cracked one open, poured it into his mouth, and swallowed it raw. Oh, the fishy smell was so strong. Lin Baici's brows immediately whereupon together. Nearly an hour had passed since Lin Baici left, and everyone was feeling anxious. Although they had just eaten and were no longer hungry, it was cold. Moreover, in such an unfamiliar environment, the sense of loneliness and panic was overwhelming, pressing down on them like a 1,000-pound boulder and making it hard to breathe. Do you think God Lin has left? The luxury-clad man was filled with worry. Isn't that fat bird monster still here? God Lin said it has the clues to clear the stage on it. The rocket jacket guy hugged his arms, shivering. What if he was lying to us? Li Junsheng knew it was unlikely that Lin Baici had left, but what if? After all, he was their only lifeline. Without him, everyone would surely die. I think if we want God Lin to look at us favorably and receive his special care, we have to be obedient. So, I suggest we go and raid a few bird nests, at least 1 egg per person. Li Junsheng proposed. How about it? That's too dangerous. The luxury-clad man didn't want to go. He didn't want to risk his life for things that could be solved with money. It was a pity the man in the jacket had been pecked to death by the giant birds, otherwise, he could have hired him. Before they could reach a consensus, the fat bird monster in the distance could no longer wait. It felt as if it had been deceived. So it set its sights on these humans. Ooh! The fat bird monster shrieked, signaling for these people to help it scavenge for bird eggs. What is it saying? Is it asking when God Lin will be back? Or is it telling us to go get the eggs? Everyone was terrified and began to retreat. Without Lin Baici, they couldn't suppress this monster. Don't be impatient. God Lin will be back soon. Li Junsheng gathered his courage and shouted. Seeing that these people weren't moving, the fat bird monster immediately took off at a sprint and charged over. Woo! As the monster charged, the followers of Little Fairy's stream panicked, scattering in all directions like ants scalded by boiling water. Thump, thump, thump. The fat bird monster was fast. It chased a young man to within 7 or 8 meters behind him, then suddenly accelerated and rammed into him like a cannonball. The unlucky fellow was hit in the lower back and lunged forward onto the ground. Before he could even crawl up, he was swatted into the fallen leaves and mud by the fat bird monster's large hand. Awoo! The fat bird monster issued a threat, but it realized these people had scattered in a panic. It became even angrier, smashed the skull of the human on the ground with a single slap, and began to hunt down the others. In the jungle, a fight for survival unfolded. Everyone was running in the direction Lin Baici had left, hoping to run into him quickly. Fortunately, after running for over 100 meters, they suddenly saw Lin Baici appearing ahead. God Lin! Everyone wept with joy. As if they had seen a savior, Lin Baici started running, crossed paths with these people, and headed straight for the fat bird monster. The fat bird monster saw Lin Baici and was overjoyed. Just as it was about to widen its eyes to see how many eggs he had managed to get, a flying stone struck its left eye. The fat bird monster let out a miserable shriek of "Oh!" and in the next moment, a bronze sword grazed past its head, leaving a bloody scratch on its face. The fat bird monster was horrified. It wanted to explain that it wasn't an enemy and could tell them how to get out of this bird forest. But a much larger human suddenly appeared beside it. It should be a human, right, this time. The muscular Buddha did not throw a punch, fearing it might kill the fat bird monster, but instead used its fan-like hand to slap the fat bird monster across the face. Slap, slap. The sound of the slaps was crisp. The fat bird monster's head was whipped from side to side, and the large chunks of fat on its face wobbled back and forth. This monster is just all show and no substance. Jiu Hongyao was speechless. The fat bird monster actually knelt down, burying its head into the fallen leaves and dirt. It was hard to tell if it had learned to kneel and beg for mercy without being taught, or if it was simply playing the ostrich to escape reality. Seeing this scene, everyone felt relieved, but also incredibly envious. This was just too powerful. Everyone sized up the muscular Buddha, wishing they had such a formidable servant themselves. Lin Baici walked up to the fat bird monster and kicked its shoulder. Hey, get up, swish! The fat bird monster pulled its head out of the dirt, looked at Lin Baici, and forced a smile. It was feeling a bit conflicted right now. Should I run or not? Lin Baici opened a stainless steel thermal lunchbox and tossed it in front of the fat bird monster. Inside were the bird eggs he and Jiu Hongyao had collected, over 60 of them. Caw, caw. The fat bird monster let out two cries, immediately grabbed a handful, shoved them into its mouth, and began to chew. As the aroma of the egg liquid permeated its mouth, it revealed an expression of pure intoxication. Seeing Lin Baici disciplining this monster as if it were a dog, everyone was filled with boundless admiration. After letting the monster eat a few mouthfuls to satisfy its craving, Lin Baici picked up a tree branch and poked it. Hey, tell me how to leave this place. Can't understand. That was fine. He would just have to beat it hard. Lin Baici believed that under the instinct of survival, the monster would understand what he wanted. Caw, caw. The fat bird monster squawked like a duck, raised a large, chubby hand, and pointed toward the 11 o'clock direction. Everyone immediately looked over. Does it mean we should go this way? The luxury-loving man was very happy. There was hope. Because Lin Baici was there, they weren't panicked. So they had all returned. Let's go, Lin Baici urged. Everyone was obedient and moved immediately. But after walking only 10 meters or so, they noticed Lin Baici had stopped again. He picked up a stone and threw it at the fat bird monster. The stone hit the monster's head precisely while it was busy eating bird eggs. What was the meaning of this? Was Lin Baici going to slaughter it? Is there something you haven't told me yet? The gluttonous god had mentioned the 4 words holding a bird egg. Lin Baici had been keeping this in mind. He hadn't asked earlier because he wanted to see if the fat bird monster would volunteer the information. He had pretended to leave, only to notice the monster sneakily peeking at him. The fat bird monster was still hesitating when the muscular Buddha appeared and slapped it on the forehead. Snack! The fat bird monster was knocked to the ground. It immediately learned its lesson, picked up a bird egg, tossed it into its mouth, made some whimpering sounds at Lin Baici, then spat it out, only to toss it back into its mouth again. What does it mean by that? Jiu Hongniao didn't understand. Does it want us to eat the bird eggs? Why does it look to me like it wants us to hold a bird egg in our mouths? Gu Qingqiu frowned deeply. She imagined what she would look like with a bird egg in her mouth. Ugh, too ugly. You all saw it, right? Go find bird eggs and hold them in your mouths, Lin Baici instructed. He had specifically saved a few bird eggs earlier. Now, he took out a bottle of mineral water, rinsed them off, and distributed them to the girls. Because of the language barrier with the monster, Lin Baici knew he wouldn't be able to ask for the reason behind this action. We just have to keep it in our mouths like this. Jiu Hongniao put the bird egg in her mouth. It was a bit large, making her mouth feel uncomfortable. Huo Yu wanted to say, isn't this rule pollution a bit too perverse, holding this bird egg? It looks a lot like that, you know. It's best not to spit it out, Lin Baici cautioned. Then looked at Li Junsheng and the others. I won't help you. Go dig for the bird eggs yourselves. During the nearly 1 hour he had been away, these people had just waited around without going to look for eggs. They were truly too much like giant babies. Lin Baici did not like these selfish people. They were afraid of death. But didn't they realize that he and Jiu Hongniao had risked their lives to gather those eggs? Lin Baici and Jiu Hongniao had worked hard for nearly an hour and only managed to collect about 60 eggs. Hurry up and go. The probability of giant birds appearing is about 30%. We might not necessarily run into them, Huo Yu urged. Not wanting Lin Baici and Jiu Hongniao to take any more risks, everyone hesitated, not wanting to go. But nature follows the survival of the fittest. The previous crises had killed off those with poor judgment. The remaining ones at least had decent emotional intelligence and didn't dare to blame Lin Baici and Jiu Hongniao, who were god hunters from the Zhujiu Security Bureau, for not guaranteeing their personal safety. In fact, the primary duty of the Zhujiu Security Bureau was to purify rule pollution in the shortest time possible and contain god-forbidden objects to prevent the spread of pollution, as that would affect more people. Only under that premise could they try their best to save as many lives as possible. Lin Baici ignored these people and walked in the direction the fat bird monster had pointed. Li Junsheng was quite clever. He ran an extra 30 meters along the path Lin Baici was taking. When Lin Baici passed by, he climbed a tree to dig for eggs. That way, even if a giant bird attacked him, he could quickly flee to Lin Baici's side. Li Junsheng's approach gave others a hint, and they all started doing the same. Lin Baici was, after all, an employee of the Zhujiu Security Bureau and allowed them to do this. However, everyone was quite lucky. By the time 30-some people had secured their bird eggs, the first wave of giant birds finally appeared. There were 9 in total. Run, Lin Baici shouted, with him and Jiu Hongniao there. This wave of giant birds didn't kill anyone. After leaving behind 3 corpses and a ground full of bird feathers, they departed, and willingly. Half an hour later, an open area appeared ahead, with an altar standing there. Gurgle. Lin Baici's stomach growled. Chapter 237 Death Incubation. In the sky, dark clouds were churning. It seemed like it was about to rain. Everyone arrived in front of the altar. This altar was not the common type of stone structure. Instead, it was built from wood and straw. It looked extremely crude. consisting merely of 3 concentric circles. On the wood, there were dried, dark red blood stains that connected to form a series of bizarre symbols. In the center of the concentric circles stood a wooden stake as thick as an arm, upon which was tied a bird man made of straw. The feathers on this bird man were identical to those on the giant birds everyone had encountered earlier. However, because it had not been maintained for a long time and had been weathered by wind and rain, it looked quite wretched, like a drowned rat. "What do we do now?" The man in luxury clothing eyed the straw bird. "Pray to it." Everyone stared at the altar with vigilance, their faces showing a hint of disappointment. In truth, they had hoped to see a portal here that could lead them out. "Don't touch anything," Lin Baici warned. The wind picked up, and a light drizzle began to fall from the sky, pattering against their faces with a chilling sensation. Li Junsheng suddenly shouted, giving everyone a start. "What moved?" The man in luxury clothing stiffened, his expression tense. The bird man's eyelids seemed to twitch. Li Junsheng was not entirely sure. Its eyelids are sewn shut. How could they move? Zheng Guoxu looked at Li Junsheng as if he were a coward, offering a disdainful remark to highlight his own fearlessness. This was a straw bird man. Its torso and limbs were human-like, but its feet were bird claws, and a pair of wings grew from its ribs. It had a bird head, round and small, with a very long beak shaped like a large hook, similar to a crow's beak. Its upper and lower eyelids were crudely sewn together with hemp thread. Under these circumstances, caution was the better part of valor. So everyone stared intently at the straw bird. "It moved. I saw it too. Damn, this feels so sinister." Everyone instantly grew tense. "God, Lin. So should we leave this place?" Xiao Shanyo was very afraid. Lin Baici had a bird egg in his mouth, making it inconvenient to speak. Jia Hongyao was in the same situation, so she grew annoyed and placed her right hand in front of her mouth, preparing to spit the egg out. "Don't," Lin Baici mumbled, his eyes sharp and his hands quick as he covered the high ponytail girl's mouth. He worried that if the bird egg were spat out, it might be considered a failure or elimination by the rules. Gu Qingqiu immediately crouched down and, using the dagger Lin Baici had given her, wrote on the ground, "Do not spit out the bird egg, observe first." Gu Qingqiu did not let Jia Hongyao write down her own findings, as she felt that with the high ponytail girl's intelligence, there probably wouldn't be any major discoveries anyway. Everyone had followed the direction indicated by the fat bird monster to find this altar. It must have some purpose. Gu Qingqiu circled the altar once and walked toward the straw bird, preparing to observe it at close range. Her action immediately drew everyone's attention. "She's got guts." The man in luxury clothing sighed. As for him, if he were asked to go up there, he wouldn't dare. Jia Hongyao, worried for Gu Qingqiu's safety, immediately followed. The two stood before the straw bird, examining it. Suddenly, just as Gu Qingqiu looked into the straw bird's eyes, its sewn eyelids snapped, breaking the coarse threads. They opened to reveal a pair of rotting eyeballs, inside which maggots were even slowly crawling. "Careful!" Jia Hongyao instantly reached out, wanting to pull Gu Qingqiu behind her. But Gu Qingqiu was as steady as a rock and was not startled. Swish, swish. The straw bird's rotting eyeballs rolled irregularly a few times before locking onto Gu Qingqiu. Whoosh! A translucent bird man, as if a soul had shed its shell, suddenly stepped out from the straw-woven body and floated in front of Gu Qingqiu. Face to face with her, "Don't attack." Gu Qingqiu leaned her upper body slightly backward, not out of fear, but because she was not used to being so close to someone. Jia Hongyao had been about to strike, but upon hearing Gu Qingqiu's words, she hurriedly stopped. "What the hell? What is that thing? Run!" The others were not as bold as Gu Qingqiu. The moment they saw the birdman ghost appear, they turned and ran. However, after running more than 10 meters, they stopped, mainly because the Lin Baici had not run. Seeing these uninvited guests fleeing, the birdman ghost immediately opened its mouth and emitted an ultrasonic wave, just like ripples appearing when a stone is thrown into a lake. There also developed a circle of ripples that grew larger and spread rapidly in all directions, sweeping over everyone. Although they heard no sound, everyone's head shook violently, as if they had suffered a severe sonic boom attack. One by one, they showed expressions of pain and lost their footing, collapsing to the ground while screaming. Xiao Shanya was so scared that her legs went weak. She immediately leaned against Lin Baici and clung tightly to his arm. Many people's eardrums seemed to have ruptured, with fresh blood flowing from their ears. However, a small portion of the group was fine. Lin Baici noticed that they were all the ones holding bird eggs in their mouths. Having dodged this sonic wave attack, thank heavens. The man in luxury clothing was so moved he cried, "Sure enough, believe in God, Lin, and you shall gain eternal life." The bird-man ghost looked around, its gaze sweeping past those who had not fallen. Then it continued to stare at Guqinkyu, reaching out to pinch her cheek. Guqinkyu guessed what this monster wanted to do and directly opened her mouth. Seeing the saliva-covered bird egg in Guqinkyu's mouth, the bird-man ghost released her and floated toward a young man who had collapsed on the ground. "Why didn't it look at me?" Zhao Hongyao was puzzled. SHH. Guqinkyu signaled for Zhao Hongyao to remain quiet. The bird-man ghost floated in front of a short-haired young man, pinched his cheek, and pried it open with force. The young man opened his mouth. The bird-man ghost did not see a bird egg, its brow furrowed, and it then reached out and thrust its hand forcefully into the young man's mouth. Crack! Like a red-hot iron rod piercing a block of cheese, the bird-man ghost's arm easily thrust into the young man's esophagus, reaching a depth of over a foot. Holy shit! Seeing this brutal scene, everyone felt a numbness spread from their heads to their toes, and a cold sweat broke out instantly. The young man screamed, his mouth torn open, blood splattering onto the clothes on his chest. He struggled, but it was to no avail. The bird-man ghost pulled its hand out. The young man immediately collapsed to the ground, crawling away in agony, desperate to escape. The bird-man ghost did not see a bird egg and let out a cry toward the young man. The young man's head exploded, blood flowing out and soaking the fallen leaves and soil. The drizzle falling from the sky hit everyone's faces, making them feel even colder. Many were shivering uncontrollably. The bird-man ghost drifted toward the man in luxury clothing. Seeing the bird egg in his mouth, it let him go. Everyone's faces were pale. Some felt lucky, others regretful, because the situation was now clear. As long as you held a bird egg in your mouth, you would not be attacked by this bird-man ghost. Thank goodness I listened to God, Lin. Rocket Brother's face was filled with the small, certain happiness of having escaped a disaster. Not just him, but everyone else who had taken a bird egg now felt like kowtowing to Lin Baici, the kind that made a sound. My little Lin is the best in the world, Zhao Hongyao shouted in her heart, completely unbothered. Another unlucky soul on the ground had the bird-man ghost's hand thrust into his throat to check for a bird egg. After confirming there was none, the bird-man ghost let out a cry, and the unlucky man's head exploded instantly, his skull flying more than 10 meters away. "Run!" Zhao Hongyao shouted. She was truly impressed. This was clearly a dead-end situation. So what were they waiting for? Run quickly and go get a bird egg. Some people didn't want to wait for death, so they endured the pain of their ruptured eardrums, scrambled up, and stumbled away into the distance. The bird-man ghost glanced at them but did not pursue, because no matter how far they ran, if they wanted to leave this forest alive, they would eventually have to return. The atmosphere around the altar was incredibly oppressive. Everyone felt like they were playing a real-life game of tag with a ghost, not daring to move, waiting for the bird-man ghost to call their names. The bird-man ghost drifted in front of Rocket Brother. Rocket Brother didn't want this monster's arm thrust into his esophagus, so he took the initiative to open his mouth, pleading in a muffled, indistinct voice. "I have a bird egg, crack." He had spoken too hastily, and the shell of the bird egg was too fragile. His teeth had chipped a small pit into it. The color drained from Rocket Brother's face instantly, his body shivering like a sieve. He looked toward Lin Baici for help. The bird-man ghost saw the bird egg crack with its own eyes and flew into a rage, shrieking at Rocket Brother. Rocket Brother's head exploded like a rotten tomato. A spray of blood shot into the sky, mixing with the drizzle and splattering everywhere. The headless corpse fell to the ground. So, it's no good even if the bird egg is cracked. Everyone panicked, because they didn't know if the bird eggs in their own mouths had any cracks. The bird-man ghost drifted in front of Xiao Shanya. Xiao Shanya swallowed hard, clutching Lin Baiqi's arm tightly. Zheng Guoxu was so jealous he could vomit blood. He wanted to stand in front of Xiao Shanya, but seeing the deaths one after another made him panic inside. and he couldn't bring himself to move his legs. Lin Baici patted Xiao Shanya's shoulder and then pulled her close, offering her warmth and signaling that she didn't need to panic. But Xiao Shanya was still trembling. Lin Baici reached out and gently tapped Xiao Shanya's chin. "Open your mouth." Who knew how much strength the Birdman ghost had? If he let it pinch her cheeks, what if it crushed the bird egg? It was better to take the initiative and open her mouth to show it. Xiao Shanya opened her mouth tremblingly, praying with all her heart that the bird egg was fine. The Birdman ghost stared for a few seconds, then left. Xiao Shanya's legs gave out, and she slumped toward the ground. But Lin Baici was quick-witted and caught her. The Birdman ghost drifted back and forth among the crowd, checking everyone to confirm they all had bird eggs in their mouths. After killing the 3 people whose bird eggs had cracks, it crawled back into the straw bird. The heavy stone pressing on everyone's hearts lifted instantly. "What do we do now?" Jia Hongya looked at Lin Baici, waiting for an answer. The others also looked at Lin Baici with eager eyes. No one had died, but they couldn't just keep holding this bird egg and wasting time here, could they? Lin Baici didn't know what to do either. Suddenly, the egg in his mouth seemed to move. What was going on? Could it be that the hatchling was about to break out of its shell? Xiao Bai. Hu Yu yanked Lin Baici twice, telling him to look quickly. Lin Baici turned his head and saw that the young man wearing Nike shoes was starting to grow feathers on his body. Chapter 238 Personality Regression. What the? The man in luxury clothing saw this scene and shuddered violently, nearly wetting himself. The others were no better. The main reason was that what was happening to the Nike-wearing youth was too horrifying and too stimulating to the eyes. The Nike-wearing youth had been a normal person, his skin neither fair nor rough, just normal, but now a large amount of feathers were visibly growing out of his pores, expanding rapidly. Moreover, they were covered not only in lubricating mucus but also in streaks of blood. The process shouldn't have been painful, but it must have been incredibly itchy, as the youth was clawing at his body incessantly with both hands. "God, Lin, what is going on?" The Nike-wearing youth was anxious, his face filled with a look of impending doom as he stumbled toward Lin Baici. "Save me," because he was holding a bird egg in his mouth. His words were somewhat muffled and indistinct. Whoosh! Seeing the Nike-wearing youth approach, everyone scrambled backward in fear. What if growing feathers was a disease? What if they caught it from him? Lin Baici didn't move. He felt this must be related to the bird egg in their mouths. Could it be that it was now safe to spit them out? Lin Baici frowned deeply, but considering the gluttonous god's comment was merely holding a bird egg with no further instructions, he decided to wait and see. Hinkin. Zheng Guoxu pulled Jia Shanya, retreating backward, trying to get as far away from the Nike-clad youth as possible. "Let go of me." Jia Shanya forcefully shook off her ex-boyfriend's hand. She had intended to stay with Lin Baici, but she noticed that he had no intention of retreating at all. Is he really this bold? Looking at Lin Baici's height, standing there as steady as a mountain, he truly provided an immense sense of security. Jia Shanya felt like calling Lin Baici daddy. "It's a pity that such a great man isn't my boyfriend." The feathers on the Nike-clad youth's body were dense and lush, even covering his head. They quickly obscured his entire face, making it almost impossible to see his eyes. When he was 4 or 5 meters away from Lin Baici, the Nike-clad youth suddenly flapped his arms, like a large bird beating its wings to hunt, and lunged toward Lin Baici. Screech! The Nike-clad youth roared, but it wasn't a human sound, it was the cry of some kind of bird. Lin Baici stepped forward with his left foot, arched his back, and swung his right arm. His fist, like a heavy cannon, met the lunging youth and slammed hard into his face. The Birdman Nike youth was sent flying. Blood sprayed from his mouth and nose, staining the feathers on his face red. He crashed to the ground, chirping and screeching. Because Lin Baici was too strong, he didn't dare attack him again and turned towards someone else instead. "It seems he has lost his human memories." Gu Qingqiu was curious. The youth hadn't just changed in appearance, his mindset seemed to have become that of a bird man as well. "Also, the bird egg in my mouth seems to be hatching, mine too." Hu Yu was worried. The bird egg in her mouth was twitching, making her very uncomfortable and causing her to drool. The youth in the denim jacket, who had previously clashed with the Nike-clad youth on the roof over the feathers, saw the state the Nike-clad youth was in. He didn't gloat. Instead, He wore an expression of shared sorrow, as if mourning the death of a fellow creature. Will I end up like that too? The denim-jacketed youth trembled, not daring to look down at his skin for fear of seeing feathers sprouting. But this phenomenon was not subject to human will. His skin began to itch, followed by a slight stinging sensation, and then, one by one, feathers began to emerge. Is it because of the bird egg? Thinking of this, the denim-jacketed youth immediately spat out the bird egg in his mouth. But it was useless. The feathers continued to grow. Lin Baici dashed over in a few strides to examine the bird egg on the ground. It was completely intact. It seemed a new stage of the rule-based pollution had arrived. It wasn't just the Nike-clad youth and the denim-jacketed one. 7 or 8 other people had also started growing feathers and turning into birdmen. The scene was terrifying, truly testing one's ability to withstand pressure. Everyone was at a loss and looked toward Lin Baici. Zheng Guoxu spat out the bird egg in his mouth and urged Jiashanya, "Kinkin, hurry, spit out the bird egg." Jiashanya didn't listen to him. She stared longingly at Lin Baici. Zheng Guoxu was not only acting clever but was also self-righteous. Seeing Jiashanya hesitate and ignore him, he became very angry. "I wouldn't harm you. You have to trust me," Zheng Guoxu shouted, explaining himself, and actually reached out to pry open Jiashanya's mouth, trying to force the bird egg out. Just now, not holding the bird egg would have gotten us killed by that birdman monster. But the monster has already left. If you keep holding it now, you'll turn into a birdman, you idiots. If you don't spit out the bird eggs, just wait to turn into monsters, Zheng Guoxu sneered. Everyone hesitated. After all, Zheng Guoxu had spat out his egg and was still perfectly fine. "Kinkin, look at me, am I not fine?" Zheng Guoxu persuaded. "Trust me, don't be afraid. Even if we die, I'll be with you." Jiashanya wanted to live and was conflicted, but upon hearing the words "be with you," she immediately began to struggle. "To hell with you. Haven't you harmed me enough already?" Seeing Jiashanya struggle, Zheng Guoxu became angry, unable to hold back any longer. He slapped her across the cheek. Jiashanya was stunned by the blow. "Listen to me. I won't harm you," Zheng Guoxu muttered, reaching out to dig for the bird egg again. Lin Baici's right hand shot out, grabbed his wrist, and twisted it with force. Zheng Guoxu screamed in pain. "Get lost, stop bothering her." Lin Baici felt that this Zheng Guoxu was mentally unstable. You couldn't say he didn't love Jiashanya, as he would risk his life for her, but you couldn't say he loved her either, as he would hurt her so viciously. You already have such a beautiful girlfriend like Huoyuyu. Why are you still pestering my girlfriend? Zheng Guoxu questioned loudly, his expression resentful. But Lin Baici was too strong, and he didn't dare to act out. What do you mean by that? Jiashanya was furious. Are you saying I'm not as good as Huoyuyu? Even if it were true, I wouldn't allow you to say it out loud. There was nothing to discuss with someone like Zheng Guoxu. Lin Baici simply launched a kick, striking him squarely on the shin. Zheng Guoxu felt the pain and dropped to his knees. A follow-up kick to his chest sent him flying more than 10 meters away. "There are no feathers on him," Gu Qinkyu reminded. Having been watching Zheng Guoxu the whole time, her meaning was simple. Zheng Guoxu was fine, which meant that spitting out the bird egg could prevent one from turning into a birdman. "Wait," Lin Baici was concise. "Of course, everyone's life is their own. I have no right to interfere with what you choose to do." Everyone was still hesitating, watching helplessly as those few people lost their humanity and turned into birdmen. "Kinkin, hurry and spit out the bird egg," Zheng Guoxu shouted until his voice was hoarse. "Would I ever harm you? You wouldn't harm me, but you are too stupid." Jiashanya hesitated for a few seconds. She looked at Jia Hongyao and Gu Qinkyu, and especially at Huoyuyu, who was completely following Lin Baici's lead. She decided to trust Lin Baici as well. Xiao Bai thought. Huoyuyu was halfway through speaking when she suddenly began to retch. Her mouth was forced open, and a wet, aguk and saliva-covered chick crawled out from her oral cavity. The chick landed on the ground, hopped a few times, then flapped its wings and flew onto Huoyuyu's head. The others stared at this scene, dumbfounded. What was going on? The bird egg in her mouth had hatched into a bird. Lin Baici and Gu Qinkyu's eyes lit up. They immediately checked their surroundings, and sure enough, The mouths of the remaining survivors were all distended. It was clear that the bird eggs were hatching. Those who had turned into bird people must have been unlucky, having been holding a rotten egg. The two of them had guessed correctly. The chicks hatched from the eggs held in their mouths were the keys to using the altar. The eggshell in Lin Baici's mouth had completely shattered. He could feel a chick wriggling and struggling, forcing his mouth open before jumping out. Lin Baici reached out to catch it and placed it on his head. The chick used Lin Baici's hair as a nest, sitting on top of it while pointing one wing at the altar and chirping incessantly. It should be wanting us to go onto the altar, right? Guchinku guessed. Lin Baici climbed over the railing and stood in the very center of the altar. The straw bird suddenly began to sing. Amidst this singing, the chick on Lin Baici's head suddenly started to grow. Within a dozen seconds, it was the size of a yak. Then, it gripped Lin Baici's shoulders, flapped its wings, and flew into the sky heading toward the east. Come quickly, Lin Baici shouted. Quick, quick, Jiahongyao urged. Everyone ran to the center of the altar. The chicks they possessed began to grow rapidly, then carried them away into the air. What about me? Zhang Guoxu was stunned, sweating profusely from anxiety. He then ran toward the bird egg he had spat out, and regardless of the dirt sticking to it, he hurriedly picked it up and stuffed it into his mouth. 1 second. 2 seconds. Just as Zhang Guoxu was worrying about when this thing would hatch, feathers began to grow on his body, and he started to mutate into the bird person state. Lin Baici was in the sky and had no way to help others. When he saw that Zhang Guoxu hadn't managed to drag anyone else down with him, he felt relieved. Everyone rode their chicks, flying along like this. Where is this going? Jiahongyao shouted. I don't know. If you haven't discovered anything, then speak less. Lin Baici looked down. The chicks were flying higher and higher, and the scenery on the ground was becoming increasingly blurred. Suddenly, the chick released its claws. Lin Baici was not startled. He had been focusing all his attention on the chick's condition. The moment it released its claws, he immediately activated lightning flash. Swish, everything slowed down. Lin Baici reached out and grabbed the chick's talons. But apart from Jiahongyao, Huoyuyu, Guchinku, and the others did not have this ability to react, and they all fell. Xiaobai! Huoyuyu screamed. Lin Baici hesitated for a moment, then released the bird's talons. Seeing this, Jiahongyao followed suit. The group plummeted from a great height. Just as Jiahongyao was wondering how to save herself, her vision suddenly went black, and she couldn't see anything. Then, with a thud, her body felt as if it had fallen into a pile of cotton. When Jiahongyao could see again, she discovered that she had fallen into a small mountain made of feathers. She immediately used her hands and feet to climb out. Little Lin, little you, Jiahongyao shouted. As she crawled out of the feather mountain, she saw a golden iron net in front of her. What is this? A bird cage? Chapter 239 Death Roll Call. Parrot Mimicry. Sister Hongyao. Huoyuyu crawled out from the feather mountain, revealing only her head, gasping for air. Jiahongyao wanted to go over, but there were too many feathers beneath her, and they were too soft. She felt as if she were trapped in a giant sponge, making it difficult to move. Is this a bird cage? Guchinku emerged and looked around. It was a massive bird cage made of gold, and they were like canaries being kept inside. Above their heads, there were some horizontal metal bars. As everyone popped their heads out one by one, a group of colorful parrots flew over, squeezed through a small iron door at the top of the cage, landed on the metal bars, and lined up. 12 in total, Guchinku counted. She estimated that the key to clearing this rule-based pollution lay with these parrots. Count off! A parrot with a crest of feathers on its head shouted. The one on the far left immediately yelled 1. And then they counted off one by one, their voices loud and uniform. After they finished, the crested parrot immediately flew up and circled above the crowd. Count off! Count off! The crested parrot shrieked. It wants us to count off, right? After Guchinku finished speaking, she looked left and right, then shouted 1. Where is Godlin? Xiao Shanya was very panicked. Before her voice had even faded, the crested parrot flew over and pecked hard at her head. I'll go away. Xiao Shanya hugged her head with her left hand and waved her right hand wildly, trying to drive away this annoying parrot. However, the parrot was very persistent. and its beak was strong and powerful. In just a few pecks, it had pecked through Xiao Shanya's scalp. Fresh blood flowed down. Gu Qingqiu guessed that after this parrot shouted count off, everyone could no longer say anything else. Otherwise they would be attacked. Because she didn't know if warning Xiao Shanya would result in being attacked by the parrot, Gu Qingqiu remained silent. She looked at Huo Yuyu and Jia Hongyao and mouthed the words count off. Lin Baiqi's voice rang out. Xiao Bai. Huo Yuyu's expression brightened, and she immediately walked toward Lin Baici. Jia Hongyao shouted. The luxury-loving man also roared. But as soon as he shouted it, he regretted it. This number was so unlucky. He should have waited a bit. 5. Xiao Shanya shouted twice, and only then was the cockatoo satisfied and let her go. However, her face had already been scratched by the parrot's claws, leaving several wounds. The cockatoo circled above the birdcage. Once everyone had finished calling out their numbers, it landed contentedly on the metal rod. After preening its feathers with its beak, it spoke. Choose any parrot and imitate what it says. The more accurate the imitation, the higher your chances of survival. Upon hearing this, Xiao Shanya let out a sigh of relief. She was safe. She possessed the divine gift parrot mimicry, which allowed her to imitate the sounds of any creature in heaven and earth, not just humans and animals, but even plants. Lin Shen, seeing Lin Baici appear at the 3 o'clock position, Xiao Shanya immediately walked toward him. Because there were so many feathers here, it looked as if she were swimming in a sea of feathers. Number 4. The cockatoo called out. The luxury-clad man froze, his expression stiffening as deep worry welled up within him. No way. Of all things to fear, it had to happen. This number 4 really was unlucky. The cockatoo flapped its wings and flew toward the luxury-clad man. What does this mean? The man was terrified and confused. Shout here, not ho. Lin Baici reminded him. Here. The man shouted twice in quick succession, and only then did the cockatoo fly back to the metal rod. Begin. Should I pick a bird? The man looked up, scanning each of the parrots standing on the metal rod. How was he supposed to choose? There was no difference between them, was there? The man looked at Lin Baici, hoping for some on-the-spot help. Leave it to luck. I don't know either. Lin Baici stood in the pile of feathers and shrugged. From their appearance, these parrots were indistinguishable. I choose that one. The man didn't rely on his gut. Instead, hoping for a bit of luck, he chose the 8th one. The cockatoo took flight again, looking as if it were about to attack 8th one. The man shouted in a hurry. The chosen parrot suddenly opened its beak and emitted a series of strange syllables. The man's face turned green instantly. Could it not speak human language? The cockatoo waited for a minute, and seeing that the man still hadn't moved, it immediately began to urge him. Imitate. The man swallowed hard and looked at Lin Baici in despair. Help me. Can others help him imitate? Lin Baici asked. The cockatoo turned its head and stared at Lin Baici. You can. But if you do, the difficulty will increase when it is your turn to imitate. Xiao Shanya had originally thought that since these people were her followers and she had parrot mimicry, she was guaranteed to pass. So helping them wouldn't hurt. But after hearing this, she immediately gave up. Can't help. Everyone, fend for yourselves. Lin Baici sighed. He didn't want to take the risk because he needed to save his chances for Huo Yuyu and the other 2. Seeing this, the man knew he had to rely on himself. His mouth trembled as he let out a syllable. Wrong. The cockatoo scolded. The man's heart skipped a beat, and he tried a different syllable. Wrong. The cockatoo's voice was louder, seemingly filled with anger. The man's lips quivered, but he was too terrified to make a sound. The cockatoo didn't move, but the 8th parrot flew off the metal rod like a bomber, diving toward the man. The man didn't want to sit and wait for death. Just as he clenched his fists to prepare for a physical struggle, a tang dao fell in front of him. The red clay figurine had quietly tossed it over. The man's eyes lit up, and he immediately picked it up. However, he hadn't expected that when the parrot flew over his head, it would suddenly grow larger, like a giant dragon from a myth. The man drew the blade and swung. Clang! The blade struck the parrot's beak, sparking a burst of fire. The parrot then bit down on half of his body, tossed its head back, and swallowed the man whole. Afterward, the parrot flew back, shrank down, and landed on the metal rod. The survivors were struck silent with fear. Without giving anyone time to adjust their mindset, the cockatoo continued calling names. Chinkyu. Jia Hongyao worried. Gu Chinkyu was truly a madwoman with a touch of insanity. She showed no panic at all. She tapped her lips with her right index finger, as if she were standing in front of a wardrobe, looking at a closet full of clothes and deciding which one to wear tomorrow. She was calm, composed, and elegant. Number 1 is for Lin Baici. I'll choose number 2. Gu Chinkyu raised her finger and pointed. The chosen parrot lifted its head and recited a passage with varied intonation and gibberish. It's over. Jia Hongyao felt that things were going south. As this passage sounded much longer than the previous one, the longer it was, the harder it was to imitate. Gu Chinkyu raised an eyebrow, a flash of surprise on her face. Little Lin, it's up to you. In Jia Hongyao's eyes, Lin Baici was omnipotent and would surely have a way. But before Lin Baici could help, a faint smile appeared on the corner of Gu Chinkyu's mouth. She then opened her lips and recited the passage. The crowd looked at each other in confusion. They couldn't tell if Gu Chinkyu was right or wrong. But Xiao Shanyo was left completely dumbfounded. Holy cow, Xiao Shanyo was shocked. What was this woman's background? Although the tone was slightly off in some places, it was generally spot on, but then she relaxed. Right, she was a god hunter from the 9 Provinces Security Bureau. She must have a powerful divine gift to help her pass. Chinkyu, what's going on? Jia Hongyao asked in surprise. She knew Gu Chinkyu inside and out and knew she didn't have any mimicry-type divine gifts. I am quite lucky. This parrot said a line from Rabindranath Tagore's Stray Birds. And I just happened to have read that book. Gu Chinkyu smiled slightly. There was no intention of showing off. What did it say? Jia Hongyao blurted out subconsciously. It spoke in Bengali. Translated, it means, I am a bird that has flown through the wilderness, and I have found the sky in your eyes. Gu Chinkyu explained. Bengali. You even know that? Oh, Yu was stunned. That is a rare language, right? Who would have the free time to learn something like that? When I was 12, I liked Tagore's poetry, so I learned it a bit. Gu Chinkyu's tone was matter-of-fact, as if learning a language were as simple as eating or drinking water. The crowd was shocked. Who would learn someone's native language just because they liked their work? Everyone really wanted to ask, are you sick in the head? In reality, translated works lose their original flavor. That was also Gu Chinkyu's original intention for learning Bengali. If my guess is correct, these parrots should all be able to say a sentence in a certain language. If you are lucky enough to run into one you will definitely be able to pass. The crowd began to pray that they would encounter one that spoke Chinese. Number 15. The coxcomb parrot called out. Number 15 was a young man, and he chose parrot number 6. The parrot recited a sentence. Damn, English, you are really lucky, Li Junxing said with envy. The young man who was number 15, however, had a bitter expression. I do not know it. If only I had studied English harder back then. The parrot flew down, grew larger, and like it was eating a bug, swallowed number 15 whole into its stomach. Li Junxing felt that this guy was a huge waste. If this opportunity had been given to him, he would have definitely passed. The coxcomb parrot continued to call out names. Lin Baici had the divine gift of eidetic memory, so he could remember anything after hearing it once. Passing the test was not much of a problem, but he did not want to wait so passively. Who knew if there were more stages ahead? Of the nearly 400 fans of Little Fairy Tooth, only these 20 or so remained. However, there should still be some survivors in the forest ahead. With their abilities, they would surely die if they continued on. So the sooner Lin Baici purified this divine taboo, the more lives he could save. Lin Baici thought of the Black Cat scale, the divine taboo he had obtained in the Provincial Museum Divine Ruin. What if it could eat these parrots? It was a case of treating a dead horse as if it were still alive anyway. Lin Baici immediately and quietly took out the Black Cat scale, injected divine power into it, and activated it. A black cat appeared and let out a meow. The coxcomb parrot that was just about to speak, along with the 12 on the metal rod. It was as if they were mice being stared at by a cat, and they dared not move. Chapter 240, New Divine Gift Acquired. Lin Baici stared at the black cat and the coxcomb parrot, heightening his vigilance. Summoning the black cat carried a certain probability of causing rule-based contamination, which would mean everyone would have to answer questions. Honestly speaking, Lin Baici felt that the black cat's questions would be harder than the parrot's mimicry, so his actions were very risky. Lin Baici also did not know if there was a priority if these two types of rule-based contamination occurred simultaneously, meaning the order in which the rules took effect for humanity. The divine ruins had been appearing for 20 years, which was not a short time, but human understanding of them was still very shallow. The black cat did not attack the cockscomb parrot but instead dove headfirst into the feathers. The parrots on the metal rod all flew up, circling in the birdcage and screaming. They sounded very anxious. What is up with that cat? Little Fairy Tooth was very scared. Is it another new rule-based contamination? Please, no more trouble. Little Fairy Tooth prayed to every god and Buddha she knew. Her parrot mimicry could handle this stage, but if something else appeared, she would be helpless. It seems to be working. Guqinkyu raised an eyebrow. The cockscomb parrot could no longer spare the time to call out names and have everyone imitate their words. After circling above the birdcage a few times, they finally made up their minds and began to dive one by one, crashing into the feathers. They wanted to intercept the black cat to prevent it from destroying the bird god. Let's go down to. Jiu Hongyao began to dig through the feathers, wanting to find the black cat. For a moment, feathers flew everywhere, causing everyone to cough violently. To survive, everyone was helping. They felt that since the parrots had come down, perhaps they could catch them and kill them. In the upper middle part of the feather mountain, at the 3 o'clock position, with a soft pop, a black cat darted out like a rocket, surrounded by scattered feathers and the sunlight streaming down. The scene was somewhat beautiful and magnificent. Lin Baici and Guqinkyu's eyes lit up because they saw the black cat holding a parrot doll in its mouth. If nothing went wrong, this thing was the divine taboo causing this rule-based contamination. The black cat landed in complete silence. Pop, pop. The parrots followed closely behind, rushing out and pouncing on the black cat. The black cat swiped its claws, easily batting one away, then leaped, jumping onto the back of a parrot. Using these parrots as stepping stones, it jumped continuously, moving toward Lin Baici. So cool. You almost wanted to clap and cheer. The black cat landed in front of Lin Baici, spat out the parrot doll it was holding, then lay down, stuck out its little tongue, and began to lick its paws. The parrots flew over, but before they could reach Lin Baici, the red clay mud man hiding in the shadows unleashed a barrage of flying stones. Bang, bang! The stones struck the parrots on their heads, causing them to fall toward the feather mountain like downed airplanes. Lin Baici picked up the parrot doll. A parrot doll played with by a god. After eating it, you can understand the languages of various birds and communicate with them. On this plush toy, there are 6 divine favors named parrot mimicry. As the name suggests, it can perfectly imitate any sound it has heard. Even those sounds that the human vocal cords cannot produce under the laws of nature can be simulated. Lin Baici was astonished. Isn't that too many? But thinking about how this was a plush toy played with by a god, he felt relieved. Gods are essentially walking sowers of divine favors. It looks so ordinary. Guqinkyu was a little disappointed. That is exactly why most divine taboo items are such common everyday objects. When they are not triggering rule-based contamination, you cannot tell what they are at all. Jiu Hongyao remarked with emotion. Xiao Shanya looked at the parrot plush, biting her lip in distress. She knew this was a valuable item and she did not want to give it to anyone else. That was why, during her live streams, she always controlled the duration of using the divine favor and never let it appear on camera. But now, it seemed she still could not keep it. In truth, Xiao Shanya had done a very good job. Every time she streamed, she would pile other plush toys on top of this parrot. It was only because Lin Baici possessed the gluttonous god that he felt a sense of hunger the moment he saw a glimpse of it on the screen. Otherwise, if it were any other god hunter, they would never have discovered it. Of course, even if Xiao Shanya held this divine taboo item, she would not be exempt when the rule-based contamination triggered. Given the difficulty of this divine taboo game, she would have died long before reaching this stage. Where did you get this thing? Jiu Hongyao asked. About 2 months ago, when I went to the Wanda Plaza. I wanted to play the claw machine. I exchanged 10 yuan for game tokens. But I didn't succeed even once. I felt quite upset at the time. But a big brother next to me managed to catch one. Perhaps he saw that I was unhappy. So he just handed it to me, Xiao Shanya explained. Jiu Hongyao did not react, thinking such things were normal. But Lin Baici felt a jolt of energy. That big brother might very well have been a god. Do you still remember what the person who gave you the plush looked like? Lin Baici pressed. He looked. Xiao Shanya froze, because in her mind, she could not recall the appearance of that big brother at all. That should not be right. My memory is not that bad, is it? Hongyao and the Security Bureau. Are there any god hunters who can read other people's memories? Lin Baici leaned into Jia Hongyao's ear and whispered. Jia Hongyao frowned. You mean that big brother was likely a god hunter? But why would he give a divine taboo item to someone else? Even the treasure's divine taboo item could be sold for dozens of meteor coins on the black market, since it concerned the species of gods. Lin Baici did not explain further and changed the subject. This has a divine favor on it called parrot mimicry. Lin Baici gave a brief introduction. When Lin Baici picked up the plus, those parrots stopped attacking. Instead, they flew back to the metal rod, stood in a row, and began to chatter, mimicking the voices of Lin Baici and the others. Is it over? When can we go out, God Lin? How can one become a god hunter among these dozen survivors? Some were concerned about their own safety, some were curious, and others wanted to become god hunters. The probability of ordinary people coming into contact with divine taboo items is quite small, so this was a rare opportunity they wanted to seize. Perhaps they could soar to the heavens and become people above others from this point on. Jia Hongyao's eyes lit up. How many are there? Lin Baici smiled slightly. Everyone gets a share. Huo Yuyu was overjoyed. The reason Xiao Shanya could stand out so quickly on the shark platform was precisely because her imitation skills were off the charts. If she herself obtained parrot mimicry, wouldn't she be able to become even more popular? But in an instant, Huo Yuyu dismissed this thought. She had her own distinct live streaming style. There was no need to imitate others. On both sides of Lin Baici's shoulders, slender long arms that looked like they were condensed from starlight extended out. They reached into the air above the parrot plush and easily grabbed a small ball of light. Thanks to the bounty of nature, the gluttonous god offered a pious prayer, grabbed the small ball of light, and stuffed it into Lin Baici's mouth. The ball of light melted upon contact, turning into a warm current. Lin Baici swallowed it down. A stinging pain immediately spread through his mind. 7 or 8 seconds later, the pain vanished, and the divine favor became an instinct, branded onto his neurons. Come, open your mouth, Lin Baici said while experiencing this divine favor. Jiu Hongyao and Huo Yuyu trusted Lin Baici 100% and opened their mouths immediately upon hearing this. Gu Qingqiu, however, was a bit hesitant, as this action was not only somewhat intimate but also implied being fed. The gluttonous god grabbed a ball of light in each hand and stuffed them into the mouths of the high ponytail girl and the little fish girl. Seeing this, Gu Qingqiu immediately abandoned her reserve and opened her mouth generously toward Lin Baici. Her small, red, tender tongue and white, neat teeth were clearly visible. God Lin, can you give me one? A young man pleaded. I can buy it. You can't afford it. Jiu Hongyao gave a well-intentioned reminder. Ordinary people should not dream of such things. The divine favor of parrot mimicry was not powerful enough. It belonged to the category of minor divine favors. But without billions in assets, one would not even have the qualifications to ask for the price. The surrounding bird cages, like a mirage disappearing from the sky, gradually became distorted, faded, and finally, with a pop, vanished. In their place was a banquet hall. The air was filled with the smell of blood, and on the ground, corpses lay scattered. Blood and shredded flesh pulled together, submerging their ankles. Not to mention ordinary people like Xiao Shanya. Even Huo Yuyu began to vomit after just one look. Gu Qingqiu had strong stress resistance. She looked around and took out her phone, intending to take a few photos as a memento, but unfortunately, the phone was broken. Lin Baici took 2 phones out of the black arms bowl and handed one to Jia Hongyao. Call the Security Bureau, and remember to reimburse me. There is no need to fight. They should have arrived long ago. Jia Hongyao was very certain. This was a rule pollution event occurring in the downtown area of Haijing City. The Safety Bureau would arrive at the first opportunity, if they had not entered yet. It must be because their investigation revealed that she and Lin Baici were inside. In reality, that was exactly the case. The 7th Division of the Safety Bureau had already temporarily controlled the traffic around this building and used the mirage system to conceal it. The moment they saw the rule pollution disappear, they, having waited for a long time, immediately rushed in. Soon, a group of people entered the banquet hall. Section Chief Wang, seeing the middle-aged man leading the team, Jiao Hongyao immediately waved her hand. "Hongyao, your sister has come as well." The section chief of the 7th Division smiled, his gaze falling on Lin Baici as he took the initiative to reach out his hand. "This must be Lin Baici, the legendary Lin, right? I dare not accept such a title. Just call me Baici." Lin Baici was humble. "After we rushed over, we obtained intelligence immediately and intended to enter this building right away to purify the rule pollution. However, after Minister Zhou learned that you were also inside, she told us to wait a little longer." Section Chief Wang explained. They had pulled up the surveillance footage from the nearby streets and discovered that Jiao Hongyao was also present. Since she was Jiao Hongmian's own younger sister, they had quickly reported it to the minister. Jiao Hongmian had asked if Lin Baici was there. Upon learning that he was, she had instructed Section Chief Wang to delay the operation. "Minister Jia thinks very highly of you." Section Chief Wang sighed with emotion. Purifying rule pollution was not a matter of the more god hunters, the better. It depended on whether one possessed the appropriate divine favor. If one did, the work would be twice as effective with half the effort. The other members of the 7th Division were also observing Lin Baici. Generally speaking, once rule pollution occurred in the city, the Safety Bureau would send at least one division of god hunters to enter in order to avoid affecting more citizens and causing greater destruction. But this time, Jiao Hongmian had made everyone wait. This showed that she trusted this Lin Baici's strength immensely, and he had indeed not disappointed anyone. He is worthy of being a candidate for the dragon level. I heard he only became a god hunter 3 months ago and hasn't even gone to take the god hunter license exam yet. He is very handsome, everyone whispered among themselves. Jiao Hongyao's nose was almost pointing to the sky. She was smug to the point of bursting. "How about that? The person I picked is amazing, right?" Jiao Hongmian was the minister of Haijing, so naturally, she could not run up in a rush like an ordinary staff member. She had to remain composed. 5 minutes later, the sisters met. Sister Jiao Hongyao ran over like a pug waiting for its master's praise. Lin Baici glanced over. Jiao Hongmian was still dressed in her usual attire of suit trousers, a white shirt, and a red tie. It was already winter. Yet she didn't seem to mind the cold. Jiao Hongmian cast a glance at her sister, and after confirming she wasn't injured, she looked at Lin Baici. "Should I call you lucky or unlucky?" Jiao Hongyao did not understand. "The unlucky part is that you always encounter rule pollution. But the lucky part is that you manage to complete the purification every single time." Jiao Hongmian was very curious about this constitution of Lin Baici's. For an average god hunter to encounter godly cursed objects at such a high frequency as Lin Baici, even if they didn't die, their mental state would be on the verge of collapse. Yet, the young man before her was still full of life. "My phone is broken again. Can I apply for a few more spares?" Lin Baici smiled slightly. "Go write an application report." Jiao Hongmian looked at the scene and her gaze fell on the parrot doll that Jiao Hongyao was holding. Her brows furrowed. This thing had an off-putting aura. Was a god causing trouble? No, it should just be a small accident. Section Chief Wang, I leave this place to you. After finishing her instructions, Jiao Hongmian left the building. Lin Baici and Jiao Hongyao had originally planned to take a car back, but they were called out by Jiao Hongmian. Jiao Hongmian was blunt. The Sejongjing side has been making some small moves. They suddenly allowed several god hunter groups to enter the Bizan Divine Ruins. So, you will be in great danger when you go to Korea this time. When god hunters from different factions entered the same Divine Ruins, the danger everyone faced was no longer just godly cursed objects, but also the malice from other teams. Which ones? Jiao Hongyao was curious. Liberty Goddess, Yellowstone, Hyundox, Ghost Shore Lanterns. Jiao Hongmian casually listed a few names. Wow, Those are all famous teams in the Hunter Circle. Jiao Hongyao exclaimed in wonder. These are the ones known so far. And the experts from Zhejiang will certainly enter the Bizan Divine Runes as well, because they definitely do not want you to take away any precious godly cursed objects. Jiao Hongmian looked at Lin Baici. So, if you want to back out, there is still time. Why would I back out? Jiao Hongyao was impatient to compete with those hunter groups. If they succeeded and secured the divine remains earlier than them, purifying the Bizan Divine Runes, then her 17th division would become famous in a single battle. By then, the entire Hunter Circle would know her name and Lin Baici's name. Set up. Jiao Hongmian scolded. Chapter 241 Semester ends. Do not open the door for strangers. Inside the car, the atmosphere did not become oppressive despite the heavy topic Jiao Hongmian had brought up. Little Lin definitely won't be afraid, Jiao Hongyao muttered. Although they had only known each other for a few months, she understood Lin Baici's personality too well. He was a man who was extremely proud to his core. The more Jiao Hongmian said this trip to the Bizan Divine Ruins would be difficult, the more he would want to challenge it. I have a question. If I purify the Bizan Divine Ruins and have a great harvest, how do I come back? Lin Baici believed that Jin Yingxian would not harm him. But no matter how much money and status the Korean girl had, she was still capital from the decent conglomerate. The head of the decent conglomerate might not necessarily be friendly to Lin Baici. And there was also the organization known as Zhejiang. Although the decent conglomerate gave a lot of funding to Zhejiang every year, its influence over Zhejiang was very limited. Even if you do not manage to contain a divine remnant or obtain a single divine taboo item, as long as you break the Bizan Divine Ruin, I will personally lead a team of the Kyushu Dragon Wings to welcome you back. Jiao Hongmian smiled slightly. Jiao Hongyao was stunned. The Kyushu Dragon Wings were the highest combat force of the Kyushu Security Bureau, and every single one of them was a powerful Grand Commander. If her sister were to lead them to pick up little Lindsay, the level of prestige would truly be off the charts. What about the spoils of war? Lin Baici smiled. Do I have to turn them in? If he still had to hand over his gains, then what was the point of all this? Wouldn't it be better to just eat, drink, play, and sleep with girls during winter break? As a multimillionaire, Lin Baici had not yet enjoyed the pleasure of throwing money around. For a man as self-disciplined as him, getting a foot massage wouldn't be too much to ask, right? Of course not. However, things like divine remnants are useless in your hands. We will offer a price that you will find absolutely satisfactory to buy them back. Jiao Hongmian was just saying it casually. She did not believe that Lin Baici could purify the Bizan Divine Ruin, which had already existed for 10 years. As long as he could bring back some intelligence, it would be worth the price of admission. I hope it is a sky-high price, Lin Baici replied perfunctorily, thinking to himself with a chuckle. Useless. That thing is a great tonic for me. There is less than 2 months left. When you have time, come to the headquarters. I will arrange for people to teach you marksmanship, combat techniques, and so on. Jiao Hongmian reminded him. Understood, Lin Baici nodded. Having more skills never hurts. I will learn them. The car stopped in front of the Hilton Hotel. Little Lindsay, remember to come find me. Jiao Hongyao really wanted to persuade Lin Baici to quit school. It was a complete waste of time. Understood. Lin Baici waved his hand. He needed to take a shower and change his clothes before returning to school. Otherwise, his current appearance would definitely attract attention. Zhang Yi was on the day shift today. Seeing Lin Baici walk into the lobby, she immediately stepped out from behind the front desk and trotted toward him. Lin. Zhang Yi smiled like a flower, her black wedge heels clicking against the polished floor. Just call me Baici. Lin Baici was not used to being addressed as Mr. Are you going to your room now? Or would you like to dine? Zhang Yi asked. The general manager had given instructions that this was a VIP who must be well served. And since Lin Baici himself was handsome and dashing, Zhang Yi also wanted to serve him. Apart from not having money, he could be said to be perfect. The room. Lin Baici glanced at Zhang Yi. She was still wearing her uniform skirt and black silk stockings, and a faint scent of perfume drifted into his nose. Zhang Yi operated the elevator and personally escorted Lin Baici to his suite. If you have any instructions, just call me. even if it is midnight or the early hours of the morning. I will be at your beck and call. Zhang Yi's words were actually a very obvious hint. She did not even require Lin Baici to buy her designer bags or jewelry. She was willing to get on the bus first and buy the ticket later. But Lin Baici was like a block of wood. Okay, thank you. Lin Baici closed the door. Zhang Yi stood outside the door and curled her lip. Did he not understand? Or does he look down on me? That shouldn't be right. My looks and figure aren't bad. And wouldn't it be nice to be a casual snack once in a while? Half an hour later, Lin Baici finished washing up, changed into sportswear, and went downstairs feeling refreshed. Sister Yi, please help me throw away the dirty clothes in the room. Are you not staying here today? Zhang Yi was surprised and hurriedly followed Lin Baici as he walked out. I am not staying. Lin Baici did not intend to return to the dormitory either, mainly because after his sense of smell had improved, he really could not stand the stench of Zhu Daoguan's feet. It was more comfortable to spend the night at his fragrant counselor's house. Then shall I call a car for you? Zhang Yi felt a little disappointed. She had just been struggling with whether or not to take the initiative to deliver a late-night snack to Lin Baici. But now there was no chance. Seeing Zhang Yi being so attentive and hardworking, Lin Baici took out his phone. Shall we add each other as friends? Okay. Zhang Yi happily took out her phone. She had actually wanted to add Lin Baici as a friend for a long time. But firstly, the hotel had rules against harassing guests, and secondly, Zhang Yi was worried about being rejected, which would be a huge loss of face. She had planned to wait until they were more familiar before making a move. But she had not expected Lin Baici to take the initiative today. After adding him as a friend, Lin Baici casually sent Zhang Yi a red envelope of 100 yuan. Wow, thank you, Boss Lin. Zhang Yi pretended to be excited and hugged Lin Baici's left arm, then let go just before he could feel repulsed. Zhang Yi grasped this boundary very well. A piece of chewing gum. You can chew on it to pass the time. Rest assured, she is not sick. And she knows her limits. She won't be clingy. You can easily dismiss her with 2 or 3 designer bags. Listening to the gluttonous god's commentary, Lin Baici raised an eyebrow. The soft sensation on his arm also made his mind wander. I just contained a divine taboo item and saved dozens of lives. Can't I enjoy myself a little? Lin Baici looked at Zhang Yi. She had a petite figure, and her lipstick-coated lips were both cute and sexy. Most importantly, it was consensual. And it wasn't against the law. Don't call me boss, it's too formal. Lin Baici slowly took 2 deep breaths, suppressing the thoughts in his heart. At the very least, for the first time, it shouldn't be so casual. The car arrived. Lin Baici got in, waved at Zhang Yi, and headed back to school. When Zhang Yi returned to the front desk, 2 female colleagues crowded around her. Did you add him? Quick, check his moments. The female colleagues were extremely curious. What is there to look at? Zhang Yi said. But she still clicked on Lin Baici's moments. As it turned out, it was as clean as a vast land after a snowfall. There was nothing there. I thought there would be lots of photos of him eating, drinking, and having fun. He must be very self-disciplined. Otherwise he wouldn't have been able to train such a good physique. What do you think is the real relationship between him and Jin Yingjin? It doesn't feel like he is a kept man. It looks more like Jin Yingjin is chasing after him. The female colleagues were chattering away. Zhang Yexin thought to herself, it is a pity I do not have the extra resources. Otherwise, I would also want to cook a pot of soft rice for him to eat. Lin Baici did not return to the dormitory at all and went straight to Gu Qingxiang's home. Whether it was because she had gotten used to having another person in the house, Gu Qingxiang no longer chased Lin Baici away, and she would even prepare a portion for him during dinner every day. Lin Baici returned to his normal university life, attending classes, eating, and chatting with girls on WeChat. Now, besides Jin Yingjin and Huo Yuru, Ji Xinyan also looked for Lin Baici to chat every few days, occasionally sending a selfie. However, after being baptized by the photos of the Korean girl, Lin Baici truly could not bring himself to care for those from Ji Xinyan. She wore too much. She simply did not treat herself as a friend. More than a month passed by in this calm and uneventful manner. The final exams were finally approaching, and once they were over, it would be the long-awaited winter break. In university, If you fail an exam, you have to retake the course. If you fail too many subjects, let alone a degree certificate, you would not even be able to get your diploma. Students who did not study during the semester would all start cramming at this time, so the number of students studying in the classrooms suddenly increased. Reserving seats had become a very annoying matter. Lin Baici did not have this worry because his goal was simple. As long as he passed, that was enough. However, Zhu Qiunan's enthusiasm made him feel very uncomfortable. On the Friday afternoon of the third week before the final exams, Zhu Qiunan came over, accompanied Lin Baici through his English class, and showed no intention of leaving at all. The cafeteria is crowded right now. I will tutor you for a while, and we can go eat when there are fewer people. Zhu Qiunan opened the advanced mathematics textbook directly. This subject is a tough nut to crack. Let us start with this one. The students who were leaving all looked at Lin Baici. Old Bai, the top student in the grade is tutoring you. It would be unreasonable if you did not win a scholarship, right? Su Daoguan teased. Liu Yu saw this scene and was jealous to death. He really wanted to ask Zhu Qiunan if she was sick. There were so many men in the world. Why did she have to throw herself at Lin Baici? It looks like Zhu Qiunan has really taken a liking to the class monitor, Pei Fei said. Winning the agreement of the girls are on her. Bai Zhou, your grades are good. You could also tutor Lin Baici. Ji Xinyan teased. No time. After saying that, Bai Zhou walked away. Stupid. Ji Xinyan curled her lips. I feel like I can pass. I do not need tutoring. Lin Baici looked at this beautiful top student and felt a bit of a headache. Is your goal just to pass? Zhu Qiunan was stunned. Lin Baici nodded very sincerely. Since I, the god of hunger, am already a god hunter, why would I still need to study advanced mathematics? Zhu Qiunan looked at Lin Baici seriously for over 10 seconds and began to write problems on a piece of paper. I understand. Then, let us use the passing line as the standard. You try a few first, and I will see your level. Can I refuse? Lin Baici did not want to do it. A group of people who stayed at the door and did not leave, peeking at Lin Baici and Zhu Qiunan, wanted to scold Lin Baici when they heard this. You were given an opportunity, but you are not making use of it. With Zhu Qiunan's attitude, if you were a bit sweeter with your words, you would be going to a hotel tonight. You could study biology while tutoring. You do not have to care about your grades, and it would not matter even if you do not get your diploma. Anyway, my salary alone should be enough to support a family, but I think studying is something that should be done often, Zhu Qiunan suggested in a low voice. She spoke in a relatively quiet tone when she mentioned supporting a family. Lin Baici rubbed his ears. An ordinary person would not have heard it, but he had the blessing of photographic memory. Support a family, support me. Lin Baici did not know whether to laugh or cry. My annual salary is probably something you could not earn in a lifetime. However, Lin Baici was not someone who did not know what was good for him. Since Zhu Qiunan had said as much, Lin Baici found it hard to refuse. How about this? Let us just do today, and we can forget about it in the future. You are someone who can win a scholarship. Do not waste your time on me. It is fine. The scholarship is already secured. Zhu Qiunan's voice was calm, but the meaning behind it was extremely domineering. If I fail a subject, you can help me tutor again. How about that? Lin Baici looked at Zhu Qiunan and suddenly felt that having such a top student girlfriend would actually be quite nice. Zhu Qiunan hesitated for a while, but she eventually compromised. After all, she did not want to force Lin Baici to do things he did not like. In the week leading up to the exams, the school did not seem to want any trouble at this time, so the management suddenly became strict, and dormitory inspections became frequent. After Lin Baici was caught 3 times in a row, he had no choice but to go back to the dormitory to sleep. Old Bai, did you rent a place outside? Are you not coming back to live here anymore? Fang Mingyuan was a little depressed. He actually wanted to be friends with Lin Baici, but if Lin Baici lived outside, there would be much less interaction between everyone. I rented one, Lin Baici laughed. I will come back less often, please bear with me. How many times has the counselor talked to you? After a semester, Jin Jiayui's sense of novelty regarding dormitory life had faded, and he also planned to move out. The main reason was that Zhu Daoguan's feet were truly too smelly. And Liu Yu was a busybody who was too annoying. Many times, Lin Baici sighed. Liu Yu thought to himself, there will come a day when you get expelled. He was actually very dissatisfied. Counselor Gu's temper was too good. She should have given Lin Baici a major demerit long ago to serve as a warning to others. No, when school starts next year, I will continue to report Lin Baici. Come to think of it, the counselor should not sell me out, right? I will strive to win a scholarship this year. My weight in the counselor's heart will definitely rise sharply, much higher than Lin Baici's. Liu Yu felt that if he and Lin Baici had a conflict, the counselor would definitely favor him. Damn it, Brother Jin, you gave Huo Yu another 10 rockets. Zhu Daguan was envious, wishing he were a girl. She is PKing with other streamers. So, I just tipped her to help boost her popularity. Jin Jiayu leaned against his pillow, shifting into a more comfortable position to continue watching the stream. His college life consisted of playing games, watching streams, and constantly changing girlfriends. With Huo Yu's popularity, she has secured the position of the top female streamer without any surprises. You might as well tip me. Zhu Daguan was so jealous he could cry. Wasn't there a little fairy tooth who was very popular before? Fang Mingyuan interjected. He had heard that female streamer sing, and she was quite good. I do not know why, but she suddenly stopped streaming. Zhu Daguan took a sip of water. But even if she were still streaming, she would at most be a first-tier streamer. She could not get the title of the top female streamer because only knowing how to imitate others singing is far from enough. Huo Yu's interaction with her fans, her ability to adapt to situations, her skill in choosing topics, and so on, were all top-notch. It is similar to crosstalk, the same joke, when told by different people, has a different flavor. In short, even if Huo Yu did nothing but brag, it would still be interesting. Not to mention that she is so beautiful. Sigh, I am not qualified to attend the Shark Platform's year-end gala this year. Otherwise, I could have taken a photo with Huo Yu and gotten her WeChat. Zhu Daguan felt regretful. The WeChat he mentioned was the kind where they could be friends, chat when free, and hang out together. Hu Wenwu, who was sitting on his bed reading, glanced at Lin Baici upon hearing this. He had Huo Yu's contact, and they would chat every few days. All because Little Fish was asking about Lin Baici's situation. Looking at this behavior, Huo Yu definitely liked Lin Baici. Hold by. Has that rich woman looked for you lately? Fang Mingyuan was curious. He almost asked. You moved out to live. It is not with this rich woman, is it? She has, that rich woman, Zhang, had called him on WeChat several times, inviting Lin Baici to dinner, but he had refused every time. That rich woman is actually quite pretty. You are not losing out. Zhu Daguan felt that Lin Baici was truly wasting a good opportunity. If it were him, he would have rushed to throw himself at her by morning. Dormitory life is just that plain and ordinary. If the relationships are harmonious, everyone chats before going to sleep. If there are disagreements, they might end up arguing because someone is still playing on their phone too late. The final exams finally arrived. Lin Baici had planned to use his divine grace to cheat if he could not handle it, but he found there was no problem. Even for the most difficult advanced mathematics, he could guarantee a passing grade. After the exams ended, everyone was like a wild horse off its leash, starting to play crazily. Those who were anxious to go home immediately began packing their bags. Lin Baici stayed directly at Gu Qingxiang's house. On the evening of the day the exams finished, he received a video call from his childhood friend, Li Wei. When are you coming back? After Li Wei asked, he saw the background behind Lin Baici and was somewhat stunned. Where are you? At a classmate's house. Lin Baici casually brushed it off. A female classmate. Li Wei's curiosity was piqued. Lin Baici quickly changed the subject. I am not planning to go back yet. I am going to stay at a friend's house for a while. Help me tell a lie to put my mom at ease. I am also planning to work for a few days before going back near the new year. So, I was planning to let you go first. Li Wei had recently taken a liking to earning money, and this could also reduce the burden on his family. Then tell my mom that we are working together. Lin Baici did not know if he could make it back for the new year, but it did not matter. Once he returned from Korea, he would buy a house and bring his mother over. The two chatted for a few minutes and ended the call. Gu Qingxiang had to work the night shift, so she had left. Lin Baici had nothing to do and was just wondering how to pass the time when someone knocked on the door. Knock knock. Did you forget something? Lin Baici opened the door, only to find that the person standing in front of the door was not Gu Qingxiang, but a tall, strange man wearing a hooded down jacket. The other party kept his head down, making it impossible to see his face. If this were an ordinary person, they would certainly be startled. But as a god hunter, Lin Baici was actually hoping to encounter a home invader. So, he crossed his arms and looked at the other person. Is the thing you promised me still valid? The other party asked. Lin Baici was astonished. He could be certain that he had never heard this person's voice before. Can we go inside to talk? The strange man looked around, as if he were doing something shameful and was worried about being discovered. It is not convenient. Lin Baici stared at the other person. Can you take off your hood? Are you going back on your word? The other party became anxious, looked up, and stared at Lin Baici. It is you. Although the other person's hood covered his eyes, and he was wearing a large mask, Lin Baici still recognized this guy. Why has your voice changed? After Lin Baici finished speaking, he frowned and looked at the man's right hand. He was holding a cake box, but next to this thing, red liquid was dripping down. It looked like fresh blood. Chapter 242. So everyone is a simp for Lin Baici. The apartment complex where Gu Qingxiang rented was over 20 years old and lacked maintenance. The lighting in the hallway was dim, and coupled with the tangled, exposed wires on the power distribution box, and the walls densely covered with dusty, old advertisements, it had the atmosphere of a horror movie. My previous vocal cords were damaged. The strange man's tone was very casual, but it scared a woman who was heading downstairs to work the night shift. She paused for a moment before turning around and running back upstairs. Big sister, it is fine. He is just joking with me, Lin Baici shouted out. He did not want anyone to call the police and bring them over. Although with his current status, he was no longer afraid of the police. What is that in your hand? Lin Baici frowned and sniffed. An ordinary person would not be able to smell it, but his sense of smell was now sharper than a dog's. And that stench of blood was far too pungent. A gift for you. As the strange man spoke, he hurriedly opened the cake box in his hand. However, inside was not a cake filled with the aroma of cream, but a human head with eyes wide open in death. The older woman had come downstairs, and upon seeing this scene, her legs went weak. She collapsed onto the stairs, and a moment later, she let out a scream. The woman turned around and scrambled back up the stairs using both her hands and feet. Who have you ever seen give a human head as a gift? Lin Baici was so angry he laughed. Even though he was a god hunter who had already witnessed much death and had nerves of steel, having someone suddenly shove a head like this in his face was still quite terrifying. This is not an ordinary head, it is that monster that eats internal organs. The strange man introduced it, grabbing the head by its hair and lifting it up, intending to shove it in front of Lin Baici so he could see it clearly. All right. Let's go outside and talk. Lin Baici closed the door behind him. He did not want to bring a human head into his home. The strange man who had suddenly appeared before him was Yi Jisheng, the guy who liked to collect medical mannequins that Lin Baici had captured previously. He had thought the guy would become a test subject for the Zhuzhou Security Bureau and would never have freedom again. He had not expected him to be out, and looking at his calm and unhurried demeanor, he must have received permission from the Security Bureau. The two of them arrived at the pavilion in the northeast corner of the residential complex. Tell me, what is the situation? Lin Baici sat down. You caught the wrong person. Aside from stealing some medical mannequins, I have never done anything evil. The one who eats internal organs is this guy, Yi Jisheng explained, shaking the head in his hand. After he was captured by Lin Baici and sent to the Zhuzhou Security Bureau, he underwent a series of examinations and experiments, which finally proved that he had indeed not stolen or eaten any internal organs. Someone else was responsible for those acts. Of course, Yi Jisheng was not entirely innocent either, because he was not human and most of his body was made of medical mannequins. He was classified as a god-forbidden object and possessed the ability to cause radiation contamination. Inadvertently, he had contaminated a stolen medical mannequin. This mannequin had developed consciousness, could move freely, and liked to eat animal organs. The monster that Lin Baici had killed at Haixing Medical University was the one created by Yi Zhisheng's contamination. However, if Lin Baici had not killed it early, it would have eventually started eating human organs as well. How did you regain your freedom? Lin Baici was curious. Department head Jia vouched for me. When Jia Halmian was mentioned, Yi Zhisheng's face was full of awe. It was clear that he had been severely disciplined by this sister of Jia Hongyao, and fear had been carved into his very bones. Yi Zhisheng was not a living organism, but he could think and live like a human. In the circle of hunters, this was a unique case. Jia Halmian felt that keeping him locked up was a waste and that the data collected was limited. So she let him out. From now on, we are colleagues, Yi Zhisheng grinned. His set of white teeth, obtained from who knows where, shining brightly under the moonlight. After he regained his freedom, the first task Jia Halmian assigned him was to catch the guy who was stealing organs to prove his own innocence. Yi Zhisheng had wandered around the vicinity of the medical university for over a month before finally waiting for this guy and successfully killing it. He did not go back to report the mission. Instead, he brought the head directly to see Lin Baici. What are you planning to do? After hearing Yi Zhisheng's experience, Lin Baici roughly guessed the guy's purpose. 9 times out of 10, he wanted silicone dolls. I will give you this head, and you can take it to claim the bounty. Yi Zhisheng looked at Lin Baici expectantly. You buy me 5 dolls. Lin Baici did not speak, just looking at Yi Zhisheng. Yi Zhisheng licked his lips, his neck shrinking as his momentum weakened. 3 is fine too, but no fewer than that, to catch this monster. I even lost a leg, Yi Zhisheng complained. Why don't you go claim the bounty yourself? Lin Baici did not understand. Yi Zhisheng fell silent. In reality, it could be summed up in 6 words. Lack of trust and discomfort. Although he had eventually gained his freedom, during his time at the Security Bureau, he had been stripped bare and studied more than a few times. If it were not for Jia Halmian's timely intervention, Yi Zhisheng might have caused a scene and ended up dead. Compared to those people at the Security Bureau, Lin Baici, the first human he had encountered, seemed much better. I went back to check, and you took very good care of my wives. Yi Zhisheng bowed solemnly to Lin Baici. Thank you. Those medical mannequins had all been wiped very clean. It was just a small favor. Lin Baici had not even lifted a finger. He had paid a housekeeper to do it. At the time, the middle-aged woman had seen a room full of medical mannequins and almost thought Lin Baici was a lunatic. Please, you must accept it. Yi Zhisheng offered the head. For the silicone dolls you owe me, please buy them in the ages of 30, 20, and 10. Lin Baici was speechless. He took out his phone and started placing an order. A 10-year-old one won't do, even if they were just dummies. That age was too young. You misunderstood. I buy them to be family, Yi Zhisheng explained. Then, why don't you just choose them yourself? Lin Baici tossed his phone to Yi Zhisheng. And this head, take it away. Lin Baici was not going to take advantage of such a thing. I said I would give it to you, so I will, Yi Zhisheng insisted. He had 3 reasons for giving the head to Lin Baici. First, he wanted to trade for some silicone dolls. Second, he wanted to build a good relationship. And third, he felt that Lin Baici was a good person and worth associating with. By the way, in a few days, we are going to the Bizengod ruins, and Jia Halmian told me to go with you guys. Yi Zhisheng fumbled with his phone, staring at the pictures of those dolls on the screen with wide eyes, his mouth practically watering. I want them all. What should I do? So, Yi Zhisheng looked up, gazing pitifully at Lin Baici, much like a pet dog waiting to be fed. On the second day of the official start of winter break, Lin Baici finished packing his luggage. Don't bother seeing me off. Once he entered the god ruins, his phone would be turned off, and Lin Baici did not know how many days it would last. So, he reminded her in advance. During the winter break, I will have to turn off my phone for a period of time. Gu Qingxiang saw Lin Baici downstairs and then out of the residential complex. Looking at her demeanor, she even intended to take him to the train station. It is quite cold outside. Go back. Lin Baici reached out and hugged Gu Qingxiang. He wanted to kiss her, but in public, he felt a bit shy. Gu Qingxiang, however, stood on her tiptoes and took the initiative to kiss Lin Baici on the cheek. Take care on your way. Gu Qingxiang hugged Lin Baici tightly. The two parted ways. When Gu Qingxiang returned home, she suddenly felt that she had no energy for anything. In the past, she had been very interested in cooking, but now it seemed that was only because there was someone to eat with. I will just order takeout. Gu Qingxiang lay on the sofa, bored and dazed. Lin Baici pulled his suitcase. Standing by the roadside waiting for a car, Zhu Hongyao had offered to pick him up, but he had refused. A taxi pulled up in front of Lin Baici, and the window rolled down. Class monitor. Are you going to the train station? Let us go together. Ji Xinyan smiled like a blooming flower. No need. I am going to the airport. Lin Baici smiled. The tea girl's outfit was as fashionable as ever. That is perfect. I am going to the airport too. Let us go together. Ji Xinyan opened the car door and got out, intending to help Lin Baici put his things into the trunk. Where are you actually going? Lin Baici frowned. The airport. In order to spend more time with Lin Baici, Ji Xinyan was willing to go to the train station first. She could always change her flight ticket. It would only cost a few hundred yuan more. Hurry up and get in, Ji Xinyan urged. From Haijing University of Technology to the airport, it would take an hour and a half without traffic. Having a girl for company was definitely more interesting than playing on his phone. After Lin Baici got into the car, Ji Xinyan spoke up. Uncle, please drive slowly. The driver was completely stunned. Usually, people were rushing to the airport, terrified of missing their flights. But this female college student was actually worried that the car was driving too fast. It is not strange for a girl to like a boy. But is it really okay to be so obvious about it? Don't listen to her. Drive normally. Lin Baici did not want to be a scumbag, but the tea girl always gave him opportunities, just like now. The back seat was so spacious. Yet the tea girl insisted on pressing against him. Class monitor. Have you been avoiding me lately? Ji Xinyan pouted her little lips. Every time. It is me who takes the initiative to chat with you, which makes me feel like I have no face. If the tea girl did not have high emotional and intellectual intelligence, she might have thought Lin Baici was puying her. Lin Baici was indeed avoiding Ji Xinyan because he was truly afraid he would not be able to restrain himself. Not speaking means you admit it, right? Ji Xinyan lightly pinched Lin Baici's arm. Tell me, why are you avoiding me? I am afraid that if we continue to spend time together, I will not be able to help but cross the line. After all, you are quite charming. But I am not ready to make you my girlfriend yet. Lin Baici spoke the truth. If the tea girl got angry, that would be for the best. Otherwise, if things continued in this ambiguous way, something would happen sooner or later. The driver almost spat out his saliva upon hearing this. Are you really that honest? You should have tricked her into your hands first. Why? Am I not qualified to be your girlfriend? Ji Xinyan raised an eyebrow. When I look at you, what I think of is not love. Perhaps it is because money gives one courage. But with over 20 million in his bank account, Lin Baici spoke quite bluntly. Xinyan, stop challenging my weak points. Not love. Ji Xinyan understood instantly. Then it is desire. When the tea girl said this, she even rubbed against Lin Baici with her right leg, which was clad in a high-heeled boot. Stop it. Lin Baici pressed down on Ji Xinyan's thigh. The tea girl immediately leaned against Lin Baici, seemingly wanting to bite his ear. How about we just go to a hotel? Lin Baici closed his eyes, activated the Sanskrit sound and Buddha echo, and began to mutter the Diamond Sutra. The driver glanced at Ji Xinyan through the rearview mirror, then looked at Lin Baici, and cursed him silently for being a fool. If it were him, he would have been a simp long ago. Hey, do you think I am a demon? Ji Xinyan was speechless, but after listening to a few lines of the scripture, she lost the mood to tease Lin Baici and became as calm as still water. Along the way, the interior of the car was deathly quiet, creating a strange atmosphere amidst the sound of Lin Baici's chanting. They arrived at the airport. The driver stopped the car, still lost in thought. Uncle, how much is it? Ji Xinyan asked. The driver snapped back to reality. No charge, no charge. Handsome. Can I add you on WeChat? If I need a ride in the future, I will be at your beck and call. But I hope you can record a clip of the scripture you were chanting for me. Search for the videos of Lin Ren on Bilibili. Lin Baici smiled and took out his phone. How much is it? It was 156 yuan in total, but the tea girl was quick and paid for it first. Lin Baici did not care about such a small amount of money and took the initiative to help the tea girl with her suitcase. Being handsome really pays off. The driver felt envious. And then he saw a traffic jam ahead. Usually, he would definitely be cursing and honking his horn, but today, his mood was surprisingly good. Passing through security and entering the airport, Ji Xinyan noticed quite a few girls secretly checking Lin Baici out. One had to admit, having such a tall and handsome boyfriend really gave one a sense of superiority. It is a pity that he is not mine. What time is your flight? Lin Baici sent a message to Zhou Hongyao, asking for their location. There are 50 minutes until boarding. Ji Xinyan glanced at her watch. The two of them were on different flights. So they collected their tickets, checked their luggage, passed through security, and entered the departure hall. Let us go grab a cup of coffee. As soon as Ji Xinyan finished speaking, she heard someone call out to Lin Baici, and the voice was very pleasant to the ears. Xiaobai, Huo Yuyu ran over, carrying a yellow Pikachu backpack. Lin Baici was surprised. Are you heading home? Yes. Huo Yuyu blinked playfully, then looked at GXI and YN. Hello. I am a friend of Xiaobai. The tea sister subtly sized up Huo Yuyu. A woman's sixth sense told her that this girl had been waiting specifically for Lin Baici. What is she up to? That said, this girl is incredibly pretty. Her cuteness level is off the charts. Huo Yuyu was wearing denim shorts today, paired with black leggings and mid-calf cotton boots. Her upper body was covered in a baggy, fluffy light blue down jacket, and with a pair of pink cat ear headphones on her head. She exuded a sweet and adorable aura. But she has no legs and no butt. The class monitor probably does not like this type. Right. Huo Yuyu was also stealing glances at GXI and YN. In 3 words, a fashionista. She gave off the vibe of a refined girl who only drinks Starbucks, must use a Dyson hairdryer, and buys whatever is trending on social media. Not enough money. There is always Huabei, Jibai, and a bunch of simps to act as her personal ATM. I am safe. Huo Yuyu felt relieved. Xiaobai would never like such a superficial girl. Let us go. Let us find a place to rest first. Lin Baici did not notice the silent clash between the two girls. The 3 of them entered the airport's Western-style restaurant. What would you like to drink? Huo Yuyu and Ji Xinyan spoke in unison, and both started walking toward the counter together. This scene made both girls realize that they were both simps for Lin Baici. We are one and the same. Chapter 243, Arriving in Korea, Statue of Liberty. Lin Baici did not know much about coffee, so he let Huo Yuyu handle it. This single sentence made the little fish immediately smile from the bottom of her heart. Although buying coffee cost money and required running errands, it showed that Lin Baici considered her one of his own. I want a mocha. Seeing this, Ji Xinyan did not fight for it and sat back down, while Huo Yuyu went to order. Ji Xinyan bumped her shoulder against Lin Baici and asked curiously, what is your relationship? Friends. Lin Baici was concise. Class monitor. I kind of regret not going to the hotel with you earlier. What should I do? Ji Xinyan deliberately put on a pitiful expression, looking at Huo Yuyu. It was obvious she was chasing Lin Baici. If this were any other man, who could resist? At the very least, getting a taste would not be a loss. But Lin Baici showed absolutely no interest. His character was just too upright. Are you at it again? Lin Baici felt helpless. Actually, the restroom would work to dot if it is you. I would not mind having my first time in a place like that. Ji Xinyan gave him a flirtatious wink. But you have to be careful not to get my pants dirty. My friend is here. Stop playing around. Lin Baici took a deep breath. When the tea sister went full throttle, he really could not handle it. Is it not more exciting with a friend around? Ji Xinyan was a master of talk, but she would not actually go through with it. She was mainly triggered by seeing such a beautiful girl like Huo Yuyu coincidentally run into Lin Baici, which ignited her competitive spirit. Of course, there was also a sense of possessiveness at play. After all, when one sees something good, who would not want to claim it for themselves? Huo Yuyu did not want to give Ji Xinyan and Lin Baici too much time alone, so she kept urging the waiter to hurry up. As soon as the order was ready, she immediately brought the tray back. What are you talking about? So happy. Huo Yuyu was very generous. Besides coffee, she also ordered cakes, macarons, and ice cream. Thank you. Ji Xinyan took the coffee. I was interrogating the class monitor about what kind of girls he likes. The little fish's eyes lit up, and she immediately looked at Lin Baici. Her expression filled with both anticipation and nervousness. What did he say? He said he likes girls with long legs. Ji Xinyan teased Huo Yuyu on purpose, while also poking fun at Lin Baici. He likes it when they wear black silk stockings. Hearing this, Huo Yuyu's face stiffened. My legs might be a bit shorter, but my body proportions are great. I do not look bad in stockings either, and I am a legal adult who can even cosplay as a middle schooler. Can women with long legs do that? Can we still have a pleasant conversation? Lin Baici was on the verge of tears. Please do not ruin my reputation. Ji Xinyan took a sip of coffee and suddenly had a whim. You are not on a group tour, right? Do you welcome me joining you? The tea sister immediately pulled out her phone, opened a ticket booking app, and prepared to buy a flight ticket. She had asked earlier and knew Lin Baici was going to Seoul, Korea. They say that rich people are carefree, doing whatever they want because the money in their bank accounts can support their whims. We have serious business to attend to. Lin Baici refused. Ji Xinyan felt a little disappointed, but she was not someone who did not know when to back down, and she would not make things difficult for Lin Baici. As they chatted, time passed quickly. Suddenly, a tall man walked into the coffee shop. The heating in the departure hall was turned up high, making Ji Xinyan take off her coat long ago. But this man was wearing a down jacket, a hat, and his face was covered by a mask and large sunglasses, hiding his entire person completely. What is going on? Is he a celebrity? Ji Xinyan glanced over, mainly because this guy was so tall that he felt quite imposing standing in the cafe. A young girl followed him inside. She was wearing a navy blue tracksuit, a baseball cap, a ponytail, and a hiking backpack, looking youthful, pretty, and full of energy. Ji Xinyan's gaze slid downward, landing on the girl's chest, and she couldn't help but want to let out a curse. Damn, that is huge. T-girl felt that this girl must not be right in the head. Little Lindsay. Xiaoyu. Jiu Hongyao called out and immediately ran over. Huh, Ji Xinyan was stunned. You have got to be kidding me. How are all the girls Lin Baici knows so pretty? Yi Jisheng. This is Huo Yuyu. You can just call her Xiaoyu. Jiu Hongyao introduced Huo Yuyu and Yi Jisheng to each other, then looked at Ji Xinyan. I am Lin Baici's classmate. Ji Xinyan gave a sweet smile, though she was complaining in her heart. Yi Jisheng. What kind of ghost name is that? Little Lindsay, my wives are gone. Yi Jisheng cried. Can you help me? What is the situation? Lin Baici did not understand. He put his wives in his suitcase and checked them in. He is worried he won't be able to get them back. Jiu Hongyao rubbed her temples. I explained it to him several times, but he is still afraid they will be lost. All 3 of my wives are in there. Yi Jisheng felt very aggrieved. If they were gone, the loss would be too great. Ji Xinyan frowned. Is this big guy a mental patient? And it seems like they have formed a group. Ji Xinyan intended to probe a little, but the airport announcement sounded. Passengers heading to Osaka. Please note that your flight NH920 is now boarding. Please gather your carry-on items, present your boarding pass, and board at gate 26. Class monitor, I have to go. Ji Xinyan stood up. Yuyu, Hongyao, Yi Jisheng. Let's hang out together after school starts. Travel safely. Goodbye. Lin Baici waved his hand, showing no intention of seeing Ji Xinyan off. Hey, with such a cold attitude, you still want to sleep with me? Ji Xinyan felt that Lin Baici's emotional intelligence needed improvement. T-girl left, without a shred of lingering attachment. This year is just like this. I will fight again next year. I refuse to believe that my man-slaying techniques cannot handle you. Jiu Hongyao was chattering away, talking non-stop about the upcoming Bizen trip, very excited. 20 minutes later, Gu Qingqiu, dressed in outdoor gear and carrying a mountaineering backpack, arrived. All right, everyone is here. Let's go. Jiu Hongyao led the team, rushing toward the boarding gate in a flurry. Before the announcement even started, she began lining up, preparing to be the first one on the plane. This was her first time leading a team alone since becoming a team leader, and it was to explore 10-year-old god ruins like Bizan. So she was very excited and had been suffering from insomnia for 5 days straight. 30 minutes later, the airport announcement sounded, "It's time, it's time." Jiu Hongyao cheered. Boarding, taxiing for takeoff, eating airplane food, landing. 3 hours later, the group arrived at the Seoul airport in Korea. Quick, quick, quick! Jiu Hongyao urged everyone to collect their luggage quickly. Then they queued for another half hour to clear customs. Finally reaching the airport lobby, it was bustling with noise. A wave of heat hit them, and the noisy Korean language poured into their ears. Hu Yu felt a bit uneasy because she couldn't understand a word of what these people were saying. Lin Baici was preparing to call Jin Yingxin when he heard a familiar shout, "Appa!" Jin Yingxin was holding a sign with Lin Baici's name on it. Standing in the crowd, upon seeing him, she immediately ran over. Her long legs were wrapped in tight jeans, and she wore a round neck-tight sports tank top under an unzipped bomber jacket. So when the Korean girl ran, her chest was heaving with waves. The gazes of nearby people were all attracted to this girl with long, pale gold hair. Those Jeju tourists who had just arrived in Seoul couldn't help but click their tongues, as expected of a kimchi girl. Just picking one out at random, they all had the quality of a girl group member. The group walked to the side to clear the walkway and exchanged pleasantries for a while. The main point was to introduce Gu Qingqiu and Yi Jisheng to Jin Yingxin. "Let's go. I will take you to eat a big meal and visit famous historical sites. Let's relax for 2 days first." Jin Yingxin helped Lin Baici carry his bag. Just this small gesture made Gu Qingqiu realize that this was one of Lin Baici's female sycophants. Everyone chatted as they walked toward the parking lot. But just as they reached the vicinity of the main entrance, they suddenly heard a commotion coming from inside the lobby. Hu Yu turned her head out of curiosity and saw a team of men in black suits. They were wearing earpieces and sunglasses, lined up into rows to clear a path. In the middle of them were a dozen or so Europeans. "Who are these people?" Hu Yu asked curiously. "Are they in a band?" These Europeans had 20 or so bodyguards picking them up, which meant they had a significant background. But they were all dressed very casually and not fashionably, which ruled out celebrities and sports stars. "Yingxin, what is going on?" Lin Baici noticed that Jin Yingxin's expression turned ugly when she saw these people. "My eldest sister's people," Jin Yingxin muttered. Lin Baici turned his head and saw a woman of medium height, about 30 years old, in the middle of those big, burly bodyguards, talking to a muscular man wearing shorts and a tank top. This woman was wearing ankle-length trousers and red high heels, with a V-neck white knit sweater on top. She possessed both the demeanor of a powerful career woman and a sense of fashionable nobility. The bodyguards cleared the path, and wherever they went, everyone stepped aside. In Korea, the decent conglomerate did not need to be low-key. They had the strength to act this way. "That is your oldest sister. She has such an imposing presence." Hu Yu was surprised, feeling that compared to her, Jin Yingxin was lacking quite a bit. "Yes, she is my uncle's eldest daughter, Jin Yingxin." Jin Yingxin's mother was born to a mistress, while her uncle was born to the legal wife. The Korean girl's maternal grandfather, who was the head of the decent conglomerate, would inevitably be succeeded by Jin Yingxin's uncle upon his death. So the status of his eldest daughter went without saying. In front of outsiders, Jin Yingxin appeared glamorous, but in the eyes of her peers within the family, this Korean girl was nothing, because whatever she had, others also had, and whatever she lacked, others possessed. Right, because it involved the family inheritance. Jin Yingxin's mother made her address her maternal grandfather as grandfather, so as to make their relationship appear closer. Beautiful women attract attention wherever they go, let alone when there were 4 of them gathered around Lin Baici. Those Europeans looked over. One blonde young man, staring at Jiu Hongyao and Jin Yingxin, let out a whistle and muttered something to his companions. Jin Yingxin glanced over, saw Jin Yingxin, and frowned. The blonde young man spoke a few words to a burly man, then ran over, gesturing and chatting up Jin Yingxin. He preferred the one with the large chest. Although the girl with the high ponytail had a great figure, her attire was not as sexy and hot as Jin Yingxin's. Nitrogen monoxide. Nitrogen monoxide. Jin Yingxin shook her head. This foreigner was inviting her to hang out. Jiu Hongyao was loyal and wanted to protect Jin Yingxin. So she took a step forward and stood in front of her. She wanted to talk to the blonde young man and tell him to leave immediately and stop harassing her friend. But the girl with the high ponytail didn't know English. After racking her brains, 2 words popped out. Fu *k, you. Chapter 240 for Divine Taboo Contamination. Dogman barking. Hanseong is the capital of Korea, and many tourists visit every year. So the airport is almost always packed. Having so many black-suited bodyguards wearing headsets and sunglasses was quite eye-catching. Many tourists looked over and even began to gather round. The blonde young man was always quite tolerant when facing beautiful women, not to mention someone as top-tier as Jia Hongyao. So even after being cursed at, he wasn't angry at all and continued to chat her up with a cheeky grin. The blonde young man didn't care, but Jin Yunsun was furious. Click, click, click. Jin Yunsun walked over quickly, her high heels making sharp, rhythmic sounds on the floor. Woman, apologize to my friend, Jin Yunsun scolded. These people were distinguished guests invited by her father, all of them god hunters, so they could not be slighted. Moreover, Jin Yunsun wanted to build a good relationship with them. Who knew when they might come in handy? Jia Hongyao looked at Jin Yingzhen. She wasn't afraid of offending people, but she was mainly worried that Jin Yingzhen would feel uncomfortable being caught in the middle. Big sister, they are my friends, Jin Yingzhen explained. Shut up, Jin Yunsun rebuked. What kind of friends are you making, cursing in public? Where is your upbringing? Hongyao is just worried that I'll be taken advantage of. Jin Yingzhen argued her case. Taken advantage of? These people are father's distinguished guests from Europe. Even if Jin Xian saw them, he wouldn't dare speak to them in that tone. Do you understand? Jin Yunsun had no intention of standing on Jin Yingzhen's side. Apologized to Lafinia. Miss Jin, don't be so angry. The blonde young man was named Lafinia. As he spoke, he took the opportunity to put his arm around Jin Yunsun's shoulder, acting as if they were old friends. It seems you know this beautiful lady. She is my incompetent younger sister. Jin Yunsun looked displeased and took a subtle step to the side, shaking off Lafinia's arm. Oh, what a coincidence. Can I add you as a friend? Lafinia asked with a smile, taking out his phone. What do you want to do to my girlfriend? Lin Baici saw that Jia Hongyao couldn't handle it, so he walked over, stood beside the Korean girl, and put his right arm around her waist. A Juju person. Lafinia sized up Lin Baici with a look of disdain. Hearing Lin Baici's words, Jin Yunsun frowned and looked him over. He was a Juju man with high looks and a great physique. Even she felt a bit tempted. However, no matter how handsome he was, if he wasn't a god hunter, he could only be given a 0. Yingzhen, a man like this is fine for a casual fling, but remember to make things clear beforehand. Don't let it end up in the news and embarrass the Daxian conglomerate. Jin Yunsun lectured. In Korea and Dongjing, there are strict hierarchies between subordinates and superiors, juniors and seniors, and underclassmen and upperclassmen. One must use honorifics and bow when greeting. A woman who craves power but lacks talent. She enjoys scolding and humiliating others to satisfy her sense of conquest. She is incompetent yet arrogant. If she were born into an ordinary family with her personality, her husband would beat her 3 times a day. Due to her upbringing, school education, and constant exposure, she has an extreme worship of the strong. The gourmet commented. Mr. Lafinia, we have already wasted quite a bit of time. Shall we get going? I have prepared a welcome banquet for everyone. Jin Yunsun urged. Standing here being watched by others made Jin Yunsun very unhappy. She had already seen tourists taking photos with their phones. Of course, Jin Yunsun wasn't afraid of these videos spreading online, because with the influence of the Daxian conglomerate, they could completely suppress these videos. Burgle, Lin Baici's stomach growled. A sense of hunger washed over him. These people were clearly all god hunters, and they possessed top-tier divine taboo items. Lin Baici wanted to eat. A man who looks cheerful but is actually petty and vengeful. He likes to play pranks and tease others to make them lose face. He possesses the divine taboo item Golden Dog. Once activated, it makes people want to turn into dog men, crawling on all fours, unable to speak, and only wanting to answer with a bark. If a person's mental willpower is too weak, they will be directly enslaved by this divine taboo item. Lin Baici looked at the blonde young man. The gourmet must be talking about him. All right. Lafinia shrugged his shoulders, his gaze sweeping over Lin Baici and the others before finally landing on the Korean girl. I think we will meet again soon. I hope I can invite you to lunch then, under normal circumstances. Jin Yingzhen would have offered a perfunctory reply. But since Appa Lin was present today, she felt compelled to make her stance clear. She had intended to say, I am sorry. I do not dine with other men. But as the words reached her lips, they transformed into a single syllable. The moment Jin Yingzhen's voice grew from a whisper to a shout, Lin Baici reached out quickly and slapped his hand over the Korean girl's mouth. His hunger pangs had suddenly intensified, which meant the other party had activated a god-forbidden item. Jin Yingzhen raised an eyebrow, wanting to ask what he was doing. But as the words reached her lips, they also became a single syllable. Jin Yingzhen's expression turned to shock. She hurriedly covered her mouth and turned to look at Rafinha, wanting to ask if he had done something. But as the words escaped her, woof, woof, Jin Yingzhen barked twice. Among the crowd of onlookers, whispers immediately broke out. They did not recognize Jin Yingzhen, but seeing such a stylish and elegant beauty barking like a dog was truly a shocking sight. Haha, just a little joke, Miss Jin, please do not mind, Rafinha laughed loudly, acting as if it were just a playful prank between good friends. However, his eyes were fixed on Lin Baici, filled with intense curiosity. Is this guy a god hunter? And he actually covered that Korean girl's mouth at the very first moment. Doesn't that mean he knows exactly what he is facing? Are you a god hunter? Rafinha asked, hoping to bait Lin Baici into barking. Do you find this amusing? Lin Baici countered. Swish. Lin Baici's words caused all the Europeans to look at him, their faces filled with surprise and curiosity. Why didn't he bark? These Europeans were all god hunters belonging to a team called Statue of Liberty, founded by that muscular man in the tank top, Jesus. They were quite famous in the hunter circle. They had come this time at the invitation of Jin Yingzhen's father, preparing to raid the Bizan god ruins. Everyone knew that Rafinha liked to flirt with beauties and play pranks, so they didn't take it seriously and continued discussing their upcoming itinerary. However, the fact that this Juju man had not been contaminated by the god-forbidden item was impressive, and it took them by surprise. But even more surprising things were yet to come. Are you looking for a beating? Jiuhanya rolled up her sleeves. She felt an uncomfortable ripple emanating from the blonde youth opposite her, affecting her mind and making her want to bark like a dog. I mean no harm. Rafinha smiled and raised his hands. This woman wasn't contaminated either. A powerhouse. Hu Yu tugged at Gu Qingqiu's lapel, wanting to ask what was happening and why she couldn't understand the situation. But as the words left her mouth, they came out as a woof. Miss Jin, let's go. I am hungry. Rafinha rubbed his stomach. Jin Yingzhen dared not speak. If another woof slipped out, it would be mortifying. Even if she became the president of the Dozion conglomerate in the future, she would be mocked for it. She knew this guy must have done something, but she couldn't afford to offend him. So she could only console herself by thinking he was just playing a harmless joke. Jin Yingzhen made a gesture for them to proceed. Rafinha started to walk away, but Lin Baici reached out and blocked him. Rafinha smiled. What do you want? Apologize. Lin Baici stared at Rafinha. If they are willing to bark like dogs, what does that have to do with me? Rafinha looked innocent. I will give you one more chance. This was the airport, and there were too many people around. Otherwise, Lin Baici would have already activated the Black Altar Bowl to teach this guy a lesson. And if I refuse? Rafinha crossed his arms and watched Lin Baici with a relaxed expression. He wasn't afraid of a one-on-one fight, let alone having 16 companions behind him, including their leader, Jesus. Unless this Juju man was dragon level, he was going to have to swallow this loss today. You look really handsome when you smile. Lin Baici laughed nonchalantly. Are you mocking me? Rafinha was tall and athletic, a typical handsome European. But compared to Lin Baici, he still fell short. Lin Baici was also well built, and when he smiled, his 8 white teeth shone brightly, full of sunshine and vitality. Damn it, I really want to pin him down and humiliate him, Jin Yingzhen cursed inwardly. Rafinha's body hair was too thick, and he had a strong body odor that she disliked. Her sister's friend was much more to her taste. Lin Baici didn't speak. He reached out and struck lightning speed, and of great impression. "Nia, watch out!" Jesus's expression changed, and he tried to intervene, but he was half a step too slow. Lin Baici's lightning speed and hand of great impression were powerful divine graces obtained from gods. Although Rafinha tried to dodge as quickly as he could, in Lin Baici's eyes, it was like watching slow motion. Lin Baici struck Rafinha's left cheek. The immense force sent him crashing toward the ground. When he hit the floor, there was no scream or heavy thud. Instead, he was imprinted directly onto the smooth airport floor like a piece of lead-type printing. Jin Yunshin stared at Rafinha, who was plastered to the floor like a sketch, and froze. It took a full few seconds for her to react, and she screamed, stumbling backward in fear until she bumped into a bodyguard. Swish! The members of the Statue of Liberty changed expressions, immediately spreading out and standing on guard, ready for a fight. Swish! Jiu Hongyao drew her short blade, and Yi Zhisheng took 2 large strides to stand beside Lin Baici. Beneath his hood, a pair of eyes filled with battle intent stared at Jesus. "Xiao Bai, this guy is so sturdy. Can I collect his internal organs?" This sentence shocked even Jesus, mostly because the look in the speaker's eyes didn't seem like a joke at all. Lin Baici took the black alms bowl out of his backpack, held it in his right hand, and after glancing at Jesus, he smiled faintly. Such a handsome blonde guy. It would be a pity if he grew old and died. So, it is better to paint him and keep his time at the most beautiful moment of his life. Chapter 245 Arrogant Golden Mother. Dessert after the meal? No way, right? Gu Qingqiu was a little surprised. Is Lin Baici this fierce? He wouldn't actually like that kimchi girl, would he, however? This instant kill move was really cool. Gu Qingqiu felt that Lin Baici, standing in front of these Europeans, possessed a domineering and majestic aura. Like a general holding a sword and standing before his horse, serves him right. Hua Yuyu stood unconditionally on Lin Baici's side. That blonde guy used a divine taboo item to spread pollution and make people bark like dogs. He was truly too evil. And who knew if this pollution had any after effects? Appa. Jin Yingshan was both excited and moved. She did not expect Lin Baici to strike with lethal intent just for the sake of her reputation, especially when the other side clearly had the advantage in numbers. Immediately, Jin Yingshan began to worry. Guests who could make her sister come to receive them in person were definitely not small fry. This conflict would certainly not end well. The tourists watching from all around were in a state of confusion. Is this magic? Are they filming a movie? But how did they do that? The tourists were very curious. Lin Baici's smile, in the eyes of the members of the Statue of Liberty, looked like the mockery, cruelty, and ferocity of a devil seeing its prey, permeated with the scent of death, making people shudder. Jesus also did not expect Lin Baici to kill someone right off the bat, and the other party's fearless demeanor, to be honest, stunned him. As a veteran who had been mixing in the circle of god hunters for 15 years, Jesus had survived until now and built a reputation for his team by relying on his keen eye and caution. Past experience told him that this person from Kyushu must possess some kind of powerful divine taboo item. Jesus looked at the black alms bowl held in Lin Baici's left hand. What kind of pollution did it radiate? A fat man with a big belly cursed loudly, took a step forward, and was about to pounce on Lin Baici, but he was stopped by his companion beside him. There were no fools among the god hunters who could join the Statue of Liberty. Looking at the state of Lafinia's death, not even a corpse was left behind. He had been directly flattened into a mural. How powerful must the divine grace that could cause such an effect be? And that big-breasted woman, and that tall person wearing a mask with only a pair of eyes exposed, did not look like ordinary people either. Everyone was very cautious, to put it bluntly. This conflict was caused by Lafinia. The person from Kyushu opposite them was only retaliating. In the past, Lafinia had provoked others too, but most of the time, even if the other party was angry and upset, they would only curse a few times, and rarely would they actually make a move. Even if a fight broke out, Lafinia could handle it. After all, those who dared to cause trouble would have some skills. But today, this person from Kyushu killed someone at the very start, clean and efficient. If Lafinia had known he would end up like this, he would definitely have regretted it. Various thoughts swirled in the minds of Jesus and his group as they weighed the strength of Lin Baici and his companions. Not daring to make a move immediately, "Everyone, if you want to avenge him, hurry up. I'm in a hurry." Lin Baici looked at Jesus. He now had money and strength, to be honest. His mindset was a bit inflated. Having been polluted by someone else's divine taboo item today, Lin Baici certainly wouldn't swallow this insult. But if a fight broke out, with so many people on the other side, he likely wouldn't win. Therefore, when Lin Baici made his move, he naturally used his most powerful divine grace. The effect was quite good. He died. Jin Yunshin was stunned. She looked at the human mural on the ground. It was simply lifelike, even more real than a living person. How did this person from Kyushu do it? And how did that bitch Jin Yunshin know him? Jin Yunshin frowned. Lin Baici shrugged his shoulders. Team leader Jesus. There are too many people here. No matter what you want to do, I suggest you don't do it here, Jin Yunshin advised. If a real fight broke out, the aftermath would be too troublesome. I am Jesus, the leader of the Statue of Liberty. Jesus stared at Lin Baici. What is your name? Lin Baici. Lin Baici figured that these people were also going to enter the divine ruins, and they would meet sooner or later. So there was no need to hide it. I'll remember you. After Jesus finished speaking, the ring on the ring finger of his right hand suddenly emitted a few fine electric arcs. The mobile phones in the hands of the tourists who were filming the situation suddenly went black and crashed. Let's go, Lin Baici called out to everyone. They followed Jin Yunshin to the parking lot, sat in NRV, and headed to the Korean girls' villa in Seoul. Team leader, are we just going to let it go like this? The fat man was indignant. There are too many people here. We can't hurt civilians. Besides, in these 2 days, we can investigate their origins. Jesus considered things more thoroughly. To possess such powerful divine grace and be so young, that Lin Baici is definitely not a nobody. How do we deal with Nia? A brown-haired woman looked at the mural on the ground and frowned deeply. It was impossible to even collect the body. Be careful. Chisel it down and take the whole thing. Jesus wanted to study this mural and at the same time try to find a way to restore him. The RV drove rapidly on the highway. Huayu stuck her head out of the car window and looked back. Her expression still filled with disbelief. They actually just let us go like that. Were those god hunters really that cowardly? Otherwise what? Have a fight at the airport. Jiu Hongyao took the drink handed to her by Jin Yunshin and took a sip. There are too few people as reckless as little Lin. Most god hunters won't easily make a move unless they have the strength to crush their opponent, because no one knows what kind of trump cards the other side might be holding. Not to mention the god-forbidden items in Lin Baici's possession. Even his lightning flash and hand of great impression were enough to deter many people. Appa, thank you. Jin Yunshin thanked him again. The feeling of being protected was truly wonderful. What if the other party is also a hothead? What would you do if a fight broke out? Guchinkyu wanted to know Lin Baici's contingency plan. Then, I would have no choice but to activate a god-forbidden item and create radiation pollution. Lin Baici chuckled. Even if the opponent's attack power was extremely strong and they had the strength to kill him in one hit, they wouldn't be able to do it because he had lightning flash to dodge the fatal blow in time. Immediately after, he would take out the pair of stockings given to him by the crazy maid and summon one of the 7 recognized wonders of the Hunter Circle. With a rule-based pollution level like the maid game, even a dragon-level hunter wouldn't be able to clear it easily, right? As long as he bought himself time, he would have room to maneuver. As expected, when you have so many divine favors and god-forbidden items, you can afford to talk tough. Jiu Hongyao felt envious. Thinking about how this was her vice-captain, she felt absolutely delighted. However, necessary preparations were still required. Jiu Hongyao opened the Dragon Soul WeChat group and hurriedly tagged Prime Minister He to ask for intelligence regarding Jesus. A wandering red ghost. Why are you suddenly interested in this person? Jiu Hongyao briefly described the conflict that had just occurred. Then, a dozen people popped up, all sending strings of ellipses, expressing shock and confusion. Great Snake Princess. Is 18cm's style of doing things always this aggressive? But I actually like this kind of boldness. Hotpot Immortal. Are you sure it's boldness? Or is it that something else is big? Feast brother Jesus is a veteran. It is said that his strength has reached the quasi-dragon level. His most terrifying aspect is his wealth of experience and his calculating, cunning personality. He either doesn't strike, but when he does, he never misses. Savage Uncle. 3 years ago, the Statue of Liberty suffered a crushing defeat at the Louvre God Ruins. The captain and most of the team members died. They were about to disband, but it was Jesus who stepped up and took on the responsibilities of the captain. Sudama Hongyao, are you currently in Seoul? I heard that you and that Lin Baici are going to enter the Bizen God Ruins. Is that true, Detective Jia? That's right. Prime Minister He. How many people are there? Who are they? Prime Minister He had known about this news for a while, but he wasn't sure of the exact time Jia Hongyao would enter the God Ruins. Detective Jia Me, Lin Baici, and Jin Yingxin will likely be going in as well. There is also another female companion with very high intelligence. Yi Zhisheng's identity needed to be kept secret, so Jia Hongyao didn't mention him. Hot pot immortal, Ying Baili isn't going. My daughter is #1 in the world. Why do I feel like this is so unreliable? Is Jia Hongmian really your biological sister? Everyone echoed the sentiment. The Bizen God Ruins weren't as terrifying as the Qin Palace God Ruins, but it was still a major 10-year God Ruins. With Jia Hongyao's team composition, they might end up on a one-day tour, and that didn't mean they would return in a day, but that they would all be wiped out within a day. Detective Jia, having little Lin and Qinkyu is enough. Watch as the three of us purify the Bizen God Ruins and give the people of the Sejong Center a huge surprise, winning half the world. If you have any loot you don't need, remember to notify me immediately. I'll buy it at a sky-high price. Cheongdam-dong is one of the 3 famous wealthy districts in Seoul, and Jin Yingxin's home was located here. Over an hour later, the RV drove into a villa area with a quiet and elegant environment. Aren't the houses here a bit too big? Huo Yuyu was shocked out. Moreover, between each villa, there were large trees and vegetation separating them, providing excellent privacy. Living here was like living in a small forest. You guys go take a shower and rest for a while. Jin Yingxin led everyone into the house. The maid was already waiting in the foyer to fetch slippers for everyone. Are we going out to eat tonight and maybe do some shopping? Or should we stay at home? Jin Yingxin didn't know if everyone was tired from the journey. If we eat at home, you don't have to worry about the food not being good. We can hire a chef. Let's go out and have fun. This was Huo Yu's first time in Korea, and she wanted to go shopping. Whatever. Gu Qinkyu was indifferent. When are we entering the Bizen God Ruins? That will have to wait until I meet with my brother to decide. Jin Yingxin already had a plan. Appa, Hongyao, if you two aren't tired, would you like to go see my mother after you freshen up? Your mom doesn't live here. Jia Hongyao was surprised. My mom is in another residential area nearby. Jin Yingxin had moved out to live on her own when she was 15. Wow. Huo Yu envied how a Korean girl could live in such a big house alone, and most importantly, have such freedom. Until she started college, she had been squeezed into a 60-square-meter old house with her parents and younger brother. Let's go now, Lin Baici suggested. They would be imposing on Jin Yingxin for a while, so it was only polite to pay a visit to her parents. Let's go, Jia Hongyao urged. People from the 9 provinces were known for being a nation of etiquette. Do we not need to go? Huo Yu blinked. I'm sorry. My mother has a bit of a difficult personality. You two shouldn't go, so you don't end up feeling depressed. Jin Yingxin apologized. In reality, given the status of Jin's mother, she wouldn't even meet people like Huo Yu and Gu Qinkyu. Only because Lin Baici and Jia Hongyao held positions as staff of the 9 provinces security bureau and were god hunters were they granted a modicum of respect. Understood. Huo Yu didn't feel like she was being treated differently. She had looked up the situation of the decent conglomerate. It was a behemoth second only to the Samsung Group. Jin Yingxin's mother was a top-tier elite and a powerful director. How could she possibly have time to entertain her daughter's friends? Not to mention that Huo Yu was just an internet celebrity. Even if she were a top-tier Korean star, her status would still be far behind that of Jin Yingxin's mother. Feel free to play around. Just tell the maids if you need anything. Then drove Lin Baici and Jia Hongyao for 20 minutes until they reached another villa complex. Do we not need to buy some gifts? Lin Baici saw Jin Yingshan driving straight into the garage and quickly suggested it. Showing up empty-handed did not feel right. No need. Jin Yingshan felt embarrassed to say that her mother was not lacking in money at all. Whenever guests came to visit, her mother would never even glance at the gifts they brought, handing them directly to the maids. We should still prepare something. Lin Baici reckoned that with Jin Engxi's standards, she probably would not look twice at ordinary items. So, he thought about the things he had on him. The hollow Tiguanyan tea was excellent, but there was too little of it, and there was no way to replenish it in the future. So, he had to keep it. The eyeballs and meat of the man-eating crow were also too scarce, and the appearance of the item was too terrifying. Giving it as a gift would likely scare people. The snake eggs he obtained at the provincial museum had divine grace and were too precious, so that only left the dried corpse of the beauty. Its flesh had the effect of cleansing the digestive tract, detoxifying, and nourishing the skin. That is the one. Lin Baici took out a small box and prepared about 100 grams. As the three of them came up from the garage and entered the living room, they saw a noblewoman wearing a brown pencil skirt and a camel-colored cashmere coat, carrying a bag and hurrying down from upstairs. She was talking on the phone while walking. Jin Yingshan called out respectfully, "Hello, Auntie." Lin Baici and Jia Hongyao greeted her. A female creature with an extreme thirst for power, arrogant, overbearing, and condescending. She can be treated as an after-dinner dessert to pass the time. She might not be delicious enough, but she makes up for it with her rarity, which will provide the taste buds with a different kind of enjoyment. The gluttonous god commented. Jin Engxi was very beautiful and possessed an air of nobility. Otherwise, she could not have given birth to a beauty of Jin Yingshan's caliber. However, compared to a face that scores 9 out of 10, Jin Engxi's status could bring a man a greater sense of conquest. To put it bluntly, there were other middle-aged women with similar looks and temperament to Jin Engxi, but once you added the status of the third princess of the Daxian conglomerate, there were none. What is it? Out of money. Jin Engxi held the phone in one hand and opened her Chanel handbag with the other, took out a bank card, and tossed it to Jin Yingshan. "No, I brought 2 friends to visit you." Jin Yingshan was very reserved in front of her mother. "Auntie, a small gift. Please accept it as a token of my respect." Lin Baici handed over his small box. Jin Engxi took it and casually placed it on the coffee table. "Yingshan, I'm going to the airport to pick someone up now, tonight, or tomorrow. I'm going to take you to meet a master. So do not play too wildly, and absolutely no drinking." Chapter 246. An expensive gift. Jin Yingshan was unhappy. What master could be more important than Lin Baici? The Korean girl liked Lin Baici, so bringing him to visit her mother today was also a selfish move. She hoped her mother could see his charm. That way, there would be no resistance when the two of them dated in the future. But as it stood, the plan had fallen through. "Do not stay out too late." Jin Engxi walked quickly to the foyer, waited for the maid to put her high heels on, and left in a rush. Master Petition from Siam had already arrived at the airport, and she had to go pick him up immediately. It would be too rude to keep him waiting. Her father's condition had worsened. If he died now, Jin Engxi would get nothing but the small amount of money in the inheritance, which was not what she wanted. She did not dare to covet the position of president of the Daxian conglomerate, but she at least had to take away a quarter of the assets. Therefore, if Petition could cure her father, Jin Engxi would definitely earn a massive amount of favor. So she had spent a fortune to invite Master Petition from Siam. It was said that this master was proficient in mediumship, medicine, divination, and could even borrow life. Lin Baici and Jia Hongyao were handsome and beautiful, but so what? Jin Engxi owned an entertainment company with hundreds of trainees. What kind of boys and girls had she not seen? Handsome fresh meat, tough bad boys, innocent girls, hot spicy ladies. The hottest top-tier girl group in Korea at the moment belonged to Jin Engxi's company, while another first-tier boy group consisted of Jin Yingshan's artists. Jin Engxi mistakenly thought that this man and woman wanted to debut and were using her daughter to approach her to seek an opportunity. Moreover, they were from Kyushu. So how could such small-time characters be mentioned in the same breath as Master Petition? Appa, Hongyao, her mother, had left. Ignoring Lin Baici and the others, which made Jin Yingxin very embarrassed. Do not mind it, Lin Baici smiled magnanimously. As compensation, take us out for a big meal tonight, and get your brother to let us into the divine ruins quickly. Jiao Hongyao did not care about such things either. The three of them returned to the villa, met up with Huo Yuyu and the others, and went to the commercial street to eat and enjoy the scenery of Korea along the way. It had to be said that the girls on the street were dressed very fashionably, though one could see traces of technology on many of their faces. Korea's entertainment industry was very developed. In less than 40 minutes of walking, Lin Baici and the others encountered 5 guys claiming to be agents who wanted to scout Jin Yingxin and the others. They said they had channels to recommend them as trainees to form a group and become big stars later, while 3 said they would definitely become huge hits as streamers. Jin Yingxin chased all 5 men away. Those are all bottom feeders. If they get you to be trainees and you succeed, they can collect a referral fee from the entertainment company. If they are more ruthless, they will squeeze another sum of money out of you. As for being a streamer, do not believe it. It is all that kind of gray industry. You know what I mean. Jin Yingxin's family owned an entertainment company, so she was very clear about the inside story of these industries. As the host, the Korean girl arranged the schedule very thoughtfully, striving to make Lin Baici fall in love with this country. If only he could stay, that would be wonderful. However, as things stand, there is little hope. In order to reach the airport as early as possible, Jin Yingxin ran 5 red lights and finally arrived just a moment before the plane landed. The moment Master Badison emerged with his 4 disciples, Jin Yingxin spotted him at a glance, because he was too easy to recognize. He was about 60 years old, gaunt, short, and dark-skinned, looking almost like skin and bones. Yet his spirit was exceptionally vigorous. Among his short, bright hair, there was not a single strand of white. His eyes were like lightning, so sharp that one dared not meet his gaze. Master Badison and his 4 disciples were all wearing the yellow monk robes unique to Siam, with their arms exposed, revealing strange tattoos. Jin Yingxin had never met this master in person, having only seen him in photographs. But combined with this image of an otherworldly expert, there was no mistake. She immediately trotted over. Master Badison, Sawasdika. Jin Yingxin pressed her palms together and greeted the old man. Sawasdika. Badison returned the gesture, a kind and benevolent smile appearing on his face. Jin Yingxin spoke 7 languages, including Siamese, so there was absolutely no barrier to their communication. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, Jin Yingxin sent Badison and his entourage to the Hilton Hotel. The Daxian conglomerate also operated hotels and restaurants, but Jin Yingxin was not in charge of them, and she did not want her family to know that she had invited Badison to treat her father, which was why she arranged for them to stay at a different 5-star hotel. Badison did not indulge in alcohol or women, and had few preferences, but the welcoming banquet Jin Yingxin had thoughtfully arranged still made them feel right at home. At 11 p.m., after Jin Yingxin dropped Badison back at the hotel, she did not go home but instead went to the company to handle official business. A few minutes later, over a dozen insects crawled onto Badison one after another, burrowing into his collar. Badison, who had been sitting cross-legged on the sofa, lay down. Teacher, there are no wiretaps. The 4 disciples circled the presidential suite. Although they knew their teacher's pets had already confirmed the environment in the room, as disciples, they still had to be diligent and responsible. Bruti, burn incense. Badison's voice carried a slightly feminine, raspy tone. Akunza nimbly poured a cup of tea and handed it to Badison. Teacher, this guest is very beautiful. And very rich, Wang Sawan interjected. Without waiting for the teacher's instructions, she sat beside him very sensibly and began to massage his legs. Money is nothing, status is what matters most. Akunza was the oldest disciple and had been with Badison the longest, so he knew what his teacher wanted most. Badison was doing very well in Chiang Mai and was a guest of honor for many wealthy people. Human desire is always expanding. Badison wanted to go from being a Chiang Mai master to a Siamese master. The first 2 years of expansion went very smoothly, but just as Badison was preparing to press his advantage, he ran into the 8-faced Buddha and suffered a major setback. Badison's Siamese plan was blocked, so he could only seek to develop overseas markets. It just so happened that a wealthy man he knew introduced Jin Engsi to him. Jin Engsi was the third daughter of the Daxian conglomerate's chairman. Although her background was not very prestigious, she was born to a mistress. She was very capable and held an important position within the conglomerate. As long as Badison could develop Jin Engsi into a believer, he could rely on her wealth and connections to quickly make a name for himself in Goryeo. Teacher, how much confidence do you have in saving that young woman's father? As soon as Wang Sawan finished asking, Badison's eyes glared over, his gaze in kind. Wang Sawan was terrified and immediately knelt down. Teacher, I was wrong. After saying this, without waiting for Badison's order, she began to slap her own face. Forget it. Badison drooped his eyelids like an old dog taking a nap. The four disciples dared not speak. Following their teacher's habit, they lit the incense, and the room immediately fell into a peaceful silence. Akanza knew his teacher's style. If he could save Jin Engsi's father, that would naturally be better, as it would burnish his reputation as an expert. If he could not save him, he would simply have to use other means. In any case, the teacher was determined to have this female believer. I wonder if I can have a taste of the soup after the teacher is done enjoying himself. Akanza thought of Jin Engsi's ripe figure and secretly swallowed his saliva. The next morning at 10:30, after Jin Engsi waited for Master Badison to get enough rest, she visited and treated the five of them to a top-tier soul barbecue, then drove them back to the villa. Master, I am troubling you. Jin Engsi stood at the door and bowed to Badison. She knew that this master understood feng shui and could change one's fortune, so she wanted him to help arrange the furniture and decor to improve her luck. Of course, if the feng shui here was too poor, she would just change houses. Wait here. Badison walked into the villa and took a golden chain from his pocket. Hanging from the chain was a Buddha amulet to sizes larger than a mahjong tile. The front was carved with a Buddha statue, while the back featured a small ghost. As expected of a conglomerate's daughter, there are so many valuable things in her home. Badison sighed inwardly. The chain hung from the middle finger of his left hand, and the Buddha amulet dangled in the air, spinning around and pointing here and there. This Buddha amulet was a divine taboo object that would react to items of high value or those filled with unclean energy. When Badison walked into the living room, the Buddha amulet suddenly shook violently, as if attracted by a magnet, and drifted toward the coffee table. Hee! The laughter of a child immediately rang out. What is that? Jin Engsi was startled by the eerie sound. Do not be afraid. The teacher is performing an exorcism, Akanza explained. Badison's gaze landed on the coffee table, where he saw a small box. He raised an eyebrow, picked up the small box, and opened it. Hee! The child's whispering grew louder. Inside were some dried meat strips, much like those small squid snack treats. Petition picked one up, put it into his mouth, and chewed a few times. After swallowing it, his eyes lit up. Good stuff. Petition returned to his calm expression. Ms. Jin Engsi immediately ran over. Does the master have any instructions? Where did you get this box? Petition inquired. It was a gift from my daughter's friend. Why do you ask? Jin Engsi was worried. Could there be a problem with it? This gift is excellent. It has the effects of beautifying the skin, nourishing the body, and detoxifying. It can slow down your aging process. Petition had originally intended to trick Jin Engsi into believing it was something bad so he could seize it for himself. But upon hearing that the giver was her daughter's friend, he changed his mind. He would meet that friend first before deciding on a plan. If he could develop him into a follower, he could have him provide these meat strips as offerings. Jin Engsi was stunned. She looked inside the box. Just based on these meat strips, do they really have such miraculous effects? Yes. Modern people's diet and lifestyle lead to the intake of a large amount of toxins. These meat strips can clear them out, especially for those elderly people in poor health. Spending 100 million to buy these meat strips would be worth it. Petition closed the box and handed it to Jin Engsi. Keep it safe. Jin Engsi did not know where to put her hands. Could such a small cluster of meat strips really be worth 100 million? Jin Engsi was skeptical. But since these were the words of Master Petition, she had no choice but to believe him. She could not help but recall the scene when she met Lin Baici yesterday. At the time, she had been too focused on picking up Master Petition at the airport to pay much attention to her daughter's expression. Now that she thought about it, that was not the demeanor of someone introducing an ordinary friend. And that boy, she had only noticed that he was handsome at the time, completely ignoring the fact that he lacked any humble or subservient attitude. That was quite special, because given Jin Engxi's social status, the people she usually met were full of etiquette and did not even dare to speak loudly in her presence. Could he be some wealthy heir from Juzhou? Was he pursuing Yingjin? After Petition revealed the weight of this box, Jin Engxi became slightly interested in Lin Baici, but that was all. A young man who looked like he was not even 20 years old, what kind of capital could he possibly have? Wasn't it all just relying on his parents? Ms. Jin, could you arrange for me to meet this friend of your daughter's? Petition proposed. How about this evening? Jin Engxi had already booked a table at the Sonia Hotel for tonight. She had originally intended for Jin Yingjin to accompany her so that Petition could check her daughter's fortune. Petition continued to look at the feng shui. 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the pedestrian street. Hu Yuyu and Gu Qingqiu were having a great time shopping. Lin Baici was already carrying many shopping bags, all bought by the girls. Although Jin Yingjin had said that she would pay for whatever everyone bought, they all politely declined her kindness. Jiu Hongyao was not short of money, but she had no interest in shopping. Hu Yuyu had thought that as a top-tier influencer on Shark platform, she could at least be considered a small wealthy woman. But she discovered that compared to Gu Qingqiu, she was nothing. This schoolmate of Lin Baici's was the type who didn't blink when swiping her bank card. In just one morning, she had spent over 700,000 for many items. Gu Qingqiu would just take a glance, decide she liked it, and buy it. How much? Gu Qingqiu never even looked at the price tags. I couldn't tell. You're quite the wealthy woman yourself. Hu Yuyu sighed with emotion. It's just that my grandfather is capable, so the family has a small amount of assets. Gu Qingqiu smiled faintly. That's so nice. Hu Yuyu was envious. Although Gu Qingqiu was modest with her words, Hu Yuyu knew that without assets worth hundreds of millions, one would never dare to spend like this. I've been weak and sickly since I was a child, so my grandfather dotes on me very much. Gu Qingqiu's explanation was meant for Lin Baici to hear. If it were before, Lin Baici would certainly have been surprised. But now, sorry. I am also a man with an annual income of over 100 million. I could even afford to support a girl who is more of a spendthrift than Gu Qingqiu. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Jin Yingjin's expression was a bit strange. What's wrong? Gu Qingqiu asked. Seeing the Korean girl's expression, she knew something must be up. My mom is hosting that master Petition for dinner tonight and wants me to bring Appa along. Hu Yuyu felt a tightness in her chest. Why bring Xiaobai? Your mom isn't taking a fancy to little Lin, is she? Jiu Hongyao blurted out, only to be tapped on the head by Lin Baici. What nonsense are you spouting? Don't you know you have the constitution of a man who eats soft rice? Wealthy women love to keep little wolf dogs like you. What's the deal with that master? Could he be a fraud? In Gu Qingqiu's eyes, anyone who went by the title of master was basically synonymous with being a fraud. Chapter 247. Great God Lin shows his power on the pedestrian street. The traffic was heavy and the girls were dressed in fashionable and beautiful outfits, giving the men a feast for their eyes. I don't know. Jin Yingjin was also unclear why her mother was inviting a master over. However, with her grandfather seriously ill and the division of the inheritance imminent, her mother had become eager for quick success and instant benefits. It was likely related to that matter. After all, with such a massive inheritance, who wouldn't want a larger share? Your aunt is the CEO of such a large conglomerate. She is well informed and shouldn't be easily deceived. Hu Yuyu felt that everyone was overthinking it, given the power and status of the Daxian conglomerate in Korea. Who would dare to scam Jin Yingjin's mother? Did they think the food in prison was too delicious and wanted to go try it? That's not necessarily true. Gu Qingqiu had seen those kinds of transnational criminal organizations before. One job was enough to live off of 4 years. Appa, my mother wants me to accompany you tonight. Jin Yingjin spoke in a timid tone, feeling embarrassed that she was causing Lin Baici trouble. Lin Baici nodded. It is a good opportunity to go and see that master. Through the god of gluttony's food reviews, Lin Baici could determine the character of that master. If the other party harbored any ill intentions, he would not mind killing him. Jin Yingjin had booked a luxurious 3-star Michelin restaurant for the evening, but since she had to go eat with her mother and Lin Baici, she had to leave early. "Don't worry. It won't go to waste. I will eat both your share and Xiao Bai's share." While Yu giggled. She wanted to protect the privacy of Jia Hongyao and Gu Qingqiu. Otherwise, if she started a live stream tonight, the traffic would be off the charts. She had checked. And this 3-star Michelin restaurant in Seoul required reservations half a month in advance. She didn't know if the food was good, but taking a few photos and posting them on Xiaohongshu would definitely provide a massive sense of superiority. To put it bluntly, the status was high enough. At 5 o'clock, Lin Baici and Jin Yingjin arrived at the Sonia restaurant. After explaining the situation to the waiter, the restaurant manager, having received the news, came over a few minutes later. He exchanged pleasantries with Jin Yingjin while leading them to their private room, his attitude extremely enthusiastic. As Lin Baici walked along, he noticed that the quality of the waitresses here was exceptionally high, at least an 8 out of 10. With their makeup and styling, they could debut as idols on the spot. The only question was whether they were artificial humans. On the 27th floor, they arrived at the private room, which featured Japanese-style decor. The manager stood to the side, pressed the doorbell, and then pulled the door open. Inside the room, the atmosphere was lively and filled with the aroma of wine. Lin Baici spotted that Master Badison at a glance. Wasn't he supposed to be a monk? Why wasn't he bald, though? His eyebrows had been shaved off. "Yingjin, Baici, come over quickly. Let me introduce you to Master Badison." Jin Yingjin waved her hand, her gaze lingering on Lin Baici for an extra moment. He was indeed quite handsome. No wonder he dared to pursue her daughter. The manager wanted to step forward to ask if Jin Yingjin needed anything else, but Jin Yingjin simply waved him away, telling him to close the door and leave. She didn't even look at him. Yet the manager didn't dare to harbor any resentment. He bowed and smiled as he pulled the door shut. "Good evening." Master Badison looked at Jin Yingjin first. He had already seen photos of Jin Yingjin's only daughter and knew she was beautiful, so he had been mentally prepared. However, seeing her in person, he realized that the photo hadn't captured even a fraction of her charm. Jin Yingjin had a full chest and long legs, wrapped in tight jeans and a sweater with a cutout at the chest. The aura of female hormones was overwhelming. When those Korean girl groups danced, they were always good at making suggestive movements, but with Jin Yingjin, she didn't need to do anything. This body alone was enough. Seeing Jin Yingjin, only one thought remained in Badison's mind: sleep with her, sleep with her, sleep with her. If her mother were added to the mix, with both of them serving him together, it would be a supreme level of enjoyment. Badison was worthy of being called a master. His self-control was very strong. He wore a smile, nodded toward Jin Yingjin, and then looked at Lin Baici. Thump! Badison's heart skipped a beat. A sense of palpitations surged forth, making the hair on his entire body stand on end. It was like a hyena out hunting suddenly encountering a lion passing by. "What is going on?" Badison frowned slightly, just as he thought it was an illusion. A crying sound emanated from his pocket. "Gigi, Gigi." Badison's expression changed. This was the ghost on his Buddha amulet crying. Usually, that ghost only cried when there was danger nearby. Relying on this crying sound, Badison had avoided danger several times. A carnivorous animal that eats anything and has a huge appetite, longing to stand at the top of the food chain, but it has no chance because it is too old. But even an old dog has a few teeth left. So be careful not to get bitten. And it is coveting your main course and dessert. You must teach it a lesson. God of Gluttony Review. Main course and dessert. Lin Baici was surprised. The God of Gluttony liked to review people from the perspective of ingredients. The main course should be Jin Yingjin. So, who was the dessert? It could only be Jin Yingjin. This noble lady's body proportions were not as perfect as Jin Yingjin's, but she was very voluptuous, especially her hips tightly wrapped in a pencil skirt. After she sat down, the lines were extremely exaggerated. Out of politeness, Jin Yingjin and Lin Baici greeted Badison and sat down. The meal began. Everyone enjoyed the food while chatting. Soon, the topic was steered by a young man named Akunza toward the great achievements of Master Badison. Jin Yingjin found it boring and just wanted to finish eating and leave. No matter how impressive your teacher is, can he be stronger than Appa? An annual salary of 100 million. A dragon-level candidate, aren't you envious? And most importantly, Appa is very handsome. Even if Appa gets older, he will still be a handsome middle-aged man. And there will definitely be plenty of young girls throwing themselves at him. Baici, Master Badison said that the gift you gave me is very valuable. Should I return it to you? Jin Engsi took the small box out of her handbag and handed it to Lin Baici. At the time, she thought the box was unremarkable and assumed it wasn't anything valuable inside. But who knew it was worth 100 million? Badison might have been exaggerating, but even with a heavy discount, it must be worth at least 25 million, right? This figure was also quite remarkable. Even someone like Jin Engsi, who was not short of money, could not ignore it. It is not valuable. Just a small gift. Lin Baici smiled slightly. I hope you don't mind it, Auntie. Does your father know about this? Jin Engsi felt that Lin Baici might have stolen something valuable from his family to pursue her daughter. If this were found out, what would happen if there was a dispute? Jin Yingjin let out a cry, asking why he had to bring up such a sensitive topic. She quickly leaned over to Jin Engsi's ear to explain. Appa comes from a single-parent family and was raised by his mother. Jin Engsi quickly apologized. It was my slip of the tongue, but please take the gift back. I cannot accept it, Yingjin. Then you help your aunt put it away. How could Lin Baici possibly take back something he had already given away? Besides, he still had such a large female mummy inside his black altar bowl that he probably wouldn't be able to finish eating it in this lifetime. What is it? Jin Yingjin took it and glanced at it. It was the same type of shredded meat they had eaten at the provincial museum. That petition even called himself a master. Yet he was so inexperienced that he was shocked by some shredded meat. If Appa were to take out any random divine relic of his, wouldn't it scare him to death? Mom, just accept it, Jin Yingjin urged her. Let's eat, let's eat. Lin Baici changed the subject. Everyone ate for a while longer, and Jin Engsi made an excuse to go to the restroom, pulling Jin Yingjin along with her. Inside the room, only Petition's group of 5 students and Lin Baici remained. Chirp, chirp. That laughing sound rang out again. Lin Baici didn't feel terrified. Instead, he felt a bit hungry. Are you not afraid? Akanza stared at Lin Baici while eating a piece of pan-fried beef. He was testing him. Of course. He couldn't let Petition do this himself, or it would be beneath his dignity. Lin Baici ignored him, reached over to grab his backpack, opened it, and took out the Bodhi Messenger's kasaya, draping it over his shoulders. He didn't want to expose the black altar bowl, so he had placed several divine relics in his bag when he came. Petition was eating a piece of charcoal grilled sori in a leisurely manner. When he saw the kasaya, his eyes bulged out like a shark that had caught the scent of blood. His entire body radiated greed. But as a crafty and calculating master, he immediately masked the look in his eyes. Lin Baici took out a piece of tortoise shell and, while fiddling with it, looked at Petition. I heard you can tell fortunes. Do you want me to cast a divination for you? Swish! Petition didn't take the bait. His eyes were locked onto the tortoise shell in Lin Baici's hand. He wanted to maintain his master-like demeanor, but he found it completely impossible. Hee. The Buddha amulet tucked inside his robe wasn't just laughing, it was vibrating. This was a sign that it had discovered a precious treasure. How insolent! A master is right in front of you. What kind of trickery are you playing? Akanza scolded. Lin Baici was dressed too ordinarily, looking like a child from an average family. So Akanza had no respect for him whatsoever. Lin Baici laughed, set the tortoise shell down, picked up his drink, and took a sip. You can't even recognize a divine relic. Yet you dare to act like a big shot here. Do you believe I could summon the muscle Buddha to hammer you to death? The tortoise shell sat on the table. Petition's right hand clenched tight. He really wanted to pick it up and take a look, but his intuition told him it was dangerous. Once he touched it, he would likely be in for some bad luck. How about a divination? Lin Baici didn't know the other party's background and was worried he wouldn't be able to suppress him. So he had been hesitating whether to take out the stockings given to him by the crazy maid. Now, it seemed unnecessary. A single kasaya and a piece of tortoise shell were enough to make this Petition wary. Are you a god hunter? Petition couldn't gauge Lin Baici's strength. He looked like he wasn't even 20 years old. So why was he so confident? The profession of God Hunter was one where the older you were, the stronger you became. Because the older you were, the more God ruins you had explored, which meant more meteorite stones absorbed, more divine relics contained, and more experience accumulated in purifying rule-based pollution. How many God ruins could a 20-year-old boy have explored? Even if he had entered one, he was probably just tagging along. I don't believe he could clear a God ruin by himself. He is bluffing me. Petition's eyelids drooped like an old dog sleeping. And at the same time, he gave his fourth disciple a hint, then cast a divination for me. The fourth disciple, who had been sitting in the corner and remained silent, suddenly spoke up. His name was Achalong. He spoke in Korean. And although his pronunciation wasn't very authentic, Lin Baici understood him. Thanks to Guqing Xiang's tutoring, Lin Baici smiled slightly and curled his index finger, tapping on the tortoise shell on the table. Do I need to provide my name or birth date? Achalong asked. Lin Baici didn't speak, because the tortoise spirit spoke for him. 5 body prostration to offer the 3 sacrificial animals, showing no respect to the heavens but reverence to the ghosts and gods. A drawn-out chant suddenly echoed through the large private room. It was modulated, ethereal, and eerie, as if an ancient tribal shaman were using a living person as a sacrifice, praying to the gods to ask for fortune or misfortune. The tortoise shell spoke in ancient Chinese, which Achalong and the others couldn't understand. But that didn't stop them from feeling awe and terror. Swish, their complexions changed. They lost their appetite for the delicious food and stared at the tortoise shell on the table as if facing a formidable enemy. This is a divine relic, and one that can talk. At that. Generally speaking, any divine relic with self-awareness is extremely terrifying. Achalong looked at Petition with a pleading expression and muttered a few words. He didn't want to proceed with the divination anymore. Don't be afraid. He wouldn't dare kill anyone here, would he? The opportunity was rare, and Petition wanted to test the depth of Lin Baici's abilities. Besides, if they were to clash in the future, knowing the rule-based pollution of this divine relic would give him a way to contain it. Achalong swallowed nervously. Let's begin the divination. Lin Baici picked up the tortoise shell and flicked it into the air with his thumb. The eyes of Petition and his group followed the tortoise shell as it rose and then landed. There was no abnormality. Tortoise shell divination. Asking the spirits for guidance. Today is a day of great misfortune. You shall face an unprovoked disaster. Touch the bone and you shall die. Guiling had been holding back for months and finally found an opportunity to perform divination. It immediately went all out, deciding to kill someone first just to liven up the mood. What did it say? Achalong asked, his expression uneasy. It said your luck is quite good today. Lin Baici smiled slightly, his gaze sweeping over the food in front of Achalong. Pork ribs, sorry, chicken soup. He still had several items with bones left to eat. Is that so? Achalong felt relieved. Auntie Jin is the mother of a friend of mine. I hope she stays safe and sound, free from any harm. Do you understand what I mean? Lin Baici put away the tortoise shell. Judging from the God Eater's commentary, this old guy was likely not just after money, but also had designs on Jin Engxi herself. I came to Korea because Ms. Jin paid a high price to ask me to treat her father, Body Shen explained. You might have misunderstood something. I'm going to the restroom. Lin Baici stood up, reached out to flick his kasaya, and smoothed out the wrinkles. Once Lin Baici had left, Akunza began to curse in a low voice. Teacher, this guy is too arrogant. You should teach him a lesson, playing the mystic. Wang Soan curled his lips. If he knew how famous you are in Siam, teacher, he would be scared to death. Shut up and eat. Body Shen picked up a piece of sori with his chopsticks and put it into his mouth. His aged face remained calm and indifferent, and it was impossible to tell what he was thinking. Achalong took a sip of chicken soup and moved the plate containing the sori in front of him. This dish was good. He wanted to eat some more. In the restroom, Jin Engxi was lecturing her daughter. You need to show more respect to Master Body Shen. Do you understand? Chapter 248. One must learn to be awe-inspired. Mom, I think it should be you showing more respect to Lin Baici. He is not one of those little puppy dogs you usually see who would practically kneel on the ground and lick your feet. Jin Yingxin was unhappy. her words inevitably laced with barbs. Hearing this, Jin Enxi's expression changed, and her tone deepened. What? Don't tell me he wants me to lick his feet. Jin Yingjin didn't dare to talk back to her mother, but she still felt disgruntled inside. Forget about you. Even a beautiful girl like me wouldn't even have the chance if I wanted to. I wonder if there is any chance for us, mother and daughter, to do it together. Pa. What kind of nonsense am I thinking about? Your grandfather is critically ill, and we don't even know if he can make it through this new year. If he passes away, life will be difficult for us, mother and daughter. Do you understand? Jin Enxi said, frustrated by her daughter's lack of ambition. I am not asking you to come up with a way to cure your grandfather, but can't you at least go and keep him company more often? I would like to go, but do my uncle and eldest sister allow it? Jin Yingjin touched her right cheek. The last time she went, she was slapped directly by her aunt, who claimed her attire was too sexy and corrupted the Jin family's morals. In reality, that woman was just using it as an excuse to prevent Jin Yingjin from visiting and gaining favor in front of the old man. Regardless, as long as she went once, they would find an excuse to punish her. That is exactly why you must go, Jin Enxi sighed. While her father was still alive, they were already being bullied like this. If he died, the power in their hands would be slowly stripped away. Money, for people like them from wealthy families, let alone hundreds of millions, even billions, meant nothing. The power to influence the political situation in Korea was what mattered most. What kind of illness does my grandfather actually have? Jin Yingjin still hadn't figured it out. He was contaminated by a god-forbidden item, which caused his bodily functions to decline. Jin Enxi lit a cigarette. That is why I spent a fortune to invite Badi Shen. He is a physician, a high monk, understands feng shui, and is also a god hunter. I believe that even if he cannot save your grandfather, he should at least be able to improve his condition. They were not at home, and Jin Enxi was worried about hidden cameras, so there were certain things she could not say. Beyond these things, Badi Shen also understood black magic. If it ever came to a point where they had to tear off the mask, Jin Enxi would not be soft-hearted. Is it rule-based contamination? Jin Yingjin's expression brightened. Then we should let Appa take a look. You don't know. He is the strongest newcomer in the Chuzhou Security Bureau and is hailed as a dragon-level candidate. What is that? Jin Enxi frowned. That Lin Baici is a god hunter. Yes, they didn't come to Korea this time for fun, but were invited by cousin Jin Xian to explore the Bizan God ruins. And all the spoils belonged to them. Jin Yingjin didn't mention that she also intended to enter the God ruins, otherwise, her mother would surely beat her to death. Invited by Jin Xian. Jin Enxi was stunned, her sexy red lips forming an O shape. Jin Xian was the only son of her fourth brother and the most promising member of the younger generation in the family. However, his ambition lay in the God ruins, otherwise, the decent conglomerate wouldn't have fallen to her eldest brother to inherit. Such a genius actually invited this Lin Baici. Jin Enxi knew that while Jin Xian appeared humble and polite on the surface, he was extremely arrogant at his core. To him, if someone wasn't a god hunter, he wouldn't even have the interest to glance at them. Jin Yingjin nodded heavily. If it is confirmed that grandfather is suffering from radiation contamination by a god-forbidden item, then letting Appa take a look might just provide a solution. The Korean girl didn't dare to guarantee it either. After all, her grandfather was the chairman of the decent conglomerate. Given his status, he could certainly hire experts from the Sejongjen to treat him. But as it stood, those people hadn't managed to fix it, so Lin Appa might not necessarily succeed either. After thinking for a moment, Jin Enxi shook her head. What Jin Yingjin could think of? Even if Lin Baici was capable, could he be stronger than the god hunters of the Sejongjen? If the time came and her uncle and the others framed her, claiming that the Lin Baici she brought had caused the old man's condition to worsen, and used that to strip her of her inheritance rights, what then? Jin Enxi didn't dare to gamble. She preferred to trust Badi Shen, who was well renowned in Siam. Seeing her mother's hesitation, Jin Yingjin wanted to persuade her further. Enough. I have my own judgment. Jin Enxi stubbed out her cigarette, washed her hands, and took out a lipstick to touch up her makeup. I don't care how you play around, but you absolutely must not get pregnant, otherwise, I will break your legs. Mom, what are you talking about? Lin Appa is a gentleman. We haven't even kissed. Jin Yingjin felt depressed whenever she mentioned this. She actually wanted to carry his child, but she simply never had the chance. What? Jin Yingxi was stunned. She looked her daughter up and down, assessing her figure. Is he gay? Looking at her daughter's figure, even she, as a woman, felt tempted. Could that Lin Baici really have not made a move yet? Could he be a silver-tipped pewter spear useless in practice, given her daughter's infatuated, clingy expression? Jin Yingxi believed that as long as that man from Kyushu crooked his finger, her daughter would be pregnant by that very night. Mom, are you trying to piss me off? Jin Yingjin was caught between laughter and tears. She recalled the scene at the Longchen Temple God ruins when they faced the Merit Buddha. At that time, Lin Baici had offered his clothes as incense money and was wearing only his underwear. It was huge. Jin Yingjin had seen it. The girl who came with him. Has he not touched her either? Jiu Hongyao was very beautiful, which had left a deep impression on Jin Yingxi. Yeah, Jin Yingjin nodded. In this regard, Lin Baici's character was impeccable. After Lin Baici became a god hunter, he gained more confidence due to his divine grace and wealth, leading to a qualitative leap in his temperament, combined with his naturally high attractiveness. His appeal to women had increased significantly. Yet, until now, Lin Baici had kept himself pure and hadn't messed around. His self-discipline was terrifying. But because of this, Jin Yingjin was even more infatuated with him. Yingjin, you need to be careful with this kind of man, Jin Yingxi advised her sincerely. This type of man must be plotting something big and would only reveal his true nature once he achieved his goal. Otherwise, logically speaking, why would a young man with such outstanding assets suppress his own desires? Mom, you misunderstood. It's your daughter who is chasing him. If I didn't shamelessly chat with Appa every day, he wouldn't even pay attention to me. Thinking of this, Jin Yingjin felt bitter. Jin Yingxi's red lips twitched. She suddenly wanted to scold her, asking if she could be any more pathetic. Mom, let's go back. We've been out for too long. Jin Yingjin sighed inwardly. What do I need to be careful of? I'm actually afraid that Lin Baici won't eat me up. The mother and daughter returned to the private room and found that Lin Baici was not there. After asking, they learned he had gone to the restroom. Master, please try this sorry. Everyone, little masters, if you need anything, just ask. Jin Yingxi invited everyone to eat. Clatter, the door opened. Swish. The gazes of Akanza and the others immediately turned toward Lin Baici. Jin Yingxi clearly felt that there was something wrong between these people. And why was he wearing a kasaya? Though, the texture of this kasaya was quite good. Lin Baici sat down. Appa, try this. Jin Yingjin personally cut the grilled meat for Lin Baici. As eager as a little maid, there was doubt in her eyes. Lin Baici had put on the kasaya that could summon the muscle Buddha. Did that mean there was danger? The Chalung picked up a piece of fish with his chopsticks, put it in his mouth, and chewed slowly. He didn't look at Jin Yingjin, but he was secretly observing the situation over there. To be honest, he was jealous. With the beauty and status of Jin Yingxi and her daughter, even when their teacher took them, there wouldn't be a share for him. Perhaps after a few years, he might get to taste them, but by then, they would likely have been ruined by their teacher. Sigh. I still need to work hard and learn from the teacher, striving to establish my own sect as soon as possible. If he were the eldest disciple, he could wait to inherit Petition's mantle. But he was only the fourth, so there was no chance. Why doesn't Akanza just go and die? Thinking of this, Achalong felt his future was hopeless. His teeth clenched harder as he chewed the fish, as if he were chewing on Akanza's corpse. Suddenly, as Achalong swallowed, he choked, and a sharp pain flared up. Oh no, a fish bone was stuck. Achalong immediately clenched his left hand into a fist and pounded his chest hard. Thump, thump, thump. The rapid, violent sound immediately attracted everyone's attention. Achalong, what's wrong? Wang Suwan was startled and reached out to pat Achalong's back to help him breathe. Is a fish bone stuck in your throat? Jin Yingxi picked up a small vinegar pot and handed it to Achalong. Drink a few sips to help it go down. Don't panic. Petition glanced over but didn't take it seriously. Getting a fish bone stuck would be uncomfortable for a while at most. It wouldn't kill anyone. Hey, is it starting? Lin Baici took a sip of juice and advised kindly, "I think you should call emergency services and get an ambulance." Jin Enxi felt that such a small matter didn't need to trouble the hospital, but to show respect to Petition's group, she still took out her phone and dialed the emergency number. The entire call lasted only about 20 seconds, but the situation on Achalong's side had changed drastically. He was becoming increasingly distressed, and his chest-pounding movements became more violent. Thump, thump, thump. "Teacher, something is wrong." Wang Suwan panicked. Achalong's face quickly turned a bluish purple, and he began to have difficulty breathing. Unable to catch his breath, Achalong collapsed to the floor. Petition was startled and immediately stood up to rush over and check Achalong's condition. He knew medicine, but before he could think of a way to save him, Achalong's breathing suddenly stopped. He had died suddenly. He's dead. Wang Suwan was in disbelief. He reached out a finger and placed it under Achalong's nose to check for breath. There's no air. Wang Suwan looked at his teacher in shock. Although there were reports in the news of people choking to death on fish bones, it was mostly children. It was very rare for adults. What kind of luck is this for Achalong? He finally gets to enjoy a grand feast, only to find he has no blessing to enjoy it. Petition was stunned at first, then his expression hardened. He whipped his head around and stared at Lin Baici. Seeing his teacher's reaction, Akanza instantly realized what was happening and also locked his gaze onto Lin Baici. What was the result of the divination he performed earlier? Could it be that the divination itself was the source of the radiation rule pollution? Does the master have some advice? Lin Baici asked, picking up a large shrimp peeled by Jin Yingshan and popping it into his mouth. His Korean was not very fluent, but at this moment, no one cared about that, because in the eyes of Petition and his group, it sounded like the whispers of a demon. "Did you do this?" Petition's eyes were icy. "What?" Lin Baici looked puzzled. "Appa, there is grease on the corner of your mouth." Jin Yingshan picked up a napkin and wiped the corner of Lin Baici's mouth. "Master, what is going on?" Jin Enxi did not understand. This man choked to death on a fish bone. So what did that have to do with Lin Baici? "It is nothing, I misspoke." Petition touched Achalong's neck to confirm he was completely dead. A flicker of fear emerged in his heart. This guy looks young, but he is very formidable. Or perhaps that God-forbidden item he possesses is extremely powerful. Petition was, after all, an old dog who had seen it all. Before becoming a god hunter, he had been mingling in the gray areas of society. How could he be scared off by something like this? What he was thinking about now was how to kill Lin Baici without anyone noticing, and then seize all of Lin Baici's belongings. That should result in a massive windfall. Petition was not afraid, but Wang Suwan and Akanza were terrified. Their fingers began to tremble. After all, their attitude toward Lin Baici earlier had not been good either. What if he decided to curse them too? Terrifying, the God-Eater commented. "This old dog has no reverence at all and is still plotting to steal your assets." The God-Eater added, "How audacious. I suggest charcoal grilling him and feeding him to the dogs, with someone dead." The dinner party certainly could not continue. Sonia's boss arrived and kept apologizing to Jin Enxi, his face pale with fright. "Let's send him to the hospital first." Lin Baici gained a new understanding of the power of the divination turtle shell. It was simply a case of whoever performed the divination would die. And even if they did not die, their luck would decline for a period of time afterward. The dinner party ended on a sour note. Lin Baici and Jin Yingshan naturally did not go to the hospital and returned directly to the villa. "Appa, why?" Jin Yingshan was driving, feeling very curious. "That Petition has ill intentions. Tell your mother to be careful," Lin Baici warned. "My mother invited him to save my grandfather." "Appa, why don't I find an opportunity to take you to see my grandfather?" Jin Yingshan pleaded, briefly explaining her mother's current situation. "I don't know how to save people." Lin Baici thought to himself that he was actually getting quite skilled at killing. "But I will try my best, thank you, Appa." Jin Yingshan gave a charming smile. "No, I must find a way to devour him before Appa returns to Kyushu." At night, the hotel. Petition had returned from the hospital and was sitting in front of the sofa watching television, which was playing the surveillance footage Akanza had retrieved from the hotel. "What did he say?" Petition asked the Kyushu translator he had hired. Prostrate yourself to offer the 3 sacrificial animals. Show no respect to the heavens but respect the ghosts and gods. Turtle shell divination. Asking the spirits for guidance. Today is a day of great misfortune. You will face an unprovoked disaster. Touch the bone and you shall die. The translator was a middle-aged man proficient in both Korean and ancient Kyushu language. Touch the bone and you shall die. Akunza repeated the sentence and gasped, "Damn it. It really was that young man who did it." Immediately, his heart turned cold. When did the other party trigger the rule pollution? He had not noticed it at all. How terrifying. Teacher. Wang So-won was very panicked. Shall we return to Siam? She did not want to become a corpse left behind in Korea. This method of killing without anyone noticing was even more terrifying than black magic. Chapter 249 Sister Fish. You have such a beautiful best friend and you do not introduce her to everyone. Petition had Akunza send the translator away. Once only his own people were left in the hotel room. He picked up the ashtray from the coffee table and smashed it hard against Wang So-won's lower leg. Wang So-won screamed and curled up, clutching her lower leg. "Teacher, I was wrong." Wang So-won understood that if the teacher had not been worried about her disfigurement attracting Jin Enxi's attention, and the fact that he had no one else to use, the ashtray would have smashed directly into her face. "Go back. Wouldn't I become a laughingstock?" Petition was furious. His career in Siam had hit a snag, and he had come to Korea full of ambition, ready to open up a new market and reach the peak of his life. But before he had even started, he was going to slink back home because of the threat of a young man. If this got out, would he have any face left? "Have you forgotten? I know how to kill people too." Petition was murderous, looking extremely vicious. Intending to fight Lin Baici. In reality, he was calculating and already had 2 plans in mind. First, help Jin Enxi treat her father, and observe the situation during that time. If there was an opportunity, he would kill Lin Baici. If not, he would just earn a commission and return to Siam. He would not lose anything anyway. To be honest, after seeing Jin Enxi and Jin Yingjin, and then thinking about the wealth they possessed, Petition really could not bear to let this mother and daughter go. The translator left the hotel and scratched his thinning hair. What do these people do? So mysterious. Should I call the police? The translator hesitated and hailed a taxi, preparing to go home. But not long after getting into the car, he suddenly felt his heart twitch with unbearable pain, followed by rapid breathing and a suffocating sensation of being unable to catch his breath. Sir. The driver saw the passenger's condition in the rearview mirror and was startled. "Hold on. I am taking you to the hospital." Before the taxi could even reach the hospital, the translator was already dead. The driver did not notice, but a few small insects crawled out from the hem of the translator's trousers. Petition, to be safe and ensure no information was leaked, had killed the translator using divine grace. The next morning, Lin Baici intended to sleep in, but Hu Yu had finished washing up early and came to knock on his door. "Shall I hurry up and get up for breakfast?" Strictly speaking, today was when the official tour of Seoul would begin. Everyone had slept through the night. The fatigue of travel had vanished, and they could now enjoy themselves to the fullest. "You guys go ahead and have fun." Lin Baici really had no interest in shopping. "We are not shopping today. Yingxin is taking us to visit several famous tourist attractions in Seoul." Hu Yu said with great enthusiasm. "Hurry up and open the door, or I am going to ask Yingxin for the key to your room." Dozens of seconds later, Lin Baici opened the door. Hu Yu saw Lin Baici wearing pajamas, his hair slightly messy, and a sleepy expression on his face. She felt that he looked quite handsome even like this, possessing a kind of lazy charm. The breakfast was very sumptuous. Jin Yingjin had arranged for a chef to come directly to the house to prepare it. "How about we stay at a hotel? Staying here every day is too much of a bother for you." Jia Hongyao drank some milk and brought it up. "My trip out here with Lin Baici is official business, so all expenses can be reimbursed." Reimbursement, what a beautiful word. Hu Yu felt envious. But she was not at a loss either. She could take this opportunity to do an outdoor live stream in Korea and rack up a massive wave of popularity. It was a pity that Jia Hongyao and Jin Yingjin could not appear on camera. Otherwise, with their looks and figures, they would have brought in massive traffic. It is no bother at all, with such a large villa. I feel lonely living here by myself. Jin Yingxin smiled slightly and used her chopsticks to pick up some pickled radish for Lin Baici. Listen to that. Is that even human talk? Huo Yu teased. I want to experience that kind of loneliness too. The life of a chaebol young lady was just that dull, tedious, and boring. I can gift you one. Jin Yingxin was sincere. As long as Huo Yu promised not to pursue Lin Baici, she would not mind gifting her a villa. In Juzhou, in Korea, any city you want, just pick one. I cannot afford to maintain it. Huo Yu was not stupid. If she accepted this villa, she would forever be inferior to this Korean girl. And the other party was definitely doing this to make her withdraw from the battle for Lin Baici. After finishing breakfast, the group set off. With Jin Yingxin having arranged everything, everyone just had to enjoy the fun of traveling. The first stop was the Korean Royal Palace. It looked very similar to the ancient architectural style of Juzhou. Huo Yu felt that this place was very representative. So she lagged behind by more than 10 meters, logged into her account, and started a live stream. Some fans who were particularly attentive to Huo Yu immediately received a notification. Tyrannosaurus Rex has no teeth. Look at what I caught. Can we eat it if we remove the head? Wu Gang Chops Changi, Sister Yu. Why are you live streaming now? Good morning everyone. I am out traveling with friends. Huo Yu gave a giggle and greeted the phone camera. Even without using beauty filters, she still looked beautiful. Green tea bitch nemesis, woo-woo. It is not a male friend, is it? Fatty 3 Jin, Sister Yu. The people in your background do not seem to be locals, right? Huo Yu tried her best to avoid the crowd and showed off the surrounding architecture. Tyrannosaurus Rex has no teeth. Are you at some film studio? Are you planning to enter the entertainment industry? Everyone immediately became interested. At this year's Shark Platform Year-End Gala, Huo Yu stood in the center position, which also meant she had become the new top streamer of the platform. There were rumors that a local satellite TV station had invited Huo Yu to be a guest for their New Year's Eve gala. Money is too hot. Is this the Seoul Royal Palace? As someone who was not short on money, Money is Too Hot had been to many places. Huo Yu filmed it for everyone to see. That is said to be where the emperor lived. Fatty 3 Jin. This looks so small. Money is too hot. Do you think everyone has a forbidden city in the world that belongs to the category of wonders, one of a kind? Sister Yu's rip. Sister Yu, hurry. Turn the camera 90 degrees to the left. I see 3 beauties, and 2 of them have absolutely explosive figures. Where? I see them too. The background is really nice. Sister Yu, make a detour. Let us see their faces. The fans immediately started to clamor. Huo Yu took a look and directly cursed, damn, Rip. Your eyesight is really good, but I cannot let you see them. Why? Is Sister Yu jealous? So what if you have no chest or butt? You are the cute type. Do you not understand this? Everyone, hurry up and send some gifts. Get the rockets and planes flying. Fans kept entering the live stream, causing the popularity to soar. In less than 5 minutes of broadcasting, it had already broken 1 million. This was the influence of the newly promoted top streamer. Stop sending gifts. Those are my friends. I cannot show them to you, Huo Yu explained. Sister Yu's rib of Sister Yu. Having such beautiful best friends and not introducing them to everyone. You are being too distant, the fans kept clamoring. And several wealthy fans kept sending planes and rockets. Adding them all up, they had spent nearly 10,000. And soon the words "show us the best friends" began to flood the screen. The atmosphere suddenly heated up. Huo Yu changed the subject several times, but it did not work. If she ended the stream now, she would definitely be scolded to death. Alright, but I can only show you their backs. Huo Yu pointed her phone at Jia Hongyao and Jin Yingxin, who were more than 10 meters away. Perhaps because they were abroad, the high ponytail girl had finally changed her outfit today. It was no longer her eternal tracksuit, but jeans and a hoodie. And a youthful aura came rushing toward them. The Korean girl was wearing tight black leather pants paired with knee-high boots, and her upper body was a gray off-the-shoulder sweater, which perfectly showcased her figure, even without seeing her face. Just this view from behind is enough to make a man bleed from his nose. Gu Qingqiu is quite pretty. and her figure is a solid 7 or 8 out of 10. But standing next to Zhu Hongyao and Jin Yingzhen, she just doesn't measure up. If you don't show her face, she simply cannot compete. Oh my god. The girl in the leather pants on the left has such a killer figure. Sister Yu, show us her face. Absolutely not. I am afraid it is a backview trap. Let me keep a beautiful fantasy. The viewers in the chat started making all sorts of snarky comments. Jin Yingzhen hadn't heard Huo Yu speak for a while, so she turned around and saw that she had fallen far behind, then called out, Yu, come quickly. When she turned around, everyone saw it. Her face was stunningly beautiful, and this chest, these 2 long legs. Oh my, I am in love, I am in love. Is it too late for me to book a flight to Korea now to try and run into her? Sister Yu, you have such a beautiful best friend and you do not introduce her to everyone. Are you even human? When she turned around, Cupid's arrow shot me into a sieve. The atmosphere in the live stream exploded instantly. Jin Yingzhen's bare face surpassed many big celebrities. And beautiful young ladies always have high engagement and appeal. The special effects of 20 rockets flashed continuously in the live stream. Thanks to Qian Hao for the tip. Sister Yu expressed her thanks. These rockets were gifted by the top-ranked viewer. Jinduo Tangshu. Jinduo Tangshu. That best friend of yours, the one wearing boots. Does she have a boyfriend? Seeing this message, everyone immediately understood that the top-ranked brother had fallen in love at first sight. Damn, it is so good to be rich. You can pursue whoever you want. If my family had a mind, I would have that confidence too. Sister Yu, do not tell him. Some were envious. Some were bitter. They did not want others to pursue the woman they could not get themselves. Qian Hao. She is the young lady from the Korean chaebol family that I mentioned during my previous stream. Huo Yu's words stopped there. She did not say whether Jin Yingzhen had a boyfriend, but she felt that with Jinduo Tangshu's intelligence, he should be able to understand. Jinduo Tangshu understood. After gifting another 10 rockets, Jinduo Tangshu left the live stream. What does that mean? Why didn't I understand? Is Sister Yu's subtext that the rich tycoon is not qualified to pursue that girl? Are you kidding? Didn't they say Brother Keon's family has a mind? Do you even understand the meaning of the word chaebol in Korea? The viewers were discussing it heatedly. Everyone, you have seen enough. I'm going to end the stream. Huo Yu had a headache. If she had known, she wouldn't have started the stream. Speaking of which, with so many big rockets, does this count as me sharing Jin Yingzhen's wool? Huo Yu ended the stream, but the viewers did not leave. They were still chatting in the room, discussing who such a chaebol young lady would marry. In the Tycoon fan group, someone tagged Huo Yu, curious about how rich Jin Yingzhen's family was. Little fish person. Let me put it this way. She can make her own decisions regarding villas in Cheongdam-dong, Seoul, and she could give me one just like that. Little fish person. Jinduo Tangshu, give up. She already has someone she likes, given how Jin Yingzhen was throwing herself at him. If Lin Baici were a bit more of a scumbag, the Korean girl wouldn't just have her shape changed into Lin Baici's likeness. She would already be several months pregnant. After everyone finished touring the palace and came out, waiting by the roadside for the driver to retrieve the car from the parking lot, a Ferrari sports car roared past, suddenly lost control, swerved, jumped onto the curb, and came spinning toward them. The incident happened within arm's reach and was so sudden that Jin Yingzhen, Huo Yu, and Gu Qingqiu had no reaction at all. Zhu Hongyao saw it and prepared to act. But Lin Baici was faster. Hand of the great impression. Lin Baici slapped his palm toward the Ferrari. He could dodge it. But what about the girls? If there were only 2, he could have grabbed one in each hand and tackled them to the side. But now there were 4. Lin Baici did not know if the hand of the great impression could withstand a speeding sports car. But fortunately, he had other tricks. A muscular Buddha wearing only shorts appeared in front of Lin Baici and the others. There was no time to plant his feet, and he threw a punch. The Ferrari hit the muscular Buddha's fist as if it had struck a hard, massive reef. It stopped for a moment. Then, as if hit by a heavy artillery shell, it flew directly toward the road. The sports car landed and rolled several more times. Screech, screech. Many vehicles slammed on their brakes. Pedestrians on the side of the road were terrified, staring blankly at the scene of the accident. The muscular Buddha finished his punch and immediately vanished from the spot. Lin Baici let out a long breath. Is everyone okay? I almost peed myself. Hu Yu was still shaken. If that sports car had hit them, everyone would have been scattered like bowling pins, flesh and blood flying everywhere. Gu Qingqiu glanced at the flattened sports car, then looked at Lin Baici, her gaze puzzled. Why were you wearing a kasaya? Did you get into a conflict with someone when you went to meet Yingjin yesterday? Just in case, Lin Baici explained. It had to be said that Gu Qingqiu's brain was truly sharp. She had deduced the key point from just that detail. This car accident should be a coincidence. Lin Baici did not think that Master Batison would assassinate him at this time. And with Jin Yingjin present, such a car accident could easily have involved her as well. What if the purpose of this car accident was not him, but the Korean girl? The car arrived, and Lin Baici's group immediately left the scene. After Gu Qingqiu questioned Lin Baici and learned what had happened at dinner yesterday, she proposed a hypothesis. Yingjin, the struggle for your family's inheritance has likely reached a white-hot stage. After such an incident, no one had any interest in sightseeing, so they drove straight home. Jin Yingjin felt very sorry. In the afternoon, the Korean girl received an invitation. It was delivered personally by Li Taiwu's private assistant, inviting her to attend his birthday party the day after tomorrow. Li Taiwu is that the heir to the Samsung Group. Hu Yu had heard of this name before. The male lead of a hit Korean drama last year was based on his family background. This heir had a long list of rumored girlfriends, ranging from girl group members to film and television actresses, numbering at least a dozen. Jin Yingjin nodded. Can you decline? It's quite dangerous for you to go out right now. Hu Yu was worried that Jin Yingjin might be killed. Didn't you hear what that assistant said? Miss Jin must be in attendance. Gu Qingqiu knew that this kind of gathering was hard to turn down. Let Baici accompany you. Chapter 250. Is it too late for me to kneel down and apologize now? Are you all being too worried? Jin Yingjin believed that the car accident was an accident. Although the internal relationships within her family were not harmonious, they hadn't reached the point of assassination. Looking at the current situation, the inheritance that my mother and I received is not even worth mentioning to my uncle. He doesn't need to risk killing me. To put it bluntly, the gain was too small and the risk was too high. If the assassination were exposed, everyone in the family would feel threatened and would truly unite to oppose her uncle. Besides, if the news got out, what would outsiders think? Would the Jin family lose all face? Most importantly, if they wanted to assassinate someone, why didn't they kill my mother? Jin Yingjin had already called her mother, and nothing had happened. Jin Engxi was usually very strict with Jin Yingjin, but that was because she was her only daughter, her only hope and future. If Jin Yingjin died, Jin Engxi would absolutely go crazy and pay any price to take revenge. Even if she couldn't kill her uncle, she would make him suffer immensely. At a time like this, caution is best. Gu Qingqiu reminded her. Jin Yingjin was underestimating human nature too much. Seeing that the atmosphere was becoming too heavy, Hu Yu changed the subject. The birthday party of the Samseon group heir must be a lot of fun, right? If she could livestream this, wouldn't her popularity explode? I'm not sure if it's fun, but it's definitely lively and very high class. Jin Yingjin smiled. Li Taiwu is the most high profile among these second-generation chaebols. Every year at his birthday party, he invites many celebrities to perform and show their support. It was like how some fans like certain celebrities and hope to see them perform on the same stage. But due to company contracts or personal conflicts, it's impossible. However, at Li Taiwu's birthday party, you could see it happen. Li Taiwu's influence was quite valuable. Who would dare not show him respect? If you are interested, you can come along. With Jin Yingjin's status, she could bring a few friends along to have fun. Is that okay? Will it cause you any trouble? Hu Yu wanted to go and see for herself. What kind of trouble could there be? Jin Yingjin laughed. Appa, do you want to go and see? There will be many female celebrities. If you take a liking to any of them, I'll help you set up a meeting. Girl groups, idols. Those weren't high class enough. At the very least, it had to be an A-list actress. Someone who had starred in a blockbuster. To be worthy of my Lin Appa? Is this meeting you're talking about proper? Hu Yu glanced at Lin Baici. Would Xiao Bai be tempted? To be honest, Korean actresses looked quite glamorous, and each had their own unique charm to the average person. Whether it's proper or not depends on how Appa thinks about it, right? Jin Yingzhen's subtext was very clear. Lin Baici could decide all of this. What about you guys? Do you have any favorite male celebrities? What's there to see in male celebrities? I'd rather look at the divine remains. Jia Hongyao wasn't interested in this kind of party, but since it involved Jin Yingzhen's safety, she still suggested, should Xiao Lindsay go along? Yi Zhisheng, are you going? Lin Baici turned his head and asked, are there models? Yi Zhisheng was sitting upright on the sofa, scrolling through his phone, studying the craftsmanship of doll making. There should be, right? Jin Yingzhen was caught between laughter and tears. The ecological niche of models was so low that it was impossible for them to receive an invitation from Li Taiwu. Unless someone brought them in, then I'll go. Yi Zhisheng was expectant. The models you two are talking about are not the same thing. Lin Baici rubbed his temples, leaned into Jin Yingzhen's ear, and whispered an explanation. Jin Yingzhen was a very responsible host, and after having fun with everyone for another day, they ate lunch the next day and drove Lin Baici and Huo Yuyu to Li Taiwu's estate in the suburbs of Seoul. When the three of them arrived, there were already quite a few people at the estate. Even at the main gate, they could already hear the explosive music and the noise. A security guard in a black suit stopped Jin Yingzhen's car. The Korean girl lowered the window without speaking or taking off her sunglasses. The guard bowed, originally intending to check the invitation, but upon seeing Jin Yingzhen, he immediately stepped back and bowed in one fluid motion. Miss Jin, please come in. After the guard finished speaking, he pressed his finger against the earpiece on his left ear and reported a few words to the inside. The electronic gate opened, and the Korean girl drove into the estate. Yingzhen, you have such great influence. Huo Yuyu was envious. She had just seen that the vehicles in front had to show their invitations and wait for the guards to confirm them before being allowed in. But when it came to the Korean girl, she just had to show her face. It's the influence of the Daejeon Chable that's great. Jin Yingzhen sighed. Once her grandfather passed away and her uncle took power, her and her mother's status would plummet. The Korean girl drove the car to the parking lot and stopped. Get out, Jin Yingzhen said. As soon as they stepped out, a waiter who had been waiting nearby walked over quickly, greeted Jin Yingzhen, and then helped her park the car. Let's go. Jin Yingzhen carried a handbag, accustomed to everything around her, while Huo Yuyu was having her eyes open and felt a bit worried. Do we need to wear swimsuits too? The women Huo Yuyu currently saw were all wearing swimwear. The more conservative ones were one-piece swimsuits, while the bold ones wore bikinis, which at a glance looked as if they were wearing nothing at all. There were fewer men, and they were dressed quite casually. Whatever. Jin Yingzhen was definitely not going to wear one. Then I won't wear one either. Huo Yuyu saw 5 young girls dancing on the lawn, and her small mouth immediately formed an O shape. Isn't this that new generation girl group that has been very popular lately? Oh my god, they are dressed so provocatively. If I started a live stream right now, I would easily get millions of viewers, right? Of course. Huo Yuyu was not brainless. She guessed that the moment she took out her phone and aimed it at them, those burly security guards would come over to chase her away. Appa, do you want me to find you a pair of swimming trunks? Jin Yingzhen teased. It would be a pity if you didn't show off a physique like yours. The joys of the rich are truly unimaginable. Lin Baici sighed. These people really know how to have fun. A waiter wearing dress pants, a shirt, and a vest walked over with a tray of drinks, on which were several glasses of champagne. Jin Yingzhen took 3 glasses and handed them to Lin Baici and Huo Yuyu. Thank you. Huo Yuyu saw that there were quite a few maids who would walk up to the female guests who had just arrived and lead them into the villa. She figured they must be going in to change into swimwear. From this, one could see the difference in status. Those women who were not wearing swimwear were all people of status, such as Jin Yingzhen. The maids saw her, but none of them came over. And Huo Yuyu benefited from this by association. Making women wear swimwear is just Li Taiwu's personal hobby, Jin Yingzhen explained. Don't think of him as a pervert. Everyone wears swimsuits when they go to the beach or swimming pools anyway. It's nothing. According to Li Taiwu's habit, these women will all receive an exquisite gift. And those swimsuits themselves are also high-end custom pieces. which they can take with them when the party ends. I only hate that I am not the youngest son of a chaebol family, Lin Baici joked. If you want to have a birthday party like this, it is also possible, Jin Yingjin thought to herself. It's a pity I am not the president of the Daoxiang conglomerate, otherwise, I could invite all the women in the entertainment industry, and it wouldn't matter if they didn't wear clothes. Of course. Lin Baici had seen too little. A true chaebol would not be as bored as Li Taiwu. You to go ahead and wander around. I'm going to go see Li Taiwu. Jin Yingjin shook the gift in her hand. She did not intend to take Lin Baici and Huo Yuyu to meet Li Taiwu. Not because she felt he and Huo Yuyu were not worthy, but because she did not want Li Taiwu to know about Lin Baici. Otherwise, once he learned of Lin Baici's excellence, he would be willing to pay any price to win him over. And from the perspective of an ordinary man, no one could withstand that. Go ahead. Lin Baici held the champagne, took a light sip, and wandered around the manor with Huo Yuyu, looking at the beautiful women while observing the layout of the buildings. Although no one should be stupid enough to assassinate Jin Yingjin at Li Taiwu's birthday party, what if an assassin utilized this blind spot in thinking? One had to be on guard. Xiao Bai. Look, it's Li Jiyang. Huo Yuyu tugged at Lin Baici's arm. Oh. Lin Baici turned his head, and a girl who looked like a refined young lady from a good family came into his view. Her black hair hung down over her fair, bare back, complementing each other perfectly. The lead actress of last year's most popular show, Angel's Wedding. She is known for being as pure as the falling snow in the Arctic. Huo Yuyu muttered in a low voice. Oh my, I really want to go and ask for an autograph. What should I do? For a young girl like Huo Yuyu, being able to star in a TV series as a college student and then becoming famous across most of the country, with both fame and money, could be called the most beautiful idol dream. And Li Jiyang had achieved it. She does look quite good. Lin Baici nodded. Is the leftover saliva of others that delicious? Don't judge a book by its cover. She knows many more tricks than you do. If you call her pure, she will laugh at you for being a fool, the gluttonous god commented. Can we keep a little bit of beauty? Lin Baici did not want to hear about other people's dark history here. In any case, he would not have any intersection with these women. 200,000 for one night. 500,000 for one night. 1 million for one night. You don't have to treat her like a human being. Add another 500,000, and you can film a little video as a souvenir. Wherever Lin Baici's gaze landed, the gluttonous god's commentary followed, and there were even men included. This one doesn't cost money. Lin Baici was stunned and couldn't help but look over. It was a woman nearly 40 years old, and she looked a bit familiar. But you have to invest in a play and promote her as the female lead. He understood. A washed-up female star, but her figure was very well maintained. Moreover, she seemed to have gone all out today to find a benefactor, wearing a bikini. Huo Yuyu noticed that Lin Baici's gaze lingered on a mature woman for quite a while, so she looked over as well. No way. Does Xiao Bai like more mature ones? Then wouldn't I have absolutely no chance? I remember now. She's the lead actress from Winter Love Letter, right? Lin Baici recalled. When he was in elementary school, his mother liked to watch this show, and he had watched a few episodes with her. It was the kind of tragedy where the female lead eventually dies of a terminal illness. Korean dramas of that period were all these kinds of tearjerkers. Does this count as an acquaintance? Lin Baici thought about the gluttonous god's commentary on her. Should he invest in her? 50 million for a play should be enough. Right, anyway. It was only half a year's salary. The mature woman seemed to have come alone, without any friends, and clearly hadn't secured any investment. She was drinking alone with a look of frustration. Suddenly, she noticed someone looking at her, and her gaze followed. A handsome young man. Choi Se-hyo's eyes lit up. Is this kid an artist or a trainee? However, when she looked at Huo Yuyu, she couldn't help but curl her lip. Man. At this party, any woman who could afford not to wear a swimsuit was someone with status and background. Choi Se-hyo assumed Lin Baici was just a plaything for Huo Yuyu. She had no interest in striking up a conversation. After all, the chances of a woman investing in her were slim to none. But since she was idle anyway, she figured she might as well try her luck. So, Choi Se-hyo walked over. Hi, how are you both? Choi Se-hyo exchanged a few words, but her gaze soon turned suspicious. Judging by his accent and facial features, the person seemed to be from Jujo. What is going on? Is this girl the legitimate daughter of some big shot? My mother used to really love that drama you starred in, Winter Love Letter. Lin Baici knew how to say the right things to keep the conversation going. Is that so? Choi Se-hyo laughed, a hint of superiority in her voice. She assumed this was a junior flattering her. Do you want to take a photo together? You can take it back and show your mother. Can I? Lin Baici asked subconsciously. But then he suddenly realized that even if they took a photo, he couldn't show it to his mother. Not to mention how he ended up in Korea. If his mother saw Choi Se-hyo in this bikini, her fond impression of this leading lady would likely collapse instantly. And who is this young lady? Choi Se-hyo changed the subject. Kid, are you taking this seriously? Under normal circumstances, Choi Se-hyo wouldn't mind taking a photo. But she was wearing a bikini today. Was this something meant to be seen by others? Even though her popularity had faded, she wasn't that cheap. My friend. Lin Baici introduced her casually. Choi Se-hyo realized she couldn't get anything out of him, and she figured an illegitimate daughter wouldn't have much power, so she walked away. Xiao Bai. She looks down on you. Who you? Poked Lin Baici on the arm. Lin Baici shrugged and gave a magnanimous smile. Choi Se-hyo's eyes wandered around, searching for a wealthy patron. Suddenly, Jin Yingjin came into view. Without any hesitation, she immediately walked over quickly. Miss Jin, hello, Choi Se-hyo said with a fawning smile. Jin Yingjin let out a hum, not even stopping her stride. I'm Choi Se-hyo, an artist from Sky Entertainment. I recently bought a script. Choi Se-hyo spoke extremely fast. She had to pitch her plan before the other party lost patience. Fortunately, her years of acting experience allowed her to speak clearly despite the rapid pace. Jin Yingjin responded dismissively, showing no interest at all. Appa, have you seen any female celebrities you like? Shall I introduce you to some? Choi Se-hyo was ignored and felt quite awkward. She turned her head subconsciously and was shocked to discover that the person Jin Yingjin was talking to was exactly that pair of man and woman from Jujo. What is going on? Choi Se-hyo had been too focused on pitching herself to Jin Yingjin earlier to pay attention to Lin Baici. Now, with her years of social experience, she realized that this young man was likely not a kept man. Otherwise, why would Jin Yingjin have that attitude? Damn it, I misjudged him. If I kneel down and lick his feet to apologize now, is it still too late? Chapter 251 The Outbreak of Rule Contamination. The vast manor. Beautiful women were scattered about like flowers adorning the landscape. The lawn not far from the large swimming pool was particularly lively due to a girl group performance. I don't have time to watch Korean dramas, so I don't recognize these female celebrities. Lin Baici shrugged. During his 3 years of high school, although his mother wasn't strict, he was very self-disciplined in order to get into a good university, let alone watching Korean dramas. He rarely played games and didn't even scroll through short videos much. Damn it. What is this young man's background? How dare he talk to Miss Jin like that? Choi Se-hyo was shocked. Generally speaking, when people talk, they try to save face for the other party and say pleasant things. For example, if Choi Se-hyo were facing someone from Jujo, even if a movie made in Jujo was terrible, she would still offer a few compliments and praise the veteran stars. But this young man was different. He just flatly said he didn't know them. Does he even know how to hold a conversation? Oh, then is there any actor you would like to know? Jin Yingjin asked with a smile. I can introduce you. What is going on? Choi Se-hyo was a bit confused. Is Jin Yingjin really this easy to talk to? Isn't she lowering her status too much? It's one thing not to be angry, but why does she look like a pimp? Or rather, she seems far too eager to please this young man. Choi Se-hyo couldn't help but size up Lin Baici. He was truly handsome, with a great physique, a real little wolf dog, but his clothing and temperament didn't look like he came from a chaebol family. Why did Choi Se-hyo treat Lin Baici poorly earlier? It was because his clothes were too plain. In truth, Lin Baici's clothes were perfectly acceptable for a college student, but this was Lee Taiwoo's birthday party. Everyone who came was a child of a wealthy family. They didn't wear luxury goods to show off, but simply because that was how they dressed every day. Lin Baici shook his head. Jin Yingjin followed Lin Baici's gaze and noticed that he lingered a bit longer on a woman who looked to be about 27 or 28. This woman didn't have an incredible figure, and while her face was pretty, it wasn't top tier. However, she had an outstanding temperament and was wearing a conservative white swimsuit. She held a glass of champagne in her right hand and crossed her left arm over her chest, standing alone in front of a giant fish tank, admiring the ornamental fish inside. Your taste is actually quite good. That is Lee Da-hai, who has won the Blue Dragon Film Award for Best Actress 3 times. Jin Yingjin grabbed Lin Baici's wrist. Come on, I'll introduce you, Miss Jin. Choi Se-hyo was anxious. If they left now, she would have no chance to strike up a conversation. Jin Yingjin frowned. Do you still have something to say? Choi Se-hyo was startled by Jin Yingjin's attitude and almost started apologizing. However, her desire to become popular again and stand in the top tier of the entertainment industry made her suppress the shame and fear in her heart. Miss Jin, this handsome young man just said his mother really likes the drama I starred in, Winter Love Letter. So, we were just planning to take a photo together. Choi Se-hyo explained with a smile. While Yu, who had been listening on the side, couldn't help but curl her lip, thinking to herself, where did that arrogant look you had just now go? Although she didn't understand much Korean, human expressions are universal. At the very least, anyone could see that Choi Se-hyo was being servile right now. Oh, is that so? Jin Yingjin looked at Lin Baici. Do you want me to buy the master tapes of this drama? They could be kept as a collection. Are you rich people all this overbearing? Lin Baici was speechless. If you want, I can even arrange for the actors your mother likes to go on a tour of Kyushu and Gwangyang. Jin Yingjin suddenly felt a bit uneasy. Would Lin Baici's mother like her, a Korean? My mom only watches TV to pass the time. She likes the characters in the drama, not the actors in real life. Lin Baici didn't even want to hear the gluttonous god's commentary anymore, because that glamorous filter had been completely shattered. 500,000 for a night. Lin Baici's salary for 2 days was more than that. He could absolutely afford it. Actually, the character I played in Winter Love Letter has a personality very similar to my own. Choi Se-hyo panicked. She regretted it immensely now. Why had she been so arrogant just a moment ago? If she had taken the initiative to take a photo, their relationship would definitely be a step closer now. Damn it, one wrong step, and life had instantly turned into hard mode. Choi Se-hyo wanted to ask, if I take off my swimsuit and take a photo with you, can that make up for my rudeness just now? Or how about we find a restroom now and have a proper chat? Without waiting for Lin Baici to answer, Choi Se-hyo took the initiative to stand beside him, raised her phone, and snapped several selfies directly. I heard you guys use WeChat. I will download it. We can add each other, and I will send the photos to you. Get the contact information first, then plan the rest. No need for that much trouble. Lin Baici didn't want to add this woman. Yu, help us take a photo. Sure thing. Well, Yu immediately stepped back, aimed her phone at Lin Baici and Choi Se-hyo, and took a dozen shots. Thank you. Lin Baici thanked her. It is only right. Why not add each other as friends? I can also discuss the characters in the drama with your mother. Choi Se-hyo's acting skills were quite good. She was almost on the verge of tears from not getting Lin Baici's contact information, but she still maintained her composure on the surface. Lin Baici found it hard to refuse, but Jin Yingjin was different. She stared at Choi Se-hyo. Are you very free? With that one sentence, the nearly 40-year-old mature woman felt her heart and liver tremble, and she dared not disturb Jin Yingjin any further. You guys have fun. I'm going to go see some friends. Choi Se-hyo left tactfully. Jin Yingjin acted as if she had waved away a fly, not taking it to heart at all, but her action left Choi Se-hyo feeling anxious and regretful to death. She might have lost one of the most important opportunities of her life. By the way, what was the background of that little toy boy? How could he receive such preferential treatment from Jin Yingjin? Choi Se-hyo prepared to find an opportunity to have another chance encounter with Lin Baici. If she had to pay a price, then paying it to this handsome little toy boy was easier to accept. After all, he was handsome, which was better than serving those greasy, perverted old men, right? You really don't want to get to know Lee Da-hai. Jin Yingjin teased Lin Baici. She is the dream lover of many men. What is the point of just getting to know her? Lin Baici rolled his eyes. Jin Yingjin leaned into Lin Baici's ear. In the gathering eye range, you can have a deeper interaction with her. Hey, is it really that fun to test your brother with this? Lin Baici was speechless. He was also an ordinary person. He really couldn't resist this kind of temptation. Huo Yu felt she couldn't compete with the Korean girl. The other party had money and status, and was even fawning over Lin Baici like this. How was she supposed to compete? Yingjin, it has been a long time. What have you been busy with lately? 3 young men walked over. The one in the middle had a center-parted hairstyle, was not tall, and had typical Korean features. He wasn't handsome, but he had a strong presence. After the man with the center part asked his question, his gaze fell on Lin Baici, and he extended his right hand. Hello. I am Yingjin's good friend, Jung Jiakin. Hello. Just as Lin Baici grasped Jung Jiakin's hand, the other party suddenly exerted force. Was he treating him as a romantic rival? But his strength was so weak. Lin Baici wanted to laugh. If he exerted even a little bit of power, he could crush Jung Jiakin's chicken claw-like hand. Gurgle. A sense of hunger struck suddenly. Lin Baici raised an eyebrow and looked around. Had someone dropped something? Or had a god-forbidden item appeared? If it was the latter, it shouldn't be an assassination, right? Lin Baici felt it wasn't strange for some of these rich kids to carry a god-forbidden item with them. But for the sake of safety, he still planned to confirm it. Yingjin, you guys chat. I am going to the restroom. Lin Baici left. Seeing this scene, a smug smile appeared on the corner of Jung Jiakin's mouth. This man clearly knew his, Jung Jiakin's, reputation and had retreated in the face of difficulty. Yin Ziqian. Just as Jung Jiakin prepared to build some rapport, Jin Yingjin didn't even say a word of greeting and went straight to chase after that young man. What is going on, brother Jung? It seems Yingjin likes that Kyushu guy. His companion was astonished. Jung Jiakin's expression darkened. He was the youngest son of the big boss of the Jung group. If he married Jin Yingjin, he could rely on her strength to have the qualifications to compete with his older brother for the inheritance rights of the Jung group, rather than just taking a sum of money and getting lost. Let's go. Jung Jiakin followed. Lin Baici walked around the manor and entered the large villa. In the living room, everyone was chatting, and it was much quieter than outside. Many people greeted Jin Yingjin when they saw her. Xiao Bai. What are you looking for? Huo Yu asked curiously. Looking for a beauty. Lin Baici gave a perfunctory response. I have seen several members of top-tier girl groups already. Are none of them to your liking? Huo Yu teased, though she felt a sense of crisis in her heart. Because cuteness is not worth mentioning in the face of sexiness. Can we go upstairs? It was Lin Baici's first time at a party like this, and he did not know where he could or could not go. Everything below the 3rd floor is accessible. Jin Yingjin was puzzled. Are you tired? Do you want to rest? Or do you want to take a tour? This estate belonging to Li Taiwu is massive, worth over $400 million. An ordinary millionaire could not even afford the annual maintenance fees. A tour. Lin Baici went up to the 2nd floor. He could walk down either the left or right corridor. He looked around and decided to head to the right when, suddenly, a woman wearing a swimsuit fell from the floor above. The woman crashed onto the floor of the living room. Everyone looked over at the sound. A woman in a bikini was sprawled on the ground. Her limbs twisted at unnatural angles, her head shattered, and blood flowing out. Some timid women immediately screamed. Several men ran over, among them Jung Jiakin, who had entered with Lin Baici. Call an ambulance quickly. Huo Yu was startled. Jin Yingjin, while dialing on her phone, ran toward the downstairs area. Appa, you guys go ahead and have fun. Jung Jiakin pushed the swimsuit-clad woman's shoulder and flipped her over. Does she seem dead? Jung Jiakin looked at the woman whose forehead was caved in and felt there was no need to even stop the bleeding. He reached his hand toward her neck to check for a pulse, but the woman, as if she had risen from the dead, suddenly lunged up, opened her mouth wide, and bit toward Jung Jiakin. Because she had just fallen, the woman's mouth was full of blood, and her white teeth were stained crimson. This gaping maw looked incredibly ferocious. Damn it! Jung Jiakin was startled and scrambled backward, landing on his backside. The The woman in the swimsuit was fast, like a mad dog, and pounced on him. Jung Jiakin swung his arms, smashing them against the woman's head, but he could not shake her off. The next second, she bit into his left cheek, jerked her head, and tore off a piece of flesh. Jung Jiakin shrieked. This sudden scene stunned everyone. One of Jung Jiakin's companions picked up a large vase from nearby and smashed it against the woman's head. Crash! The vase shattered, porcelain scattering everywhere. The woman released her bite, turned, and pounced on the young man, biting him wildly. Damn it! Jung Jiakin cursed, his left cheek missing a chunk of flesh and covered in blood. Call security. What is wrong with her? Did she take too many drugs? While others fled the living room, everyone's first reaction was that the woman had taken too much of some drug and had become delirious. Gurgle! Lin Baici's stomach growled, and the hunger intensified. This caused his heart to sink. Could it be that a rule contamination had broken out? Yingxin, be careful! Lin Baici shouted, and immediately grabbed Huo Yuyu, rushing toward Jin Yingxin, who was standing on the stairs. He had come to attend a birthday party, and carrying a backpack would have been unsightly. So, he had used a waste bag to carry the black altar bowl. It seems that God-forbidden objects truly cannot be kept away from one's person. He did have a World War II medal that could summon a tank to store items inside, but he had given it to Xiao Hongyao. Is it rule contamination? Huo Yuyu analyzed a clue from Lin Baici's tension. I suppose so. Lin Baici looked at the surrounding environment. It had not changed, which meant the scale of the rule contamination disaster was not large. The woman in the swimsuit continued biting wildly. Several large gashes immediately appeared on the young man's neck, blood spurting out. He struggled a few times before going still. The woman raised her head, her eyes filled with scarlet blood vessels. She saw Jin Yingxin standing nearby and immediately charged toward the stairs. Lin Baici took a stride, stepped in front of the Korean girl, and followed up with a flying kick to the woman's chest. Thud, thud. The woman rolled down, her arm breaking from the impact. But she climbed back up and charged toward the stairs again. The woman hissed. Why does it feel like a zombie? Huo Yuyu played a lot of video games, and seeing the woman's condition, it looked somewhat like those zombies. Xiaobai, don't get bitten, rush down. After Lin Baici said this, he smashed his fist into the stair railing. Crack, crack, amidst flying wood splinters. The railing broke. Lin Baici grabbed a piece of the railing and swung it at the woman's head. The woman's head was crushed, and she fell to the ground. You guys, hurry and leave. Lin Baici stepped on the woman's chest, because she was struggling and moving. Her swimsuit had fallen off, revealing a large expanse of skin. But Lin Baici had no interest in admiring such a sight. As soon as Jin Yingxin and Huo Yuyu reached the bottom of the stairs, they saw a dozen men and women running over from the 6th floor. They did not seem to know how to use the stairs, instead falling straight down like dumplings being dropped into a pot. Thud, thud. After they fell, they immediately stood up and pounced on the people closest to them. The living room was instantly thrown into chaos. Yingxin, don't be afraid. I will protect you. Jung Jiakin, holding his face with one hand, rushed to Jin Yingxin's side. At this moment, playing the hero to save the beauty would surely boost his favorability. And wouldn't their relationship as a couple be secured? However, I feel so hot. My head hurts so much, and this neck. It is so white, so smooth. I really want to take a bite. And so, Jung Jiakin, who had rushed to Jin Yingxin's side, opened his mouth, bared his teeth, and bit toward the Korean girl. Chapter 252 Girl Group Zombies. In this luxurious estate, everything was in total disarray. Jung Jiakin happened to be right in Huo Yuyu's line of sight, so she saw him lunge. Without a second thought, she slammed into the man with the center-parted hair. Watch out! Huo Yuyu shouted. Although the two were rivals, both chasing after Lin Baici, they had experienced the Longchen Temple and the Provincial Museum ruins together. Little Fish considered Jin Yingxin a friend, so in this life or death moment, she stepped forward to help. However, with Lin Baici present, there was no need for Huo Yuyu to risk her life. Before she could even collide with Jung Jiakin, Lin Baici's right arm struck out like a battering ram, hitting Jung Jiakin squarely and swiftly in the face. Jung Jiakin was sent flying backward. Stick close to me. Lin Baici quickly pulled the gloves of colossal strength from his pocket and put them on. He had intended to retrieve the bronze sword from the Black Altar Bowl. But among the dozen men and women who had landed, two were charging toward them like madmen. There was no time. In the living room, shrill screams erupted, followed by the sound of agonizing cries. Some unlucky souls hadn't managed to run away and were being bitten. Xiao Bai, make sure you don't get bitten, Huo Yu warned. Don't worry. Wrapped around Lin Baici's wrist was the Pharaoh's shroud. As long as he activated it, his entire body could be encased in bandages, transforming him into a mummy and significantly reducing the physical damage he sustained. Given the bite force of these monsters, they wouldn't be able to tear through the bandages. The problem, however, was that using this rule-type item for too long would leave his body smelling of a mixture of spices and corpse rot that couldn't be washed away. Furthermore, it would cause the user to psychologically and physically loathe the living and yearn for death, eventually leading them to commit suicide to end their life. The current situation was extremely threatening for ordinary people, but Lin Baici was a god hunter. At the very least, he had no trouble protecting himself. So, he wasn't in a rush to reveal his trump cards. The two figures, or rather, monsters, charged over one after the other. Lin Baici shifted his body and struck out with both arms, drunken immortal fist. Bang, bang! His fists landed precisely on the faces of the two monsters, sending them reeling backward. Lin Baici followed up with a kick, sending one flying over 10 meters away, then followed with a whip kick that struck the other in the left waist. The monster was sent tumbling sideways. Thank you. Jing Yingxin didn't stand on ceremony with Lin Baici, but she did offer a word of thanks to Huo Yu. Huo Yu grinned, seeing Lin Baici pummel the monsters. She suddenly remembered that she also knew the drunken immortal fist. She just wondered if these monsters would get drunk after taking a few hits. Cui Shixao had originally been running toward the living room entrance, hoping to escape as quickly as possible, but it was too crowded with people. A man had even knocked her over. Afraid to be left alone and feeling anxious, she saw that Lin Baici's combat prowess was high and immediately ran over to him. Miss Jin, Mr. Lin, help me. Because of her running, Cui Shixao's chest heaved, creating a turbulent sight. A carton of yogurt that looks like it is about to expire, but actually tastes quite good. Don't you want a sip? Lin Baici paused, looking at the mature woman surnamed Chui. The gluttonous god must have been referring to her. It had to be said that women in the entertainment industry were rarely lacking in emotional intelligence. As Cui Shixao ran over, she pretended to lose her footing, crashing directly into Lin Baici and hugging him, pressing her chest firmly against him. Lin Baici grabbed Cui Shixao's arm and, like peeling off a plaster, yanked her away. Go upstairs. There were too many people at the entrance, and they had already attracted the attention of those monsters. Lin Baici turned and ran toward the upper floors again. Zheng Jiakan, with blood all over his face, roared and charged over once more. Lin Baici frowned slightly. The two monsters he had kicked away had also climbed back up and were running over like mad dogs. Lin Baici hadn't held back. The impact of his fists was enough to give a professional kickboxer a concussion. Not to mention he was using the drunken immortal fist, which could induce intoxication. Yet, other than bleeding, these monsters showed no signs of being injured. Troublesome. As Zheng Jiakan rushed to his side, Lin Baici grabbed its wrist with his right hand and executed a back throw, slamming it into the ground. A layer of dust rose from the carpet. Lin Baici then swung the monster around like a human shot put, throwing it into another monster and knocking it over. Facing the last one, Lin Baici quickly crouched down, grabbed the carpet with one hand, and pulled it upward with force. The monster lost its balance and fell to the floor. Lin Baici urged, seeing Lin Baici's fierce combat ability. The tension and fear in Cui Shixao's heart eased slightly, and she couldn't help but silently praise him. He really is a little wolf dog. He's so fierce when he loses his temper. Fortunately, the others weren't as strong as Lin Baici. When some unlucky people were pounced on by the monsters, they struggled and screamed, which actually delayed the monsters' killing pace. The four of them reached the third floor. Are we still running up? Jing Yingxin felt that going any higher was too dangerous. It would be better to find a place to hide. If they wanted to jump from a window to escape, the risk of falling to their deaths would increase significantly the higher they went. Shouldn't we just find a place to hide? Cui Shixao knew that in times like these, People without value would be abandoned. So she offered a suggestion. I think we should try to get out first. The longer we stay, the more dangerous it becomes. Huo Yuyu disagreed. Judging by the monster's behavior, ordinary people were just sitting ducks against them. They should take advantage of the fact that others were still distracting the enemies and escape the manor immediately. Otherwise, what would happen if the monsters finished clearing out the others and came back? Lin Baici looked left and right. Keep going up to the top floor. Jin Yingjin and Huo Yuyu followed Lin Baici's instructions unconditionally, while Cui Shixiao was very worried. Climbing too high might leave us trapped, unless they could fly away. The second and third floors have guests. The more people there are, the higher the chance of monsters appearing. Even if there are no monsters, the noise of the crowd might attract them. Lin Baici strode upward. Aren't guests forbidden from coming above the third floor? Let's just find a random room to hide in for now. Cui Shixiao was speechless. That seemed to make some sense. Shut up, Jin Yingjin scolded. The four of them went up to the fifth floor and saw several men and women who had just stepped out of their rooms. Alerted by the commotion outside and intending to see what was happening. What is going on downstairs? A young man with permed hair asked. There are monsters, Cui Shixiao shouted. Hide quickly. She recognized this young man as the youngest son of the park group president. So she quickly tried to curry favor. Monsters. The permed man looked bewildered and stared at Jin Yingjin. What kind of monsters? Everyone who could come to play on this floor was a descendant of Korea's most prominent chaebol families, so they naturally knew each other. I am not sure either, but a rule contamination has broken out here. Quickly notify Li Taiwu and have him find a way to solve it, Jin Yingjin urged. She had checked her phone, but it would no longer turn on, so she had no way to contact Li Taiwu. As for letting Li Taiwu solve it, first, he was the host and had the responsibility. Second, even if he could not solve it, he could serve as cannon fodder to consume the number of these monsters. Huo Yuyu felt that no matter how powerful Li Taiwu's family was, it would be useless for solving radiation contamination. They still had to rely on Lin Baici. His rule contamination. The permed man knew what this term implied, and he immediately gasped, shocked and anxious. Why would a rule contamination break out here? How would I know? Jin Yingjin was speechless. Lin Baici activated his eidetic hearing, not for the sake of quick memorization, but because he needed to heighten his sense of hearing. A few seconds later, he ran toward the corridor on the right. Hurry! Lin Baici ran more than 10 meters and stood in front of a room door. He grabbed the doorknob and turned it hard. It did not open. Lin Baici raised his hand and threw a punch. The doorknob was smashed, and Lin Baici pushed the door open and entered. This was a video game room. Inside the room was a large floor-standing television, estimated to be over 100 inches, covering nearly half the wall, with several game consoles placed in front of it. A young girl wearing hot pants and a camisole was wearing a headset, playing a VR game. Lin Baici waited for Jin Yingjin and the other two to enter, then immediately closed the door and pulled over a sofa to block it before walking quickly toward the window. As he passed the girl, Lin Baici reached out with his long arm and ripped off her VR headset. What are you doing? The girl had been very immersed in the game and was very annoyed at being suddenly interrupted. When she saw it was a strange man, she became even more furious. Who are you? Do you know what place this is? Get out, Park Nanju. Do you think that just because you have an engagement with Li Taiwu, you can act however you want? Do you believe I will tear your dog mouth apart? Jin Yingjin cursed loudly. How dare you yell at my Lin Oppa? Are you looking to die? This voice sounded so familiar. Park Nanju turned her head and saw Jin Yingjin. She immediately looked like a mouse seeing a cat, bowing respectfully. Ying's sister Yingjin. Since she was a child, she had never been able to provoke Jin Yingjin. Her fear was ingrained in her bones. Where is Li Taiwu? Is he not with you? Jin Yingjin looked around. He went out to answer a phone call. Park Nanju explained. I suppose he went off to sneak around with some girl group member, right? Jin Yingjin rolled her eyes. Li Taiwu had pursued her, but she disliked his playboy nature of flirting with everyone. Now it seemed she just purely disliked the person, because she never felt there was anything shameful about Lin Baici doing such things. She even worried that her oppa might be suffering from repression and wanted to take the initiative to pick out girls and have them delivered to him. They would have to be from a top-tier girl group, at least. Lin Baici stood by the window and looked down at the estate. It had already descended into chaos. At first, the number of monsters was small, only a few. But the people bitten by them would quickly lose their sanity, leaving only the desire to attack others. Then, the people bitten by them would also turn into monsters and continue to attack others. After Park Nanju took off her VR headset, she finally heard the commotion outside. She ran to the window, took a look downstairs, and was stunned. What is going on? Could it be that I am still in the game? It is. It is over. Shui Shikshao panicked. How many people were going to die? She even saw a popular list celebrity being chased down and bitten to death by a monster. If these people all die and I survive, would that not mean I have a chance? One had to know that Li Taiwu's birthday party had invited many female celebrities from the entertainment industry. If half of them died, ichi. The problem now was, how could she leave alive? Chui Shikshao's gaze fell on Lin Baici. She could only rely on this little wolf talk. Xiao Bai, look into the distance. It is getting foggy. Huo Yu saw that the area outside the estate had suddenly become misty, and it was getting thicker. Lin Baici wanted to curse. He had seen that the environment had not changed and thought the intensity of the rule contamination was low. But now it seemed he had been naive. Walking out of this thick fog would likely not be easy. A heavy thud suddenly came from the door. It must have been a monster ramming into it, which gave everyone a fright. Park Nanju instinctively wanted to scream, but Lin Baici, with quick reflexes, covered her mouth. Lin Baici signaled for Park Nanju to be quiet. These people have been infected by a mysterious virus and have become undead monsters that love to eat raw meat. Their desire to attack is intense, and only by crushing their skulls can they be killed. This virus is incredibly contagious. As long as a person is bitten by one of these monsters, they will turn into a monster themselves in as little as 1 minute or as long as half an hour. Among them are some mutated monsters that are very powerful and will develop some strange and bizarre abilities. The gourmet god commented, but did not mention a way to purify this god's forbidden game. The monster was still ramming the door. Park Nanju and Chui Shikshao had very ugly expressions, while Huo Yu and Jin Yingxin, after their initial panic, had calmed down. After all, they had followed Lin Baici through the god ruins before, so they had experience. Besides, with Lin Baici around, they likely wouldn't die. Let's just treat this as an appetizer before entering the Bizan god ruins. Jin Yingxin decided to perform well so that Lin Baici would look at her with no eyes. Xiao Bai, I really think you should stop being a god hunter, Huo Yu muttered softly. She felt that Lin Baichi's luck was simply too poor. He had only been a god hunter for 5 months. Yet he had already encountered rule-based contamination so many times. It was only because Lin Baici was powerful that they survived. If it were anyone else, 3 lives wouldn't be enough to lose. In the garden, 5 girls wearing bikinis were on a killing spree. Like female leopards, they used their long legs to easily catch up to people, pounce on them, bite them, and infect them into monsters. Lin Baici had just watched them perform a hot dance earlier. Their waist and hip movements were incredibly seductive, especially the girl standing in the center position. She had a fantastic figure, but now, she had turned into a monster. The 5 members of this girl group were clearly mutated monsters. After the center girl bit a man, she suddenly looked up toward Lin Baichi's side, and their eyes met. The center girl let out a shout and immediately charged toward the villa, with the other members quickly following behind. Are they coming to hunt us? Park Nanju was terrified. Sister Yingxin, please think of something. There was no sound of them hitting the door, but everyone was even more panicked. It shouldn't be. There are still many people in the villa, so it should take some time for those girl group zombies to kill their way here. Jin Yingxin looked at Lin Baici, the meaning clear. They could use this time difference to escape. Let's change rooms, or use curtains and bed sheets to make a lifeline and slide down from here. Chui Shikshao suggested. No rush. Lin Baichi's expression was calm. What are we waiting for? We are about to die, Park Nanju cried. Ignoring Lin Baici and the others, she ran straight toward the door, wanting to leave. Chapter 253. God Lin shows his power. Don't go. Listen to Brother Lin. Jin Yingxin hurriedly reached out to pull Park Nanju. But she grabbed nothing but air. That monster has intelligence. After she saw us, she immediately entered the villa. She must be coming to kill us. Park Nanju was overly frightened and wanted to immediately find her fiancé, Li Taiwu, or her brother. However, when she ran to the door, she found it blocked by a sofa. She pushed hard, but the sofa was so heavy it barely budged. Sister Yingxin, come help me. Park Nanju shouted. Jin Yingxin ignored her. Lin Baici held his bronze sword, having given the Anubis golden scepter to Jin Yingxin, while Hui Yuyu was given the voodoo staff. Lin Baici had originally intended to give these two god-forbidden items to them, but after they left the provincial museum, the two girls had returned them. Since they weren't entering the god ruins, holding onto them was useless, and if a rule-based contamination broke out, there was a risk of being backlashed. Although the possibility was slim, one had to be cautious. Of course, the two girls were incredibly touched that Lin Baici would give such precious god-forbidden items to them. Sigh, Xiaobai is too unromantic, otherwise, my belly would already be a size bigger. Hui Yu had career ambitions and didn't want to have children so early, otherwise, her streaming career would be ruined. But if Lin Baici wanted it, she would be willing to be a housewife and stay home to raise children. I really want to be with Brother Lin. Jin Yingxin was also sighing. Running into such a self-disciplined man is truly annoying. I don't need you to take responsibility. So what are you afraid of? After a short pause, something was hitting the door again. Park Nanju was startled and stepped back. Lin Baici remained unmoved, staring downward the entire time. He even leaned his head out to look left and right, trying to plan an escape route. Suddenly, the center girl from the girl group who had entered the villa earlier ran back out. She stood on the cobblestone plaza, looking up at Lin Baici. Soon, the other four girl group members gathered as well, looking up at the floor. Oh my, this monster was indeed lying in ambush. Hui Yuyu was filled with lingering fear. Fortunately, Xiaobai was steady enough not to rush down, or they would have been surrounded. The center girl roared at Lin Baici. It was a mutated undead monster that still retained the intelligence it had in life, hoping to ambush Lin Baici, but it hadn't succeeded. Lin Baici hadn't yet chosen an escape route when the center girl suddenly sprinted toward the wall. When she was 2 or 3 meters away, she suddenly leaped, jumping up like a grasshopper. After a heavy sound, the center girl actually stuck to the wall like a gecko, then used her hands and feet to climb up rapidly. Damn it! Jin Yingxin was shocked. Yuyu, give it a shot, Lin Baici commanded from his high vantage point. The center girl was climbing very fast, her body scraping against the wall and getting scratched. But she didn't slow down at all. She was incredibly fierce. Hui Yuyu stuck her head out of the window and aimed the voodoo staff at the center girl. But before she could release the lightning, Lin Baici grabbed her by the back of her collar and pulled her back. The center girl opened her mouth and suddenly spat out a glob of stomach acid, which hit the window frame like a cannonball. Sizzle. The metal window frame was corroded, leaving a visible gap. Chui Shikxiao shivered in fear. Hui Yuyu gasped. If Lin Baici hadn't reacted quickly enough, she would have been hit by that stomach acid. And even if she hadn't died, her face would have been ruined. Just as Hui Yuyu became extra cautious, preparing to open fire and knock the center girl down, Lin Baici growled, "Retreat." There was no way to fight this. He had just seen that besides the center girl, the other 4 girl group members had also started climbing the wall. Lin Baici rushed toward the room door, covering the distance in a few long strides. He then grabbed the sofa. The large sofa was tossed away as if it were a small piece of cake. Park Namju's small mouth immediately formed an O shape in astonishment. What kind of monstrous strength is this? There might be monsters outside. Lin Baici kicked the door open, then dodged to the side, swinging his sword in preparation to strike. But there were no monsters. Choi Se-hyo had been worried that Lin Baici would push her out as cannon fodder to attract the monsters, but he hadn't done so. That little puppy took the lead and turned left out of the room. Kim Young-jin and Hui Yuyu quickly followed. Choi Se-hyo wasn't stupid either, but as she stepped out, she collided with Park Namju, who was also rushing to get out. The two of them slammed into the door frame. What are you doing? Park Namju cursed loudly. reaching out to slap Choi Se-hyo across the face. Under normal circumstances, Choi Se-hyo wouldn't have dared to provoke Park Nam-ju, but today, survival was paramount. Even more terrifying was the fact that she had heard the sound of shattering glass. There was no need to ask. The center position girl must have gotten in. Choi Se-hyo didn't even have time to look back. She grabbed Park Nam-ju by the hair and yanked her backward with all her might. Park Nam-ju screamed in pain. This pull also caused her to lose her balance, stumbling back a few steps before falling to the ground. "Damn it!" Park Nam-ju cursed. "I'm going to kill you." Before Park Nam-ju could scramble up, the center position girl lunged at her like a rabid dog, pouncing on top of her and biting down on her face. Stabbing pain surged through her. Park Nam-ju shrieked, wanting to call for help, but the center position girl's second bite landed on her throat. Her throat bone broke instantly. "Watch your surroundings," Lin Baici warned. The thumping sound against the door earlier was definitely not human, because the opponent hadn't shouted anything. Sure enough, Lin Baici had run 6 meters and just passed a bedroom when a golden retriever, covered in blood and with eyes filled with bloodshot veins, suddenly lunged out to launch a sneak attack from behind. Lin Baici struck back with his sword. The golden retriever's head was split in two, and blood splattered across the floor like a downpour. Huoyu, who was following behind, stepped on the blood, lost her footing, and fell down. Huoyu felt as if her backside was going to crack from the impact. So fierce, Choi Se-hyo's pupils constricted sharply. Does this man from Jujo have eyes in the back of his head? Or does he possess the legendary ability to identify positions through sound? He actually managed to kill the rabid dog attacking from behind without even looking back. And his posture while swinging the sword was just so fluid, filled with both power and beauty. The other 4 members of the girl group came up, jumped into the game room through the window, took one look at Park Nam-ju, and chased out the door. The center position girl abandoned Park Nam-ju and followed closely behind. Park Nam-ju stopped moving. Blood was flowing from her neck and face. After about 5 or 6 seconds, her limbs twitched a few times, and then her eyeballs rolled irregularly in their sockets. Swish! Park Nam-ju straightened her waist and looked around blankly. Once she heard the commotion outside, she immediately rushed toward the window. Park Nam-ju crashed through it and fell to the floor below. This fall was even worse, shattering half of her cheekbone. But she quickly stood up again and began attacking the humans who were still alive. "Appa, they're coming!" Choi Se-hyo screamed. Fear gripped her heart like the hand of the Grim Reaper, leaving her unable to breathe, her legs trembling uncontrollably. If it weren't for her frequent jogging, yoga, and Pilates in hopes of a comeback and reaching the peak of her career again, this washed-up actress would have already run out of stamina. Under such tense conditions, her energy was being consumed even faster than usual. Huoyu and Kim Youngjin were fine, after all. They had been through life and death situations with Lin Baici and had seen big scenes before. Lin Baici looked back. Damn it. These mutated monsters were charging so fast. At this speed, he had no time to set up an escape rope. So, he stopped in his tracks and turned around quickly. "You guys hide." Lin Baici charged toward the girl group zombies. They were in a hallway now. The terrain was narrow, preventing the zombies from surrounding them, which was advantageous for his side. A short-haired girl group zombie was very fast, with a flying leap. She tackled Choi Se-hyo. Choi Se-hyo screamed. The monster's saliva dripped onto her neck, hot and sticky, instantly breaking her out in a cold sweat. The moment the short-haired zombie bit down on Choi Se-hyo, Lin Baici arrived. He swung his right leg as if he were taking a powerful shot on a soccer field, kicking the zombie square in the head. The short-haired zombie flew backward, most of the teeth in its mouth falling out. The short-haired zombie hit the ground, but as if it felt no pain, it flipped over, scrambled up, and lunged at Lin Baici using both hands and feet. Its surgically enhanced face had been deformed by Lin Baici's kick. Choi Se-hyo was so moved she almost cried. She hadn't expected this man from Jujo to save her. As Lin Baici brushed past the washed-up actress, she looked at his calm expression and resolute face. The wind generated by his high-speed sprint rushed into her nostrils, carrying a strong, masculine scent that made Choi Se-hyo's heart pound wildly. In that moment, Choi Se-hyo felt an overwhelming sense of security and longed to drown in Lin Baici's scent. She felt like she had fallen in love again. It wasn't love. I just purely want to be Lin Oppa's dog. The shift in emotion from near-death to survival caused Choi Se-hyo's adrenaline to surge uncontrollably, and she developed a sense of worship and infatuation toward Lin Baici. She longed to be protected, longed to be conquered. Lin Baici did not know that he had gained a fangirl, or perhaps fan-auntie would be more appropriate. He faced the short-haired female zombie and swung his sword to strike. The female zombie lunged to the side, kicked off the wall with both legs, and pounced toward Lin Baici with the speed of a female leopard. Lin Baici did not have time to swing his sword, so he simply clenched his left hand into a fist and threw it out. His iron fist slammed into the female zombie's nose, knocking it to the ground. Lin Baici wanted to finish it off, but another female zombie arrived. Her long black hair surged as she ran at full speed, resembling seaweed. To be honest, this female idol was quite pretty, and because she was wearing a swimsuit, her charm increased by 1 while running. Such a beauty should appear on a beach reflecting the blue sky and white clouds, not here killing people. The distance between the two sides quickly closed to 3 meters. The long-haired female zombie roared, leaped, and pounced, but the next instant, a stone the size of an egg struck her in the eye. She was a monster and did not fear pain, but the force of the flying stone was immense, directly shattering her left eye socket. Blood, bits of flesh, and her left eyeball were flung out. The bronze sword slashed through this messy mass of human tissue and struck the female zombie's head. Lin Baici was worried that a single strike would not kill her, so he activated his divine ability, Meat Grinder Strike. Swish! The female zombie's head was split in two, along with her neck and a small portion of her shoulder. The zombie fell to the ground, blood gushing out and making the floor even more slippery. The second and third ones arrived at the same time. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! 3 flying stones struck in succession, hitting them squarely in the face. Lin Baici did not draw his sword. Instead, he reached out a large hand, grabbed the hair of the female zombie on the left, who was wearing purple eyeshadow, then twisted his waist and swung his arm with sudden force, using her as a mace to collide with another one. The 2 zombies piled up like a human pyramid and slammed into the wall. Before they could fall, Lin Baici arrived, his bronze sword thrusting straight forward. Squelch! After the bronze sword pierced through the head of the purple eyeshadow zombie, Lin Baici applied force to his wrist to slice downward, cutting open its skull. However, the one being pinned underneath it opened its mouth to bite his arm, and the female zombie that had been hit by his fist earlier also rushed over. Even more troublesome, the center position female zombie had arrived as well. Watch out! Choi Se-hyo was in despair, being surrounded and attacked by 4 monsters. She felt that Lin Baici was going to die. Under normal circumstances, Lin Baici could win in hand-to-hand combat against them, but not today. If he were bitten by these monsters, he would be infected with the virus. Lin Baici felt that even a god hunter would be done for, so he could not afford to hold back his strength and unleashed his ultimate move. Lightning Flash. The moment this divine ability was activated, everything in Lin Baici's eyes immediately slowed down. The female zombies pouncing, their hideous faces, their wide-open mouths, the bits of flesh embedded between their teeth, and even the breath they exhaled. Lin Baici could see it all clearly. What a pity! You shouldn't be here, you should be on stage. Lin Baici swung his sword. Swish, swish, swish. Lin Baici brushed past the center position female, watching as his bronze sword sliced across her neck. The flow of time returned to normal. The girl group zombies rushed forward due to momentum, fell to the ground, and their heads, each sliced into 2 halves, dropped to the floor. Thud, thud, 4 corpses fell. Blood splattered everywhere, and the floor became a muddy mess. Because the center position girl and the long-haired girl were more to Lin Baici's taste, he showed mercy and did not split their heads open. What just happened? Choi Se-hyo was completely bewildered. Why, in the blink of an eye, did the little puppy suddenly appear outside the encirclement of these 4 monsters? Even more shocking, how did they all die in an instant? Choi Se-hyo looked at the 2 beautiful heads still rolling on the ground, her face full of confusion, but then it turned into joy. Whatever, let's just be happy for now. Appa, Choi Se-hyo shouted, preparing to run over to congratulate him and offer a sweet kiss. Auntie, Look at your own age. Who are you calling Appa? Kim Young-jin was displeased. Choi Se-hyo was startled. Oh no, she had forgotten about the oldest daughter of the Kim family. She quickly offered a flattering smile. And she finally understood why Kim Young-jin was so good to this Jujo man. Kim Young-jin also wanted to be his dog. Great God, you are truly amazing. Inside a room, two young people walked out. It wasn't just them. While Lin Baici was fighting, people hiding in other rooms were also peeking. Now that they saw someone could kill the monsters, they immediately came out, wanting to cling to a powerful ally. Chapter 254. Exorbitant hiring fee thanks to sect master currently having nothing for the generous tip. In the hallway, the smell of blood was pungent. On the floor lay the 5 corpses of the girl group members, sprawled in disarray, because they were wearing swimsuits, revealing large areas of fair skin, now stained with blood and dust. There was an indescribable sense of eeriness and gloom. Great God, I am Lee Tai-woo, the first young man to come out. Even though he was terrified to death, still tried his best to squeeze out a smile and greet Lin Baici. He glanced at the corpse of the center position girl on the ground. They had gone on a date just half a month ago, and he never expected they would now be separated by life and death. Lin Baici, a friend of Kim Young-jin. Lin Baici scanned the area. There were quite a few people, probably over 30. Great God, are you a god hunter? What do we do now? Should we hide and wait for someone to rescue us? If we wait for the people from the Sejong group to come, we'll probably all be dead. These young people gathered together, discussing among themselves. Through their words and actions, Lin Baici basically confirmed their status and background. Aside from Lee Tai-woo's VIP guests, the rest were close friends brought by these people. With girls making up the majority, these friends understood the hierarchy, or rather, they knew their own words carried no weight, so they all remained silent. Great God, Lin, can you purify this rule-based pollution? Lee Tai-woo looked at Lin Baici. Money is not an issue. There is too little intelligence. I am not sure. Lin Baici could not offer a guarantee. Have you offended someone? My luck really is something else. Accompanying Jin Yingjin to a friend's birthday party, and I still managed to run into a god-forbidden game. From now on, should I cast a fortune-telling hex every time I step out the door? My family has quite a few competitors. Lee Tai-woo was the only son of the chairman of the Samseon group. Although his father had a few illegitimate children in secret, even if they hired someone to kill him, they had no right to inherit the family fortune, because legally, they were not considered members of the Lee family. As for competitors, there were simply too many. For the Samseon group to become the #1 giant in Goryeo, the number of people they had offended could be counted on one's toes, and that would still be an underestimate. But none of that mattered. Surviving was the priority. God Lin, as long as I survive, once I take over the Samseon group, I can give you 1/10,000th of the equity. Lee Tai-woo made his offer directly. Hearing this, even though they were in the midst of a crisis, everyone could not help but gasp in surprise, and their faces were soon covered in envy. 1/10,000th sounded like very little, but one had to realize that the Samseon group was not only the top company in the country, but it also ranked 21st in the Fortune Global 500 last year, with annual profits exceeding $300 billion, conservatively estimated, after paying various income taxes. This great god Lin would receive tens of millions of dollars annually, and he would not have to manage anything at all. It was an absolute windfall. Choi Se-hyo did a quick mental calculation and immediately felt sour, as if she had just been fished out of a vat of lemon juice. I have worked hard for decades, even planning to offer myself to men, just to secure a $20 million investment to film a drama. This is equity. He can collect dividends every year. It is essentially a hen that lays golden eggs. If I say something, will you listen? Lin Baici did not agree immediately, but asked a question in return. I will. Lee Tai-woo nodded quickly. He started painting a big picture. As for whether it could be realized, it would depend on the performance of this Jujo man in the future. If he was strong enough, this money would be considered an investment in a friendship, which was definitely not a loss. If he were just an ordinary person, then why not donate it to the Sejong Order? However, Lee Tai-woo felt that this young man, who was a few years younger than him, should be quite capable. When others heard about such a large reward, they would have been excited, but he was very calm. Clearly someone who had seen big scenes. Wait, he wouldn't look down on this amount of money, would he? Lin Baici's excessive calmness made Li Taiwu, who loved to throw money around, feel uneasy, wondering if he had offered too little this time. Li Taiwu subconsciously looked at Jin Yingzhen, hoping she would give him a hint. As long as you do exactly what Brother Lin says, you will live. Jin Yingzhen's subtext was simple. If you act on your own, go ahead and wait for death. Footsteps rang out, and two monsters rushed up. God Lin. The few people at the far end of the corridor were terrified to the point of being stunned. Get into the room. Lin Baici took a step back. Quickly, everyone, like piglets driven by hungry wolves, followed Lin Baici's instructions and rushed into a room on the right. The two monsters were fast, charging side by side and pouncing onto people. But before they could bite, Lin Baici sliced their heads in half with a single swing of his sword. To Lin Baici, these ordinary monsters were just trash mobs, not worth mentioning. Thank you. The two young people thanked him loudly, crying uncontrollably. Lin Baici smiled slightly, signaling that it was no trouble, then reached out to help them up and ran into the room. Once inside, he immediately took to rappelling ropes from his black altar bowl and tied them to the legs of the luxurious bed. Go down, hurry, Lin Baici urged. Everyone glanced out the window, looking hesitant. What if there are monsters down there after we go down? Seeing this, Lin Baici shrugged his shoulders. Huo Yu and Jin Yingzhen listened to Lin Baici very well and grabbed the ropes, preparing to descend. Wait, Lin Baici held Huo Yu back. If someone else went down first, even if they were attacked by monsters, the crowd could disperse the fire. But if Huo Yu and Jin Yingzhen went down first, they might become cannon fodder. I will go down first, Yingzhen second, Li Taiwu third. And then starting from this side, go down in order. If anyone dares to cut in line, even if you make it down, I will throw you to the monsters. Lin Baici's gaze was fierce as he swept over them, causing the skin on the back of their necks to tighten instinctively. God Lin? Choi Se-hyo looked at Lin Baici longingly, like a female dog about to be abandoned by her master. After all, this woman was an actress her mother had liked up. Besides, he didn't know these people, and they hadn't paid to buy a ticket. So it didn't matter who went down first. You go forth, Lin Baici ranged. God Lin, I can pay 1 million. I don't have much money, but I have a Ferrari sports car. I'll give it to you. What do you mean give? That's an offering. The people here didn't have large sums of money, but they certainly weren't lacking in small change. They all started making offers to compete for a spot to go down first. No one was stupid. The longer they stayed in the room, the greater the danger. Choi Se-hyo's expression changed immediately. In recent years, her spending had been high, so she didn't have much savings. And even if she did, she couldn't compete with these rich second-generation heirs. Shut up, it's decided. After Lin Baici finished speaking, he wrapped his left arm around Huo Yu's waist, grabbed the fire escape rope with one hand, and rappelled down from the window. Thank you, thank you. Choi Se-hyo was so moved she was about to cry. Even though Lin Baici was already gone, she was still bowing. Jin Yingzhen was about to go down when she was pulled back by Li Taiwu. Yingzhen, what's the deal with that guy? Li Taiwu asked urgently. If you want to survive, treat him like a VIP. Jin Yingzhen spoke at a rapid pace. I followed him, and I walked out of the God Ruins alive twice. What? You have been inside the God Ruins? Li Taiwu was stunned. Isn't the vibrant world outside wonderful enough? Why would you go to the God Ruins to risk your life? Also, you don't really think the money you offered is a lot, do you? He is a super rookie for the Kyushu Security Bureau this year. He just joined, and his annual salary is already 100 million. Jin Yingzhen only said this much because of the decent relationship between Li Taiwu and Jin Xian. Everyone was shocked upon hearing this. An annual salary of 100 million. He doesn't even look 20 years old, does he? But the way he hacked those monsters was truly cool. The crowd whispered among themselves, suddenly realizing why he didn't care for their pocket change. They were spending their family's money, while he was earning his own. Seeing Lin Baici land, Jin Yingzhen immediately descended. Lin Baici took Huo Yu away first, And she did not feel jealous because she knew Hua Yu's athletic coordination was poor. Lin Baici must have taken that into account when choosing to take her first. Chui Shixiao was dumbfounded. So that little gigolo was actually this powerful. It was laughable that he had looked down on him just moments ago. It was fortunate that his mother liked the drama Winter Love Letter that he had starred in. Otherwise, he would have been dead for sure this time, thinking that he was ranked 5th among so many wealthy heirs. Chui Shixiao felt a surge of gratitude toward Lin Baici in his heart. Once I escape this alive, I must bring generous gifts and pay a formal visit to Master Lin's home. Li Taiwu gripped the rope, his thoughts in turmoil as he descended. His previous plan had been to hide. The god hunters of the Sejong sect would surely arrive to rescue him immediately. He had hired Lin Baici to act as a bodyguard. But now it seemed that wouldn't work. A genius would never listen to someone else's commands. Under the envious, jealous, and hateful gazes of the crowd, Chui Shixiao slid down trembling. Halfway down, his hands began to ache, and unable to hold on any longer, he let go and plummeted. Chui Shixiao screamed in terror, but then he felt a large hand catch him by the seat of his pants. Absorbing the force of the fall, Lin Baici let go. Get out of the way. Chui Shixiao landed on the ground. While muttering thanks, he scrambled away on his hands and knees, looking utterly pathetic. Lin Baici felt that after seeing Chui Shixiao in this state, he wouldn't want to watch any of his dramas, even if he starred in a masterpiece. Hurry down, hurry down. Everyone urged each other in hushed tones. Because of Lin Baici's threat, no one dared to fight over the order. As for ladies first, not at all. They were descending strictly in the order Lin Baici had arranged. The spot Lin Baici chose was the villa's backyard, which was relatively secluded. Coupled with the dense vegetation, they hadn't seen any monsters lurking there yet. Though they couldn't see the monsters, they could hear the roars, screams, and weeping echoing all around them. Seeing that Lin Baici wasn't moving, Li Taiwu whispered a suggestion. Should we leave quickly? Lin Baici turned his head and glanced at Li Taiwu. Li Taiwu felt embarrassed, as there were still people in the rooms above, and his words implied abandoning them. Lin Baici didn't mock Li Taiwu. He leaned toward Jin Yangzhen's ear and asked, covering his lips with his hand, does saving these people help you in any way? If they were from Kyushu, Lin Baici would definitely help. But as for these Koreans, sorry. Money wouldn't make him budge. It all depended on his mood. There are a few I know. Please help if you can, Jin Yangzhen pleaded. All right. Lin Baici waited patiently. 12 o'clock direction. Charge, charge, charge. The gourmet god suddenly spoke, causing Lin Baici to raise an eyebrow. Did this mean he could charge straight out? Or was there a boss in that direction? Is that a god-forbidden item in your hand? Li Taiwu eyed the staves in the hands of Jin Yangzhen and Hua Yu. They were magnificent, looking like equipment from a game. Is the attack power very high? Yes. Brother Lin gave them to us. Jin Yangzhen guessed what Li Taiwu was thinking. Do you want to buy one? How much? Li Taiwu was already prepared to be fleeced. Brother Lin isn't short on money, even at his poorest. Lin Baici had never sold a god-forbidden item, let alone now. Besides, you can't afford it. He only accepts meteor coins or trades in kind, under normal circumstances. Li Taiwu would have been so angry he laughed. Was there anything in this world he couldn't afford? But on second thought, there actually was, in truth. Jin Yangzhen's statement was a bit absolute. In Korea, the influence of the Samseon group was also a bargaining chip. But Lin Baici simply didn't need it. Once everyone had descended, Lin Baici immediately ran toward the courtyard wall 100 meters away. Follow me closely. Everyone hunched over and followed, all wanting to stay as close to Lin Baici as possible. The 100-meter dash was nerve-wracking for everyone, but fortunately, they arrived without incident. However, the 7-meter-high wall was daunting. Moreover, there was barbed wire on top and surveillance cameras at regular intervals. Usually, these would increase security, but now they had become obstacles. Just as everyone was worrying, Lin Baici took a ladder out of his black altar bowl, set it up, and scrambled up. More agile than a monkey, everyone looked at the monk's bowl in Lin Baici's hand with envy. It could really hold anything. For the first time in his life, Li Taiwu felt a sense of defeat, because even with all his money, there was nowhere to buy a bowl like Lin Baici's. Lin Baici stood on the wall, used his bronze sword to hack away the barbed wire, and placed another ladder on the other side of the wall. You first. Jing Yingxian pushed Huo Yuyu. At a time like this, there was no time for politeness. Thank you, Huo Yuyu said, and began to climb. She decided that in the future, when spending time with Lin Baici, she would let the kimchi girl go first. Lin Baici crouched on the top of the wall, gazing out into the manor. Some people were fighting back and had managed to kill a few monsters. But the problem was that anyone bitten by them would become infected, which made things troublesome. Several girls, panicking and losing their way, ran to the backyard of the villa and, upon seeing Lin Baici and his group, immediately rushed toward them. 10 seconds later, a few monsters chased after them. Seeing this, everyone broke out in a cold sweat and began to urge them on. Climb faster. Hurry up. Did you not eat today? Move it, damn it. You stepped on my hand. On the ladder, everyone was in a state of chaos, with minor shoving breaking out. Shut up. Whoever keeps fighting, I will throw them down, Lin Baici barked. Seeing that Lin Baici had not left, but had instead stood up, his calm posture holding his sword in one hand instantly gave everyone a powerful sense of security. Lin Baici had sharp eyes and noticed that among the women fleeing toward them was Li Dahai, the actress who had won the Blue Dragon Film Award 3 times. She was running quite fast. Help! Li Dahai and the others screamed. Godlin, hurry down, outside the wall. Li Taiwu could not see what was happening inside, but hearing the cries for help, he could guess the situation. He did not want Lin Baici to get distracted by unnecessary complications. Chapter 255. A freebie. A young girl wearing a light blue swimsuit lacked both physical and mental fortitude. She tripped, panicked, and just as she scrambled to her feet and ran a few stumbling steps, she fell again. This time, her luck had run out. She twisted her ankle. The female zombie behind her caught up and tore into her with white teeth. Help! Help! The girl cried for help. But after only 2 shouts, they turned into screams of agony. If this scene had been recorded, it could have been played directly as a clip in a disaster movie. A very fine exotic delicacy. After eating so many feasts of Jujo flavors, you can change your palate. It will definitely give you a different experience. The God of Gluttony's commentary was clearly directed at Li Dahai. Lin Baici looked around. Aside from the few in front, there were no other monsters nearby. So, he jumped down from the wall. If he left them alive, they might attract other monsters. Seeing this, Li Dahai stopped screaming. The other 3 girls did not have that presence of mind. Instead, seeing Lin Baici come to save them made them even more excited. Appa, help! Thank you, Kamsahamnida, the 3 girls shouted, and one of them even spoke in the Juju language she had learned from the internet. Shut up! Lin Baici spoke in a low voice. His sprinting speed was fast. A few seconds later, he brushed past Li Dahai and the others, confronting the monster that was in the lead. It was a girl in her 20s who had been infected. She was wearing a high-waisted swimsuit, and because of her high-speed running, one of the straps had already slipped off. Seeing Lin Baici charge over, it let out a hiss, then leaped into the air like a triple jumper, limbs splayed wide like a frog, pouncing toward Lin Baici. Lin Baici's expression remained calm. He did not dodge or evade. Facing the monster, he pulled his right arm back and then snapped it forward, slamming his fist into its face. The girl's face deformed instantly, her nasal bone and teeth shattered, and dark red blood sprayed out. The girl crashed to the ground, and due to the immense force of the impact, she kept rolling. Before she could stop, Lin Baici caught up to her and delivered a flying kick to her waist. The girl was kicked into the air like a wooden stake, slamming into another monster and causing it to lose its balance. Lin Baici moved in for the kill, swinging his bronze sword. Clack. Half of its head, along with one shoulder, was severed. The remaining monsters immediately began to swarm Lin Baici, but they were just ordinary low-level monsters. After being infected and turning into zombies, their strength had increased 2 or 3 times, and they could still move even after suffering heavy injuries. But against Lin Baici, they were completely helpless, a total freebie. In the blink of an eye, Lin Baici hacked down the remaining monsters and turned to run back. 5 minutes later, everyone had climbed over the wall and escaped the villa. Let's go. Lin Baici took the lead. While the others were still gasping for air in the aftermath of their narrow escape, Li Dahai had already sidestepped over to Lin Baici. "Abba, thank you." Li Dahai had once gone to Jujo for commercial performances, so she knew some simple Jujo phrases. She also understood that greeting someone in their native language could win some favor, regardless of what this young man's status was, even if he were a worthless street thug right now. He was the god who had saved her life, and she had to show respect. "You're welcome." Lin Baici didn't even turn his head. Choi Sehyo had originally thought that Lin Baici had saved Li Dahai because he had taken a fancy to her. But seeing this, Brother Lin was a man who had transcended base desires. A woman who had won the Blue Dragon Film Award 3 times, she wasn't as shallow or impatient as Choi Sehyo. Seeing that Lin Baici ignored her, she didn't feel annoyed. She immediately greeted Jin Yingjin and Li Taiwu, then nodded toward Hua Yuyu. Those who could stay by this young man's side were surely his friends. Getting on good terms with them would be a great help for her to integrate into this small team. Li Dahai didn't know when they would be able to escape, so she treated this as a long, drawn-out campaign. A woman with intelligence makes the taste even better. I suggest you taste it. A top-tier palate requires a large amount of top-tier ingredients to nurture. You have been eating too much junk food. If this continues, even the emperor's tongue will degenerate. Eat her. The god of gluttony's second commentary showed that Li Dahai was a woman with some substance, which made Lin Baici unable to resist turning his head to take a look at her. She wore a goose yellow two-piece swimsuit, which was quite standard. Li Dahai had a great figure. Though her looks were not top tier, she was at the first-line level. However, she possessed a very unique aura. He didn't know if it was because she had acted into many movies, but it gave her an indescribable charm. Li Duhui noticed Lin Baici's gaze and immediately looked over, then offered a faint smile. Within this smile, there was the familiarity of an old friend, the sorrow of a lover, the adoration of a fan, and even more so, a woman's attachment to a powerful man. In just 2 seconds of eye contact, Li Duhui cycled through 5 different expressions, showcasing the exquisite acting skills of a film queen to the fullest. "I do not know what kind of woman you like, but it does not matter. There is always one that suits you." Li Duhui had long understood that verbal pleas were too weak. It was better to convey them through her eyes. It was just like when acting. Some actors recite their famous lines without any emotional resonance, while others, without saying a word, can use a single look to immerse the audience and make them deeply concerned about the character's fate. Chui Shixiao saw this scene and could not help but curse under her breath, followed by a deep sense of frustration. She finally understood why that woman had won the Film Queen Award 3 times. With just this look, even she felt a pang of heartache and wanted to play the hero saving the beauty. "Hey, you have been targeted as prey." Lin Baici suddenly stopped in his tracks, and the others, seeing this, hurriedly slammed on the brakes. "What is it?" Li Taiwu was trembling with fear. "Is there danger?" Jin Yingxian frowned. "Oppa." Li Duhui walked forward a few steps, reached Lin Baici's side, and just as she called out with a faint smile, Lin Baici's large hand swung over. The slap was crisp, and a palm print appeared on Li Duhui's face. Li Duhui covered her face with her right hand, stunned by the blow. "What is going on? Is this guy a sadist?" "He does not look like one." Lin Baici backhanded her with another slap. It must be said, slapping the face of a film queen felt different from anyone else. Oppa. Li Duhui was on the verge of tears, looking like a wronged soul seeking justice, or a virtuous wife abandoned by a heartless man. In short, anyone who saw her would sympathize with her and hate the man who hit her. Lin Baici slapped her again. "Do not use your acting skills on me. If there is a next time, get lost." When Jin Yingxian heard this, she was stunned for a moment, then began to laugh. "As expected of the man I have my eyes on. His self-control is truly strong." Li Duhui was known as the national enchantress because men in Korea, from 50-year-olds down to 18-year-olds, all liked her. There had even been fanatical fans who stalked her and wanted to kidnap her. Her charm was evident. But today, she had taken 3 slaps from Lin Baici. Damn it! Chui Shixiao's body gave a violent jolt, her liver trembling in fear. A film queen like Li Duhui, whose personal status and standing in the entertainment industry were countless levels higher than her own, had been hit by Lin Baici. And she had been thinking about using her beauty to capture him. How naive, impressive. Li Taiwu was shocked at first, then gave Lin Baici a thumbs up. He had not quite believed Jin Yingxin when she said Lin Baici was a super rookie from the Kyushu Security Bureau with 100 million a year salary. But now he believed it, because a young man of this age would usually want to accelerate even when faced with an ostrich. Yet he was actually able to resist Li Duhui's charm. In any case, Li Taiwu had not been able to resist. There was a time when he had been so infatuated with Li Duhui that he had wanted to marry her and bring her home. It was only until his father told him that he was Li Duhui's financial backer that Li Taiwu gave up. And even then, he still fantasized about her from time to time. Li Duhui had not expected that the reason she was hit was because of this. And for a moment, she was at a loss. After all, her acting was her greatest trump card. Everyone had stopped, looking at Lin Baici disciplining Li Duhui with shock. You dare to hit a film queen? But then, thinking of how he slashed through monsters, what was a film queen in front of him? Lin Baici continued to run in the direction pointed out by the gluttonous god. I am sorry. Li Duhui hurriedly followed, bowing and apologizing to Lin Baici as she ran. I was wrong. Please hit me harder next time. Li Duhui subconsciously began to play the role of a weak woman again, catering to Lin Baici's violent desires. It is over. I really have no leverage at all. Huo Yu wanted to cry. Although she did not think her status as the top streamer on Shark platform was anything grand, it was still more leverage than an ordinary girl, and she thought it should have added a few points in Lin Baici's heart. But now it seemed it was useless. No matter how prestigious a top streamer is, can she be higher than a Korean film queen? Huo Yu looked dejected, feeling her future was dim. So, was there still a slim chance of becoming Lin Baici's companion? She had not originally planned to go to the Bizengad ruins, but now, she changed her mind. If she could not become Lin Baici's girlfriend, she might as well die. The white mist all around was becoming thicker, and visibility was dropping rapidly. Suddenly, a girl let out a scream. She had fallen. In the forest, the ground was covered with dead branches and fallen leaves. Because everyone was wearing swimwear and flip-flops, it was very inconvenient to run, and once they fell, they would scrape their skin. The girl was afraid of being left behind and scrambled to get up. Are we just going to keep running like this? Li Taiwu looked at the thick fog surrounding them. Given the distance they had fled, they should have run out of the manor and onto the highway long ago. But they had not. Lin Baici was concise and to the point. Li Taiwu did not have high emotional intelligence, but he was not stupid. He knew Lin Baici would not care about his status as the heir to the Li family. So, he did not throw a tantrum like a young master, but instead spoke quietly to Jin Yingxin. Yingxin, with our identities, the god hunters of Sejong will definitely come. I think it is safe here. Why don't we hide? Li Taiwu's stamina was poor, and if he kept running, he would be exhausted. He wanted to conserve his energy and wanted Jin Yingxin to persuade Lin Baici. I listened to Appa. Jin Yingxin followed Lin Baici's lead in everything. Go around the front. Lin Baici veered to the left. What is going on? Everyone was confused, but they followed along anyway. This scene left Li Taiwu feeling helpless. I feel like he is just running around blindly. Even if he is running blindly, follow him, Jin Yingxin urged. Stop talking nonsense. Do you want to live? If you want to live, do as he says. Li Taiwu thought to himself. I am at least the future heir to the Samseon group. Is this the attitude you have toward me? Just as he was considering whether to try and persuade Lin Baici, the soil in front of them suddenly erupted like a volcano. A monster over 2 meters tall burst out from underground, charging toward them like a giant mammoth. The crowd screamed in terror and scattered in all directions. This monster had a bulky, obese physique, looking like a collection of rotting meat. It was not only tattered and decayed, oozing pus and dark red blood, but it also emitted a thick, nauseating stench on its face. Maggots stained with mud crawled back and forth, occasionally burrowing into its eye sockets or crawling out of its ears. The monster took a deep breath, its chest swelling instantly. The next moment, it spat out forcefully. Thuff, thuff. Clusters of acid the size of coconuts were sprayed toward the crowd. Splat. A girl was hit by a cluster of acid. Her skin immediately began to corrode, emitting white smoke, and within seconds, her red muscle tissue was exposed. Save me. The unlucky girl rolled on the ground in agony. The monster was bulky, but its speed was not slow at all. Its large feet thudded against the ground, and it quickly reached the fallen girl. It grabbed her arm, lifted her up, and then lowered its head to take a bite out of her. Crunch, crunch. The monster gnawed on the girl as if it were eating a chicken leg. After a few bites, it discarded her and lunged toward another girl not far away. At this moment, one could tell who was smart and who was not. People like Li Dahai hid directly beside Lin Baici, while others, foolish and panicked, simply ran without looking where they were going, just wanting to get away from the monster first. Li Taiwu saw that Lin Baici had stopped moving. He reached out to pull him, urging him anxiously, "Run! You were running when there was no monster. So why aren't you running now that there is one? Are you crazy?" However, Li Taiwu lacked the strength to budge Lin Baici at all. The monster caught up to the girl and slapped her. The girl was sent rolling like a bowling ball, her upper body, where she had been struck, bent at an unnatural angle. It was clear she would not survive. The monster looked around and, noticing that Lin Baici's group had not moved, immediately charged toward them. Li Taiwu shouted twice. Seeing that he couldn't move Lin Baici and that the monster had already charged within 10 meters, he ran. Choi Se-hyo was also terrified and followed Li Taiwu as he fled. However, Li Dahai, even though her legs were trembling, stood her ground. She looked at Lin Baici standing there with a calm expression. The girl from Juzhou who seemed underage, and the oldest Miss Jin were also incredibly composed. Their confidence and calmness clearly stemmed from that man from Juzhou. "Damn it! I'll take a gamble and trust this man once. If I win, I eat meat. If I lose, I die," just as the monster, reeking of a thick, fishy stench, lunged to within 3 meters of them. A burly, muscular man wearing only a pair of shorts appeared. "Is this a monk?" Amidst Li Dahai's inexplicable astonishment, the muscular Buddha slapped the monster across the face. Snack! Its strength was immense. The monster spun around like a giant top. The crowd, who had been in a state of panic, were left stunned, frozen on the spot. Chapter 256. Is my blade no longer sharp? Or is his neck too hard? In the mist-filled forest, the muscular Buddha statue stood there, mysterious, powerful, and invincible, like a war god descending to subdue demons. The white mist exhaled from its mouth merged with the gray fog. The fierce, foul-smelling monster spun a dozen times before wobbling to a stop. It looked up at the muscular Buddha in a daze. The muscular Buddha grinned like a soul-reaping demon, and then its palm leaf-sized right hand struck the monster's head again. This time, the force was even greater. Before everyone's eyes, the monster's head visibly deformed and then exploded. Flesh, skull fragments, eyeballs, and teeth shattered like gravel scattered everywhere like falling flower petals, raining down onto the ground. Sizzle. Blood sprayed from the neck cavity like a fountain, gorgeous yet bloody. Such a terrifying and violent scene left everyone trembling in fear, holding their breath. Some of the timid women even began to shiver. The temperature in the forest seemed to have dropped even further. The monster's headless corpse swayed and collapsed to the ground. The stench and the smell of blood mingled, permeating the air and drilling into everyone's nostrils. Li Dahai wanted to vomit, but she quickly covered her mouth. The muscular Buddha turned its head, its emotionless gaze sweeping over the humans. Whoosh! At that moment, everyone's hair stood on end, as if they were being gripped by an invisible giant hand that intended to tear their skin right off. No one ran, because they were terrified. They had thought the fat monster was already horrifying, but they hadn't expected it to be less than an ant in front of this Buddha statue, killed with a single slap. Is this the boss? A bit weak. Lin Baici walked up to the monster and kicked its corpse. The muscular Buddha pressed its palms together, bowed to the corpse, and then vanished. Everyone let out a sigh of relief. Some of the girls, who had long since reached their limit, could no longer hold on and collapsed to the ground. Li Taiwu gathered his courage and walked back. Was that big Buddha summoned using a god-forbidden item? Yeah, Lin Baici replied casually. Will you sell it? Li Taiwu guessed that Lin Baici would not sell it, but he wanted it too much. The overbearing power of the muscle Buddha had conquered him in just 2 slaps. Name your price. Li Taiwu swallowed hard, his eyes filled with hope. Lin Baici glanced at Li Taiwu. You can't afford it. This man was the heir to the Samseong group, a big shot who would influence the political landscape of Korea in the future. If anyone had said there was something he couldn't afford, people would have scoffed. But right now, even Li Taiwu felt that Lin Baici's words were perfectly reasonable. Besides, even if I sold it to you, you wouldn't be able to use it. The muscle Buddha would occasionally have a fit and attack the holder of the Bodhisattva. Without some real ability, one would be slapped to death by the giant Buddha. What do we do now? We didn't want Lin Baici and Li Taiwu to have a falling out, so she quickly changed the subject. Should we continue to run for our lives? Everyone looked at Lin Baici, waiting for his orders. The boss is dead. Kill all the monsters to purify the rule-based pollution, the God Eater commented. After killing this boss, the number of monsters would no longer increase, and their self-healing abilities would decline. Back to the villa. Kill the monsters. Lin Baici started walking back. Are you crazy? We finally managed to escape, and now we're going back. God Lin, let's think this over. Appa, please reconsider. No one wanted to go back, and they all chimed in to dissuade Lin Baici. You can stay here and wait for rescue. The god hunters from Sejongjiang should be arriving soon, right? Lin Baici didn't want to wait. He wanted to get out as soon as possible. Moreover, if he had the chance, he wanted to catch the mastermind behind this and sell him to Li Taiwu. That should be worth at least a few $100,000, right? After joining the Juzhou Security Bureau, Lin Baici's annual salary was over 100 million, so his requirements for a house had increased. He should at least buy a large flat, right? But houses in Haijing were too expensive. Lin Baici would have to save for at least half a year. But he felt that after this trip to Korea, he could make a large sum of extra money. Let's all stay together, everyone urged, thinking that following the big thigh of Lin Baici would surely be safer. Li Taiwu, if I catch the person who wants to kill you, how much are you willing to pay? Lin Baici asked with a smile. Hell, Li Taiwu was stunned. Then his expression darkened. I will personally give you $1 million. And my father should be able to give you another sum on top of that. What if it's a live one? Lin Baici estimated that the chances of catching a live one were slim. But what if a live one? Li Taiwu wondered if he really had that kind of ability. But then he thought of that overbearing muscle Buddha. Then I'll add another million. If it were a live captive, the Li family could use the situation to reap significant benefits. Wait for my news. Lin Baici snapped his fingers and walked toward the villa. Huoyu and Jin Yingjin quickly followed. Li Taiwu took a few steps after them but stopped. His life was too precious. He didn't want to take any risks. Li Duhui hesitated for a moment before jogging to catch up with Lin Baici. She wanted to get to know a powerful god hunter, and today was clearly a good opportunity. Chui Shiksho also wanted to follow, but the fear in her heart ultimately prevailed. Besides, Lin Baici was from Juzhou and would definitely leave Korea. But Li Taiwu was different. Chui Shiksho usually had no chance to get close to Li Taiwu. Now that she had won, she naturally had to show great devotion. If something intimate could happen, that would be even better. Out of dozens of Koreans, only Li Duhui had followed them. After the little fish girl asked, she remembered she had spoken in the Juzhou language, which the other party shouldn't understand. But she had clearly underestimated Li Duhui's education. They are all fools. Following Appa gives us the best chance of survival. Li Duhui flattered him. For a foreigner, her Juzhou language was quite good. Appa, catching him alive is too dangerous. It's not worth it for $2 million, Jin Yingjin advised. Want money? I have it. It's a pity the Dozyang conglomerate isn't mine, otherwise I could just support Appa. That's right. What if he goes back on his word and doesn't pay? Huoyu worried. Although the possibility was low, what if, after all, this was Korea, and their influence was deeply rooted? He won't pay. Lin Baici laughed. Hey, is my blade no longer sharp? Or is his neck too hard? The meaning behind Lin Baici's words was self-evident. If Li Taiwu dared to welch on the debt, then he could just wait to die. Huoyu didn't catch the implication. But Jin Yingjin looked at Li Duhui immediately. Li Duhui wasn't stupid either. She acted as if she hadn't understood Lin Baici's words, keeping her head down and pretending to be confused. But inside, she was shocked. This god Lin is so overbearing. It shouldn't be that easy to just kill Li Taiwu. Since I dared to say it out loud, I'm not afraid of you hearing it. Lin Baici curled his lips. He actually hoped Li Dui would tell Li Taiwu to give that guy a heads up. I wouldn't dare. I will remember this life-saving grace forever. Li Dui immediately began to bow. Li Taiwu looked at the surrounding fog, feeling conflicted. According to the current situation, the monsters were all concentrated at the villa. The further away from that building they were, the safer they should be. But the problem was, what if there were monsters ahead too? In my opinion, let's just wait here. If we encounter monsters, it won't be too late to chase after Lin Baici. Lin Baici had left, and Cui Shixiao, out of consideration for Li Taiwu's face, no longer referred to him as God Lin. That works too. Li Taiwu rubbed his nose and looked around. It stank here, and he wanted to find another place to rest. As soon as he moved, everyone naturally followed. Who created this rule-based pollution? What is their purpose? Why haven't the people from Sejong arrived yet? Jin Yingxian seems to like that guy from Juzhou. Temporarily safe. Everyone had the leisure to chat. Shut up, everyone, keep quiet. Li Taiwu cursed, saying, it is so chaotic here. What if you attract the monsters? You are still the cautious one. Cui Shixiao offered a fawning smile, flattering him. Get lost. Li Taiwu did not like this older woman. He looked at the nearby trees, wondering if he should hide up in one. Cui Shixiao felt embarrassed, but she could not afford to lose face if she wanted an opportunity. So she did not walk away. Seeing Li Taiwu start to climb a tree, the others suddenly realized what to do and scattered, beginning to look for trees that were easy to climb. Suddenly, a figure waving one arm rushed out from the mist. Because the fog was very thick, she was already very close to everyone by the time she charged out. There is a monster, someone shouted, and the previously calm atmosphere instantly descended into panic. Nanju, Li Taiwu's pupils constricted. That was his fiancée, but at this moment, her hair was disheveled. She was covered in blood, and as she roared with her mouth wide open, one could see bits of flesh between her teeth. Cui Shixiao's body shuddered violently, and she turned and ran. Li Taiwu used his hands and feet, climbing up the tree like a monkey. Park Nanju seemed to still have an impression of Li Taiwu, or perhaps she had heard his voice, so she ran straight toward him. When she reached the tree, she jumped a few times but could not get up, so she went to chase Cui Shixiao instead. This washed-up actress panicked. Don't chase me, Cui Shixiao ran back, trying to chase after Lin Baici. She regretted it to death now. She should have just followed Lin Baici earlier. Are you all even men? Hurry up and kill this monster. Everyone remained indifferent, prioritizing their own survival. Park Nanju, having turned into a monster, ran very fast and did not care about exhausting her stamina. Cui Shixiao ran more than 70 meters, her legs beginning to ache. Moreover, because she was wearing flip-flops, it was difficult to gain traction in the woodland, and her feet were being cut by dead branches and fallen leaves. She knew that if she kept running like this, she would be caught before she could even see Lin Baici. So she set her sights on a crooked tree and tried to climb it. Cui Shixiao had never climbed a tree before. At this moment, she scrambled up, hugging the trunk, the rough bark scraping against her thighs and torso, causing her immense pain. God Lin, help me, Cui Shixiao screamed, crying uncontrollably. She climbed 5 meters up before her arms gave out. She slid downward, which nearly scared her to death. Just as she hugged the trunk tightly, intending to scramble back up, Park Nanju ran over, leaped, and slammed into her back, grabbing the strap of her swimsuit as she did so. Cui Shixiao was knocked down, and before she could save herself, Park Nanju bit into her back. Cui Shixiao's scream was filled with despair. She was so angry. No wonder Li Dui could become a top actress when an opportunity was placed in front of her. She knew how to make the right choice. And these men like Li Taiwu, they were truly fucking useless. After Park Nanju bit Cui Shixiao's back until it was tattered, she left. A few minutes passed, and Cui Shixiao stood up, swayed for a few steps, and suddenly began to run toward the villa. When Lin Baici and the other 3 returned to the manor, there were no living people left. Zombies wearing swimsuits were wandering around aimlessly. Before, they had vied for beauty and displayed their lovely figures. Now, they had all become monsters. Of course, men with peculiar tastes might prefer them the way they were now. You all hide well. I am going in. Lin Baici held a bronze sword in his left hand and a pine torch in his right, transforming into a dual-wielding berserker, ready to start a massacre. Li Dehui grabbed Lin Baici, her eyes full of worry. Is it really okay to just go in like this? It is too dangerous. Xiao Bai is very strong. Huo Yuyu gripped her voodoo staff, ready to provide support at any moment. Jin Yingxin rolled her eyes. Do you think Li Dehui doesn't know that? This woman is deliberately acting cute. Lin Baici ignored Li Dehui, shook off her hand, and entered the manor. The Korean girl was immediately happy. My Appa would never like such a seductive, cheap woman. Whoosh! Lin Baici whistled. The zombies wandering in the courtyard heard the noise, stopped in unison, turned their heads to look, and the next moment, they lunged at Lin Baici like mad dogs. Lin Baici started running. A few seconds later, he reached the fastest female zombie and swung his bronze sword. Swish! The monster was split in two, blood and internal organs spilling out. Having succeeded in his strike, Lin Baici turned and ran. The monsters chased him frantically, gathering from all directions. Soon, a long train of monsters was trailing behind him. Yuyu, give them one. Lin Baici shouted. Huo Yuyu, who had been waiting, immediately aimed her staff at the monsters and channeled her divine power. A bolt of lightning shot out, striking the monsters and instantly turning 7 or 8 of them into charred husks that emitted black smoke. The others were also stunned and dizzy, their speed slowing down and their formation loosening. Lin Baici immediately turned back to kill them. The muscular Buddha also appeared. It did not use a barrage of Buddha fists but instead slapped them with rage, blowing up ahead with every strike and causing blood to splatter everywhere. Lin Baici kept his distance, not only because he did not want to be splattered with blood, but also because he was worried the muscular Buddha might suddenly ambush him. Is this what a god hunter is? Li Dehui watched Lin Baici slaughter those monsters as if he were chopping vegetables, and she suddenly became full of interest in this profession. Isn't this more interesting than filming a movie? The monsters in front of him were easy to kill, but Lin Baici never let his guard down. Those mutated zombies were the real enemies. Sure enough, when he ran to the base of the villa, a female zombie smashed through a second-floor window, leaped into the air, and lunged straight at Lin Baici. Careful! Jin Yingxin and Huo Yuyu screamed. Lin Baici rolled on the ground, dodging the zombie's pounce while simultaneously throwing his bronze sword. Whoosh! The dragon-tooth flying sword whistled through the air, carrying a faint green glow, and with a soft thud, it pierced into the head of the mutated female zombie. Thump! The female zombie fell to the ground. She was not completely dead yet and was still struggling. Lin Baici walked over, pulled out his bronze sword, decapitated it, and then looked around. Where was the culprit? Don't let them get away. On the highway, 3 Mercedes-Benz vehicles were speeding, running red lights one after another as they rushed toward the manor. Faster, faster, faster. If Li Taiwu dies, our big benefactor will be furious, the team leader roared. Chapter 257. I knew absolutely nothing about how powerful God Lin is. The ground of the manor was littered with corpses. The blood flowing from them was like rainwater after a storm, having pooled into a thick layer, with puddles forming in the low-lying areas. A pungent, bloody stench assaulted the nose. Achoo! Lin Baici stood by the poolside and sneezed. He looked around with a hint of confusion. The monsters seemed to have all been killed. So why was there still no sign of the mist dissipating? Could there be some still hiding? Logically, that shouldn't be the case. The commotion he made while killing the monsters was so loud that any monster would have been drawn to him, unless it was the mutated kind that possessed intelligence and knew how to hide. That would be troublesome. Lin Baici did not like playing hide and seek. How'd Lin? They're all dead. Li Dehui was incredibly happy. She felt like doing a hula dance on the spot to celebrate. She had actually been afraid that Lin Baici would use her as cannon fodder, but now it seemed he didn't need to at all. I knew absolutely nothing about how powerful God Lin is, Li Dehui sighed, feeling like she wanted to prostrate herself and kowtow to Lin Baici 3 times. Is it over? Huo Yuyu stood on her tiptoes and looked around. Why was there still mist? Just as Lin Baici was wondering where to find the remaining monsters, a wind suddenly picked up, and the mist began to dissipate rapidly, growing thin. Lin Baici frowned. The gluttonous god had said that once all the monsters were killed, the rule-based pollution would be purified. But the problem was that he hadn't killed them all. So what was going on now? Did the attacker realize that things were not going their way and decide to proactively retract the divine taboo item to retreat? Gurgle. Lin Baici's stomach suddenly growled. He was hungry. This immediately perked him up. Where is it? Lin Baici turned in all directions, carefully sensing his surroundings. 3 o'clock direction. Let's go. Lin Baici immediately gave chase. Hunger radar, I'm counting on you. Li Duhui reacted even faster than Huoyu and Jin Yingzhen, quickly running after Lin Baici. It was very inconvenient to run in flip-flops, but she persisted, because only by following Lin Baici could she survive. In order to catch the person, Lin Baici moved very quickly. A minute later, he had left the 3 girls far behind, out of sight. 7 or 8 minutes later, he suddenly burst out of the mist and appeared in a dense forest in the suburbs. The lawn was lush and green, and the plane trees reached toward the sky. This was definitely a great place for camping, but at this moment, there was not a single soul around. Lin Baici activated one breath, 100 flavors. A scent of sweat and blood immediately flooded his nasal cavity, and he immediately followed the trail. After another quarter of an hour, a park appeared ahead, where a few people could be seen scattered about, camping, walking dogs, playing baseball. They were all people who had come to the suburbs to relax and play on the weekend. Everything looked normal. Lin Baici sniffed, slowed his pace, and swept his gaze over these people. On his face, he deliberately showed anxiety and irritation, then walked forward with quick steps. On the west side of the park was a running track, below which was a gentle slope over 2 meters high planted with grass. A man and a woman were sitting there, whispering to each other. A few meters away from them lay a mountain bike on the lawn, as if they were a couple who had grown tired from cycling and were taking a break. Zheng Daking leaned on the grass with his left arm, lying on his side. With one hand, he took a potato chip from the bag in front of him and tossed it into his mouth. Crunch, crunch. Zheng Daking appeared to be chatting idly with his girlfriend, but in his heart, he was thinking entirely about Lin Baici. Damn it, this guy actually chased him all the way here. Does he have a dog's nose? Zheng Daking was incredibly annoyed. This operation should have been foolproof. After killing Li Taiwu and Jin Yingzhen, he would have immediately boarded a plane to leave, distancing himself from this whirlpool, and then taken his massive commission to enjoy a wonderful year-long vacation. But now, it was all over. Why didn't anyone tell me in advance that the young man beside Jin Yingzhen was a divine hunter, and that he was so strong? Zheng Daking recalled the muscular Buddha that Lin Baici had summoned, which had slapped the boss to death with a single blow. Damn it! Who exactly is the monster? Even a mutated zombie couldn't beat that thing? Zheng Daking was so angry he could vomit blood. If it weren't for this young man, he would have succeeded 100%. Because the zombie horde created by his divine grace and divine taboo item was simply a team-wiping weapon. Forget it. I should just think about how to leave Korea as soon as possible. With the assassination failed, he would have to face the retaliation of the Samseon group. Fortunately, Jin Yingzhen probably didn't know she was also a target and would think she just happened to get caught up in it. In that case, the decent conglomerate shouldn't come after him. Zheng Daking glanced at the young man out of the corner of his eye. He was running on the track, passing by him, seemingly intent on continuing the chase. Zheng Daking had a very strong mental fortitude. He didn't show any joy at having deceived the enemy. But the next moment, his brows suddenly furrowed. This guy has a space-type divine taboo item, so he must have a vehicle like a motorcycle, right? Then, why isn't he using it? It must be because he has already found the enemy. As soon as Zheng Daking thought of this, he immediately sprang up, and at the same time, the girl beside him moved. Blocking in front of him, whoosh! A flying stone struck with lightning speed. Before it could hit Zheng Daking, it was blocked by the girl. The stone hit the girl's eye socket, blowing out her eyeball, shattering her brow bone, and causing a piece of her skull to fly off. Splash! Fresh blood and bits of brain matter splattered onto Zheng Daking's face. A second stone flew toward him, but Zheng Daking had already rolled away, dodging it. The wind blew, causing the green grass to sway. Zheng Daking stood up and looked at the young man standing on the track, who was staring right at him. What flaw did I reveal? Zheng Daking believed his acting was excellent, and there were no holes in his disguise. Lin Baici rubbed his nose. Although this man had changed Li Jing's clothes, she had spent time in the manor and still carried the scent of blood on her. He could smell it from hundreds of meters away. Can we talk? Zheng Daking did not want to fight. Lin Baici ignored the man, who looked to be 27 or 28 with a typical Korean face, and instead looked at the girl. Half of her head had been blown away, yet she still stood up unsteadily and walked in front of Zheng Daking to act as his human shield. Do you like this girl? Lin Baici hadn't seen Li Jing earlier and had suspected she had escaped with the enemy, but he hadn't expected her to have turned into a monster. This girl was the lead actress of last year's hit, The Angel's Wedding Dress. Known for being as pure as falling snow in the Arctic, I'm her fan. Zheng Daking spat on the ground. Since he had been discovered, he stopped acting. At worst, he would just have a fair fight, though his odds of winning didn't seem very high. In the depths of Zheng Daking's eyes, there was a thick layer of worry, because the other party had turned his own trap against him and had almost succeeded in ambushing him. It's truly miserable to have a fan like you. Lin Baici curled his lip. Being able to become my collection is her honor. Zheng Daking glanced at Li Jing. Can you turn people into zombies? Lin Baici was curious. His mouth was secreting saliva, and he felt an urgent impulse to feed. You asked him many questions. As soon as Zheng Daking finished speaking, he suddenly pulled out a pistol and opened fire on Lin Baici. Bang! Bang! The gunshots shattered the tranquility of the suburban park, and a flock of pigeons, startled, flapped their wings and flew into the sky. This was the first time Lin Baici had faced an opponent with a gun, so he didn't bother holding back his strength and immediately activated his divine grace. Lightning flash. Everything in Lin Baici's vision slowed down. He could even see the bullets flying slowly like insects. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The red clay figures hiding in the grass fired stones in rapid succession. Li Jing immediately rushed to Zheng Daking's side to act as a human shield, while Zheng Daking clenched his right fist and slammed it into the ground. The grass and mud surged instantly, rising from the ground to condense into 5 2-meter-tall undead puppets, which then strode toward Lin Baici. The muscle Buddha appeared and charged to meet them. With every step it took, grass clippings flew, leaving behind a massive footprint. The Buddha fist is invincible. It only kills, never saves. Or bang, bang. Those undead puppets were all smashed to pieces. Seeing this, Zheng Daking's pupils shrank violently. Although he had estimated that his puppets probably couldn't beat the opponent, he had hoped to use their numbers to stall for time. He hadn't expected them to be wiped out in a single encounter. This is too terrifying, isn't it? And how did this guy dodge the bullets just now? I didn't even see it clearly. Right, those stones flying from the grass were also sharp. Although the frequency of the attacks wasn't high, the accuracy was absurd. If Li Jing hadn't been guarding him, he would have been hit several times already. I have to run, otherwise I'm done for today, damn it. Why is this kid so strong? For divine hunters to become stronger, they need meteor stones, divine grace, and divine taboo items, all of which require constant exploration of divine runes to obtain. So age is a very important indicator. This young man in front of him couldn't be even 20 years old, right? How many divine ruins could he have entered? Yet this guy has quite a few trump cards. Could he be the biological son of some dragon-level big shot? Zheng Daking felt very depressed. If they were in a busy downtown area, he definitely wouldn't fear Lin Baici, because his divine grace could create a large number of undead to wear the opponent down. But here, there were too few people. Wait for him to chase, then blow him up. Zheng Daking still had one move, corpse explosion. He could make Li Jing explode like a bomb, and anyone stained by her flesh and blood would have a certain chance of turning into an undead. This Lin Baici is a divine hunter with a strong physical constitution, so the chance of him turning into an undead is probably low. But this explosion should be enough to injure him. Lin Baici gave chase. and the pharaoh's shroud on his left wrist unfurled like a venomous snake, wrapping around his body before rapidly tightening. Lin Baici was completely covered in bandages, looking just like a mummy. Zheng Daking felt completely numb. Just how many divine taboo items does this Jujo person have? Looking at this, his defense is so high that the corpse explosion probably won't work, and his other divine graces likely won't be able to break through that defense either. Forget it. Time to run for my life. Zheng Daking gave up the idea of ambushing Lin Baici and was about to flee with all his might when the young man suddenly extended his left hand. A black, arc-shaped claw, swirling with black energy, whistled out and shot forward with extreme speed. Chapter 258 Harvesting the Spoils, a nice little profit. Death's Grasp. Lin Baici hadn't used this divine grace since he obtained it. He finally got to break it in. Zheng Daking had just wanted to dodge, but he had already been grabbed by the claw with its sharp nails, and he immediately felt dizzy and nauseated. This was the additional effect of this divine grace. Oh no. Zheng Daking's face turned to shock. He might actually fall here today, but he wasn't panicked, because with his background, Lin Baici would never dare to touch him. Once Death's Grasp landed, it pulled Zheng Daking back. Lin Baici aimed at his right arm and slashed down, flesh-shattering strike. He had said he would sell the captive to Li Tai alive, but he never said the person had to be in one piece. Cutting off two arms would significantly reduce the danger. Don't kill me, Zheng Daking shouted. I am with the eclipse of darkness. Let us talk this over. At the same time, Zheng Daking activated a defensive divine favor. His skin turned an earthy gray, and the stratum cornum hardened, as if a layer of scales had grown over him. Clang! The bronze sword struck Zheng Daking's shoulder with precision, but it failed to land a clean hit. Instead, it sparked upon impact, slicing only half an inch into the flesh without even touching the bone. Damn it! Lin Baici was annoyed and swung the sword for a second strike. Overlord stripping armor. No clothes to cover the body. What kind of weapon and divine favor is this? Zheng Daking was terrified. His 100 dragon scale armor had an incredibly high defense. Even heavy machine gun bullets could not penetrate it. Yet it had been sliced open by a single sword strike. If another strike landed, wouldn't he be finished? So, he hurriedly begged for mercy. Show mercy. I am with the eclipse of darkness, Ka. Zheng Daking was only halfway through his sentence when it turned into a shrill scream. With one swing of Lin Baici's sword, Zheng Daking's entire arm was severed. Blood gushed out like a fountain, fraying onto the lawn. It was so painful. Ever since Zheng Daking had obtained the 100 dragon scale armor, he had never suffered such a severe injury. Now, he was shocked, furious, and panicked, seeing that the guy from the Kyushu Security Bureau was raising his bronze sword again. He grew desperate. Why are you still cutting? Didn't I beg for mercy? If he weren't being held by the grip of the death god, Zheng Daking would have definitely knelt down and called him daddy. Lin Baici's long sword stopped at Zheng Daking's shoulder. It wasn't because the guy was begging for mercy, but because the god of gluttony had provided a critique. If you strike again, he will die. Seeing Lin Baici stop, Zheng Daking let out a long, ragged breath. He felt his bladder loosen, and a warm stream wet his crotch. Lin Baici frowned deeply. His sense of smell was extremely sharp now. He could detect even the slightest odor. So even without looking at Zheng Daking's wet pants, he knew the guy had pissed himself. Damn it! Lin Baici held the bronze sword upright and used the flat of the blade like a racket, slapping it against Zheng Daking's face. Snack! A red mark was left behind. For someone like you, you are only good at bullying ordinary people, Lin Baici said with disdain. The grip of the death god ended, and Zheng Daking fell to the ground. Help me stop the bleeding, quickly. Help me stop the bleeding. Zheng Daking pressed his hand against his shoulder and roared at Lin Baici. Who do you think you are? Lin Baici flew into a kick, striking Zheng Daking in the head and sending him tumbling away, rolling several times. I am with the eclipse of darkness. If you treat me like this, your whole family will pay with their lives, Zheng Daking bellowed, still yelling. Lin Baici was speechless. He walked forward, preparing to turn up the intensity on this captive. Seeing Lin Baici about to strike, Zheng Daking scrambled away like a giant maggot, trying to put distance between them. At the same time, a question dawned on him. Do you not know the terrifying name of the Eclipse of Darkness? Zheng Daking asked. Even if you were the Jade Emperor himself, you would still die today. Although Zheng Daking looked like he had been cowed, Lin Baici still did not undo the Pharaoh's shroud, leaving him wrapped up like a mummy. Damn, you haven't even heard of the Eclipse of Darkness. Are you even qualified to be a god hunter? Zheng Daking was shocked. Wasn't this common knowledge in the hunter circle? Why didn't this guy know? With a trash organization like yours, I doubt it's that strong anyway, Lin Baici mocked. Zheng Daking was rendered speechless. You make a good point. I actually cannot refute that. Seeing Lin Baici about to move again, Zheng Daking hurriedly explained. I am an outer member, not core. But if something happens to me, my boss will still avenge me because the dignity of the Eclipse of Darkness cannot be violated. Before Zheng Daking could finish his sentence, Lin Baici grabbed him by the collar, hauled him up, and unleashed a barrage of backhanded slaps. Slap, slap. Where are the divine taboo items on you? Are you going to hand them over yourself? Or do I have to search you? Lin Baici's eyes were fierce. Like a hungry wolf hunting for prey. Gurgle. Lin Baici's stomach growled. The hunger was becoming unbearable, giving him the urge to devour the person in front of him. Damn it. Are you fucking kidding me? You are so powerful. If you aren't a Lion King, you must be at the violent bear level. And you are telling me you don't know the Eclipse of Darkness. Zheng Daking was frantic because this identity was his greatest trump card, one that could guarantee his survival. But now, the other party had no idea who they were. This was awkward. Lin Baici's answer was simple. He slapped him 8 more times. Zheng Daking's face swelled up visibly. I was wrong. The earring on my left earlobe is a divine taboo item. Take it. Just stop hitting me. What? Zheng Daking started to cry, feeling heartbroken and desperate. A pair of paralysis earrings. Both must be touched simultaneously. Touching only one will result in a massive electric shock, causing full body paralysis. In severe cases, it can cause sudden death on the spot. The god of gluttony commented. Lin Baici narrowed his eyes. Where is the other one? Zheng Daking looked blank, pretending not to understand. But deep down he was shocked. Was this guy testing him? Or did he really know about this divine taboo item? Swish! Lin Baici's hand moved, and the sword fell, severing Zheng Daking's left arm. Rolling on the ground in pain, sweating profusely. If you want to talk, just talk. Why are you cutting my arm off? Seeing Lin Baici about to strike again, Zheng Daking gave in. It's in my belly button. Lin Baici used the tip of his sword to flick open Zheng Daking's clothes and took a look. The guy had pierced his navel and was wearing the other earring there. Disgusting. Lin Baici did not want to dirty his hands, but this item was, after all, a god-forbidden object that could be sold for a significant amount of meteor coins. So, he had to make do. He swung his blade repeatedly, slicing off Zheng Daking's ears and the earrings on his earlobes. Then, Lin Baici took 2 small black spheres out of his black altar bowl. These were black coffins, tools specifically used to seal god-forbidden objects. This guy really does have a spatial god-forbidden object. Zheng Daking felt envious. Even among the circle of hunters, spatial god-forbidden objects were rare and highly sought after, the kind that were priceless and unavailable on the market. Yet, this guy actually had one. So, which dragon-level big shot from Kyushu is he the legitimate son of? In Zheng Daking's view, Lin Baici was far too young. Relying on his own strength, he absolutely could not have obtained so many divine favors and top-tier god-forbidden objects. Lin Baici bent down, using both hands to pick up the 2 earrings and place them into the box. Damn it, Zheng Daking cursed inwardly, then hesitated about his previous judgment. Could this guy be a big shot himself? And he used some kind of god-forbidden object to make himself look young. Otherwise, why would he know the details of these earrings? I cannot ambush him anymore. How infuriating. Tell me, where is the god-forbidden object you used to create the zombies? Lin Baici urged him. Xiao Bai, Jin Yingchen, and the others arrived. Li Dui seemed accustomed to seeing big scenes, and her ability to handle pressure was quite good. Seeing Zheng Daking with his arms severed did not cause her any discomfort, though she did take a few extra looks at the corpse of Li Jing nearby. The entertainment industry always said that Li Jing had the potential to surpass Li Duhui's achievements. But that was certainly impossible now, as she was dead. Jung Daking's lips trembled. He did not want to say. The third tooth from the bottom left in its mouth comes from a zombie. Anyone bitten by this tooth will be infected with the virus and turn into an undead. In human games and film works, these undead are called zombies, the gluttonous god commented. Lin Baici looked at Jung Daking, feeling somewhat astonished. This is too ruthless, right? He actually embedded a zombie's tooth into his own mouth. Isn't this disgusting? Lin Baici estimated that the god hunters of Sejongro would be arriving soon, so he needed to hurry and loot the spoils. He crouched down beside Jung Daking, grabbed his hair, and pulled it back, forcing him to lift his head. "Youth, what are you doing?" Jung Daking was covered in cold sweat, pulling teeth. The two simple words shattered Jung Daking's final line of psychological defense. Woo! Jung Daking began to cry. "If I had known this job was so dangerous, I wouldn't have taken it. Now, not only is the mission uncompleted, but I am also going to lose my life." And how did he know that the god-forbidden object was the tooth in my mouth? Even my own boss doesn't know that. Despair, helplessness, to avoid physical pain. Jung Daking did not struggle. He opened his mouth wide and let Lin Baici do as he pleased. Lin Baici found it dirty and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Could the muscle Buddha handle this kind of dirty work? Jung Daking was stunned when the muscle Buddha suddenly appeared. "I am not resisting. Why did you summon it out?" Before Jung Daking could finish his sentence, the muscle Buddha's thick fingers poked into his mouth. The muscle Buddha could not handle delicate work like pulling a specific tooth, so it simply grabbed 3 of them and yanked them out by force. Fresh blood flowed down the corners of Jung Daking's mouth. Is this guy the mastermind? Although Jung Daking looked miserable, we felt no sympathy for him at all, because in just this short while, the rule-based pollution he created had killed hundreds of people. Is this a god-forbidden object? Well, you watched with curiosity, but it just looked completely ordinary. If you get bitten by it, you will turn into a zombie, Lin Baici explained. It was a pity. Jung Daking controlled the zombies through divine favor, so he couldn't get his hands on that. Tell me, who was your target for assassination? And who is the mastermind behind the scenes? Seeing that Jung Daking had lost quite a bit of blood, Lin Baici took out some hemostatic medicine and bandages to dress his wounds. Honestly, the people from Sejongro are so slow. I already told you. It is the Eclipse of Darkness. Jung Daking was on the verge of tears. Hearing this name, Jin Yingxin was shocked. Her entire body going numb. Chapter 259 Eclipse of Darkness, Red Moon Thunder. A light breeze blew from the artificial lake in the distance, ruffling Jin Yingxin's hair. Have you heard of this organization? Lin Baici was curious. Judging by the captive's attitude, it seemed like this terrorist organization was quite formidable. A very mysterious and powerful dark force. Every core member possesses the ability to easily wipe out an entire city. Jin Yingxin looked at Jung Daking. I heard this from my cousin. The members of the Eclipse of Darkness, in terms of destructive power alone, can be called human-shaped nuclear bombs. Lin Baici had thought it was a faction similar to the Lost Coast. The most terrifying thing about them is that they have no concept of good and evil, no moral bottom line. The goal they pursue is to evolve into gods, and for that, they can sacrifice everything. Jin Yingxin heard from Jin Xian that the members of the Eclipse of Darkness no longer had any identification or sense of belonging to the human race, considering themselves a higher species. Xiaobai is my god, Wu Yu pouted. If she could become Lin Baiqi's girlfriend, walk down the aisle with him, and spend the rest of her life happily, she wouldn't even want to be a god. Are you scared now? Jung Daking sneered. Who is your boss? Lin Baici took out a new mobile phone, swapped the SIM card, and crouched down beside Jung Daking. I will dial the number for you, call him over. Are you joking? Jung Daking looked stunned, then realized Lin Baici was serious, which shocked him. Are you not afraid of death? I am not afraid of death. I am afraid of being hungry. Lin Baici thought to himself. I am a man who has even eaten gods. Do you think I would be afraid of your Eclipse of Darkness? Are you powerful enough to eat a god? Call your boss here. Lin Baici was no reckless fool. He had disrupted this man's assassination plan and even pocketed 2 divine taboo items. The grudge was already set in stone. The other party would likely seek revenge. And rather than waiting passively, It was better to strike first. Besides, this was Korea. If anything happened, the people from Sojong-jin would be the ones to take the heat first. Jung Daking did not provide a number. What is wrong? Lin Baici chuckled, his tone heavy with sarcasm. So, you were lying to me after all. I only have a one-way connection with my boss. Jung Daking sighed. To put it bluntly, he was just a dog for his boss. And this mission was something his boss had suddenly ordered him to do. Otherwise, as someone born and raised here who knew the power of the Samseong group and the decent conglomerate, how could he possibly dare to assassinate a member of their family? What is your boss's nickname? Jin Yingjin asked curiously. Red Moon Thunder. Jung Daking's gaze drifted away from Lin Baici, looking toward the distance. 3 Mercedes-Benz cars drove directly off the road and onto the runway. After a sharp braking maneuver, the tires screeched against the ground. Bang, bang, the car doors opened, and 7 men and women wearing white gauze robes hurried out, running toward them. Each of them wore a black hat. This was a traditional Korean garment. The brim of the hat was very wide, and on top was a cylindrical shape nearly a foot high, looking like the Chinese character for convex. The clothes they wore were embroidered with patterns of sweet osmanthus and birds, looking both magnificent and clean, possessing an air of being detached from the world. Appa, they are god hunters from Sojong-jin. Jin Yingjin leaned into Lin Baici's ear and whispered a warning. The 7 people arrived, and upon seeing Jung Daking's condition, their brows furrowed deeply. Their gazes then swept over Lin Baici and the others, filled with scrutiny. Stop his bleeding. The eldest was a middle-aged man, roughly 40 years old, sporting a small goatee and looking just like an official from ancient times. I am a member of the Eclipse of Darkness, Jung Daking roared, terrified that the people from Sojong-jin would mistreat him and deny him the best treatment. After being interrogated by Lin Baici, Jung Daking had learned his lesson. The moment those 4 words were uttered, the 7 people were stunned. The subordinates looked toward their leader, waiting for instructions. Give him the best treatment, the middle-aged man ordered. Jung Daking let out a sigh of relief. That was more like it. He wanted to tell that man from Kyushu that this was the correct reaction to hearing the words Eclipse of Darkness. But looking at Lin Baichi's cold, stern face, he didn't dare. He was afraid of getting beaten up. I am Cao Daxon of Sojong-jin. May I ask for your honorable name? Cao Daxon glanced at Jin Yingjin, but his question was directed at Lin Baici. The Korean girl was not an heir to the decent conglomerate, so she naturally did not warrant Cao Daxon's attention, as long as she didn't die. That was enough. Lin Baici, a rigid and old-fashioned man who likes to drink alone after work, having 3 small cups of wine. He considers himself noble and believes that if he had been born in ancient times, he would surely have been a great sage, a predator with some ability. Rumble. Lin Baichi's stomach growled again, as the hunger set in. There was no need to ask. This Cao Daxon surely possessed a divine taboo item worth taking a bite out of. What is your business in Korea? Cao Daxon asked as a matter of routine. They are my friends, Jin Yingjin interjected. I wasn't asking you, Cao Daxon retorted. Leader, a young man shouted. When Cao Daxon turned to look at him, he shook his head immediately and then looked at Lin Baici. The subtext was simple. The divine taboo items on the target had already been looted. Lin, the rule pollution created by this guy has killed many people, some of whom held prestigious status. I must give their families an explanation. Please hand over this guy's weapon to us, Cao Daxon demanded. What the hell? Are they this shameless? Hu Yuyu was speechless. It seemed this official Korean organization wasn't all that great, was it? They even wanted to snatch divine taboo items. This Jung Daking was caught by Lin Baici. If it weren't for Xiaobai, not to mention how many people would have died, this guy would have run away long ago. Logically speaking, shouldn't Sojong-jin be giving Xiaobai a reward? You heard it just now. He is a member of the Eclipse of Darkness. If you keep his divine taboo items, you will invite retaliation. Cao Daxon knew it wouldn't be easy to make the other party cough up what they had already obtained. So he tried to reason with him. Retaliation, Lin Baici scoffed. I'm afraid the Eclipse of Darkness is coming too slowly, Cao Daxon. Lin Appa is a guest invited by my cousin. Please mind your attitude. Jin Yingjin was both angry and embarrassed. He wanted to tell this girl that if one wasn't a god hunter, They didn't carry enough weight. Jinxian. As soon as the Korean girl said this name, the atmosphere on the scene went quiet. Jinxian was not old, but within Sojong-jing, he was already a mountain of influence, representing a faction with significant power. Why did Jinxian invite him to Korea? To explore the Bizen God ruins. Before Jin Yingjin finished speaking, it sparked a chorus of gasps. Why would a person from Kyushu be allowed into our god ruins? If Jinxian allowed it, then there is no problem. Everyone chattered away. Even Jung Daking, who was feeling drowsy after receiving treatment, was stunned upon hearing this news. As Koreans, every god hunter knew what the Bizen god ruins represented. Cao Daxon looked back at Jung Daking's miserable state. Perhaps this young man really did have the strength to be worth Jin Xian's recruitment. Jin Yingjin didn't want to remain in this stalemate. Oppo, lend me your phone. The Korean girl was about to call Jinxian. Li Taiwu, are you not planning to come out and say a few words? Lin Baici shouted toward a Mercedes-Benz on the runway. He had caught the scent of this Samseong group air. Li Taiwu stepped out of the car, looking awkward. The dollars I promised you will be transferred within 7 days. As for the rest, I cannot make the call. After this matter is settled, I will treat you to a meal. Li Taiwu thought for a moment, then bowed to Lin Baici. Kamsahamnida, bang, bang. Inside one of the cars, the sound of glass being smashed suddenly rang out. Li Dui looked over at the sound and shivered in terror. Inside was Chui Shixiao, who was slamming his head against the car window. Judging by his facial expression, he had clearly turned into a zombie. Why aren't you killing her? Li Dui asked, worried. Kill her. This is an important specimen, a young man complained, sounding annoyed. Li Dui gasped, unable to help herself from leaning closer to Lin Baici. It is a good thing I followed him, otherwise, would I have ended up like this too? Turning into a monster was already terrifying enough, but to be used for research on top of that, that is truly misery upon misery. After Jin Yingjin briefly explained the situation, she handed the phone to Cao Daxon. My cousin wants to speak with you. Cao Daxon hesitated for a moment, took the phone, and walked more than 10 meters away, clearly not wanting Lin Baici to eavesdrop. However, with Lin Baici's hearing, even if Cao Daxon had walked further away, he still would not have missed a single word. A few minutes later, Cao Daxon returned. After giving Lin Baici a deep look, he handed the phone back to him. I wish you a smooth journey to the Bizen Divine Ruins. Let's go. Cao Daxon led his people away. Your cousin has so much power, Huo Yu exclaimed. The fact that Jinxian could make these people leave with just one phone call showed that he held a very high position within Sojong-jing. Let's go. Let's head back and rest. Jin Yingjin had not expected that attending Li Taiwu's birthday party would lead to getting caught in a rule pollution. Whose luck was worse, really? The Mercedes-Benz carried everyone back to the villa area. As they searched the area to handle the aftermath, they discussed Lin Baici over their headsets. Why did Jinxian allow that person to enter the Bizen Divine Ruins? He was able to capture a peripheral member of the Dark Eclipse without a scratch. His strength is definitely not bad. Perhaps he will even bring back a few divine taboo items from the Bizen Divine Ruins this time. Scheibel. This feels like such a loss. The group felt the frustration and anxiety of having their own treasure potentially snatched away. Looking at the corpses strewn about the villa, they could piece together the rule pollution that had occurred earlier, which was why they acknowledged Lin Baici's strength. From the moment they received the alarm to the time they arrived, it had only been 20 minutes, which was quite fast. But that Lin Baici had not only cleared this divine taboo game but also captured the culprit. What kind of efficiency was that? What is there to worry about? He might be able to go in alive, but he won't necessarily come out alive. Cao Daxon chuckled. I heard that the Bizen Divine Ruins not only increased in pollution levels over half a month ago, but multiple new sources of pollution were also detected. Him going in now is purely suicide. I hope he runs into a god and gets polluted into a dead flesh man. Someone cursed. Inside the Bizen Divine Ruins, there are gods. Those who see them die instantly. Chapter 260, let me tell you. Xiaobai is amazing. When Lin Baici and the other two returned to the villa, they immediately caught Jia Hongyao's attention. What is the situation? Jia Hongyao sniffed the air. Besides the smell of blood, there was also the stench of rotting corpses on the three of them. Weren't you all going to attend the birthday party of some chaeble's eldest son? How did you end up like this? Could it be that his banquet served kiviek? Jin Yingjin and Huo Yu had been well protected by Lin Baici and had barely participated in the fighting, so they didn't have blood splattered on them. But being that close to zombies meant that picking up some of the corpse stench was unavoidable. Lin Baici did not look disheveled, though some blood had splattered onto his clothes while he was clearing the manor. What is kiviek? He Jisheng asked curiously. Why would a type of food smell like rotting corpses? It is a delicacy loved by the Eskimos in the Arctic. After processing the little ox, they stuff them into a seal's stomach, bury them in the ground for a few months until they are fully fermented, then dig them up and suck the internal organs out through the bird's anus. Jia Hongyao explained. Stop, don't say any more. Gu Qingqiu quickly stopped her. She wouldn't have an appetite for half a month. The scene we saw today was much more disgusting than this kiviek. Huo Yu had played quite a few immersive zombie games, but none of them could compare to what happened today. After all, this was the real deal. We encountered a rule pollution, Jin Yingjin explained briefly. After hearing this, Jia Hongyao immediately beat her chest in regret. Damn it! If I had known there was such a good thing, I would have followed them even if they hadn't invited me. That was fighting zombies. Jia Hongyao felt like she had missed out on a fortune. What a pity. Gu Qingqiu shook her head. She didn't have much interest in purifying rule pollution. She only wanted to watch Lin Baici purify it. Listening to you, doesn't that mean there were a lot of corpses in that manor? Yi Jisheng also had a look of having missed out on a huge opportunity. For ownerless corpses, it wouldn't be too much for me to harvest some beautiful, healthy organs, right? If we go now, can we still get a few corpses? Yi Jisheng's eyes were filled with anticipation. Definitely not. Jin Yingjin guessed that the final destination for those zombies would be the Sojongjing laboratory. Of course, the corpses of those with noble status would be returned to their families. Yi Jisheng looked as depressed as an old farmer who had missed the autumn harvest. Is the infighting among you Korean chaebol families always this fierce? First it was Jin Yingjin who was suspected of being assassinated, and now it is Li Taiwu. Huo Yu feels that being a child of a chaebol family is a high-risk profession. Every president ends up in prison after leaving office. And there are mayors who die under mysterious circumstances. Compared to these people, do you still think it is rare for a chaebol child to be assassinated? Gu Qingqiu teased. Jin Yingjin gave a bitter smile. You people from Juju simply do not understand the hardships of a small nation with a small population. Stop talking about this. Tell us about this rule pollution. Jia Hongyao urged. I'm going to take a shower. Lin Baici had no interest in discussing these things. But there was a female streamer who did. Let me tell you, Xiaobai is amazing. Huo Yu was naturally eloquent. After she vividly recounted the events, Jia Hongyao and Yi Jisheng felt even more regretful. From now on, whenever little Lindsay goes to the restroom, I will follow him. Jia Hongyao secretly made up her mind. Little Lindsay says I am a jinx, but I think he is the one. No matter where he goes, he either encounters a god ruin or radiation from a god-forbidden object. The frequency is terrifyingly high. Because they had experienced a rule pollution during the day, everyone decided not to go out for the night view. After eating a big meal, they each returned to their rooms to rest. Jin Yingjin was taking a shower when her phone rang. She wrapped herself in a bathrobe and stepped out. Mom, is something wrong? Jin Yingjin was surprised. Her mother usually would not call at this time. Take some time to go see your grandfather. He is not doing well. Jin Enxi's tone was low, and it seemed to carry a hint of sobbing. Has that Master Badison gone to see my grandfather? Is there nothing he can do? Jin Yingjin frowned and walked to the window. Jin Enxi sighed. He is powerless. I told you long ago that he might be a fraud, Jin Yingjin complained. After thinking for a moment, she suggested, can you make arrangements for Lin Baici to come and treat grandfather? Even Master Badison cannot handle it. What could that person from Jujo possibly do? Jin Enxi's voice became stern. At your age, you should be enjoying love. But I am warning you, you can play around. But do not get yourself trapped. If you get pregnant and plan to present me with a fait accompli, I will never acknowledge you as my daughter again for the rest of my life. Jin Enxi was purely thinking of Jin Yingjin. She never thought of using her daughter's marriage as a bargaining chip. She just wanted her to be happy. Mom, I will reiterate once more. It is Lin Appa who does not want me. Jin Yingzhen was very angry. Do you know that he saved me again today? Jin Yingzhen immediately recounted the crisis she encountered at Li Taiwu's estate today. Are you hurt? Jin Engxi worried. Come over here quickly. Let me see you. With Appa here, how could I get hurt? Jin Yingzhen pouted, looking a bit displeased. And you did not let that Badison stay at home, did you? The Korean girl did not mind her mother seeing men. But it absolutely could not be an old dog like Badison. Am I crazy to let him stay at home? Jin Engxi was speechless. She did not place much importance on her body. If Badison could help her take control of the decent Chable, she would be willing to be that master's woman. But it was clear he could not do it. Why is it so hard to find a truly capable expert? Do not just think about playing around. Go see your grandfather in the next few days. Jin Engxi chatted with her daughter for a few more sentences before hanging up. Mom, do not do anything reckless. Jin Yingzhen could tell that her mother had not given up, but unfortunately, she could not persuade her, putting down her phone. Jin Yingzhen went to take a shower. She had not been washing for more than a few minutes when the phone rang again. This time it was Jin Xian. He first asked about the detailed process of Lin Baici purifying the rule pollution at the estate, and then instructed. The day after tomorrow at noon, at the Myeongdong Grand Restaurant, I am inviting Lin Baici to dinner. Tell him to bring all the god hunters who are preparing to enter the Bizan god ruin. Jin Xian had originally planned to observe Lin Baici for a few more days, but today's sudden incident made him change his mind. Jin Yingzhen was very excited. As long as Appa performed well, he would definitely be able to win Jin Xian's approval and shock her mother. By then, there would be no more obstacles for her to be with him. By the way, I want to take Lin Baici to see grandfather, Jin Yingzhen pleaded. You want him to treat your grandfather? Jin Xian asked back. Jin Yingzhen did not hide it. By saying this, she intended for Jin Xian to act as a safety net in case Lin Baici made a mistake, preventing the family from holding Lin Baici accountable. Jin Xian did not care about such worldly matters. With his powerful strength, no matter who eventually controlled the decent Chable, his share of the inheritance would not change. Jin Xian's energy had long been focused on conquering god ruins and containing god remains, because he wanted to find a path to becoming a god. Thank you. After chatting for a few more sentences, the two ended the call. Jin Yingzhen hummed a little tune and finished her shower. She did not even blow dry her hair. She changed into a pair of tight-fitting cropped yoga pants and put on a stretchy tank top that exposed her fair midriff. Then took a set of men's sportswear and went to find Lin Baici. Knock knock. Appa, let's go for a night run. Jin Yingzhen hoped that Huoyu would not come to join the fun. Lin Baici opened the door and was stunned when he saw Jin Yingzhen's sports gear. Among the goodnight photos that Jin Yingzhen sent every day, she had worn this outfit, but seeing it in reality still had a very strong visual impact on Lin Baici. So big, and this body curve was very beautiful. Are you going out wearing just that? Lin Baici's gaze involuntarily slid toward the Korean girl's legs. There are very few residents in this residential area, and even if they see it, they cannot have it. Jin Yingzhen wiggled her toes inside her sandals and shoved the sportswear at Lin Baici. Go change quickly. I have clothes. Lin Baici felt that it would be nice to see the night view of this residential area. And by the way, appreciate what high-end housing looked like. That way, when he returned to Haijing, he would not have to worry about being swindled. 5 minutes later, Lin Baici finished changing his clothes and left the villa with Jin Yingzhen. He felt embarrassed to wear tight leggings, so he wore a loose tracksuit instead. However, because of his tall and sturdy physique, he looked refreshingly athletic in it. Jin Yingzhen did not walk alongside Lin Baici but instead accelerated and ran ahead. Lin Baici originally intended to catch up, but after running a few steps, he slowed his pace. The bright moonlight poured down, casting tree shadows that dappled Jin Yingzhen's body, making her look like an elf dancing in the night. It had to be said that Jin Yingzhen's figure was truly excellent, especially when viewed from behind. It was a feast for the eyes. Lin Baici admired her for a few moments, relying on his strong willpower to suppress the urge to keep staring, and then went to catch up with Jin Yingzhen. However, The Korean girl immediately accelerated, maintaining a distance of 7 or 8 meters. Appa, no need to be shy, feel free to look. Jin Yingjin had worked so hard at the gym just for this day, so she could show a perfect version of herself to Lin Baici. After Lin Baici accelerated a few times only to be left behind by Jin Yingjin, he stopped chasing. Watching the Korean girl's back, Lin Baici felt a complex mix of emotions. To say he didn't like Jin Yingjin would be a lie, or rather, with a figure like hers, any man would want a bite. But whether that was love, Lin Baici wasn't sure, because they were friends. Lin Baici didn't want to hurt her. Lin Baici was lost in thought until he was awakened by a magnetic voice. Appa, your pectoral muscles are really big. Lin Baici turned his head and saw a woman in her 30s who had appeared beside him at some point. She was wearing pink leggings and a green hoodie. Tilting her head to look at Lin Baici. This woman's figure wasn't as good as Jin Yingjin's, but among women, she still stood out from the crowd. OPPA, are you hungry? Shall I treat you to a late-night snack? As the woman spoke, she casually slapped Lin Baici on the buttocks. Your muscles are nice. You're very disciplined in your daily life, aren't you? The woman complimented him. Lin Baici frowned, feeling as if he had been harassed, yet also as if he hadn't. Because with this woman's looks and figure, she certainly wouldn't lack suitors and wouldn't need to hit on men. Chapter 261. The God Lin takes action. The night breeze brushed through the leaves of the plane trees, leaving behind a faint rustling sound, like lovers whispering. Let's go. Come to my place for a bit, the woman invited him. The noodles I cook are delicious. Lin Baici wanted to ask. Are these noodles proper noodles? The woman slapped Lin Baici's buttocks again, then licked her finger. Sorry. Your muscles are too beautiful. I couldn't help myself. Don't misunderstand. I'm a fitness coach. When I see nice muscles, I just want to study them, the woman explained. Lin Baici didn't believe a single word. A poisonous spider. Be careful. The men she eats all become her puppets. However, she shouldn't have any malicious intent. She simply views you as a delicacy and wants to have a taste. You can counter-kill her to hone your hunting skills. Hearing the gluttonous god's commentary, Lin Baici's vigilance spiked. Was the other party targeting him? Or was it a chance encounter? Which faction did she belong to? It shouldn't be the Dark Eclipse, right? Before Lin Baici could decide how to handle it, Jin Yingjin saw someone cutting in and quickly ran back. Who are you? The Korean girl's nervous appearance was like a wild cat protecting its food. I'm a resident of Building 01. The woman smiled slightly, glanced at Lin Baici, shook her head with regret, and accelerated to run ahead. After running more than 20 meters, she called out again, if you're bored, come find me. I'll cook you some instant noodles. Lin Baici did not respond, jogging slowly while watching the woman disappear into the night. Jin Yingjin ran with Lin Baici for a while and whispered an explanation. In Korea, asking someone to eat instant noodles is a subtle way of telling them she wants to sleep with you. I know. Lin Baici had been learning Korean for the past few months and had learned about these internet slang terms. Jin Yingjin's mind was in a mess. She wanted to express her affection for Lin Baici, but she was worried about being rejected, and she felt that the possibility was very high. She also planned to go on this trip to USA and according to Jin Xian, the risk of death was as high as 80%, so if she died, it would be a huge loss. The meal the day after tomorrow would likely determine the time to enter the God Ruins, and during this period, they needed to conserve their energy. Jin Yingjin felt there probably wouldn't be another chance to be alone with Lin Baici. The Korean girl gritted her teeth, suddenly turned around, ran a few quick steps, bumped into Lin Baici, and hugged him. Appa, I also want to treat you to instant noodles. Jin Yingjin was very bold. She wasn't so shy that she buried her head in Lin Baici's chest. Instead, she held her head up openly and looked at him. Lin Baici stopped in his tracks. This was a confession, right? He should respond. But Lin Baici didn't know what to say. Why are you struggling? A man standing at the top of the food chain should have a broad diet and never eat just one kind of food. Appa? Lin Baici's silence made Jin Yingjin's voice tremble. Had she really failed? Yingjin, I like you, but I don't know if I love you. Lin Baici scratched his hair, feeling completely overwhelmed. Are you saying you like my body? Jin Yingxin was happy. At least there was one thing about her that Lin Baici couldn't let go of. Her. Admitting to such a thing made Lin Baici feel a bit awkward. We can try dating first, Jin Yingxin suggested. The image of Gu Qingxiang flashed through Lin Baici's mind, along with the face of Hui Yuyu when she was crying earlier. If he agreed to Jin Yingxin, he would definitely hurt the other girls. Lin Baici had also secretly thought to himself, now that he was a god hunter, surely it wouldn't be a problem to have a few more girlfriends, right? But such behavior was truly too scummy. Lin Baici's moral bottom line was not yet that low. Jin Yingxin was very understanding. Seeing the struggle on Lin Baici's face, she stopped forcing him and suddenly grabbed his wrist, pulling him toward the small grove. The Korean girl lived in an affluent district with a super low floor area ratio, which meant the residential area was vast but had very few residents. Coupled with the dense vegetation, once people hid in the woods, others definitely wouldn't be able to see them. Lin Baici's back hit a camphor tree. While he was still thinking about how to respond to Jin Yingxin in a way that wouldn't hurt her or ruin their friendship, the Korean girl's slender fingers moved, undoing Lin Baici's belt and pulling it off. "What are you doing?" Before Lin Baici could say it out loud, Jin Yingxin pressed her finger to his lips. After Jin Yingxin made a silencing gesture, she squatted down. The bright moon, like a little girl afraid of strangers, hid behind the dark clouds, and the moonlight she held in her hands slipped away secretly. Lin Baici looked up at the sky, his rationality dismantled, becoming a prisoner of desire. After a long while, the two walked out of the woods and returned to the jogging track. Lin Baici and Jin Yingxin jogged side by side. The moon was still the same bright moon, and the clouds were still the same dark clouds, but the night breeze brushing against their cheeks had changed its flavor. Yingxian. Lin Baici's words were cut off by the Korean girl. "I was a virgin." Jin Yingxin looked at Lin Baici, smiled charmingly, and even extended the tip of her tongue to lick her lips. Lin Baici felt completely numb. He felt embarrassed and also carried a heavy sense of guilt, so he blurted out, "Yingxin, will you be my girlfriend? I didn't do that to force you to say those words." Jin Yingxin looked at the path ahead. "I just simply like you. Don't think too much about it. Enjoy this vacation to the fullest, and then let's start the train to Bizen and make a fortune." Jin Yingxin laughed and slapped Lin Baici's back hard. "Appa, I know you like my body now. Do you want me to take this off and keep you company for a night run?" Jin Yingxin used her index finger to hook the collar of her sports bra and tugged it forward. "I will join you." He took off his shirt and accelerated, sprinting forward. Lin Baici shouted. Matters of the heart were such a hassle. Every girl was wonderful, and he didn't want to let any of them down. Jin Yingxin looked at Lin Baici and clenched her fists. "Appa, I will definitely make you fall in love with me." The Korean girl was actually bitter inside, but she wouldn't show it. And she was open-minded. Good things would surely be snatched up by a bunch of people. There would definitely be more and more girls who liked Lin Baici. By the way, if I team up with my mom, wouldn't we be quite a formidable force? Returning to the villa, Jin Yingxin called for Lin Baici to go to the gym to practice yoga. How could Lin Baici dare to go? He went to take a shower first to avoid Jia Hongyao and the others discovering any clues. That would be too awkward. The next morning, Lin Baici opened his eyes early. He hadn't slept well last night, mainly because the experience in the small grove kept surfacing in his mind. After lying in bed for another hour, a maid came to the guest room to knock, saying breakfast was ready. After eating, Jin Yingxin found a tour guide for Jia Hongyao and the others to accompany them to visit various attractions, while she herself drove with Lin Baici to see her grandfather. The Jin family mansion was in the suburbs, a large estate. The old man used to live in the city, but ever since he fell seriously ill, he had been living here. Jin Yingxin's car was stopped by security at the main gate. Although the Korean girl had known this would happen, she still irritably slammed her hands on the steering wheel twice. "Are these all your uncle's people?" Lin Baici leaned against the seat, gazing into the European-style estate. "Yes, I heard my second brother has been living here recently." On the surface, it was to show filial piety, but in reality, it was to monitor the rest of the family. People like Jin Yingxin's mother were the primary targets of precaution. The Jin family members would either die or be saved by the uncle. Jin Yingxin's second brother, Jin Dongcheng, was there to ensure a third outcome wouldn't happen. Jin Yingxin waited for more than 10 minutes. Seeing the guards still wouldn't open the gate, she got anxious and took out her phone to call Jin Dongcheng. She called 3 times in a row before it was answered. "Didn't cousin Jin Xian tell you? He's the one who asked me to come." Jin Yingxin had no intention of fighting for the family inheritance. She came this time mainly to see her grandfather one last time. Although she had a big shot like Lin Baici accompanying her, Jin Yingxin couldn't guarantee she had a 100% survival rate. What if she died? Furthermore, she didn't know how long the train to Bizen would last. Jin Yingxin was worried that her grandfather would pass away before she returned, and she wouldn't be able to see him one last time. Of course, incidentally, she wanted Lin Baici to check on her grandfather's condition. If he could cure him, that would be a huge gain. The Korean girl cursed a few times and hung up the phone. The guards opened the gate and stepped aside. "Is your uncle being too careful?" Lin Baici was speechless. "It's like guarding against thieves instead of relatives. My mother has strong management skills. The decent group's current status is 2/3 due to her. Don't you think my uncle would be worried?" Jin Yingxin gave a bitter smile. Her mother was an illegitimate daughter born to her grandfather's mistress, and a woman at that. Otherwise, with her ability, how would it ever be her uncle's turn to inherit the family business? "My apologies." Lin Baici hadn't expected that the beautiful Aunt Jin was actually such a strong career woman. No wonder Jin Yingxin had so much money to spend. It was all earned by her mother. However, the food god didn't rate Jin Yingxi very highly. It seemed the food god had very high standards. The two parked the car and hurried to the villa. Before the two of them could even walk in, the Filipino maid had already respectfully opened the door. Inside the living room, a man of about 27 or 28 years old was smoking a cigar. Hearing their footsteps, he turned his head to look at Jin Yingxin, then sized up Lin Baici. "What? You and your mother still haven't given up?" Jin Dongcheng opened with a sneer. "That so-called master your mother brought over not only failed to cure grandfather, but actually made his condition worse." "What? You want to try again? Are you hoping for grandfather to die sooner?" Regardless of the background of the young man Jin Yingxin had brought, Jin Dongcheng immediately slapped a heavy label on him, ensuring she wouldn't dare to act rashly. "I like him, so I brought him to see grandfather," Jin Yingxin explained. "What?" Jin Dongcheng was stunned. Then his sword-like eyebrows furrowed. "You like a Jujo person? Who I like is none of your damn business," Jin Yingxin retorted. "Insolent. Is that how you speak to me?" Jin Dongcheng scolded, standing up from the sofa with a sudden motion. "Let's go." Jin Yingxin didn't want to talk to him and headed straight upstairs. Jin Dongcheng followed behind. Actually, when he thought about it, he realized he was being overly cautious. Even the famous master Petition, whom Jin Yingxi had invited all the way from Siam, was helpless against grandfather's illness. What could this young man, who looked even younger than Jin Yingxin, possibly do? Though, his skills at being a kept man were probably quite good. Chapter 262. Sanskrit Sounds and Buddha's Echo, Saving All Living Beings. Lin Baici was too young, and with his high level of attractiveness and excellent physique, everyone's first impression of him was always focused on his appearance, leading them to be skeptical of his actual strength. Because youth often implies unreliability, Lin Baici followed by Jin Yingxin's side, not saying much and not looking around aimlessly. His calm demeanor made Jin Dongcheng curl his lip in disdain. The villa belonging to the Jin family patriarch had been decorated by a master architect. Even the paintings hanging on the walls and the vases and greenery in the hallway were the epitome of elegance and luxury. This kid was either pretending to be indifferent or he simply didn't understand anything. A spoiled rich kid who is lazy, lacks any real talent, yet thinks he is incredibly gifted. If the Daxian conglomerate were to be passed into his hands, it would definitely decline. Summary: a useless piece of trash, not even worth a second glance. Lin Baici glanced back at Jin Dongcheng and couldn't help but sigh. First fate, second luck, third feng shui. Some people are just born lucky, arriving in Rome the moment they are born, something the general public can only envy. Jinmo's bedroom was on the 3rd floor. As soon as Lin Baici stepped up, even without activating his one breath, 100 flavors ability, and nauseating, strange stench hit his nose. It smelled like a mixture of old age odor and rotten eggs. Oh, a scent of cursed energy. Staying in this environment for long will cause a person to be infected by the curse, becoming depressed, weak, and prone to illness. The gourmet god commented, I suggest leaving immediately. Leaving was definitely not an option. Lin Baici followed Jin Yingjin into the master bedroom. This room was huge, more than twice the size of Lin Baici's home in Guangqing. The life of the wealthy was truly luxurious and comfortable. Grandfather. Jin Yingjin called out and trotted to the bedside. Grandfather. On the large bed. Jin Mo had his eyes closed, his breathing weak, showing signs of imminent suffocation or sudden death at any moment. Stop calling him. Grandfather needs quiet. Jin Dongcheng complained. Jin Yingjin turned her head and glared fiercely at Jin Dongcheng. Although her relationship with her grandfather wasn't very close, seeing Jin Mo in this state under the care of Jin Dongcheng and the others made her quite furious. You've seen him. Jin Dongcheng didn't care about Jin Yingjin at all. This was the confidence of the eldest grandson. Lin Baici couldn't listen to this anymore. Is it really worth it for the sake of some inheritance? Do you even have to strip her of the right to visit her grandfather? Jin Dongcheng was not very deep, and upon hearing this, he sneered. That sum is an amount that your entire family, working 996 shifts since the Stone Age until now, wouldn't be able to earn even 1/10,000th of. An elderly man under a curse, frequently trapped in nightmares he cannot escape. If this continues, his life force will be completely severed. The gourmet god commented. Is this caused by a god-forbidden item? It seemed Jin Mo wasn't sick, but rather being plotted against. Was it a business rival? Or perhaps Jin Yingjin's uncle, who couldn't wait to take his place? The gourmet god did not respond, clearly too lazy to answer such simple questions. When will my grandfather wake up? Jin Yingjin tucked the blanket in for Jin Mo and asked the Filipino maid who was serving nearby. The master wakes up about once every 4 or 5 days. However, in the last half-month, the intervals between waking have become longer, and even when he does wake up, he falls back asleep within a few minutes. The Filipino maid opened a notebook, which contained detailed records. Let me see. Jin Yingjin reached out. The maid looked toward Jin Dongcheng. Grandfather just woke up yesterday. You came at the wrong time. Jin Dongcheng chuckled, signaling the maid to give the record book to Jin Yingjin. The man was about to die. Even if you could read flowers out of that notebook, it would be useless. Grandfather, I have a man I like, and I brought him here for you to see. Jin Yingjin knelt on one knee by the bed, holding one of Jin Mo's hands as she spoke to him. Jin Dongcheng yawned, walked over to the sofa, sat down, and lowered his head to play with his phone. I hope Jin Mo dies soon. Once he's dead, I can finally go out and have some fun. Lin Baici listened to Jin Yingjin's low, whispered words. Realizing she was treating this as their final meeting, he felt a bit uncomfortable. At the very least, he had to find a way to make Jin Mo wake up and respond to her. A curse, nightmares. Lin Baici silently recited Jin Mo's symptoms, and suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. Could chanting scriptures purify a curse? At the very least, it might help Jin Mo calm his mind and stop the nightmares. Right, thinking it, he acted. Lin Baici immediately activated Sanskrit sounds and Buddha's echo and began to chant the Diamond Sutra. An ethereal and melodious sound resonated through the master bedroom, as if a great master were sitting beneath a Bodhi tree, preaching the Dharma and resolving the doubts of all living beings. Every word was a precious gem, every sentence a chant of divine resonance. Jin Dongcheng was chatting with a married woman he had just hooked up with. He didn't care for female celebrities or members of girl groups. This was simply his preference. After transferring a massive red envelope, the young woman, who had been acting reserved just moments ago, complained that the room was hot and proceeded to take off her coat. Baby, you have such a great body. Just as Jin Dongcheng was pondering how to persuade the woman to strip completely and perform a sultry dance, he suddenly heard the sound of chanting. The sound was like boiling water poured onto ice and snow, causing Jin Dongcheng's desire to vanish completely in an instant. Damn it, Jin Dongcheng cursed. The woman he had found beautiful and alluring just a moment ago now looked repulsive and detestable no matter how he gazed at her. Why would I do such a thing? Isn't this too lowbrow? Brewing a pot of clear tea, admiring the sunset, smelling the winter breeze, Watching the clouds drift by and the wild geese return south isn't that far more interesting than watching a woman dance. Jin Dongcheng snapped his phone shut and stood up. Reason told him he should let Jin Yangjin get lost and not speak to his grandfather. But he suddenly felt that such things didn't really matter anymore. Even if Jin Yangjin inherited his grandfather's estate, so what? Those were merely worldly possessions. Humming a little tune, Jin Dongcheng left the bedroom. This young master of the Jin family spent his days indulging in luxury and debauchery, having long since worn down his willpower. So he couldn't hold out after Lin Baici chanted only a few lines of the Buddhist sutras. The person who had been in the way was gone, but Jinmo still showed no signs of waking up. However, the expression on his face, which had been full of distress as if he were suffering great pain, had eased significantly. Appa. Jin Yangjin looked toward Lin Baici, hoping he would have a solution. Is the chanting not working? Or is the scripture wrong? Lin Baici thought for a moment and switched to the passage he had heard in the main hall of Longchen Temple. Might as well treat a dead horse as if it were still alive. Lin Baici's voice was clean and clear, like falling snow in winter, clearing away the filth accumulated on the earth. The Filipino maid standing to the side had already been immersed in the Buddhist scriptures when Lin Baici increased the intensity. She couldn't hold back at all. She actually knelt down, placed her hands together in front of her, and touched her forehead to the ground, bowing to Lin Baici as if kowtowing to a deity. Jin Yangjin was also affected. She had been somewhat sorrowful because her grandfather was about to pass away, but now she felt much better, viewing life and death with indifference. Appa, thank you. Jin Yangjin wiped the tears from her face. She felt that this passage was the best farewell for her grandfather. Let's go. Let's not disturb grandfather's rest. Just as the Korean girl stood up, Jinmo, who was on the bed, suddenly snapped his eyes open. Chapter 263 Purifying the Curse, Selling a Great Favor. Lin Baici noticed the change in Jinmo immediately. He had intended to stop chanting, but at this moment, he immediately increased the volume of his voice. Grandfather,